Christina Renee King. Christina Renee King, affectionately known as Cricket by her family due to her small stature, was born in 1972 and lived in Kansas City, Kansas. She was married to Christopher Wayne Goodall, a roofer, and they shared a loving relationship. In 1988, the couple joyfully welcomed their first child, a daughter named April. 3 years later, Christina and Christopher welcomed their second daughter, Ashley. However, due to financial struggles and Christopher's inability to sustain the family with his job, Christina took matters into her own hands. She began offering escort services in exchange for money on Central Street. When Christopher was imprisoned, Christina's situation grew even more difficult, and she seemed to lose hope. Despite her circumstances, those who knew her believed that Christina was a kind-hearted person, despite the label society had placed on her. Despite the challenges she faced, Christina had managed to survive, but her recent release from prison marked a tragic turning point. The very next day, on Christmas morning, December 25, 1998, the family received devastating news. It was on that day, as April, now in 5th grade and celebrating her 10th Christmas, that Christina's life came to an abrupt and tragic end. On that cold winter morning, a group of boys scavenging for scrap metal in an abandoned nursing home's driveway stumbled upon a horrifying sight. Amid the silence, they discovered a partially naked body, battered and discarded like trash. The victim, beaten and bruised, had suffered blunt force trauma to the head. Her pants were half pulled down, and her bra, shoes, and other belongings were scattered nearby, painting a grim picture of what had transpired. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. In a gruesome tragedy, the victim's face was smashed in. KCPD informed the family, and life changed forever. This was the body of 26-year-old Christina King, and a mystery as to who might have taken her life and why ensued. Penny Barnett, Christina's mother, followed up with the KCPD regularly in an attempt to find out whether there was any information. What police failed to convey to Barnett was that they did have a lead. A used condom was found at the crime scene next to Christina's body, suggesting the brutal nature of the attack. However, the investigation was marred by neglect and incompetence. One particular incident highlighted the insensitivity surrounding the case when police detective Terry Mast was so harsh with Christina's mother, Penny Barnett, during a call that she ended up sobbing. When her husband asked what had happened, Penny revealed that Detective Mast had used inappropriate language and showed blatant disrespect for Christina. Throughout the investigation, severe prejudice was evident, with officers dismissing Christina's death as that of a normal casualty because of her profession, implying she was not a priority for the investigation. April would later on in life view the autopsy photos of her mother and was shocked to see so many injuries, various abrasions, and bruises on her mother's body. In 2010, Christopher Goodall passed away, leaving the two girls orphaned. But their family was already fractured after Christina's demise. They had been living on their own for 5 years when Ashley was only 14 and April was 17. Ashley shared that in the past, she used to walk up and down Quindaro searching for the person responsible for her mother's demise. Quindaro, once a thriving settlement, had become an abandoned and dangerous ghost town by the 1990s. It was in this perilous environment that Ashley found herself, desperately seeking closure for her mother's unsolved murder. In a desperate attempt to find answers, she got into a truck with a man who she believed was connected to her mother's death. This man had been named a suspect because Christina King's cousin, along with 2 other women, had stolen a significant amount of illegal substances from him, a motive that might have linked him to the crime. But that was just a rumor on the street. He was not the person Ashley was looking for, and thankfully, he did not harm her. 2 decades passed, and there were no further developments. In December 2021, the family gathered on North 27th Street and Sewell Avenue for a prayer vigil and balloon release. The vigil had been arranged by Justice for Wyandotte, an advocacy group dedicated to fighting for transparency in law enforcement. Khadija Hardaway, from the Justice of Wyandotte Group, played a pivotal role in advancing Christina King's investigation, rallying support from those wronged by the law. She organized an event to bring attention to the case and, in her speech, stressed the importance of such investigations. Hardaway emphasized that cases like Christina's highlighted the urgent need for the Kansas Police Department to create a dedicated cold case unit. She urged the new police chief to reallocate existing funds to establish the unit, believing it would improve transparency and efficiency in addressing both cold cases and ongoing investigations. This ignited something in the KCPD that would finally lead to solving Christina's case. The new chief of police, Carl Oakman, would take this request seriously. And right after being sworn in on the January 1, 2021, he vowed to open up a cold case unit for the force. A year later, true to his word, he managed to establish Kansas City's first cold case, which was operational by January 2022. Employing 3 full-time detectives, it would help solve decades-old cold cases. The formation of Justice for Wyandotte had its roots in the tragic story of Pearl Davis, a 43-year-old mother. Born in 1953, Pearl was the cousin of Khadija Hardaway and the niece of Imam Hanif Khalil. Pearl was a mother to 2 young children, Cordria and Aish Musaver, and was also known by the name Samama Musaver. Her story and the events surrounding her life and untimely death were central to the establishment of Justice for Wyandotte, a movement created to advocate for justice and support those whose cases had not been given proper attention by the law. A member of the Kansas City Islamic community, she was a hard worker and provided for her children in any way possible. An expert seamstress, she sewed clothes as a service and ran a transportation business providing rides to Chillicothe Correctional. Additionally, she served as an SRS driver, ran a daycare, sold dinners and bean pies, and actively participated in her family's lives, handling a diverse range of responsibilities. Since Pearl was so actively involved socially, everyone immediately noticed her missing. Unfortunately, on November 22, 1996, Pearl's lifeless body was found in a vacant house on the 700 block of Lafayette Avenue in Kansas City. The house where Pearl Davis was found belonged to her late mother, and her death became a case that would go unsolved for years. Her autopsy revealed a brutal stabbing, over 40 times, her clothes removed and discarded nearby. The case was initially handled by KCPD Detective Roger Golubski, a man who would later face serious allegations. Golubski was accused of abusing his position of power, engaging in numerous unethical and criminal acts during his time as a law enforcement officer. His involvement in Pearl's case, along with the broader misconduct, led to growing mistrust of the police in the community and fueled the need for an organization like Justice for Wyandotte. From 1983 to 2008, KCPD failed to investigate various women, all similar in age and mostly working women, whose lives were taken in a similar fashion. Frequently, these women found themselves struggling with homelessness, substance addiction, or engaged in offering escort services. Their tragic fates often involved brutal methods such as strangulation, other forms of asphyxiation, blunt force trauma, or stabbing. Their lifeless bodies were callously abandoned in remote areas or isolated structures. In a disturbing pattern, all of these women were discovered either partially or fully unclothed with their pants pulled off or shirts pulled down. As time passed and the cases of murdered women like Christina King went cold, it became increasingly evident that something was wrong with Detective Roger Golubski. Despite being acquainted with many of the victims, none of the case files reflected that Golubski had provided valuable insight or information about these women. His involvement in the investigations seemed suspicious, especially given that the cases were often mishandled. There was an abundance of potential physical evidence, but much of it was neglected or inadequately analyzed. This lack of attention to forensic details only deepened the distrust in the system and highlighted the need for reform in the Kansas City Police Department, as well as a more thorough investigation into the role of Golubski in these cases. This resulted in either limited evidence collection or insufficient efforts to identify potential assailants whose DNA or other forensic results could be compared. The incompetence was remarkable. In fact, in the case of Christina King, the KCPD received a DNA match with a potential suspect but failed to conduct a follow-up investigation. Khadija Hardaway, moved by the prolonged neglect of Golubski's victims' pleas for justice, found inspiration to collaborate with the community in organizing rallies and demonstrations. The goal was to ensure that the unsolved cases, the faces of the affected women, and their stories would not fade into oblivion. Driven by Pearl's case, Khadija Hardaway and other like-minded women came together in 2020 to create a non-profit organization called Justice for Wyandotte. The group's primary mission was to confront the systemic corruption within the Kansas City Police Department. They exposed the troubling patterns of police misconduct, including excessive force, bullying, fabrication of evidence, wrongful arrests, and the coercion of false testimonies to protect officers from scrutiny. Justice for Wyandotte also played a crucial role in bringing attention to the case of Lamont McIntyre, a man who was falsely accused and imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. After spending 23 years behind bars, McIntyre was exonerated, and his case became a symbol of the flaws within the justice system that the organization aimed to change. He was arrested on the watch of Roger Golubski. While exonerated in 2017, he never got justice. Golubski roamed free. Still, there was a lot left regarding Golubski, where women were often victimized by him. In the course of her work with the organization, Hardaway initiated a meeting with Carl Oakman, who was a candidate for chief of police back then. During the meeting, Khadija Hardaway highlighted the profound indifference surrounding unsolved cold cases, stressing the emotional toll on Kansas City families. She passionately advocated for the creation of a cold case unit within the Kansas City Police Department to address the growing number of unsolved cases, urging that they receive the attention they deserve. Following this, Justice for Wyandotte launched an awareness campaign and started a petition, calling for the formation of a dedicated cold case unit to investigate cases dating back to 1965. In 2003, a DNA hit was made from evidence found near Christina King's body, leading to the identification of the suspect as Gary Davis. This discovery brought a potential breakthrough in the investigation, fueling hope that the case would finally receive the attention it had long been denied. Yet shockingly, he was not immediately brought in for questioning. It took 14 months to question Gary Davis despite his being under intensive supervision by Wyandotte County Community Corrections. 52-year-old Gary Davis was a Kansas City resident, but at the time of the alleged incidents of Christina and Pearl, he was a 23 to 25-year-old truck driver. It made sense why back then he would have escaped any type of connections, because the nature of his job would send him miles away from the scene of the crime. Police knew his whereabouts at all times, yet it took a whole 20 years to arrest Davis. The investigation into Gary Davis was a long and frustrating process, with slow progress at every step. It took the police department 14 months to interrogate the suspect, and then there was an inexplicable silence for the next 20 years. However, after Justice for Wyandotte's public appeal in 2021, the case was finally revisited. It took another 18 months to process the DNA, assign a dedicated team, and arrest the perpetrator. In 2022, the cold case unit connected the dots, and the DNA from both crime scenes was found to match their original suspect, Gary Davis Sr., bringing long-awaited justice to the victims and their families. Officers further found a Facebook page matching the name and description of Davis. The page had various controversial and offensive posts, but most were focused on truck driving and society's double standards regarding men and women. Officers trying to reach him realized out of the 3 listed phone numbers he had, only one was operational and was not taking messages because the voice mailbox was full. In September 2023, Davis was finally arrested and charged with taking Christina King's life. His bail was set to be $500,000. The lack of a statute of limitations was crucial, as it allowed the cases to be pursued and ensured that Gary Davis could be charged, tried, and convicted regardless of how much time had passed. If convicted, he would face life in prison. In an unexpected turn, Wyandotte County District Attorney Mark Dupree and Kansas City Police Chief Carl Oakman held a news conference to commend the investigators. Dupree praised the detectives for their hard work, while Oakland downplayed the significance of the DNA hit. He stressed the importance of conducting a thorough investigation, minimizing the role of the DNA evidence, and highlighting the effort it took to ensure the right suspect was arrested. As for Golubsky, in March of 2022, attorney Cheryl Pilati, representing Kansas City, drew attention to the corrupt culture within the KCPD. She filed a statement intending to indict not just disgraced Detective Roger Golubsky, but the entire culture in which he thrived. Golubsky, in charge of a wrongful arrest, was charged with federal crimes, including kidnapping, intimate assault, and trafficking. Currently, the KCPD is working with other law enforcement agencies to determine whether Davis was responsible for other slayings in the area or perhaps since he was a long-haul driver thousands of miles away. Davis is currently a suspect or a person of interest in at least 8 more cases. The Cold Case Unit, which was established thanks to the efforts of Justice for Wyandotte, went on to solve 11 more cases, revealing just how much was left undone by the KCPD. It's clear that the department's inaction over nearly 30 years resulted in missed opportunities to make an arrest much earlier. The victims' families, especially Christina's daughters, were owed both an apology and a thorough explanation. For years, they had been searching for closure, only to be met with the incompetence of a department that failed them when they needed justice the most. Moving on to the next case. Everett Hawley. On February 19, 1976, Everett Hawley, 72, said goodbye to his wife, Ethy, unaware that their ordinary farewell would soon mark the start of a day that would take an unexpected turn. That morning, Everett was picked up from his home in Stockton, Illinois, by his business partner, Clarence Owens. Clarence arrived in style with his newly painted bright gold 1966 Chevy Impala. Everett's wife recalls that both men wore business suits, and she had reminded her husband to bring only a light overcoat due to the unusually warm February weather. Everett and Clarence spent their days buying and selling real estate, often traveling across northern Illinois looking for farms to purchase. That day, the two attended a political rally for gubernatorial candidate James Thompson at the American Legion Hall in Pentaconica. After the rally, they visited a local hangout called Rocky's Cafe for pie and coffee before heading to Clarence's son's house to show off his car's new paint job. Clarence's son wasn't home, but they briefly spoke to his daughter-in-law and mentioned their plans to attend a nearby auction on their way to an appraisal appointment. The auctioneer at the Borgman farm later recalled seeing Everett walk up the driveway while Clarence waited in the car. This was the last confirmed sighting of the men. The next day, their families reported them missing when the two failed to return home. Authorities initially thought they might have been in a car accident. However, as days passed with no sign of the men nor Clarence's car, police theories shifted to possible foul play, with some believing that the men had disappeared voluntarily. A massive search effort was launched involving local police, civil defense units, and 5 airplanes scanning the roads between the areas the men were last seen, but to no avail. Both men were described as hardworking and family-oriented with no known enemies or motives for the disappearance. Everett was devoted to his wife, Itha, and Clarence was very close to his 3 sons, one of whom was a respected local police officer. Authorities found no clues and were left with no leads to follow, therefore, the case grew cold. Everett's wife, Itha Hawley, passed away shortly after the first anniversary of his disappearance. Her death was said by some to be from a broken heart, a tragic end that reflected the despair and confusion she carried. For many, Itha's passing marked a final chapter, deepening the belief that Everett would never be found alive. In 2005, a theory emerged, linking the case to the 1976 kidnapping of Fred Lickle, a cashier clerk who was taken hostage after a farm auction in Wisconsin by one William Exline. Though Exline denied involvement in the men's disappearance, similarities between the case were noted by law enforcement, but no arrests were ever made. Until 2024, there was no trace of Everett, Clarence, or Clarence's prized gold car. Families and even retired investigators of the case tell the media they were haunted by the mystery of what had happened to the 2 men on that sunny February day. Finally, In March of 2024, civilians enjoying a day of fishing along the Pentaconica River discovered a submerged vehicle using their sonar fish binder, a digital way to map underwater environments. Authorities were quickly informed. The town sheriff noted the difficulty of the ensuing search. The vehicle lay partially embedded in mud at a depth of 8 to 10 feet, a shallow resting place by some measures, yet treacherous enough to complicate the recovery efforts. Authorities were able to use a crane, and there they pulled out a 1966 Chevrolet Impala sedan. More than 100 bones were retrieved from inside the vehicle and the surrounding riverbed. DNA later extracted from the bones was compared with DNA profiles from the men's relatives in order to identify them. Testing performed confirmed the bodies found were the remains of the two businessmen and longtime friends. Before the DNA testing, in an effort to rule out a previously unknown homicide, the remains were examined by a forensic anthropologist in St. Louis, Missouri, who found no evidence of trauma. Winnebago County coroner said that how the two men died is still unknown, but that no foul play is suspected. The sheriff of the town remarked, "This is a testament to the dedication and perseverance of our detectives and forensic experts. It serves as a reminder that no case is ever truly closed, regardless of how much time has passed." It should also be noted that this breakthrough would not have been possible without the proactive actions of civilians who, while enjoying an otherwise ordinary day of fishing, ultimately changed the lives of not one, but two families. Moving on to the next case. Gladys Arellano. 17-year-old Gladys Arellano lived in Boyle Heights, Los Angeles, in 1996. She was a beautiful and intelligent young woman with big dreams for her future. Gladys was last seen leaving her home on January 28, 1996. When she didn't return later that day, her family reported her missing. 2 days later, her body was discovered in a ravine off a main road in Topanga Canyon. Gladys had been assaulted and strangled. Serology evidence was collected from her body, and a DNA profile of the unknown offender was uploaded to both state and federal DNA databases, but no match was found. Despite an extensive investigation at the time, the case went cold. However, in 2019, Los Angeles police arrested a man named Jose Luis Garcia for domestic assault. During the booking process, DNA swabs were taken from Garcia and processed. Investigators soon realized that his DNA matched the DNA recovered from Gladys's body. Detectives visited Garcia and questioned him about Gladys, noting that the crime had occurred when he was just 19 years old. They then obtained a second DNA swab from him. The Los Angeles Crime Lab was then able to confirm that Garcia's genetic profile matched the unidentified sample taken from Gladys' body in 1996. 43-year-old Jose Luis Garcia was arrested by U.S. Marshals on September 29, 2019 in Dallas, Texas. He was extradited on October 14 to Los Angeles County, where he was held on a $1 million bail. Detective Hugo Reynaga said this case is typical of the type of cases that the unsolved detectives are faced with on a daily basis. We are gratified that we are successful in bringing this tragic case to a close. Reynaga confirmed that investigators were also exploring the possibility that Garcia might be connected to other crimes. Gladys' niece and goddaughter, Samantha Moreno, spoke passionately about the importance of remembering her godmother, as well as all women who have been victims of violence. Recognizing her life is important. Beautiful Latina souls from Boyle Heights should never be forgotten, Moreno stated. Acts of violence against women should never be forgotten. Samantha Moreno thanked the detectives who never lost sight of finding justice. Gladys Arellano's case was worked on by retired detectives Joe Purcell and Sean McCarthy, who both work part-time on the Sheriff's Department's Unsolved Case Unit. Thank you for not giving up on our Gladys, who was a loving daughter, sister, aunt, and godmother. Gladys was only 17 when her life was taken. She had a beautiful soul. She was beautiful, intelligent, gorgeous, and she had a radiant smile. She had such big dreams for her life. My grandparents would have been so proud of her. Moreno said she was grateful Garcia was off the streets after nearly a quarter century. We want nothing more than for him to pay for his brutal crime, she said. We recognize that this will not bring Gladys back, but we are relieved to know that there will be justice for Gladys. This is a victory that we acknowledge in her honor, and we look forward to more victories. José Luis Garcia was found guilty of all the charges against him on July 18, 2023. It was a day the loved ones of Gladys Arellano had been waiting decades for. "It is never enough for having taken a life of such a beautiful soul," said Elizabeth Arellano of her sister, Gladys. Gladys Arellano's sister and best friend told the court what Garcia did nearly destroyed them as they wondered for more than 25 years what happened to her. "It was tough, but it felt really good to finally get it off your chest and actually, like, seeing him and, releasing it. And having some kind of comfort," said Vanessa Arellano, Gladys Arellano's younger sister. Janet Ramirez, Gladys Arellano's close friend, said the plea deal gives her some comfort, but it is not enough. 19 years is never enough, but I have comfort knowing now she can rest, that the perpetrator is going to be behind bars. Because for 25 years I've lived with the guilt of not knowing what I could have done differently," Ramirez said. José Garcia was sentenced on August 15, 2023, to 18 years and 8 months in prison for taking Gladys' life. Garcia pleaded no contest to voluntary manslaughter, kidnapping, and domestic assault, according to the district attorney's office. He waived credit for the just over 1,000 days he had spent in jail since his 2020 arrest. Retired Sheriff's Detective Joe Purcell handled the cold case investigation. "The fact is that we can give justice to people and to society," he said. "It is really important not to let these cases go unresolved. We need to have people pay the debt they owe to society." Moving on to the next case. Jean-Claude Raman. Jean-Claude Raman, born in Landerneau, Sonners, wasn't particularly academically inclined. After finishing high school, he enrolled in college at the Lycée du Pars but struggled with the demanding coursework, eventually dropping out after just one semester. He then re-enrolled as a medical student but continued to struggle with the workload. His deception began when he told his family that he had passed the crucial second-year final exam, a milestone that would allow him to progress toward becoming a doctor. The truth, however, was that he had never actually taken the exam. This fabricated story quickly evolved into a full-blown alternate reality, with Jean-Claude Raman convincing everyone around him that he was a successful doctor working for the World Health Organization, specializing in research on the hardening and thickening of arteries. His story grew to include high-profile academic and political connections, which he maintained for an astonishing 18 years. In reality, however, Raman's work at the World Health Organization was nothing more than wandering the building, making use of their resources to learn about medicine. When it came time for a conference, he would claim to be traveling to distant locations, but in truth, he would merely take a short trip to an airport and spend the night in a nearby motel. In the airport motel, he would research new medical technologies and various tourism information about whatever country he was supposedly visiting. That way he would come home full of new information, both medical and travel-centered, to keep up the lies to his family. In order to maintain appearances and make ends meet, he would take money from relatives and close acquaintances, promising that he was investing the money into hedge funds and international endeavors. His wife also worked full-time, and during this tenure of lies, Raman took up with a wealthy mistress who loaned him about 900,000 Swiss francs, about $930,000. His lies, however, had become unbearable and tenuous, and instead of admitting that he was a jobless fraud, he decided to cover his lies with actions far more sinister. On January 9, 1993, he took out 2,000 Swiss francs from his joint account with his wife and borrowed a gun from his father. He purchased a suppressor for that gun, a .22 long rifle carbine, and at the ammunition shop also purchased tear gas canisters. That evening, he used a rolling pin to brutally murder his wife, leaving her body in the bed all night. The next morning, he woke his children and set them up with breakfast and cartoons as normal. Covering up their mother's absence with another lie, he waited until they were asleep that night and used a gun to kill each as they dreamt. His next victim would be his own parents, where after having a meal with them, he used the gun on both his mother and his father, as well as their family dog. His last victim was intended to be his well-off ex-lover, someone he had been having an affair with in the prior years. He picked her up under the guise of attending a high-class dinner with one of his political connections, but instead he drove her to a quiet road and, pretending he was lost, asked her to get out to look for street signs. As she got out of the car, he tried to strangle her and then sprayed tear gas at her face, but she would not stop fighting back, and eventually, he acquiesced and apologized, and after swearing her to secrecy, he drove her back home. Rahman then went back to his own residence where the bodies of his wife and children still lay. After watching television, he poured gasoline all over the house and set it ablaze. He then took some expired sleeping pills which police thought he had hoped would kill him, but were actually just a cover-up to explain how he did not rescue his wife and children in the so-called fire. As if he wanted to kill himself, he had access to far more potent and powerful drugs which were not expired. Initially, his lack of cooperation with police was attributed to him being traumatized at the loss of his family in the fire, but soon, a more sinister motive surfaced. Police determined that his wife was beat to death and the children shot to death. They did not die in a fire. In 1996, Jean-Claude Rahman was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for his crimes. During his time in prison, he was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, a diagnosis that seemed inevitable to those who had encountered him throughout his life. His compulsive lying, grandiosity, and complete lack of empathy for others were consistent with the characteristics of the disorder, making it clear that his deceptive nature had been a defining part of his personality all along. Moving on to the next case. Karen Wurst. 3-year-old Karen Wurst was last seen with her mother, Doris Wurst, in Plantation, Florida, in 1974. Doris was a loving and dedicated caregiver, committed to raising her young daughter with care. On November 7, 1974, Doris and Karen were spotted leaving in a 1961 red Chevy Impala. This would be the last time anyone saw the mother and daughter. Despite an extensive search and efforts by the authorities, no leads were found, and the case eventually grew cold. Unfortunately, in Florida, the grim reality is that many missing persons are eventually found in the water, and this fact holds true for cases like Karen Wurst's. The state's vast network of rivers, swamps, and coastlines creates a landscape where disappearances often lead investigators to the water's edge. With limited resources and overwhelmed agencies, many investigations stall before any significant progress is made. Over time, Karen's case grew cold, but her missing persons photo was circulated throughout nearby regions, accompanied by an age-progressed image showing what she might look like at 50 years old. But thanks to the efforts of Sunshine Sonar, a group which conducts volunteer searches for missing person cases, it would later be uncovered that Karen never made it past age 3. Sunshine State Sonar began looking for the missing mother and child in South Florida in June of 2023. The team eventually located the 1960s Chevrolet Impala in a local canal along with skeletal remains consistent with an adult and small child. To raise awareness for their robust volunteer effort, Sunshine State Sonar posted a video of the search mission as well as footage of the car being recovered from the water. DNA testing later confirmed the identities of mother and child, and police said next of kin have been contacted. Shockingly, and to the surprise of all involved, at 9 a.m. on August 10, 2024, in a murky body of water near Wimbledon Lake Drive, while Sunshine State Sonar was focused on conducting their search operation for the missing mother and daughter, their sonar detected a second submerged vehicle. This one sitting 22 feet down in the shadowy depths of the water. Their sonar detected a second submerged vehicle. This one sitting 22 feet down in the shadowy depths of the water. In an unexpected twist, this would begin the recovery efforts for the second vehicle that day, thus solving 2 separate missing persons cases in just 24 hours. With the Plantation Police Department on scene, divers entered the water retrieving a license plate number that linked this vehicle to a 20-year-old missing persons case, a case that had been entirely off the radar of the Broward Sheriff's Office, whose dive team soon arrived on scene confirming the presence of human remains inside the sunken vehicle. The car was found upside down, deeply embedded in silt with its windows rolled down, turning each movement that the dive team made into a painstaking recovery effort. The body was eventually discovered to be that of World War II veteran Bernie Novak. Bernie, a husband and father of 3, who had been reported missing after failing to return home in Lauderdale West community, was finally recovered after more than 2 decades underwater. He, along with his silver Buick LeSabre, disappeared in 2004. Bernie was remembered for his war stories, and he enjoyed bowling and ping pong in his retirement years. More than 20 years had passed between Bernie's disappearance and the recovery of his body, and with no leads as to his whereabouts, his family had been in a constant state of confusion and shock. Reflecting on the search efforts for his father, who seemed to have fallen off the face of the earth, his son, Joey, recalls, 20 years ago at this time, we were down in Florida looking for the car. We had a memorial service about 5 years later, and I really put everything behind us with closure. But I always imagined this is how it happened. Now, Joey said he can finally lay his father to rest in peace. Joey expressed deep pride in Bernie, saying, "I'm very proud of him, and I learned a lot from him. He lives in my brain and my heart every day." Joey also shared plans to honor Bernie by placing his remains beside his mother's at the family cemetery. Moving on to the next case. Laura Kempton. 23-year-old Laura Kempton lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, in 1981. A student at Portsmouth Beauty School, she worked at both the Macropolo gift store and Karen's ice cream parlor. Known for her outgoing nature, big personality, and social demeanor, Laura was a free spirit. She was last seen entering her Chapel Street apartment alone during the early morning hours of September 28, 1981. A few hours later, a police officer attempting to serve a court summons for unpaid parking tickets discovered Laura's body. As the officer approached the residence, he noticed a wooden panel piece missing from the front door. Through the small opening, he could see Laura's body lying on the floor inside the apartment. An autopsy revealed that she had been killed shortly after entering her home. Laura had suffered severe trauma to the left side of her head, with multiple skull fractures and significant lacerations and contusions on her brain. She had also been assaulted, providing investigators with the opportunity to collect DNA from her body. They gathered additional evidence from the crime scene, which was preserved for future use. Despite interviewing other residents of Laura's apartment complex, they were unable to obtain any helpful information, and the case ultimately went cold. In 1986, investigators disclosed that they had questioned Ronald Spywak in connection with Laura's murder. He took the lives of 2 other women in Boston, Massachusetts. Spywak denied involvement, but Portsmouth police were purportedly monitoring his case. In taking a closer look at the crimes he was charged with, the only blatant association is that Ronald Spywak hailed from a city in New Hampshire roughly 45 minutes from Portsmouth, hardly a smoking gun. Had picked up his victims, Gina and Kathleen McGuire, on 2 separate occasions in Boston. Though he eventually confessed to ending their lives, Spywak contended that in both instances, each of them had pulled a knife on him, demanding additional payment for their services. He claimed he acted in self-defense. Spywak strangled both women and discarded their bodies in different locations. Gina's was found in an abandoned railway car in South Boston, and Kathleen's along the driveway of a tourist information booth on Interstate 95 in Kittery, Maine. However, no direct connections to Laura's case were ever identified. In 1998, 2 detectives from Portsmouth, attending a conference in Florida, listened carefully as an investigator from the Naval Investigative Service presented the unsolved case of Dina Kitchler. Dina had been assaulted and strangled with a rope in her home in Mayport, Florida in December of 1990. Signs of an intense struggle and clumps of Dina's long, dark hair were present all over the house, a large portion having been cut off in her bathtub. Dina's husband, a naval officer, had been deployed at the time of the crime. Portsmouth Police Captain James Tucker could not believe what he was hearing. The similarity of Dina's case to the slaying of a New Hampshire woman, Michelle LaFond, was astonishing. And better yet, authorities had already arrested a man by the name of John Brewer in connection with Dina's case. Regrettably, He had been released from custody shortly after his arrest as authorities lacked sufficient physical evidence. But as new details emerged in regards to the Dublin, New Hampshire case of Michel Lafond, John Brewer found himself back in custody before long. Portsmouth investigators were able to pinpoint a definitive link between Brewer and Michel Lafond. In searching through records, James Tucker located a job application that John Brewer had filled out, listing Michel's husband, Gary, as a reference. Police matched DNA from hairs collected in the Kitchener case to DNA taken from a DNA sample in the Lafond case, and John Brewer was arraigned and charged for both cases. News of the indictment swept the Granite State, and it was reported that Brewer had been linked to 3 other cases, 2 in Portsmouth and 1 in Florida. It appeared that Brewer was living in New Hampshire at the time that Laura Kempton's life was ended, but his modus operandi proved perceptibly divergent. No real correlations were ever made. Perhaps it was just a hasty assumption due to the fact that the detectives who had brought Brewer to justice were from Portsmouth. Other rumors swirling among the small seacoast town pinned what happened to Laura on a couple of young men in the area known to be violent drug suppliers. Previously gracing the pages of the police logs with more minor offenses, members of the operation led by a Portsmouth local, Thomas Ferraghi, had escalated to far more intemperate crimes. Ferraghi, in particular, had been arrested for assaulting several women. Eventually, he was indicted in March of 1982 for fatally shooting 24-year-old Valerie Blair in the neighboring town of Rye. Blair was found in Adyarn State Park, having been shot 5 times in the head and face with a .22 caliber pistol. Thomas Ferraghi was incarcerated for decades but maintained his innocence. He blamed what happened to Valerie Blair on one of his cohorts, who he states must have stolen his firearm. In an interview, Ferraghi asserted he believed the same man took Laura Kempton's life. Ferraghi said that Laura was a customer of theirs, and his friend became upset when he saw her kissing someone in her apartment, while they were there conducting a transaction. Interestingly, Ferraghi's girlfriend in 1982 was enrolled at the Portsmouth Beauty School where Laura Kempton was enrolled as well. Ferraghi's DNA was collected, but he was never charged with any additional crimes. The man Thomas Ferraghi blamed for Laura's case was looked at by police and cleared. The next major update came on July 2023. It was then that investigators announced Laura's case was finally solved after 42 years. Investigators identified the man responsible as Ronnie James Lee, who was 21 at the time. Officials said Lee lived and worked in Portsmouth. Assistant Attorney General Rachel Harrington said there is no indication that he knew or was acquainted with Laura Kempton. Lee served in the U.S. Army until May 15, 1981, and then worked for MBI Security at Liberty Mutual in Portsmouth from June 1981 to August 1982. Lee used his mother's address on Rock Hill Avenue in Portsmouth when he was arrested by Portsmouth police on November 8, 1982 on an attempted theft charge. Lee's criminal history includes being linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary in 1983, including 2 burglaries he pleaded guilty to. In 1987, Lee was convicted of charges stemming from a burglary in Keene, New Hampshire that included the assault of a woman in that home. He was sentenced to prison where he was held from December 1987 to July 1990. Lee lost his life on February 9, 2005 at the age of 45 after he overdosed. Officials with the Attorney General's office said if Lee were alive, he would face first-degree charges for knowingly ending Laura's life during the commission or attempted commission of aggravated felonious assault and, alternatively, for striking her with a blunt object, which was believed to be a wine bottle. Investigators said they were able to identify Lee through genetic genealogy techniques. They said physical evidence collected from the scene in 1981 revealed, after forensic analysis done decades later, a male DNA profile. Beginning in 2022, officials said Portsmouth police worked in conjunction with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, and Genetic Genealogy Research Organization Identifiers International to conduct forensic genetic genealogy to identify the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene as Lee. Because Lee is not alive anymore, the case is considered closed and solved. Laura's family released a statement about the case being solved. The Kempton family wishes to express our deepest gratitude to the Portsmouth Police Department for solving Laura's case. Their diligence and determination, along with extraordinary personal commitment of the past decades, have led to this moment for Laura. The family would like to acknowledge retired Captain John Paracci, Portsmouth Police Department Investigative Division, and his team members past and present who have worked tirelessly on Laura's case. Their extraordinary efforts have led to this important moment today. Many other hands have touched Laura's file over the past 41 years, and the family expresses our deepest gratitude to all who contributed. The Kempton family would like to request privacy at this time as we process this information. Thank you all. In the past, law enforcement officials have said Laura's case and the demise of Tammy Little in Portsmouth in 1982 were potentially connected. When asked about Tammy's case, Attorney General John Formella said it is still being investigated. The Little case remains under investigation, Formella said. It is our hope that what we are announcing today may give us some additional information about that case. It was Tuesday, October 19, 1982, and nobody had heard from Tammy Little over the course of a couple of days. The 20-year-old Portsmouth Beauty School student was last seen by friends who dropped her off at her home after a night out over the weekend. Though she lived alone, the sociable young woman would never intentionally make herself unreachable for such a long period of time. When she had not surfaced, it was clear that something was discernibly wrong. Tammy's mother was justifiably concerned. She decided to look in on her daughter at her Maplewood Avenue apartment. What she encountered that October day in 1982 was utterly scarring. A child's lifeless body in her home, and she had been beaten ferociously. Authorities swarmed 315 Maplewood Avenue to process the case after Tammy's mother called them. Investigators collected physical evidence from the home and interviewed nearby neighbors. An autopsy was performed the following day, revealing that Tammy had succumbed to massive head injuries, having been viciously bludgeoned. In the coming months as Tammy's family and friends mourned her monumental loss, the remainder of the city was left in a state of heightened distress. The fears of many residents had seemingly been confirmed, and an air of trepidation shrouded the community. It had happened again. Another girl, another crime, no arrest. The similarities between Laura and Tammy's cases are striking, with the two women sharing more than just the tragic way their lives ended. Both Tammy and Laura lived alone in ground-level apartments in Portsmouth, attended the Portsmouth Beauty School, and aspired to become models, having photos taken in hopes of landing work. They were both outgoing and often visited the same bars downtown, and tragically, they both lost their lives during the early morning hours of a weekend day in the fall. They lived just a mile apart. Authorities now hope that DNA testing will soon confirm whether Ronnie James Lee was responsible for both of their deaths. Moving on to the next case. Nellie Hicks. Nellie Hicks, a 59-year-old mother of 6, was a 4th-grade teacher at Ashland School in San Lorenzo, California. On May 10, 1972, she was at her home in Newark, California, where she lived with her adult son, his wife, and her longtime friend. Around 1 a.m. that fateful morning, Nellie's friend, who was also a teacher, briefly spoke with her. Nellie Hicks was dozing off on a living room sofa, and that was the last time she was seen alive. Around 4 hours later, her son discovered her lifeless body in the same room. Her wallet was missing, but it was later found a few blocks away next to a pair of blood-stained underwear. The other occupants were asleep when the slaying occurred, leading police to suspect that the intruder knocked Nellie unconscious before assaulting her. Her body was partially undressed, and it was determined that she had been assaulted and bludgeoned with a brick wrapped in pantyhose. The brutality of the crime was clear, as her head had been split open by the force of the blows. The perpetrator entered through an unlocked sliding glass door and used manicure scissors to cut her dress and bra. Nellie was a well-liked, respected teacher, so everyone who knew her could not think that someone would have a motive to take her life. A decade before, she left an abusive husband. He and the other men she dated were interrogated, but it did not lead to finding a possible suspect. Fingerprints were recovered, but it was never tied to a specific person. DNA was collected at the autopsy. However, due to the lack of DNA technology at the time, the case went cold despite decades of investigation. Another horrific crime soon occurred in the area. Teresa Pica, a 48-year-old woman, lived on Edlow Drive in Hayward, California. On May 15, 1979, one of Teresa's twin 10-year-old daughters found her slumped over on the couch, face down. She had been last seen alive the night before by her 3 children. Her nightgown had been pulled up, exposing her legs. Her hands were bound behind her back with a rope. A blood-stained rock was found next to her, and a shirt that had been used to gag her. A front room window had been pried open. The only witness account of an intruder came from a neighbor who heard rustling near the home in the middle of the night. Teresa's purse was missing, but her wallet and other belongings were later found in a neighbor's yard and a garbage can down the street. Like in Nellie's case, DNA was collected, but at the time, there was no technology available to test it. Over the years, several individuals were investigated, but no suspects were identified. 2 very similar cases unfolded. Both women were discovered by family members who woke up to find their loved ones' bodies bludgeoned and assaulted. An intruder had quietly entered their homes and attacked them as they slept in their living rooms. In 2023, investigators from the Hayward and Newark police departments consulted with the FBI and contracted Othram and Astria Forensics to re-evaluate the DNA. That led to Fred Bernard Farnham being identified as the offender. Hayward and Newark police announced in December 2023 that Farnham was responsible for the slayings of Nellie and Hicks in 1972 in Newark and Teresa Pica in Hayward in 1979. Farnham, frustratingly, passed away at the age of 73 in a hospital in Oregon in 2007. He grew up in Central Valley, California, and then moved to the South Bay in the 1950s. There, he was convicted for multiple assaults in the 1970s. There is no indication he ever lived in the East Bay. He also lived in Nevada, Idaho, North Dakota, Alaska, and Oregon, where he lost his life in the town of Cape Junction. The remains of one potential suspect identified through the same process that found Farnham were exhumed in 2021. It was later excluded through DNA comparison to the crime scene evidence. That man, however, was on the same genealogical tree, police said. David Hicks, the youngest of Nellie's 6 children and one of 3 still alive, thanked authorities who persisted to find closure in a 52-year-old cold case. Her son Ron, who found her body, passed away 3 months prior to the police solving Nellie's cold case. David called his mother a hero who raised a family of 6 and worked full-time as a teacher. I cannot express my gratitude enough for the police department and their dedication to this case. All of them worked extremely hard to bring closure to our family. In a statement read aloud at the news conference, Teresa's daughters similarly voiced relief at the resolution provided by Farnham's identification. Our mother may now rest peacefully, the statement reads. We have accepted the fact that whoever did this would never come to justice. Nevertheless, we thank God for your diligence and for never giving up. We can now move forward and close this painful chapter in our lives. Teresa's daughter, Jan Whalen, 62, told the San Francisco Chronicle that while it was a good thing to learn the suspect's identity after all these years, it also triggered everything again. For most of my life, I blamed myself because I was not able to stop what happened. And just a few years ago, I was able to finally tell myself that there was nothing I could do, but it still hurts. Now this will help bring me closure. Newark Police Captain, Jolie Macias, said after Teresa was slain, Newark and Hayward police linked the crimes because of the discernible pattern of behavior shared by the 2 cases. This drove the belief that figuring out one case would solve the other. She also made a point to reciprocate the sentiments from the victim survivors by saying, "Today is truly about these families and their resiliency for the past 50-plus years." Hayward Police Chief Brian Matthews said at the news conference that 45 years is a long time. For generations of investigators and the families of the victims, it has been a long wait for answers. Authorities believe Farnham may have been involved in other cases and have urged law enforcement to examine other cold cases for potential links. Anyone with information regarding criminal cases that could be related to Farnham is encouraged to contact Hayward Police Detective Rob Purnell at 510-293-7176. Moving on to the next case. Terry Becker. On December 6, 1975, the lifeless body of 20-year-old Terry Becker was discovered in a field off 100th Avenue and Lowell Boulevard in Westminster, Colorado. Two people riding motorcycles came across the scene, where they found her body along with her clothing and personal items, which allowed investigators to identify her. Terry had grown up in Casper, Wyoming, and moved to the Denver metropolitan area after graduating from high school. Terry was remembered by her friends and family as a free spirit who lived life on the edge. She had a passion for painting and music, with Three Dog Night and Steppenwolf being among her favorite bands. An autopsy revealed that she had been assaulted and strangled. Terry was last seen 2 days before her body was discovered, when she hitchhiked to visit her boyfriend at the Adams County Detention Center in Brighton, Colorado. Chandra Thurston, the lead detective on the case with the Westminster Police Department, noted that it appeared Terry had just been left in the field. Despite efforts to investigate and consider potential suspects, no developments emerged, and the case eventually went cold. In 1991, a similar crime took place. Sherry Bridgewater was assaulted and slain in her apartment on the 1000 block of West Monroe Avenue near Owens and H Street in Las Vegas, Nevada. She was a 31-year-old mother of 2 boys and was found by 2 women, a friend, and a relative. The investigation team worked the case relentlessly over the years to solve it, but unfortunately, the case went cold. In 2003, 12 years later, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was able to extract DNA from a piece of evidence from Terry's case. A sample from an unknown male was uploaded to the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, but no match was found initially. However, in 2013, the Las Vegas Metro Police Department entered DNA from Sherry's perpetrator into the database, and it matched with Terry's perpetrator, linking the 2 cases. Prior to this DNA breakthrough, both cases lacked a suspect. In 2019, advancements in technology and genetic genealogy pointed to a potential suspect. Thomas Martin Elliott, a veteran with an extensive criminal history. He was in prison for committing a burglary in Lakewood, Colorado, and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. He was released in 1981, and then he committed a serious offense against a 13-year-old girl in Carson City, Nevada. He was sent to prison on a life sentence, but with the option of parole. He got out 10 years later and then became the primary suspect in the cold case in Las Vegas. 5 months later, on October 30, 1991, he took his own life by shooting himself. He was 40 years old. He was buried in the Southern Nevada Veterans Memorial Cemetery due to the short enlistment he had with the military. The Las Vegas police did not have the resources to further investigate Elliott as a possible suspect. In October 2023, after seeking assistance from the Vegas Justice League, an organization who has helped the department solve several cold cases, they were able to receive funding from them, allowing police to exhume Elliott's body for a DNA sample. In 2024, it was confirmed. It was a match for both Terry and Sherry's cases. One challenge in identifying and linking the DNA was the fact that Elliott was adopted by his mother's second husband. His birth mother, Nancy West, had divorced his biological father later to remarry. Elliott's connection to Terry was not known, but the police found out that he and Sherry attended the same Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. Chandra Thurston, senior criminalist with the Westminster Police Department, said it was almost a huge relief to finally say someone's name did this to Terry. There were definitely times during this where you felt, I am never going to figure this out. We are never going to figure this out. There is a lot of relief, and I hope that she knows we did not give up on her. And we worked until we were able to find justice. Even if it is this way, without being able to prosecute someone, to find justice for her and to know that she mattered, and that we always cared about her. A.C. Stutson, commander in investigations with Westminster Police, said there has been a lot of ups and downs in this case. We were so close many times, and it would slip away. David Becker, Terry's brother, is her only living relative. He lives in Texas and said the following: "I cannot say enough how grateful I am. I just really applaud the Westminster Police Department. It is hard to believe after 45 years, the DNA can match and bring closure, which I am grateful for. Just knowing that person is not out there taking away some other sibling's life. To me, there is comfort in that." The case was a significant milestone for Westminster Police, being their oldest cold case and the first one they successfully solved. Chief Norm Hubbard expressed immense pride and accomplishment on behalf of the department, saying, "This case started in 1975, and to be able to close it today is a huge sense of relief for the family and for everyone who worked on it." Sadly, Sherry's parents had passed away before her perpetrator was identified. LVMPD Lieutenant Johansson stated that the police were able to inform both of Terry Becker's adult sons, providing some closure to her family. He also mentioned that the department is reviewing data to determine if any other cases might be linked to the same suspect. Moving on to the next case. Antonio Saldivar. Antonio, 17, had asked for and received permission to borrow his mother's car on Valentine's Day night to deliver a teddy bear to his girlfriend. After staying out too late and breaking his curfew, Connie Nitro, his mother, repeatedly texted Antonio, but he ignored them. He finally answered her calls at 10 p.m., promising to come home. Unfortunately, he broke that promise, and around 4 a.m., after more calls and text messages, Antonio responded, acknowledging that he was grounded for his actions and would come home immediately. However, he never made it. That would be the last time anyone heard from young Antonio. In the early hours of February 15th, Antonio's mother's car, a green Hyundai Sonata, was found wrecked against a concrete pillar on Harrisburg Road in Houston. Strangely enough, within the wreckage were Antonio's brown boat shoes, which had been removed and set on the passenger seat, but there was no sign of Antonio. He was last seen wearing a white muscle shirt, purple leopard print hoodie, and khaki shorts. He was identifiable by two tattoos, a female jester removing her shirt and the other an outline of the state of Texas with the city Houston inscribed within the shape. Initially a missing persons case, police interviewed a witness that reported seeing a dark-colored SUV intentionally run Antonio's vehicle off the road, resulting in him crash directly into the pillar head-on. However, no information was given that would identify the vehicle. In the wake of the car being found empty, Antonio's parents passed out more than 2,000 flyers in a desperate attempt to find the missing teen. But 2 weeks later, a parent's worst nightmare would come to life. On Thursday, February 27th, Antonio was found in a restricted area of the Houston Ship Channel. He was found in the water, pinned between two freight barges, with the Valentine's Day teddy bear still in his possession, in his pants between his legs. The removed shoes and the fact that the teddy bear was oddly stuffed down his shorts perplexed investigators, who had previously thought Antonio had visited his girlfriend to drop off a gift. But upon seeing the teddy bear still in his possession, the timeline was brought into question. A subsequent autopsy was performed and the primary cause of death was drowning. Speculations abound as to what exactly happened that fateful Valentine's Day evening. Where exactly had Antonio gone? And why was the teddy bear never delivered to his girlfriend? Also, what did the mysterious dark SUV have to do with the fact that Antonio walked away from the car crash? Why did he have possession of the teddy bear in the water, and why were his shoes still in the totaled car? Antonio's body was not found until nearly 2 weeks later, and police were unable to determine drug or alcohol levels. Some speculate that he may have sustained a concussion in the crash and stumbled into the nearby water, though how he ended up in the restricted area remains unclear. No information has ever been obtained about the dark SUV that allegedly ran Antonio off the road. His family believes this was a homicide and continues to urge the public for any information about that tragic night. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Jane Mackle. Barbara Jane Mackle was a 20-year-old student at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. Her father, Robert Mackle, was a wealthy real estate developer and co-owner of Deltona Corporation, one of the largest land development companies in the United States. In 1968, a flu epidemic, known as the Hong Kong flu, swept through the Emory University campus, and Barbara was one of the many students affected by it. In December 1968, Barbara's mother, Jane Mackle, traveled from the family home in Coral Gables, Florida, to Atlanta to care for her daughter. They decided to check into a nearby motel, the Roadway Inn, since the school infirmary was overcrowded with sick students. Barbara needed some rest and time to recover before her final exams and possibly to return home to Coral Gables for the Christmas holiday. On December 16th, Barbara's boyfriend, Stuart Hunt Woodward, visited her at the motel, leaving a few hours later in the evening. The next day, on December 17th, around 4 a.m., a man, claiming to be a police officer, knocked on the door of their motel room. He informed Jane Mackle that there had been a traffic accident involving a white Ford. Believing that Stuart, Barbara's boyfriend, may have been involved in the accident, Jane opened the door. As soon as she did, the man, wearing a mask, barged in with a shotgun, followed by another person wearing a ski mask. They knocked out Jane with chloroform and bound and gagged her. They then kidnapped Barbara at gunpoint and forced her into a waiting car, a blue Volvo, which was parked outside. When Jane regained consciousness, she was able to free herself and quickly called the police. Robert Mackle, Barbara's father, was friends with then-President Richard Nixon, and after hearing about the kidnapping, the president himself asked the FBI director to handle the case personally. Within a few hours, the kidnappers sent a ransom note to Barbara's family asking for $500,000 in $20 bills. The ransom demand amounted to $500,000, which, when adjusted for inflation, is equivalent to about $3,500,000 in 2021. The note claimed that Barbara was buried alive in a well-ventilated box with enough food and supplies to survive for up to 7 days. It stated that as long as the family followed the kidnappers' instructions, Barbara would be returned alive. The ransom was to be delivered to a spot along Biscayne Bay, and only Barbara's father, Robert Mackle, was instructed to go. No one else was allowed to accompany him. The kidnapper had asked the family to place an ad in the Miami Herald after they agreed to the demands. Robert was determined to get his daughter safely back home and immediately raised the money and placed the ad. He left the suitcase containing the money at the instructed location, just south of Miami along Biscayne Bay. At around 5 a.m., a local resident awoke to the sound of an outboard motor. When he looked outside, he saw a white Boston whaler being beached on a neighbor's lawn. The resident, concerned about the rise in robberies in the area, called police. As the local police were not notified of the ransom drop, 2 police officers responded to the call. Upon their arrival, they came upon 2 individuals, one carrying a duffel bag and the other carrying a suitcase and a carbine. Upon seeing the police officers, the individuals dropped everything and ran. The suitcase contained the ransom money while the duffel bag had scuba diving gear in it. Nearby, the police also found the Boston whaler and a blue Volvo, which contained documents showing the car's registration to George Deacon and photos belonging to the 2 kidnappers. The car also contained a photo of Barbara Mackle, holding a sign which said "Kidnapped." After the botched ransom pickup, Robert Mackle, fearing the kidnappers would be scared off, placed an ad in the newspaper telling them they had nothing to do with the mix-up. The kidnappers called him again and provided a new drop location. This time the ransom pickup was successful. Meanwhile, police chased down George Deacon to the University of Miami across the bay. The Boston whaler had been found to be stolen from the university a day earlier. Deacon's boss gave the police a name, Ruth Esmond Shire, who also worked at the university and had spent time with Deacon. Even though the police were not able to find the couple, they were convinced that these were the kidnappers responsible for Barbara's kidnapping. Soon the police discovered that George Deacon was actually an alias for Gary Stephen Christ, a 23-year-old escaped convict from California. Gary Stephen Christ had begun doing petty crimes at the young age of 14 when he was arrested for stealing a boat. A year later, He was again arrested for stealing a car and put into a juvenile facility in Utah for a year. In 1961, he was put into confinement, but would escape shortly after. He later would be recaptured and spent a year in jail. In 1963, at the age of 18, he was arrested and sent to a jail in California for 2 car thefts. He was released in December 1964. In 1966, Chris was married and had a son. He would again be arrested in 1966 for stealing 2 more cars, this time from a sales lot in San Mateo, California. He was convicted and faced 6 months to 5 years in prison. Chris's second son would be born while he was in prison. Only a few months later, he would escape from the prison and remained at large for the next 2 years. During this time, he changed his name to George Deacon and moved with his family to Boston. He looked through classified ads and found a job as a research assistant at MIT. He was able to learn quickly at the job and was transferred to the University of Miami shortly after. It is here that he met Ruth Eisman Shire and both started having an affair. His wife found out about the affair and left him. She moved back to California with their 2 sons. Chris told Shire that he wanted to move to Europe with her, but for that to happen, he needed money. He devised a plan to kidnap a rich woman and planned to ask for $500,000 as ransom from her family, which they could then use to move to Europe. She agreed to the plan and both started looking for a target. Chris then began to spend a lot of time searching at the public library's social register for a potential victim. He wrote down about 100 possible wealthy women which he could kidnap and then narrowed it down to a list of 10. He eventually settled upon Barbara Mackle for his kidnapping. Chris researched everything about Barbara, from her family home in Coral Gables to her studying at Emory University, and even the motel that she was staying at in December of 1968. On December 20, 1968, nearly 15 hours after receiving the ransom money, Gary called the FBI via a switchboard operator and told them that Barbara's burial site was in a wooded area about 20 miles northeast of Atlanta. More than 100 agents fanned out throughout the area searching the woods for Barbara. Soon they came across ventilation tubes protruding from the ground and started digging with their bare hands. 12 minutes later, Barbara was pulled out of the box. She was suffering from dehydration and had lost about 8 pounds 10 but was otherwise in good condition. She had spent about 83 hours buried underground. Barbara was flown back to her home in her father's jet and was able to be reunited with her family. She was later able to explain her ordeal to the investigators. She recalled that after she was kidnapped from her motel, she was taken to the burial site where she was asked to get inside the fiberglass box at the bottom of the pre-dug hole. She was told that the box was equipped with 2 ventilation tubes with a ventilation fan, a pump should it rain, food and water which was dosed with sedatives, a blanket, a battery-operated light and a sweater. She was then asked to lay down in the box and hold a sign that said kidnapped on it. She said, quote, "I just had to smile. I was thinking if Daddy saw it, I didn't want him to think that they had hurt me." She said the box was then screwed down and that she could hear dirt being shoveled over the box. She said, quote, "I screamed and screamed. The sound of the dirt got farther and farther away. Finally, I couldn't hear anything above. I screamed for a long time after that." Meanwhile, Chris and his partner in crime, Esmond Shire, had split up after the botched pickup before. After successfully picking up the money on his own, Chris traveled alone to Florida and purchased the sailboat using the money. He would be arrested in just 24 hours with all of the ransom money except for what was used on the boat in his possession. Esmond Shire would be arrested 79 days later in Norman, Oklahoma. She was sentenced to 7 years in prison, serving 4 years before she was paroled and deported back to her native Honduras. Chris was sentenced to life in prison, but after serving just 7 years, knowing that he would be eligible for parole, he started teaching classes to other prisoners and trained as an EMT. He also developed a good relationship with the chairman of the Georgia Parole Board, saying that he intended to become a missionary. After serving just 10 years in prison, he was released out on parole in May of 1979. His wife divorced him, and he married his pen pal whom he met when he was in prison. After his release, Chris enrolled into medical school in Alaska to become a doctor. However, since he was on parole, he was not allowed to enroll in the college. He contacted the chairman of the Georgia Parole Board, who got him a pardon, and he was able to enroll and graduate from the medical school. He was able to land a job in Haiti but would soon lose it after the employer learned about his background. He would later get jobs in West Virginia, Alabama, and Connecticut but lost them all after the employers found out about his criminal past. He would then go on to practice medicine in a rural town in Indiana. Although the villagers knew about his past, they did not have a local doctor. However, after a local newspaper published a story on the specifics of Barbara's kidnapping, he lost his medical license. In 2006, Chris chartered a boat to South America. While on his return trip, he would be arrested for smuggling £38 of cocaine on his sailboat off the coast of Alabama. He was also carrying 4 illegal immigrants on his sailboat who had paid him $6,000 each to enter the United States. The cocaine was worth $2 million. Chris had filled the box containing the cocaine with concrete and had tied the boat to the box with a rope so that in case if he ever got caught he could just cut the rope and release the evidence. But unfortunately, he was caught before he could cut the rope. During a search of his house, police found a large underground laboratory with a trapdoor and a 50-foot escape tunnel. Chris was sentenced to 5 years in prison but served only 4. On August 27, 2012, while still on probation, he left the country, sailing his boat to Cuba and then to South America. A judge revoked his supervised release, and he was sentenced to an additional 40 months in prison. Meanwhile, Barbara went on to marry her college boyfriend, Stephen Hunt Woodward. The couple had 2 children and settled in South Florida. Moving on to the next case. Caitlin Markham. The skeletal remains of 22-year-old Caitlin Markham were discovered 2 years after she went missing, in a wooded area in rural Cedar Grove, Indiana, approximately 30 miles from her home in Fairfield. Initially, investigators struggled to piece together what had happened to her, but over time, they began to turn their focus on identifying who had taken her life. Despite numerous leads and years of effort, the case went cold. However, after 12 years of relentless investigation, Caitlin's case was finally solved, and her killer was arrested. Caitlin Helen Markham was born on August 16, 1990, in Hamilton County, Ohio. Known for her bubbly personality, Caitlin had the ability to light up any room. Her family described her as a warm and compassionate individual who always cared for others. In a documentary about Caitlin's death, her younger sister, Allie, shared that Caitlin always took care of her, highlighting the deep bond they shared. Caitlin's vibrant and carefree nature led family and friends to compare her to a butterfly. She had a deep love for the arts, and by the age of 22, she was finishing her undergraduate studies at the Art Institute of Cincinnati. Caitlin was also engaged and had plans to move to Colorado with her fiancé after their wedding. To save up for the move, she worked 2 jobs, reflecting her determination and focus on building a future. She worked at her campus bookstore and at David's Bridal. Sadly, her bright future would not come to stay as horror struck 2 days to her 22nd birthday. Around 9 p.m. at night, on August 13, 2011, Caitlin Markham arrived home to her apartment in Fairfield after her work shift was over at the bridal shop. On getting home, she was met with her fiancé, John Carter, who was already there waiting for her return. Later that evening, a friend of Caitlin also came over to hang out with the couple. Caitlin's friend noticed a change in the couple's dynamics, sensing tension between her and John. When asked, John explained that their odd behavior was due to the effects of magic mushrooms they had taken earlier. Later that evening, John left Caitlin's condo around 11 p.m. to join friends at a bonfire. Caitlin, staying behind, was reportedly frustrated with John for leaving her alone. By the following day, Caitlin Markham had mysteriously vanished overnight from her apartment with no trace. Around 8 p.m., John Carter, who visited her to check if she was okay, since she wasn't picking up his calls or replying his messages, called 911 and told the operator that his fiancée had gone missing. John Carter was heard saying, "My fiancée is missing. I can't find her anywhere." I saw her at like 12 o'clock last night. Her friend, feeling increasingly worried, decided to check on Caitlin when she couldn't reach her. Upon arriving at Caitlin's house, the friend noticed her car was still there, which was unusual since Caitlin would typically be at work. The friend, anxious and concerned, alerted the authorities. Fairfield police officers immediately launched an investigation, beginning their search for leads in Caitlin Markham's sudden disappearance. Days after her disappearance, family, friends, and people who care came out in their 100, volunteering to search for Caitlin Markham around her home. Her neighborhoods in Fairfield, the Art Institute, and the Tri-County Mall where she worked. But hours turned into days, days into months, and months into years. There was no sign of Caitlin Markham anywhere. Cell phone records showed she sent a final text that Carter reported in the early hours of August 14, 2011, at 12:52 a.m. Since that moment in time, investigators found no signs of cell phone or credit card activity. The first set of suspects were her family and friends. Since John Carter was the last person to see her alive, the investigators questioned him about the night he saw her last. John told the detectives that the last time he heard from Caitlin was when he was at the bonfire night. He said few minutes before 1 a.m. Caitlin had texted him a photo she liked that her boss had taken. When asked where he went after the bonfire, he told detectives that around 4 a.m., he went to his home, which he shared with his mother, and fell asleep. The next day, he said he sent Caitlin Markham a good morning text, but he never got a reply. By afternoon, Carter said unlike Caitlin, she still hadn't returned his text. By the end of the day, John claimed to have not heard from her. So he became worried and decided to go to her apartment to check on his fiancée. He said on getting to her house, her car was in the driveway. Her dog was inside, but Caitlin was nowhere to be found. He was asked if he and Caitlin had been having issues in their relationship, to which he replied, not at all. However, Caitlin's friend, Michelle Feist, made a contrast to this. In fact, Michelle had told the media that Caitlin and John had a pretty heated argument, just 2 days before her disappearance. According to Michelle, on August 12, 2011, John and Caitlin allegedly got into an argument about money issues. Despite their differences, the couple went to a festival at a nearby church that evening. According to Michelle, John and Caitlin's disputes spilled over onto the occasion. Caitlin eventually became upset and decided to leave the festival early. It's also conceivable that John and Caitlin made up before she disappeared. But as was already said, the couple appeared to be having some tension the next night as well. At Caitlin's condo, a friend chose to leave after getting the impression that the couple preferred to be by themselves. Many people at the time, including Caitlin's family, believed that John Carter had something to do with her disappearance. They disputed John Carter's claim that Caitlin's moody and unusual quiet behavior on the night her friend came to visit was because he and Caitlin had consumed magic mushrooms. They reasoned that since the friend came over around 15 minutes after Caitlin got home from work, it is not possible that she would start experiencing the effects of the mushrooms that rapidly, even if she had taken them as soon as she entered her condo. Some people, however, have questioned whether Caitlin even consumed the mushrooms in the first place. It seemed odd that she would want to experience the effects of mushrooms if she merely wanted to relax at home after a long day of work. She had just arrived home and was exhausted. The bonfire was another peculiar element of John's story that several people thought was weird. On August 13th, at around 11 p.m., John claimed to have left Caitlin's condo to meet up with friends. He brought along a bag filled with Caitlin's documents, which he intended to burn at the bonfire. John clarified that Caitlin wanted to shred the papers rather than discard them, but she did not have a shredder. He then took the documents instead, intending to destroy them so she wouldn't have to worry about it. Although some people think this is an unusual justification for why he destroyed Caitlin's documents. At first, it didn't seem like too much of a stretch. It's possible that he really was doing Caitlin a favor by removing the papers from her house, because he admitted to the investigators that he frequently ran errands for her. However, some have generally questioned John's alibi. A handful of the friends John claimed to have been with that evening have provided contradictory accounts. Some others even assert that there wasn't even a bonfire that night. Even though there was a lot of speculation regarding John, it seems that gradually, the focus of the investigation shifted. John Carter had frequently addressed Caitlin's issue in the media over the years, and he has maintained his denial of any participation in her disappearance. On August 16, 2011, 3 days after Caitlin's disappearance, John Carter mentioned being scared and concerned during one of the searches for his fiancée. In his words, he said, "I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified. I just want to find Caitlin and celebrate her birthday with her, and go to Red Lobster like she was planning." He later stated that Caitlin was strong and would fight her way out, if she is somewhere, and is in a worst-case scenario. However, the search for Caitlin came to an end when, after many days, she wouldn't be found. The case went cold for nearly 2 years until in April 7, 2013, when a couple who was reportedly looking for scrap metal came across what appeared to be a grocery bag containing a human jaw and a skull with hair still attached to it. The couple would immediately call 911. In order to identify the remains of the victim of Franklin County, Indiana, coroner Wanda Lee used dental records which ultimately confirmed that the remains were Caitlin Markham's. Her death was then ruled a homicide, but her cause of death could not be determined. When the news of her death got to her family, they were unavoidably devastated to find out that she had been a victim of a homicide. They were also not overly shocked by the information. Her family held on to hope that she would be found safe when she first went missing. Their hopes faded as weeks turned into months without any trace of her. They eventually came to the conclusion that Caitlin had been murdered. On April 18, 2013, Caitlin Markham's family and friends gather for a celebration of life at Harbin Park, one of her favorite places. 4 months later, on August 25, 2013, her funeral was held at her alma mater, Fairfield High School. The room was decorated with many bright colors, just the way she would have loved it. Her fiancé, John Carter, was in tears as he spoke in front of the crowd and called Caitlin the love of his life. "We would have had our kiss. We would have had our marriage. We would have had our honeymoon. We would have had our kid. We would have had our life and we would have grown old together," said John Carter. Since Caitlin Markham's remains were found in Indiana, the Indiana State Police joined in the investigation. In the years following the discovery of her remains, Caitlin Markham's family hired a private investigator to look into the case as well. Though the Fairfield Police and Indiana State Police had opened an investigation on the case, Caitlin's family reportedly felt enough resources were not being dedicated to her death. The Caitlin Markham's case grew to garner national attention over the years. In the year 2016, a documentary was made in her honor to celebrate her life. Her family and friends were featured in the 1-hour documentary, which was titled "Taken Too Soon: The Caitlin Markham Story." The documentary also got featured on a syndicated TV show named Crime Watch Daily. On Caitlin Markham's 27th birthday, her family and friends gathered at a Springdale, Ohio movie theater to watch the premiere of the documentary. Her family kept hope alive, believing that the documentary would bring answers to their daughter's murder case. Over the years, many rumors and theories, some fueled by social media, have surfaced as to what happened to Caitlin Markham. One theory stated that she died of a drug overdose, and those with her panicked, taking her body to Indiana and dumping it on a rural road in Franklin County. Other theories point to family and friends being responsible for her death, including her fiancé, John Carter. After a lot of investigation, sheriff's detective announced that there was a suspect in the case, but a name was not mentioned. However, the arrest of Michael Strauss and his past life prompted speculation about the unsolved homicide of Caitlin Markham at the time. Police say Michael Strauss is responsible for the death of 23-year-old Ellen Week at his Liberty Township home. Michael Strauss was charged with murder after a body believed to be Ellen Week was found in a field on Milliken Road. Ellen Week was also said to have disappeared from her home like Caitlin did. Michael Strauss was considered a suspect in Caitlin Markham's case at the time because there were photos posted online, which featured Michael Strauss, Caitlin Markham, and other friends. These photos suggested that Michael Strauss was an acquaintance of Caitlin Markham. As the investigation progresses, Michael Strauss was never pinned as Caitlin Markham's killer, having exhausted all leads. The reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Caitlin Markham's killer grew to $100,000 over the years. But despite the investigation on the case by multiple law enforcement agencies, her case remained unsolved for over a decade. However, there appeared to be a break on February 17, 2023, when detectives arrested Jonathan Pomerton, a close friend to Caitlin Markham and a childhood friend to John Carter. Jonathan was arrested at his workplace, and prosecutors say he had lied in an interview in April 2022 during the investigation of Caitlin Markham's cold case. After a search warrant was filed for his home, investigators retrieved some incriminating evidence that suggested he lied in connection to Caitlin's murder. He was later charged with felony and perjury, and his bond was set at $50,000. Markham's father said Pomerton's arrest makes him hopeful, but he remains guarded as the case progresses. A month after Jonathan Pomerton was arrested for perjury, John Carter, Caitlin Markham's fiancé, was apprehended at his workplace as a suspect to her death. Investigators revealed discovering incriminating evidence at his home in Fairfield during a search. These evidence suggested John Carter as the suspect they have been looking for. John Carter appeared in court and pleaded not guilty. However, Butler County Prosecutor Mike Moser revealed new details in court about the discovery of Caitlin's body. He said there were a set of 3 or 4 sharp force wounds to Caitlin's left wrist. According to forensic report, the place where Caitlin Markham's body was ultimately found is probably not where the body was first deposited. During the argument for a high bond, G.M. Moser read writings that he said detectives found inside John Carter's mother's home during a recent search warrant. John Carter had lived in his mother's home at the time of Caitlin's death. One of the writings says, "Deep down, I love her. You want to kill her, but I love her. She must die. I can't kill her. Yes, you can. No. Yes. How do you talk me into all these things? I'm just that good, but you're bad. I know. How do I kill you? You can't. You're right. About what?" John Carter, who had been battling mental health issues like PTSD and depression, was described as behaving erratically, almost as if he were engaged in a battle with a demon. Court documents revealed these struggles. Despite being placed on a $1 million bond, he was able to post bail on April 4, 2023. At his court appearance, he stood wearing an ankle monitor, following the terms of his release. John Carter was granted the opportunity to face the judge unshackled, with his trial scheduled for June 2024. Despite his arrest, he will remain free until the trial. Caitlin's father, Dave Markham, expressed that while the arrest wasn't a surprise to him, it was a relief, as he had suspected Carter all along. He believes that the arrest brings hope for justice for both him and his daughter Ally, as they continue to seek closure for Caitlin's tragic death. Moving on to the next case. Catherine Knight. Catherine Knight, an Australian abattoir worker, became notorious for her brutal crime in 2000, when she murdered and mutilated her lover, stabbing him 37 times with a butcher knife. She not only killed him but also dismembered his body, cooked parts of it, and intended to serve them to his children. Born on October 24, 1955, in Tenterfield, Australia, Catherine had a difficult upbringing. She was the result of an affair between her mother, Barbara Ruffin, and her father, Ken Knight. Barbara, who was already a mother of 4 boys from her marriage to Jack Ruffin, had met Ken Knight through her husband. Due to backlash from their local community regarding their scandalous affair, Barbara and Ken decided to move out of town, where they later had additional 4 children, including twin girls born in 1955 in Tenterfield. Catherine Knight was one of these twin girls. Knight was said to have had a chaotic childhood. Her father was a violent alcoholic who would force her mother into having sex multiple times in a day. Knight had once claimed that she was sexually assaulted by several family members until the age of 11, though her father never molested her. Reports indicate that Knight once told her mother that one of her partners wanted her to participate in sexual activities she was uncomfortable with. Barbara responded by telling her to tolerate it and stop complaining. Knight, who attended Musselbrook High School, earned a reputation as a bully, often intimidating smaller children. She had physically assaulted a boy with a weapon and even got into an altercation with a teacher, resulting in an injury when the teacher defended themselves. Knight left school at 15 without learning how to read or write. At that point, Knight got a job at a clothing factory, but 12 months later, she secured what she considered her dream job at a slaughterhouse, where she was responsible for removing the internal organs of animals. Catherine Knight took great pride in her work and quickly advanced to the boning section of the local abattoir. She was then provided with her own set of butcher's knives. Wherever Knight lived, she developed the habit of hanging these knives above her bed, presumably for easy access, something that would later prove useful when she needed them to harm her lover. In 1973, Knight met co-worker David Stanford Kellett at the slaughterhouse. He was a heavy drinker who would often get into fights. During his drunken scuffles, Knight would step in and back him up with her fists. In their town, Knight was well known for physically threatening anyone who upset her. David Kellett soon realized that Knight was capable of doing more than a little damage with her fists. Before long, Kellett found himself under Knight's control. In 1974, he was compelled to marry her. The couple arrived at the wedding on her motorcycle, with Kellett visibly intoxicated. Upon their arrival, Barbara, Knight's mother, took Kellett aside and warned him about her daughter's volatile temper. She told him that Knight had a screw loose, and cautioned him to be careful around her, even going so far as to suggest that Knight could potentially kill him. On their wedding night, Knight had tried to strangle Kellett because he fell asleep from exhaustion after consummating their marriage 3 times. Knight, who wanted more rounds of sex, wasn't too pleased with her husband, hence her decision to kill him in his sleep. Luckily, Kellett woke up and succeeded in fighting off Knight. Although she had tried to kill him only 1 day into their marriage, the union lasted for 10 more years. The marriage, however, became extremely toxic. Due to pressure, constant physical abuse, and no peace of mind, Kellett became unfaithful and had once left his wife and their 2 daughters in the middle of the night. On discovering Kellett's unfaithfulness, Knight placed their 2-month-old baby on the railway line shortly before a train was due. However, the baby was spared when a homeless man spotted the baby and rescued her minutes the train would pass. That same day, Knight had also threatened several people with a stolen axe. She was arrested and taken to St. Elmo's Hospital, where she was initially diagnosed with postnatal depression, after witnesses saw her violently throwing and pushing her second child in a stroller down a busy street. Catherine recovered and signed herself out the following day. After physically assaulting and threatening to kill those she demanded to take her to Queensland where Collette, her husband, was, the police apprehended and admitted her to the Mariset Psychiatric Hospital, where she told nurses that she intended to kill the mechanic who had repaired Kellett's car because that made it possible for him to leave her. She had also mentioned killing Collette and his mother once she gets to Queensland. The police informed Collette, but despite the threat, Kellett took Knight back when she was released from the hospital. Nonetheless, their reunion didn't last long, as they both went their separate ways in 1984, after too much toxicity in the marriage. Shortly after her breakup with Kellett, Knight met 38-year-old miner David Saunders in 1986. A few months later, Saunders moved in with Knight and her 2 daughters. However, he kept his own apartment in Scone. Knight became suspicious and jealous about what he did when she wasn't around and would often throw him outside her house. Saunders would then go back to his apartment, where Knight would often go to beg him to come back. Bottom line is, just like her past relationships, this one also quickly grew toxic and violent. In May 1987, Knight cut the throat of Saunders' 2-month-old puppy in front of him just to show him what she was capable of if he ever thought of cheating or leaving her. She then knocked him out with a fry pan to further drive home her point. Regardless of all these, they still stayed together and even had a daughter, Sarah, in 1988. This made Saunders to put a deposit on a house. Knight then paid in full when her workers' bonus came through in 1989. She decorated the whole house with animal skins, skulls, horns, rusty animal traps, leather jackets, old boots, machetes, rakes and pitchforks. Every portion of the house was covered with her invented decorations. Saunders moved back to Scone after Knight hit him in the face with an iron and had attempted to kill him with a pair of scissors. Later, when he returned, he found out that she had cut up all his clothes. Saunders, who was scared for his life, then took a long service leave and went into hiding. Knight did all she could to find him, but no one admitted to knowing his whereabouts. Some months later, Saunders returned to see his daughter, only to find out that Knight had gone to the police and unjustly told them that she was afraid of him. They had issued her an apprehended violence order against him. In 1991, Knight met 43-year-old former abattoir co-worker named John Chillingworth. The couple stayed together for 3 years and had a child called Eric. Eric was Knight's first son. No violent incidents were reported about their relationship, but it ended after Knight left Chillingworth for a man she was having an affair with, John Charles Thomas Price. Catherine Knight and John Price's relationship began with no complications. John Price, whose marriage had ended in 1988, had 3 children. While the last born, who was 2 years old, remained with his former wife, the 2 older children lived with him and seemed to like Knight when she moved in with them in 1995. John Price made enough money as a minor to keep Knight comfortable. However, in 1998, when she suggested they marry and he refused, she turned violent. She then videotaped items Price had allegedly stolen from his workplace and sent it to his boss. This action got Price fired. He initially kicked Knight out, but a few months later, they started seeing each other again. However, this time, he refused to let her move back in with him. According to their friends and neighbors, Knight's violence then began to get out of hand. Due to this, Price's friends decided to cut all ties with him as long as he stayed with Knight. In February of 2000, an argument between John Charles Thomas Price and Knight ensued, such that Price had been assaulted multiple times, with Knight attempting to stab him in the chest. Finally fed up, he kicked her out of his house, and on the February 29th, he stopped at the Scone Magistrates Court on his way to work and took out a restraining order against her in an attempt to keep him and his children safe. That afternoon, Price discussed his concerns for his safety and told his co-workers that if he ever went missing, it was because Knight had murdered him. They pleaded with him not to go home, but he insisted, saying he was afraid Knight might hurt his children and he needed to protect them. On getting home from work, Knight was not around and she had sent his children for a sleepover at a friend's house. Price then followed his usual routine of checking in with the neighbors before going to bed at 11 p.m. Shortly after, Knight came home and made herself dinner, watched TV for a few minutes, showered, and went into Price's room. She woke him up and both of them had sex, and he went back to bed. Catherine Knight then decided it was time to bring out her butcher knife, close to her bed, where she had always kept them. According to reports, she stabbed Price 37 times, and evidence had it that he had woken up during the attack but could not fight her off. He later died from his stab wounds. Knight then skinned him and hung his body from a meat hook in the sitting room. She further decapitated him and cut up pieces of his body to cook in a dish with potato, pumpkin, beets, zucchini, cabbage, squash, and gravy. She made a dish for herself using Price's flesh. However, the half-discarded content later found at the crime scene suggested that she couldn't finish her meal. After taking a large amount of pills, Knight laid down next to the headless, mutilated body of Price, and subsequently passed out. The next morning, Price's co-workers heeded his warning and called the police after he didn't show up at work. The police arrived at the gruesome murder scene to find the comatose Catherine Knight, who was quickly detained. When she woke up, she claimed to have no memory of what had happened the previous night. According to reports, when the police entered the kitchen, they found Price's head boiling in a pot of vegetables on the stove. On the table, they found 2 full plates of Knight's despicable meal, each labeled with a name. It was later realized that Knight had planned to serve John Price's body parts to his children. She was arraigned on the March 2, 2001 on the charge of murdering Price, to which she entered a plea of not guilty. Her trial, which was initially fixed for July 23, 2001, was later adjourned due to her counsel's illness. Her trial then commenced in October, but it didn't get very far. Knight changed her plea to guilty, and the judge adjourned the case without testimony. On the November 8, 2001, Justice O'Keefe pointed out that the nature of the crime and Knight's lack of remorse required a severe penalty. He sentenced her to life imprisonment, refused to fix a non-parole period, and ordered that her papers be marked never to be released. That was the first time in history a woman in Australia was given a life sentence without parole. Till today, Knight still maintains her innocence and refuses to accept responsibility for her actions. She had once appealed her life sentence before in June 2006 and was denied almost immediately. Catherine Knight remains incarcerated at Silverwater Women's Correctional Center, where she earns approximately $70 a week assembling airline headsets. Reports suggest that she receives very few visits from friends or family members. Some sources indicate that Knight has found religion and now assists other women in resolving their differences. According to certain reports, the murder of John Price was premeditated, with Knight planning the crime in advance. Catherine Knight once told one of her children that she wanted to kill her partner, Price. The motive for this claim remains unclear, though she accused Price of being a rapist and child molester. However, this allegation was proven to be false and could not be substantiated in court. The crime scene, which was gruesome and disturbing, had such a traumatic effect on the investigators that many of them sought counseling to cope with what they had witnessed. Moving on to the next case. Denise Diane Flume. In the mid-1980s, 18-year-old Denise Diane Flume was a senior at Connorsville High School in Indiana. A diligent student and promising athlete, Denise had already been accepted into Miami University of Ohio. She was active in several sports teams, including volleyball, basketball, softball, and track, and was a proud member of the National Honor Society. With plans to major in microbiology at university, she also hoped to earn a track scholarship. Unfortunately, Denise's tragic fate would prevent her from ever realizing her dreams. On March 28, 1986, Denise Diane Flume, just 18 years old, vanished without a trace. She had left her home in Everton, Indiana, where she lived with her parents and sister, driving her 1981 Buick Regal. Denise was on a mission to retrieve her missing handbag, which she believed she had left behind at a bonfire party held on nearby farmland the previous night. Although she had asked her friends to accompany her, none were available to go along. Tragically, Denise would never return, and she has never been seen again. Denise decided to make the trip alone, though she did so reluctantly. Her mother, Judith, later remarked that it was unusual for her daughter to feel uneasy about going by herself, saying, "We're not sure why she didn't want to go alone. She was fearless ever since she was a child." Judith found it deeply unsettling that Denise, who had always been confident and independent, was so uncomfortable about returning to the party site. To her, it seemed as if something was amiss, and the situation didn't feel right. The tenant of the farm where the party was held reported that Denise never arrived. A separate farmer working in a field in Glenwood, Indiana, around 3 miles from the party location, saw Denise's Buick that day at around 12:30 p.m., but not the driver. A friend, however, saw the 18-year-old at 2:00 p.m. at a fashion bug store on 30th Street in Connorsville. Although, it's noted that the woman was wearing different clothing than that which Denise wore when she left home earlier that afternoon. Denise never returned home from her trip, and her parents never saw her again. The farmer near Glenwood, who had noticed Denise's Buick still parked the following day, alerted the county sheriff's department, speculating that the vehicle might have been abandoned. By this time, Denise's family had already reported her missing. However, the response from authorities was less than reassuring. The Flumes were told to stay calm and were reassured that Denise would likely return home soon. The police suggested that her disappearance might simply be a result of typical teenage behavior, implying that she was probably just acting out. Unsatisfied with this reply, though, Denise's family decided to try and look for her themselves, calling all of her friends, but to no avail. Afraid she'd crashed her car, they drove up and down the country searching for their daughter or any signs of a car wreck. Her father, David, recalled, quote, "We do not believe that she ever went back to the farm. Something or some person interrupted that opportunity to do so. We knew right away that something was wrong because she had never been out without our knowledge about where she was going to be. When the time unfolded until the next day and the subsequent next days, then we knew we really had a problem, Judith recalled. She remembered that she had been at work the day her daughter went missing, but had returned home for her afternoon break, which was when she last saw Denise. Judith said, "Before I went back to work that day, I had a gut feeling. Something did not feel right to me." Denise's cream-colored Buick was found empty just half a mile from Route 44, along Tower Road, a gravel lane near a barn east of Glenwood. As Denise had already been reported missing, investigators arrived and realized that her vehicle might hold some clues as to her whereabouts. There were no signs of a struggle though, and the car was locked. A search at the local area was conducted, but no evidence was found. Denise's parents told detectives that as far as they knew, their daughter had no friends in the area where her car was located. Nobody knew why Denise would be out in this part of the country. There was no indication that she left on her own volition, and the police did not believe that she was a runaway. She was looking forward to university, was an active participant in school sports as well as a straight-A student, and furthermore, took nothing with her when she left home the previous afternoon. She left behind her ID and the carrying case and cleaning solution for her contact lenses. NBC noted that her handbag was returned to her parents by a distant cousin about an hour after Denise left home. But for whatever reason, there was no way to let the 18-year-old know this. Less than a week after Denise went missing, on April 2nd, a 100-acre plot of land in rural Fayette County, where the party had taken place, was combed through both by police and firefighters. 300 acres of land were searched in Glenwood, around where her car was located, but neither search yielded any clues. Meanwhile, Denise's parents took time off work to assist with the investigation. While either parent believed that she had run away, her mother, Judith, noted, "We are not convinced that she ran away, but we hope that's what happened because the alternatives are not good." Adding to the strangeness of a 18-year-old's sudden disappearance is the fact that she had been living a perfectly ordinary life beforehand. There was no change in behavior, no new people in her life, nothing that could lead investigators to a break in the case. Though she had recently broken up with her boyfriend of 3 years, a man named Sean McClung, her parents had noted that at the end of their relationship had prompted Denise to become more sociable. The parents split up about 1 month before she vanished. As time passed, investigators struggled to move the case forward. There was simply no indication as to Denise's fate. Nothing had been found that could lead them to her whereabouts or tell them that she was deceased. There were no car keys, no fingerprints, no blood samples. 10 days after she went missing, detectives requested that citizens of Lawrence County, Indiana, keep their eyes and ears open. Though they had no indication that she was in the area, they noted that she had many friends and acquaintances from her various sports activities. A few tips trickled in about possible sightings of the 18-year-old, but none were ever confirmed. Using her address book, detectives spoke with various friends and schoolmates of Denise's. But again, this led nowhere. Nobody had seen her nor heard from her. She hadn't mentioned anything suspicious lately, and her behavior had been completely ordinary. By all accounts, Denise was not the kind of young woman to run away from home. By May, a reward of $10,000 for information leading to her whereabouts was offered, though nobody ever claimed it. Little information came in off the back of this reward, and the investigation quickly dried up. With nothing to work with, detectives were forced to move on to other cases. On August 10, 1988, over 2 years after Denise went missing, her mother Judith received a phone call from a young woman in Norfolk, Virginia. Judith recalled, "The girl said things that sounded too much like our daughter. We felt compelled to drive to Norfolk." The woman claimed to be Denise and had called on Judith's day off, which was information only Denise would know. However, when the family met the woman, she said that she didn't know who they were and denied ever calling them. The woman later confessed that she had in fact called the Flumes and that she had done so because she believed she'd seen Denise at a local shopping center. Of course, none of it was true in the end. Despite it all being a cruel hoax, the Flumes declined to press charges against the woman. Decades passed and no new progress in the case was ever made. Indiana State Police Detective Scott Jarvis stated that while there had been rumors about Denise's fate, there were virtually no solid leads. "There's not one constant theory. There isn't anyone we focused on or any persons of interest," he said. Jarvis also noted that there was pressure to finally solve the case and put it to bed, stating that the more time passed, the harder it was to solve. He stated, "Any time this much time goes by, any potential witnesses could have died or moved on. The longer this goes on, the more rumors that come about." In 2014, Denise's DNA was extracted from a baby tooth and submitted to the National DNA Database System, but no matches were found. Over the years, case evidence was lost or destroyed, meaning modern-day forensic techniques could not be applied, and potential clues were permanently out of reach. With any case this old and lacking any real solid leads, several theories eventually surfaced as locals and online sleuths began to speculate about what had become of 18-year-old Denise Flume. One theory is that Denise had seen something that she shouldn't have when she went to the farm to look for her missing handbag. Another is that while she drove, she ran into an anonymous killer. Perhaps they'd flagged her down or followed her and forced her to pull over. Prison inmates have claimed to know the identity of Denise's abductor, and have even bragged that they know the location of her buried body. But these leads have never panned out, and Denise remains missing. It's worth noting that there has also been some criticism of the original investigation. The lead detective assigned to the case, a man named Ted McQuinley, was the cousin of Denise's father. And it was observed that his investigation lacked documentation, records, and detailed notes, with much of the inquiry relying heavily upon McQuinley's memory. This may have set newer investigators back, as it's possible that potential leads and witnesses were missing from the case files. In 2018, the Fayette County Sheriff's Department announced that they were taking a fresh look at Denise's case. Using the help of retired Detective Supervisor Tom Barker, investigators began to retrace old leads, re-examine case files, and re-interview witnesses. Around the same time, the Mary Gray Bird Sanctuary in Connorsville was searched. Cadaver dogs alerted authorities to the possibility of human remains at the fourth pond of the sanctuary. An examination was delayed due to torrential rains, but when the pond was finally searched, nothing was found. The sanctuary had been looked into after investigators received a tip from the former girlfriend of a person of interest in the case. Later that year, in December, Sean McClung, Denise's ex-boyfriend, was interrogated by detectives. In 2017, McClung had taken a voice stress test, an iffy interrogation tool, which is reportedly less accurate than a polygraph test. And authorities noted that he had failed it. McClung is a notable person in Denise's case. Though he was never declared a suspect nor a person of interest, he left town in 1986, shortly after the disappearance. He moved to Arizona and did not participate in searches for Denise. Furthermore, despite their 3-year relationship, he seemed largely unaffected by her disappearance. While in Arizona, McClung gathered a lengthy criminal history of domestic violence. He returned to Connorsville in 2017, where he was subsequently approached by investigators working on Denise's case. Interestingly, he had claimed for years that his ex-girlfriend was still alive. 2 years later, in early 2020, authorities reported that new information had come to light and led them to believe Denise was no longer alive and sadly had died at the hands of another person. They believed her remains had been buried in an undisclosed location in rural Fayette County. Although authorities combed the area and used ground-penetrating radar and cadaver dogs, Denise's remains were not found. In July of 2020, while being held for an unrelated fraud charge, Sean McClung confessed to taking Denise's life back in 1986. He claimed that the 18-year-old had picked him up on March 28, the day that she vanished, and that they had argued. During the argument, McClung killed Denise, though it's unclear how. He then called several friends to help him move the body. McClung admitted his story to the police in exchange for immunity and dismissal of the other 2 unrelated charges. But part of the agreement was that he was not to withhold any information. When he was unable to supply investigators with the location of Denise's body, his immunity was withdrawn, and he was charged with voluntary manslaughter. Unfortunately, however, nothing further ever came from this. At the time of his arrest, McClung was already suffering from an undisclosed terminal illness. He died at the age of 56 on September 26, 2020, all before a trial could take place. Notably, 5 days before his death, McClung recanted his confession, telling his lawyer that he didn't know what happened to Denise and that he'd only confessed to taking her life because he wanted to avoid jail time. Though Denise's parents were devastated that they still had no answers and were unable to bring their daughter home, they conceded that several details in McClung's confession didn't match the facts of the case. They admitted that they had had their reservations about the confession from the beginning, but believed that he knew more than he was letting on. Few updates have come in Denise's case since McClung's death. In the spring of 2021, EquiSearch Midwest, in conjunction with CCRT, Indiana Canine Search and Recover, alongside the Fayette County Sheriff's Department, conducted a search for Denise's remains. The specific areas searched in Fayette County have not been disclosed, and the search carried on for about 12 hours. However, no discoveries were reported. An NBC report from 2020 saw Fayette County Sheriff Joey Laughlin state that there were several persons of interest in the case, but simply not enough evidence to charge anyone. He added, "We believe more than one person is involved by statements they've made or by their relationship to Denise." Now in their 70s, Denise's parents are afraid that they might not see justice for their daughter. They are offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to Denise's location and to the arrest of the person or people responsible for her presumed demise. 18-year-old Denise Diane Flume was last seen in Connorsville, Indiana, on the afternoon of March 28, 1986. She is described as a white female with brown hair and brown eyes, standing 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing 135 pounds at the time of her disappearance. Denise has pierced ears, wears contact lenses, and was last seen wearing a red Motley Crue t-shirt, size medium, blue striped jeans, size 11, white trainers, size 9, and 2 rings. If you have any information regarding her case, please contact the authorities. One of the rings is gold with a garnet, while the other is a silver class ring with a red setting. Denise was driving a cream-colored 1981 Buick Regal the day she disappeared, but the vehicle was found in Glenwood, Indiana, 1 day after she went missing. If you have any information about Denise's disappearance, you can contact the Fayette County Sheriff's Department at 765-825-1110 or the Indiana State Police at 765-778-2121. Moving on to the next case. Christine Jessup. In the peaceful, tight-knit community of Queensville, Ontario, the small town had an idyllic sense of safety, with familiar faces and unlocked doors. Parents like Janet Jessup often allowed their children to play outside without worry, trusting that their small town would keep them safe. On Wednesday, October 3, 1984, Janet didn't feel the need to rush home to greet her 9-year-old daughter, Christine Jessup, when school let out. Life in Queensville was so tranquil that such a routine felt entirely normal, until Christine never came home that day. Christine Jessup was an adventurous and independent child, full of curiosity and imagination. She enjoyed exploring the graveyard behind her home, spending hours lost in her own world. Like her older brother Kenny, Christine had a passion for baseball, but her true love was for animals. She found comfort and companionship in her dog, Freckles, and even kept a pet frog named Harold, which she housed in the damp, earthy basement of her home. Christine's playful spirit and love for animals painted a picture of a young girl with a deep sense of wonder and attachment to the world around her. On October 3, 1984, Christine Jessup returned home from school, filled with excitement to share her impressive music class records with her mother and brother. She knew that her father, Bob Jessup, would not be home, as he was serving an 18-month jail term for defrauding elderly family friends and was incarcerated at the Toronto East Detention Center. Upon entering the family's 2-story farmhouse, Christine quickly realized that neither her mom nor her brother was home. Despite this, Her cheerful demeanor likely remained as she awaited their return, unaware of the tragic events that were about to unfold. Christine wasn't overly concerned. She found a coin in a change jar and decided to head to the nearby store to buy a pack of gum. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Earlier that day, she had made plans to meet her friend, Leslie Chipman, at the park just across the street from the store around 4 p.m. At exactly 4 p.m., Christine arrived at the park, excited to meet her friend, unaware that this would be the last time she was seen. As planned, Leslie Chipman went to the park and waited for Christine to show up. Meanwhile, 10 minutes past 4 p.m., Janet Jessup arrived home with her son Kenny. She noticed Christine's red bicycle lying on its side outside the home, and its kickstand was damaged. Upon entering the house, they noticed that Christine's jacket was hanging on a hook that was higher than she could normally reach. The mail and newspaper had been brought inside, and her school bag was placed neatly on the counter. As the sun began to set around 5 p.m., Christine still hadn't returned home, which was unusual for her. This raised immediate concerns, as she was typically prompt and dependable. A panicked Janet decided to go look for her in the areas she loved to hang out. She went to the park and the graveyard, calling out her daughter's name. She placed a call through to Christine's friends, not excluding Leslie Chipman. Leslie, however, told Janet that she had planned a park date with Christine but she never showed up, so she went home after waiting for hours. On hearing this, Janet tried so hard not to panic, but it seemed impossible. Janet felt a deep sense of unease. She and Christine shared a close bond, doing everything together. Though she allowed her children some freedom, she always knew where they were. Now, as the hours passed with no word from Christine, she began to regret not being home in time to greet her daughter after school. That feeling of unease quickly grew into a sharp worry, as something just didn't feel right. Just 20 minutes of delay was all it took for Christine, her sweet, sensitive, feisty, adorable daughter, to disappear with no trace. The day was getting dark, and Janet decided to call the York Regional Police for help. At the time, children going missing was a common case, but the cases were always solved with answers provided within 48 hours. Parental abduction or child runaway was more often than not the usual explanation for a missing child at the time, but in the case of Christine Jessup, both scenarios did not make any sense. I mean, both of her parents were accounted for, and Christine was never a type of child to run away from home. Back then, whenever Christine went to spend the weekend with her grandparents, she would always call home to hear her family's voices and say hello. In the 1980s, the York police force was small, with only one officer for every 860 residents. There were no specialized units for major crimes, and the force had never dealt with a case involving child kidnapping or murder. Their inexperience quickly became evident as they took on the case, leading to complications in the investigation from the outset. According to reports, when a police arrived at the Jessup's house, he removed Christine Jessup's jacket from the hook for closer inspection. Investigators were also said to have come in through the back and side doors of the house. The plastic bag used to wrap the newspaper was also thrown in the trash without being checked for fingerprints, which could possibly belong to the killer. Also, the Jessup's home was not restricted as a crime scene, as neighbors were seen coming in and out of the home, unintentionally touching one or two things that might have compromised any kind of crucial evidence if Christine Jessup had been abducted from her home. The police set up a search party which also included residents of Queensville, to help carry out a series of random searches of the area. The search yielded no results. Christine was never found. It was as if she had vanished from the surface of the earth without a trace. Her disappearance shocked the people of Queensville, who were used to looking out for one another. The community was left in disbelief, wondering how a 9-year-old girl could simply disappear without a single clue. According to Mark Johnson, one of the search party volunteers, the residents of Queensville were full of anxiety and concern. In her words, she said, "There is a feeling of disbelief that something like this could happen here. Due to how severe the situation was, Bob Jessup was later released from jail on humanitarian grounds. Bob and Janet then pleaded with the public to help in their daughter's return. The police knew that kidnappings are not just done randomly. The police believed that Christine Jessup's abduction was likely committed by someone who had an existing connection with the family. They asked the Jessups to provide a list of people who had access to their home when no family members were around. One of the names provided was Calvin Hoover, a close family friend who worked with Bob Jessup. Just a day after Christine's disappearance, Calvin's wife, Heather Hoover, traveled to Queensville to offer comfort and support to Janet, helping the family in any way she could. Sergeant Raymond Bunce of the York Police had an interview with Heather. Her alibi was that she was at her workplace on the day of Christine Jessup's disappearance. When asked about the whereabouts of her husband on that day, she said Calvin Hoover had been at work too. After responding to every question thrown at her, Heather took permission to leave, telling the officer that her husband and her children were home waiting for her, and that she needed to hurry home. However, Calvin Hoover was never interviewed. Calvin Hoover was a man with dark hair, protruding front teeth, and a slim face, which appeared even slimmer when he wore his oversized glasses. At the time of Christine Jessup's murder, he was a 28-year-old tradesman from Scarborough with a penchant for drinking, partying, and gambling. Despite his flaws, Hoover had a certain charm that filled a room when he entered. To strangers and coworkers, he appeared friendly, but those who knew him more intimately described him as a selfish person, more concerned with his own interests than others. He also had a tendency toward revenge, a trait that became evident to his close family and friends. Calvin Hoover met his wife, Heather, in the mid-1970s. After they got married, Calvin adopted Heather's 2 boys, and later they had 2 more boys together. Their small home was located in a housing development just west of the Toronto Zoo. Calvin and Heather Hoover worked at Eastern Independent Telecom, a small communications firm in Markham that supplied telephone wiring for businesses all over the area. While Heather worked in the dispatch department, Calvin worked in the installations under Bob Jessup, Christine's father, who was the lead installer at the time. Calvin Hoover's job, which allowed him to move around freely, gave him the opportunity to leave work for hours at a time without providing an explanation. Over time, he developed a close friendship with Bob Jessup, and the 2 families frequently gathered for barbecues and birthday parties. Janet and Heather also grew close, forming a strong bond and finding in each other a best friend. Janet had even nicknamed Heather. She jokingly called her the Goofy Newfie. Also, Heather Hoover would many a times babysit Christine Jessup, who often called her Auntie Heather. Regardless of the 50 kilometers distance between the 2 families' homes, Janet and Heather would frequently meet to catch up over a pot of tea and watch their children play. They had even had one of such visit 2 days before Christine disappeared. On the October 1st, 1984, Janet Jessup took her 2 kids, Kenny and Christine, to go visit the Hoovers. Lately, she had been exhausted, taking care of 2 children while her husband was in jail. She needed moral support and felt her friend, Heather, could give her some encouraging words. When she arrived at the Hoovers' home, Janet told Heather that she and Kenny would be going to visit Bob in jail in 2 days. It is, however, possible that Calvin Hoover overheard Janet's conversation with his wife and knew Christine would be home alone. Or maybe Heather Hoover had innocently told Calvin what Janet had said about going to visit her husband with Kenny. Either way, 2 days later, on the October 3, 1984, Calvin Hoover decided to do the unthinkable. The theory was that since Christine Jessup knew Calvin Hoover as a family friend, she probably entered his car without much convincing. He probably told her he was driving her to where her family was, which of course she would have been excited about. Days went by without the Jessup's family, and the police knowing that the culprit was right under their noses. The case went cold for a while, and all the Jessups did was to pray for the safe return of their daughter and sister. Christmas came, but without Christine around, the Jessup's house didn't feel like celebrating. No Christmas tree, and Kenny only got few presents. By the time it was December 31st, 1984, 3 months later, while people prepared to enter into the new year, in the village of Sunderland, just 56 kilometers east of Queensville, A man named Fred Patterson and his 2 daughters had gone looking for their dog on the large, wooded property next to their house. A while later, Patterson could spot something unfamiliar that looked like a heap of garbage beside a half-dug pit. On getting closer, he realized with horror that it was a badly decomposed corpse of a little girl. The corpse had suffered deep multiple stab wounds to the chest, and these, according to the medical examiner, were later determined to be the official cause of death. The body wore a beige turtleneck sweater with a blue pullover, and a blouse with missing buttons. Close to the body's right foot was a pair of little girl's panties. A recorder which had the name, Christine Jessup, written on it, was also found laying in a tall grass. When Christine's family heard the sad news, they became inconsolable. Their painful waiting and wondering had come to an end, but now, there is a lifetime of mourning ahead. Since body was found in Durham region, the case was transferred from the York Police to the Durham Regional Police, where Inspector Robert Brown then began handling the case. Questions such as why Christine's body was found in Sunderland bugged the police. Sunderland was all country roads, farmland and forests, which was not really far or close from Queensville. The police was not aware that Calvin Hoover must have chosen that area to commit his atrocities because of his familiarity with the area. He was said to have had a school friend who lived just a few kilometers away from the crime scene. Calvin and his friend would often meet to go kayaking and backcountry camping. Calvin already knew the area like the palm of his hands. He chose to take Christine few meters into the dense forest where he would not be interrupted or seen by passing motorists. Inspector Brown worked day and night on the case. He divided his detectives into 2 teams. They worked tirelessly to find the culprit. They followed all leads except the accumulated boxes of notes containing leads from the York Regional Police investigation. This box had a notebook in which the name and address of Calvin Hoover was written, but investigators from the Durham Regional Police disregarded the work of the York Regional Police, saying their efforts to the case was amateurish and a waste of time. They, however, followed all other leads like the family friend who had uttered strange dark sayings, a kid in the neighborhood who always carried a knife, and even Jane Jessup, but none of these leads gave the answers they wanted. During the investigation, Calvin Hoover's name never came up. On February 14, 1985, Fitz and Shep, who were detectives in one of the teams assigned to the case, visited Christine's family and asked for another list of suspects, people they think could have harmed their daughter. The Jessups, however, could not easily name anyone, but the detectives pressed harder. Just over the fence of their home lived a tight-knit family called the Morans. They had a 25-year-old young boy named Guy Paul. He was kind and respectful and had no criminal record. Guy Paul was never one to drink or smoke. The only law violations he had were only a couple of speeding tickets. However, Janet recollected that Guy Paul did not participate in the search for Christine Jessup when almost everyone in Queensville had. Guy Paul, who played the clarinet and kept honeybees, was regarded as a weird type of guy by the detectives. The Morans were practically good with handiworks. The Moran family, known for their kindness and trustworthiness, was well regarded in the neighborhood. Alphonse Moran, the father, was a retired engineer, Army veteran, and college instructor who preferred to handle all home repairs himself, often with the help of his 6 children. A few weeks before Christine Jessup disappeared, Janet Jessup had asked the Morans if she could list their name and address as an emergency contact for Christine at school. Alphonse Moran gladly agreed. Guy Paul Moran was the second youngest of the Moran children. He possessed the same intelligence as his father. Alphonse taught Guy Paul to weld when he was just 10 years of age. He would often ask his son to assemble some mechanical clocks he had intentionally scattered. They often worked together fixing cars at their backyard. Guy Paul was a young man who loved woodworking and unraveling puzzle-like problems that required patience and focus. He possessed a photographic memory. He often retained the serial numbers of his favorite possessions in case they got stolen. By the time Christine Jessup went missing, Guy Paul was in 3 bands. He loved music and was a prodigy on the clarinet. On February 22, 1985, detectives Fitz and Shep went over to the Morans and engaged Guy Paul in a conversation. He was invited into their car for a casual chat. Guy Paul was asked how well he knew Christine Jessup. He said he did not know her that well. He said there was a huge age gap between the both of them. Christine was more than 16 years his junior, so they never had much cause for interaction. He claimed to have once helped her catch Freckles, her dog, who was running loose. He also recalled talking about gardening to her. And the last interaction he ever had with the Jessups was when he had gone over to help relight the pilot on their furnace. The investigators questioned him about his whereabouts on the day Christine disappeared. Moran said he had been at work, a furniture manufacturing facility at Steeles and Weston, 57 kilometers to the south. However, detectives Fitz and Shep later discovered that Guy Paul had left work early around 3:32 p.m. That meant he could have returned home no earlier than 4:14 p.m., which appeared to be too late to kidnap Christine Jessup before Janet and Kenny got home at 4:10 p.m. They further asked him why he never helped with the search for Christine. Guy Paul Moran said that if Christine's family had asked him, he would have gladly joined in the search, but, at the time, he and his father were installing weeping tile around the home's foundation. Guy Paul's explanation made sense and his alibi was rock solid, but Fitz and Shep saw him as a suspect who was guilty. The detectives further engaged Guy Paul in a playfully conversation asking him what he thought about Christine Jessup. Guy Paul Moran described her as sweet and innocent. However, he innocently added the statement, "But they sometimes grow up to be corrupt," which in a general sense, he is right. As girls become adults, they lose their childlike innocence. But to the detectives, Guy Paul had an evil motive to tarnish Christine's innocence. After their conversation, Guy Paul went home and continued with his normal life. In weeks following Christine Jessup's murder, Calvin Hoover kept his mouth shut. He had the guts to also show up for Christine's funeral and wake, blending with the crowd and offering his condolences to the family. Calvin Hoover was detectives' worst nightmare. He had no criminal background and did not show any form of perverseness. He was not loud or boastful. He made sure he did not draw attention to himself. He seemed careful enough not to have been seen picking up Christine Jessup after school, but at the same time, Calvin Hoover perpetrated his crime in a hurry that he had left a trail of leads. His semen was on Christine's panties, and a single dark hair was found in her necklace. The hair strand was taken to the forensic for testing, but with the intention of finding a match to Guy Paul's DNA. Guy Paul Moran, who had gone to his jazz group for rehearsals, was told that the band leader's daughter, accompanied by her friend and classmate, who happened to be an undercover police officer, was doing a cosmetics class project on hair analysis. She asked people in the jazz group if they would not mind her plucking a few strands of everyone's hair. Guy Paul Moran, who loved her eyes, did not even mind at all. She plucked everyone's hair but later discarded them except for Moran's. The undercover police then handed over Moran's hair to her colleagues Fitz and Shep, who took it to the Center of Forensic Sciences for DNA testing. The forensic scientist never really engaged in any DNA testing. She only microscopically compared the hair color from Christine's necklace to Moran's and concluded that the match was consistent. This was all Detective Shep and Fitz needs to arrest the wrong guy. In the evening of April 22, 1985, Guy Paul Moran was on his way to band practice when he saw police flashing lights in his rear-view mirror. He thought he was being pulled over because he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. He did not have an idea that 14 other police officers were around the area. 2 cops approached his car, and he was surprised to recognize the detectives he had spoken to about Christine Jessup's weeks before. Thinking it was nothing to stress about, he greeted them, "What's up, guys?" In response, Fitz and Shep told him they were arresting him for the murder of Christine Jessup. A baffled Moran exclaimed, "What? It seems you're describing a dramatic turn of events in the story." As Guy Paul Moran was brought in for questioning, he realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. In his mind, he had made an honest mistake, but now he was facing the full force of the law for a crime he had no part in. Meanwhile, Calvin Hoover, likely keeping tabs on the investigation into Christine Jessup's murder, picked up the newspaper 2 days after Moran's arrest and was shocked to see the headline, "Musician who lives next door charged with Christine Jessup murder." This could be a turning point as Hoover's connection to the case deepens, and the true culprit is yet to be revealed. I bet at that point, he was relieved to see that the search for the real killer would stop for a while or even forever. His wife, Heather Hoover, who had kept a photo of Christine that the little girl had given her, often visited her at the cemetery. During her visit, Calvin would stay by her side, giving out words of comfort as she mourned. After Morin's arrest, Bob and Janet Jessup were shocked by the news that their daughter's killer had been just over the fence of their home. In an interview with the media, Janet said, "Last summer, they came over and gave us honey from their bees. They were so good to us. That's why it's such a shock." For detectives Fitz and Shep, the easy part of finding a suspect was done. The difficult part was finding strong evidence that could convict Guy Paul Morin for Christine Jessup's murder. They reviewed Morin's rock-solid alibi and concluded that he couldn't have traveled the 57 kilometers from work to his home in time to kidnap Christine Jessup before Janet and Kenny arrived home at 4:10 p.m. They then retraced Janet and Kenny's route on the day Christine went missing and suggested that Janet must have forgotten the exact time she came home. Janet, however, denied forgetting because she immediately looked at the wall clock when she walked into the house. As time went by, the detective's constant pressure eventually made her review her timing. She then said she returned home around 4:35 p.m. At trial, the prosecutor tabled flimsy evidence just to crown Guy Paul Morin as the murderer he is not. A cigarette butt that was found next to Christine's body was almost presented as an evidence until investigators realized that Morin never smoked. The Morin family, however, told the court that their son had not arrived home on the day Christine went missing until 5:30 p.m., and that was because he had stopped for groceries and gas after work. But a psychologist who interviewed the Morin family testified that they were a part of a secretive, protective, pathological family system. The police planted an undercover police sergeant named Gordon Hobbs in Morin's cell. He came back to court days later with untrue stories. He said Morin had made stabbing motions toward his own chest, demonstrating the way he had killed Christine Jessup. As if that wasn't enough, Gordon Hobbs also allegedly said that Morin had confessed by saying that he would red rum the innocent. According to Morin, this story was horribly twisted. He said Hobbs had asked him what his favorite movie was and he had told him about the 80s horror film named The Shining, in which a little boy repeatedly croaks red rum in the scariest scene of the movie. Red rum is the backwards spelling of murder. Since Morin couldn't remember the title of the movie at the time, he referenced red rum instead. This allegation appeared to seal the fate of Morin to the extent that his lawyer was afraid they would lose the case. After the first trial phase, he was declared not guilty, but with no other suspect and the people of Queensville being afraid for their children's life, the verdict was appealed and he was then scheduled for another trial. This time, Morin, who was then 32 years, was however sentenced to life in prison. The judge asked him if he had any comment. Morin repeated the same thing he had been saying since the day he was arrested on the way to his band practice. In his words, Morin said, "I am not guilty of this crime. It's a travesty of justice what's happened today. I'm appealing." Morin was however handcuffed and taken to the Elgin Middlesex Detention Centre in London, where he stayed for a while until he was brought to the federal prison. During the time Guy Paul Morin was given a life sentence, Calvin Hoover and his family lived in a 2-story home in Oshawa and were slowly drowning in debt. In the year 1991, Calvin Hoover had declared bankruptcy, owing $28,000 against assets of just $11,000. Aside this, he battled different diseases which included undiagnosed bipolar disorder, depression and panic attacks. He would often use alcohol and drugs for temporary relief. While Guy Paul Morin was imprisoned, other inmates saw him as the bigger sinner compared to all of them because he was convicted of child rape and murder, and they all wanted to deal with him for such convictions. Luckily for him, the most feared inmate had listened to his story and believed he was innocent. He then told other inmates not to lay their hands on Morin. Even at that, his life was still in danger. He was getting threats from every corner of the prison. He could not go anywhere without the most powerful inmates. Morin passed time in prison reading geography books that made him imagine he was traveling around the world and not stuck in one position. In 1993, while some people believed he committed the crime, majority of the people in Ontario believed he was innocent and should be freed on bail. Morin had a glimmer of hope again. He then hired a new lawyer, James Lockyer, and a co-counsel, Joanne McLean. Morin was granted bail in February 1993 after his lawyer successfully filed for appeal. At that point, Morin had spent 2.5 years in courtrooms and almost 18 months locked away in 6 different facilities. His parents, Alphonse and Ida Morin, had mortgaged their home many times in order to keep up with their son's legal bills, which amounted to roughly $500,000. Guy Paul Morin's appeal was set to begin in January of 1995. His lawyers went over his previous trials, and at a point, they became aware of the significant breakthroughs in DNA. All evidence gathered from Christine's crime scene were tested again. Christine's panties alongside Morin's DNA were sent to a forensic lab. Few days before the trial, there was news from the lab saying the semen on Christine's panties does not match Guy Paul Morin's DNA. 3 days later, after this was confirmed, Morin was proven innocent and set free. All charges against him were dropped and his criminal record wiped. Guy Paul Morin was given a sum of $1,200,000 in settlement by the Ontario government. He could have gotten more if he had pursued a trial, but he had been in enough courtrooms and knew how slow the system is. It would have taken him years to receive a settlement. Calvin Hoover, increasingly paranoid and consumed by fear, couldn't shake the thought that the walls were closing in on him. His habitual trips to the local pubs to drown his anxieties became his only solace. But even then, he couldn't escape the dread that came with knowing that Guy Paul Morin's acquittal meant the search for the real killer would soon intensify. Hoover's mind raced, haunted by the knowledge that his careless actions at the crime scene had left behind crucial evidence that DNA science could soon uncover. Regret gnawed at him as he recalled not having disposed of Christine Jessup's body properly, a mistake he would soon come to regret even more. With every passing day, the pressure mounted, and Hoover knew it was only a matter of time before the police came for him. By 1996, Calvin Hoover and his family had moved to a low-rent housing complex in Ajax. Their marriage was threatening to break up. At this point, the Hoovers were no longer in contact with Bob and Janet Jessup, who had divorced. Calvin Hoover got deep into gambling and doing drugs. One night, he had gotten drunk and had crashed his truck. He was charged with a DUI and his license was confiscated for a year. This was the last straw for Heather Hoover, who soon divorced him. Calvin Hoover continued chasing work, women, gambling, and drugs. He had a strong relationship with his coworker from Burlington named Joanne Rocca. They both shared a likeness for gambling and had strong connection. In 2003, they got married in Las Vegas. However, his happiness was short-lived as Joanne died of natural causes in 2009, not having the opportunity to know what kind of monster her husband was. Calvin Hoover was haunted by so many demons. He had sleepless nights, tortured thoughts, depressive episodes, and panic attacks. It was too much that he attempted to end it all in 2014. He tried committing suicide by motor vehicle, but he survived it. Steve Smith, a Toronto police detective, was a 13-year-old kid in 1984 when Christine Jessup was murdered. Smith, who grew up in Hamilton, playing all sort of games with his best friends, could remember when Christine Jessup went missing, and after many years, he still couldn't get his mind off the case. In the year 1996, he joined the Toronto Police and had since then helped solve some of the worst cases in the country. When Smith was transferred to the Homicides Department in 2019, he quickly showed interest in cold cases. In his words, he said, "These families have waited so long for answers." Since the Durham Police had flawed the Christine Jessup's case, it was transferred to the Toronto Police. Smith brought in more staff to assist with the case. They followed so many leads and struck out lists of 300 people through DNA. Nothing worked. However, in May 2019, Smith heard about a 2-week forensic genealogy seminar being held at the Ontario Police College. Smith did not know much about forensic genealogy, but he knew the process was successfully used a year earlier to solve a case. Before now, the process of forensic genealogy had never been tested in Canada, but when Smith received authorization from Toronto Police to try out genetic testing on a cold case, he opted for the Christine Jessup's case. Smith then submitted the DNA from Christine's underwear to Othram Inc., a Texas-based genetic testing firm, which generated a profile and uploaded it to a database called GEDmatch. They began fletching out a family tree to narrow down the suspect. This process was time and money consuming, but Detective Smith never gave up. After turning a family maze into a family tree of 33,000 descendants, the genealogist was however able to pinpoint Calvin Hoover as the owner of the sperm on Christine's underwear. Smith could not recognize the name. He went through Christine's case file and saw that he was never mentioned as a suspect. Hoover knew the Jessup's family so well and often had access to their homes, but the police never interviewed him for over 3 decades. Smith typed Calvin Hoover's name into 2 different police databases called CPIC and Versadex to figure out where he lived and whether he had a criminal record. However, Detective Steve Smith soon learned that Calvin Hoover had died in 2015. 4 years before Steve Smith joined the homicide department, Calvin Hoover, who lived outside of Port Hope in a small bungalow with one of his sons, was a sad, anxious, isolated man. At a point, his doctor had prescribed him a depressant called clonazepam for his anxiety and panic attacks, but it never worked. According to one of his sons, Calvin Hoover had said the pills were messing with his head. One day, the son who lived with him went out to a wedding. Hoover, who was home alone, opened a bottle of red wine, stepped into the garage, sealed the door with tape, put headphones over his ears and switched on the generator, allowing carbon monoxide fill up the garage. When his son arrived, he found his father slumped dead over the lawn chair where he sat with an open bottle of his sedatives. In the bathroom of the main bedroom, his family discovered a yellow sticky note against the mirror, with the words, "Hope you all have a good life." Calvin Hoover decided to be a coward to end it all without using his final moment to confess his crime and exonerate Guy Paul Morin once and for all. He did not even think of giving his former friends, Bob and Janet Jessup, a peaceful end to their mystery. He took the secret to his grave. Detective Steve Smith was heartbroken when he discovered Hoover died 4 years earlier. It meant he would never face the consequences for his evil act. In order to conclusively determine if Calvin Hoover was the killer of Christine Jessup, Smith and his team went to the coroner's office where Calvin Hoover's blood samples had been retrieved after his death. DNA from the blood samples was then tested for a match to the DNA on Christine Jessup's underwear. The results came out a match. Finally, after 36 years, detectives were able to deliver the news of who killed Christine Jessup to her family and friends. Heather Hoover, on hearing the news about her ex-husband's evil act, said 10 years, "He didn't show shit. He didn't show nothing. How does somebody do that?" Janet Jessup's words carried the weight of a mother's pain, relief that the mystery had been solved, yet haunted by the unshakable truth that her daughter could never come back. Kenny Jessup's statement reflected the complexity of their emotions, a bittersweet mixture of relief and sorrow. To learn that the killer was someone they had trusted, someone close to their family, made the pain even deeper. It was a cruel twist of fate that the person who had been among their circle was the one who had taken Christine's life. The emotional toll of the case was not only about the loss of Christine but the betrayal that came with it, further complicating the healing process. Bob Jessup's words reflected the deep pain and anger that had been carried for years, knowing the truth about his daughter's killer but feeling helpless for so long. His expression of wanting justice in the most raw and visceral way highlighted the immense grief and frustration he had endured. Meanwhile, Guy Paul Morin's response, despite the years of suffering he had experienced, was remarkably composed. He expressed relief that the Jessups would finally have closure, but also conveyed a sense of inevitability, as if he had always known the truth would eventually surface. While the justice system had failed him, Morin's grace in the face of years of wrongful accusations stood in stark contrast to the man who had taken Christine's life. Morin's words echoed the profound relief he felt after the truth finally came to light. While the justice system had initially failed him, the breakthrough in forensic science proved his innocence, allowing him to reclaim his life. His community and loved ones shared in that relief, as they knew Guy Paul Morin had never been the monster he was painted to be. At the same time, the memory of Christine Jessup, a bright, compassionate young girl with a love for life, her family, school, and sports, remained etched in the hearts of those who knew her. Though her life was tragically cut short, she would always be remembered for the joy and warmth she brought to those around her. Moving on to the next case. Darlene Zetterauer. Darlene Zetterauer and Barbara Schreiber, close friends from Savannah, Georgia, had an inseparable bond that spanned their childhood. In June 1975, the two girls were filled with excitement as they looked forward to a summer of adventure in Hollywood, Florida. However, their plans took a dark turn on the evening of June 18, 1975. The girls left Barbara's home, telling Barbara's mother that they were going to spend the night at their friend Valerie's house. Yet, their actual whereabouts that night remain unclear, and reports about their movements vary. The lack of clarity surrounding their plans and the subsequent disappearance has made it difficult to piece together exactly what happened. The conflicting details about their movements that evening have only deepened the mystery of their case. However, most accounts suggest they stopped by the home of a friend, Gail, a close friend of Darlene. It was a sunny June day in 1975 when Barbara Schreiber and Darlene Zetterauer, both 14 years old, strolled down the streets of their Hollywood neighborhood. They paused on a bench at the corner of Sterling Road and Northwest 40th Street. Gail, the last verified person to see the best friends alive, vividly recalls spotting them sitting together on a busy street bench in Hollywood near the intersection of Route 441 and Hollywood Boulevard. Her memories of Darlene paint a picture of a lively, fun-loving girl with a unique way of pulling back her hair with her fingers. On that warm summer evening, the girls, who had no car and were unable to drive, relied on hitchhiking to get around. It was a common practice for youngsters like them, seeking a sense of freedom and adventure. They were enjoying the simple pleasures of their carefree summer, filled with laughter and excitement before entering high school. However, the atmosphere of normalcy shifted when Gail, a friend who was with them, recalls seeing a white van pull up near the bench where the girls were sitting. According to Gail, both Barbara and Darlene appeared to willingly get into the van, seemingly without any hesitation. What seemed like an ordinary encounter quickly took a dark turn, as the white van drove off with the two girls, and their fates would soon become shrouded in mystery. Once the door closed, their fate was sealed. Unlike Gail, Darlene and Barbara were bold and outgoing girls. Gail wanted to join them on their escapades, but she had a strict father who would not have approved of her entering a stranger's van. Gail ultimately decided to stay back. It was this keen parental guidance that ultimately saved Gail's life, as it was the last time Darlene and Barbara were seen alive. Barbara and Darlene's disappearance shocked the community, leaving their families and friends desperate for answers. The unsettling mystery surrounding their abduction remained unsolved until the morning of June 19, 1975. While out on a family fishing trip, a family stumbled upon a horrifying discovery along the canal. There, lying side by side, were the lifeless bodies of the two teenage girls. The scene, found approximately 4 miles north of Andytown, an outpost long forgotten by most, was chilling and devastating. The girls had been abandoned in this remote location, their lives tragically cut short. The discovery marked the beginning of an investigation into the brutal end to a promising summer, and the search for answers into what happened that night on June 18, 1975. Investigators revealed a chilling truth. Both victims had suffered a fatal gunshot wound, likely from a large caliber bullet, perhaps a .45, evident from the substantial amount of blood at the scene. Blood splatter analysis indicated that both the girls met their untimely demise where their bodies were found. Conflicting reports emerged regarding their state of clothes, with some suggesting they were fully clothed, while others hinted at the possibility of something even more sinister. They were both brutally forced before the fatal massacre. Following the discovery of Barbara and Darlene's bodies, Gail, the last person to have seen them alive, shared her fearful reflections with the media. "I was scared for them," she recalled, her voice filled with unease. "I did not understand what was happening. I am grateful that I did not follow them into that unknown situation." Gail's solemn words highlighted the chilling reality of the tragic events. She spoke with a sense of regret and fear, believing that whoever was responsible for the girls' fate was simply a sick individual. Her testimony added to the sense of horror that surrounded the case, further deepening the mystery of what had transpired that evening. The overwhelming uncertainty surrounding the events leading to the tragic end of Barbara and Darlene cast a shadow over the community. The initial investigation led the detectives to Valerie, the supposed host of the planned sleepover, which revealed the stark truth. The teens had never arranged to spend the night. It was a ploy often used by Barbara and Darlene when they sought to venture out without their parents' knowledge. According to investigators from Broward County, witness interviews suggested the girls might have been attempting to hitch a ride north, possibly in pursuit of illicit substances. Despite the overwhelming community and media support driven by the innocence and youth of the victims, investigators were hindered by the lack of modern technology, which made capturing the elusive perpetrator nearly impossible. There were no leads, and without the technological tools available today, the case grew more and more challenging as time went on. The investigation eventually went cold. Broward County Sheriff Detective Andrew Giannino carried the burden of the cold case for decades, dedicating himself to the relentless pursuit of justice. His efforts were supported by numerous detectives, deputies, crime scene investigators, and forensic specialists from the Broward Sheriff's Office, all of whom continued to search for answers long after the case had gone cold. Their unwavering dedication to unveil the truth behind the cold case eventually reaped fruit decades later. In early 2023, the Broward Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit took charge. They were met with stacks of reports, numerous crime scene photos, boxes of evidence, and the clothing worn by Barbara and Darlene. Detective Roberto Casares from the BSO Crime Scene Unit meticulously examined Darlene's clothing, isolating DNA trapped within the garment fibers. This meticulous process finally yielded what the detectives had been waiting for nearly 50 years. After nearly half a century of dead ends, the Cold Case Unit achieved a significant breakthrough by extracting a complete DNA profile of the suspect. With this newfound evidence, investigators combed through databases, eventually finding a match. The DNA linked Robert Clark Keebler to the case, confirming him as the primary suspect. This revelation provided a sense of relief after years of painful uncertainty, bringing justice for Barbara and Darlene within reach. Further investigation into Keebler's past uncovered a disturbing history of armed robbery, forced intercourse, and aggravated assault, with incidents spanning from California to South Florida, painting a grim portrait of the man responsible for their tragic deaths. Authorities confirmed Keebler passed away in 2019 in South Florida, closing the door on the chance for direct accountability. Yet the pursuit of answers for the victims' families persisted. Detective Giannino's investigation led him to believe that Robert Clark Keebler drove Barbara and Darlene to the isolated Everglades where he subjected them to horrific assault before shooting them. Before the DNA testing, there had been no evidence linking him to the case. As the case concluded with a sense of closure, a new chapter of inquiry unfolds. Investigators are now exploring the possibility that Keebler could be linked to other unsolved crimes, particularly the flat tire slaying and other cases in South Florida. The relentless search for DNA evidence continues as detectives comb through past leads and clues to connect these cases. Barbara and Darlene, whose futures were tragically cut short, are deeply missed by their families and all who loved them. Their story serves as a poignant reminder of potential unfulfilled, a life stolen before it could truly begin. This tragedy, forever etched in history, continues to echo, with hope that answers and justice may still be within reach, thanks to the efforts of the community and investigators. Moving on to the next case. Edward Eugene Pottmeyer. In September 1998, a 48-year-old woman was jogging on a bike path in the Fair Lakes area of Fairfax County, Virginia, when she was assaulted by an unknown man who implied he had a knife. The man fled the scene on foot after assaulting the woman. 2 years later, on August 3, 2000, at approximately 11 p.m., the same unknown man forced his way into a home on Parkside Drive in Fairfax, Virginia. He attacked and assaulted a 66-year-old woman who had been asleep. The woman fought him off and managed to escape by jumping from a second-story balcony and running away. Another 4 years later, on December 6, 2004, Around 10:45 p.m., a 51-year-old woman was in her basement in the 9900 block of Whitewater Drive in Burke when she saw a man exposing himself outside her sliding glass door. The victim yelled and the man ran away. DNA evidence was collected in each of these cases from the crime scenes. Traditional DNA testing was also conducted. An STR profile for the unknown male suspect in each case was developed and entered into CODIS. The STR profile from each scene matched to a single unknown male. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement to identify the man responsible, no known matches were found. The cases went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In an attempt to finally identify the man responsible for these violations, the Fairfax County Police Department teamed with Othram. They wanted to determine if advanced DNA testing could help identify the man responsible. In 2023, the Fairfax County Police Department submitted forensic evidence to Othram. Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown man. Othram's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team then used this profile to conduct extensive genetic genealogy research. This ultimately provided new investigative leads to law enforcement. A follow-up investigation was conducted using this new information. The investigation finally led to the identification of a possible suspect. A DNA sample was collected from the potential suspect and compared to the forensic evidence from the crime scenes. This led to the positive identification of the man responsible. He is known to be 58-year-old Edward Eugene Pottmeyer of Chantilly, Virginia. Following the confirmation of his identity, the Fairfax County Police Department obtained warrants for his arrest on charges of forcible sodomy and abduction with the intent to defile. Detectives were able to connect his DNA to the 3-decades-old assaults. On Wednesday, June 5, 2024, Pottmeyer was taken into custody. He was booked at the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center with the assistance of the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. He is being held on no bond. Detectives would like to speak to anyone who may have information about these cases or believe they had unlawful contact with Pottmeyer. Anyone with information about these incidents is urged to contact the Fairfax County Police Department's non-emergency phone number at 703-246-7511. Tips can also be submitted anonymously through Crime Solvers by calling 1-866-411-TIPS 866-411-8477. Victim specialists from the Fairfax County Police Department's Major Crimes Bureau, specifically the Victim Services Division, have been assigned to provide the necessary resources and assistance to the victims involved. Moving on to the next case. Gail Marlene Johnson. On September 15, 2000, a teenage couple taking a walk through Long Lake Regional Park in New Brighton, Minnesota, discovered the remains of a woman in a swampy area. The body had been exposed to the elements for several months, resulting in mummification. The woman, believed to be Caucasian, was estimated to be between 25 and 50 years old and stood 5 feet 5 inches tall with medium-long strawberry blonde to red hair. No clothing was found with the remains, but one white tennis shoe was located near the body. The cause could not be determined due to the level of decomposition. However, investigators believe someone had taken her life, and she had possibly been stabbed. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension collected DNA material from the remains back in 2000, but it did not match any missing persons in their database at the time. Despite a plethora of leads, investigators were unable to identify her or the perpetrator. The case went cold. In 2011, Detective Gary Sykes with the New Brighton Police Department had this to say about the case. He remembered the 911 call that September 2000 afternoon. He investigated the case back then and was still investigating it in 2011. A lot of work over a lot of years, and we are really no closer now than we were back then. He has compared her to some 350 missing women. He has examined dental records and every other lead that has come in. Any case where you cannot get to the conclusion that you want to get to is tough. I think that there is somebody who knows how she got there and what happened to her, said Sykes. She deserves better than what she has got. The couple that found the victim recalled that day. They are Jennifer Leach and her husband, Nathan. We both at the time said, "It's a body. It's a body. It's a body." The two were in high school that September day. Rollerblading through the park, they rolled up on a shoe still tightly tied and no one was around. It seemed really odd. "It did not add up to us," said Nathan. They walked up a nearby deer path, and that is when they found the woman's body. Finally, on September 15, 2023, the New Brighton Department of Public Safety announced that they have learned the identity of the woman in what was now a 23-year-old cold case. The identity of the woman has been revealed to be 40-year-old Gail Marlene Johnson. At the time of her demise, investigators believed she was last known to reside in Minneapolis. Investigators began working with Astria Forensics and built a DNA profile in order to establish a family tree. Using this profile, the DNA Dope Project and investigators were ultimately able to establish a genetic connection to Gail's family. Investigators obtained a DNA sample from a family member and confirmed the genetic familial connection. New Brighton Public Safety Director Tony Patsnick stated, "It has been 23 years, and we never gave up on finding out who this woman was and what happened to her. Identifying her provides an important new clue as we continue our work to determine the circumstances of her tragic end." Investigators are urging anyone who knew Gail or had been in contact with her before her death to contact the police department at 651-288-4141. Moving on to the next case. Harlan L. Serene. In September 2001, partial skeletal remains of an unknown male were transferred to the Jackson County Medical Examiner's Office in Kansas City, Missouri. Despite efforts to determine the man's identity, the details surrounding the original discovery date and other circumstances remain unclear. Due to the lack of information, the man was initially referred to as Jackson County John Doe. In June 2011, details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Despite the efforts by law enforcement investigators to identify the man over the years, no matches were found. The case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In 2023, the Jackson County Medical Examiner's Office submitted forensic evidence to Othram. They wanted to determine if advanced DNA testing could help identify the man. Othram's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile for the unknown man. Othram's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team then used this profile to conduct a genetic genealogy research. This ultimately provided new investigative leads to law enforcement. A follow-up investigation was conducted using the new leads. This led investigators to potential relatives of the man. Reference DNA samples were collected from the potential relatives and compared to the DNA profile of the unknown man. In July 2024, this investigation led to the positive identification of the man. He is now known to be Harlan L. Serene, born December 3, 1934. Harlan was known to have lived in the city of St. Joseph, Missouri in the 1980s. Moving on to the next case. Jack Jones. The unidentified man, later known as Pinellas County John Doe, was found in July 1992 on a sidewalk at 19th Street and Central Avenue in St. Petersburg, Florida. After being diagnosed with head trauma, he was taken to Bayfront Medical Center, then transferred to Gulfport Convalescent Center Nursing Home 2 months later. Despite medical care, he passed away on October 9, 1992. His identity remained unknown, and the case was classified as a mystery for many years. Investigators have continued to seek answers, hoping for a breakthrough in identifying this man and understanding the circumstances surrounding his death. When the man was initially found in July, he was wearing a red checkered shirt, a pair of blue pants, and eyeglasses. He also had a pocket knife with him. He was described as having brown eyes, black bushy eyebrows, and gray hair. He also had a mole on the left side of his face, as well as on his right temple. He was estimated to be between the ages of 40-60 years. He was approximately 6 feet tall and weighed around 8 pounds 146. His identity was a mystery at his time of demise and in the 32 years since. In July 2008, details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. A composite sketch was developed and released to the public in hopes that it would generate new leads about the man's identity. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement investigators to identify the man, no matches were found. The case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In 2022, the St. Petersburg Police Department submitted forensic evidence to Othram. They were hoping to determine if advanced DNA testing could help identify the man. Othram's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown man. In July 2024, after extensive forensic genetic genealogy work by Othram's in-house team, the mystery of Pinellas County John Doe was finally solved. Using the man's DNA profile, the team was able to trace potential relatives, leading to a breakthrough in the investigation. Reference DNA samples were collected from family members, which confirmed the identity of the man as Jack Jones, born February 18, 1932. Jack had last been seen by his family in June 1992, just before he was found in St. Petersburg, Florida. This identification brought closure to a case that had remained unsolved for over 3 decades. Moving on to the next case. Michael Ray Schlicht. On September 14, 1974, 2 people off-roading in Aliso Viejo, California, discovered human remains belonging to a male on the side of a trail. The man appeared to have died a few days before being found. Initially, the incident was ruled accidental, caused by alcohol and diazepam intoxication. However, in 1980, investigators uncovered the bodies of other men who had also died from alcohol and diazepam intoxication. Noticing a pattern, they began to suspect that foul play could be involved. Confirming their beliefs, over the years, the bodies of multiple young men were found throughout Southern California. Some of them were found near where the 1974 John Doe's remains were located. In May 1983, Randy Stephen Kraft, later known as the Scorecard Slayer, was arrested for taking the life of a California Highway Patrol officer conducting a traffic stop on Kraft. There was a body belonging to a male victim, later identified as Terry Lee Gambrell, in the front seat. There were several empty beer bottles and an open prescription bottle of lorazepam tablets at his feet. Prescription bottle of lorazepam tablets at his feet. In the trunk of Kraft's vehicle was a coded list of his likely over 67 victims. In May 1989, Kraft was convicted. Now 78 years old, he remains incarcerated at San Quentin State Prison. The 1974 John Doe has long been thought to be an early victim of Kraft, but for so long, he remained unidentified. Despite attempts to establish the victim's identity, he was interred at El Toro Memorial Park in an unmarked grave. In November 2022, investigators began using genetic genealogy to try to identify John Doe and eventually found relatives in October 2023. The victim was identified as 17-year-old Michael Ray Schlicht of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The teenager loved warm weather according to his family and was known to hitchhike. His family members requested privacy and planned to install a headstone to mark his final resting place. In 2022, investigators with the Orange County Sheriff's Department enlisted the help of Othram Laboratories to solve the case. They developed a DNA profile from the victim's tissue samples and were able to identify his potential grandparents. The couple's granddaughter informed investigators that she hadn't seen her 17-year-old brother, Michael, since April 1974. A DNA sample from a woman believed to be John Doe's mother confirmed the victim's identity as Michael Schlicht. While it is suspected that Randy Stephen Kraft was responsible for Michael's death, police have continued to investigate the case. Moving on to the next case. Austin Haroof. Austin Haroof's actions would later shock the community, with reports describing him as a typical college student who, on the surface, appeared to have a bright future ahead of him. However, in 2016, Haroof committed a gruesome double murder. His victims were John Stevens and Michelle Mishkin, a couple who lived in a home in Tequesta, Florida. Haruf was allegedly found chewing on Stevens' face before being restrained by neighbors. His actions left many wondering what had caused him to snap, leading to questions about his mental state and whether he was under the influence of substances at the time. Austin Haruf's YouTube channel revealed a mix of seemingly random and unsettling content, including videos of him singing Elvis Presley's Hound Dog and discussing bodybuilding topics like his experiences with personal trainers and steroids. His recruiting profile highlighted his physical attributes: standing 6 feet tall, weighing 200 pounds, and able to bench press 365 pounds in high school, indicating a strong interest in bodybuilding. One of the more bizarre videos on his channel featured him discussing chest exercises in a disjointed manner, even crying toward the end. These videos, along with his erratic behavior, raised concerns about his mental state long before the tragic events of 2016. On the evening of August 15, 2016, 19-year-old Austin Haruf stormed out of Duffy's Bar and Grill in Jupiter during a meal with his family, leaving without explanation. He then walked 2 miles to his mother's house, where his behavior grew increasingly erratic. Haruf attempted to drink cooking oil and, when stopped by his mother, poured it into a bowl with Parmesan cheese and ate it. His mother, concerned, took him back to the restaurant, where he had an argument with his father. According to psychologist Phil Mignac, his father grabbed him and, in frustration, asked, "What is wrong with you?" He further said his son raised his fist at him, but Wade Harif's girlfriend told him to stop and he left. While Harif was walking across town, he came upon Stevens and Mishkin's Tequesta home, just north of the Palm Beach County line. He is accused of killing the couple there in their garage with a knife and a hammer. He made use of different tools he found in the couple's garage to attack and to inflict wounds on the couple. According to a police complaint, a neighbor named Jeff Fisher stepped in after hearing the noise outside. Fisher apparently was stabbed with a knife by Harif as well, but he survived. Upon their arrival, deputies from the Martin County Sheriff's Office discovered a nearly naked Harif eating off Stevens' face and grunting like an animal. According to reports, yanking off Harif from Stevens' body was a hard task. He was described as stiff. It took a taser, 3 police officers, and an AK-9 to pull Harif from Stevens' body. When he was eventually tamed, Harif was said to have told the police to shoot him, that he deserved to die. During the attack, Harif reportedly drank deadly chemical he found in the couple's garage, which almost damaged his digestive system. The restaurant security video shows Austin Harif calmly exiting about 45 minutes before the attack. Prior to the attack, Harif had been acting erratically. His mother Mina reportedly called the police and said that her son had been acting abnormally few minutes to the attack, but it was too late. She said he claimed there were demons in her house and that he had superpowers and was here to protect people. Sadly, his superpowers could not protect Steven and his wife, Mishkin. Harif believed he was half dog and half man, according to Resnick's report. During his interview with his psychologist, Austin Harif told Dr. Phil he was escaping a demon he called Daniel and only had vague recollections of the murder. He said he could only remember being yelled at by Mishkin when he entered the couple's garage. He said he grabbed a machete but does not remember why he killed her and her husband. In his words, he said, "It's like it happened, but he wasn't aware of it." Harif's victims, Michigan, aged 53, and Stevens, aged 59, resided in a house surrounded by vast golf courses close to the banks of the Loxahatchee River in the Jupiter area. The pair reportedly spent many evenings unwinding and hosting visitors in their garage, where they'd set up a television and chairs. The two met in 1997 at a financial firm in Miami where they both worked. They had just recently celebrated their 19th wedding anniversary, according to news reports. Miskin was a financial professional in Boca Raton and the daughter of former North Miami Beach Mayor, Jeff Miskin, and Stevens was a retired owner of the landscaping company, Green Smart Lawn and Garden. A Martin County sheriff informed reporters that the killings of Michigan and Stevens may have definitely been motivated by the synthetic drug, bath salts or flakka. However, toxicology findings eventually disproved his assertion. It was said that only alcohol and traces of marijuana were found in Harif's system. Investigators found that he purchased some hallucinogenic mushrooms a few days before the attack, but his friends said he had destroyed them, and no trace was found in his blood. Before the purchase, Harif was seen asking a very disturbing question such as, "How much will it take me to trip but not too bad?" Harif also did Google searches for how to know if you are going crazy, hearing things in my sleep, and exploding head syndrome overview and facts. Harif attacks made national headlines because of its brutality and randomness. He did not know the victims. He was a 19-year-old with no criminal records, a former high school footballer and a wrestler who was studying exercise science. Harif was charged with 2 counts of 38-page report by forensic psychologists. Harif was found to have been suffering from severe mental disease, specifically bipolar disorder and acute manic episodes with psychotic features, as well as clinical lycanthropy delusions, also known as werewolf syndrome. Austin Harif pleaded not guilty reason of insanity to the 2 counts of first-degree murder and other charges for his August 2016 murder of John Stevens and his wife, Mystique Stevens. A judge has found him not guilty by reason of insanity. On November 28, 2022, Circuit Judge Sherwood Bauer accepted an agreement between Harif's defense team and state prosecutors to avert trial, sending Harif to a mental health facility as opposed to prison. At the hearing, Stevens and Mystique's family members could be seen tearful in the audience as the judge explained his ruling. Several of them gave victim impact statements. The case of Austin Harif raises significant questions about mental health, substance abuse, and criminal responsibility. His behavior before the attack, including eating cooking oil and displaying erratic actions, suggests there might have been an underlying mental health issue or substance use involved. Some argue that Harif may have been under the influence of drugs, while others believe that he could have been suffering from a mental health disorder, which might explain his violent actions. Whether Harif was truly insane at the time of the murders is a matter for legal experts and mental health professionals to determine. His ongoing treatment at a secure mental health facility indicates that his mental health status is being taken seriously. The question of whether he was influenced by drugs or was experiencing a mental breakdown remains a point of debate. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Byrne family. Tragedy struck the Byrne family on February 13, 2016, when emergency services in the small village of Thedambas, Essex, England, were called to a devastating incident at the family home. Darren Byrne, a 40-year-old father of 2, returned from walking the family dog to find his 35-year-old wife, Maria, dead in the kitchen. She had been preparing a bacon sandwich for him when something went horribly wrong, and it appeared she had been consumed by flames, likely burning to death before Darren's return. Initially, it seemed like a tragic accident. However, a post-mortem examination revealed that Maria's clothes were soaked in white spirit, also known as mineral spirits in the US, a highly flammable paint thinner and accelerant. This discovery led authorities to suspect foul play, and a murder investigation was launched. In the weeks that followed, Darren Byrne's story began to unravel as the horrifying truth began to surface. Maria Byrne's death was anything but a tragic accident. As investigators pieced together the facts, they discovered that Darren Byrne had been engaging in a long-term extramarital affair with his osteopath, an affair that Maria had discovered. Darren Byrne insisted that he would end things with the other women, and the couple seemed to be patching things up, even planning a trip to the United States from their Essex town for Darren's upcoming birthday. Everything came crashing down, however, on the day of Maria's death because she found her husband's secret prepaid phone which contained text messages which proved the affair was anything but over. Despite Maria's best efforts to save their marriage, her husband had continued to destroy their family for his own pleasure. Furious at her husband's brazen lies and infidelity, Maria confronted him in the kitchen while their 2 boys, Harry and Oliver, were spending the weekend with her parents. The verbal confrontation became physical when Darren Byrne bludgeoned Maria with enough force to knock her out. The sheer brutality of this assault should have been enough to break through whatever rage had engulfed Darren Byrne and led him to immediately seek emergency medical services for his unconscious wife. Instead, Darren Byrne displayed pure evil no one who knew him could have ever predicted. With his wife now unconscious on the kitchen floor, Darren Byrne retrieved a bottle of paint thinner and doused the mother of his children in the flammable liquid. He proceeded to light his wife on fire and turn on the gas stove, hoping to spark an explosion or burn the whole house down and escape responsibility for this cold-blooded murder. After prepping their family home to burn down, Darren nonchalantly took their dog on a long walk through the surrounding area. CCTV footage captured Darren Byrne's attempt at an alibi while his wife burned to death in their kitchen. About an hour and a half after leaving, Darren Byrne returned to the scene of the crime, hoping that Maria's death would look like the result of a gas leak or another accidental explosion. The house had, to Darren's dismay, remained standing, so he quickly moved Maria's body from the middle of the kitchen to directly next to the stove. Then, faking all the anguish and horror he could muster, he called 999 for local UK emergency services. He said, quote, "My wife is dead, she is burnt badly." Maria's mother, Linda, recalls a refusal by the family to even begin to question any involvement Darren may have had in their daughter's death. Darren even stayed overnight with Maria's family and his sons after being released from questioning by police, insisting he could never have contributed to Maria's accidental death. Despite Maria's family being willing to take his word for this, Linda was aware of Darren's affair and Maria's attempts to save the collapsing marriage despite Darren's actions. Maria had also confided before her death that Darren's behavior had been turning more emotionally manipulative and controlling, though she assured her mother that Darren would never harm her physically. The day after Darren was released from questioning, police arrived at Linda's home and arrested him in light of the suspicious facts surrounding Maria's death. After a 3-week trial in November of 2016, Darren Byrne was found guilty of murder and arson charges by jury verdict in the Chelmsford Crown Court and sentenced to a minimum of 24 years to life. The unbelievable evil displayed by Darren Byrne on February 13, 2016 extends far past the impact of Maria's parents losing their daughter. Harry and Oliver, just 6 and 4 years old, will now have to grow up without their mother or father, and one day, they will learn the horrifying truth about their father's role in Maria's death. At the time of Darren's arrest, the young boys were told that their mother had been in a tragic accident, and that their father was helping the police with the investigation. The psychological impact of the truth on Harry and Oliver will undoubtedly be profound, offering a glimpse into the devastating consequences of Darren Byrne's actions. While justice has been served through the legal process, it cannot undo the unimaginable loss of a cherished mother and wife, taken from the world far too soon. Moving on to the next case. Cheryl Monique Taylor. 23-year-old Cheryl Monique Taylor lived in Weldon, North Carolina, in 2002. She was married to her high school sweetheart, John Osby, and they had a 7-year-old daughter named Justice. On the morning of August 16, 2002, Justice woke up and realized that her mom had not woken her up in time for the school bus, causing her to miss it. When Justice went to her mom's bedroom, she made the horrifying discovery that someone had taken Cheryl's life. An autopsy revealed that Cheryl had been strangled and likely assaulted. It was not publicly disclosed whether there were signs of forced entry or if forensic evidence from the crime scene was collected that could link to the perpetrator. Despite a thorough investigation, no arrests were made, and the case went cold. Justice and John continued to grieve for 17 more years. Then, in December 2019, there was a break in the case. After going missing, John Osby was found fatally shot and rolled up in a blanket near Sycamore Street in Weldon. Investigators struggled to identify the person responsible for shooting him. For years, the family was left wondering if they would ever find answers about what happened to John and Cheryl Taylor. That changed in January 2023, when Sheriff Tyree Davis hired Detective Sergeant Samoji as Halifax County's dedicated cold case investigator. His role was to review the office's unsolved cold cases, searching for overlooked clues and using new technology to uncover leads that had previously been out of reach. Detective Samoji first looked into John Osby's case before realizing Cheryl's life had been taken by someone years earlier. He identified the person responsible for what happened to Cheryl. Finally, on July 21, 2023, 46-year-old Lewis Turner Jr. was arrested and charged with taking Cheryl Taylor's life. He was living in Northampton County, North Carolina. It is not known yet if he is responsible for shooting John Osby. It was revealed that Turner was a friend of Cheryl and her family back in 2002 when he took her life. Turner was 25 years old when the crime took place. He has 2 other criminal charges on his record, assaults from when he was a teen. In both those cases, he got probation. After being arrested and charged with voluntary manslaughter, Turner was held at the Halifax County Jail under $250,000 bond. Scott Hall, patrol captain of the Halifax County Sheriff's Office, outlined the reasoning behind the voluntary manslaughter charge. This was not a premeditated crime with malice. Based on the facts of the case and elements of the crime, we charged accordingly. Sheriff Tyree Davis remarked how he cried tears of joy at being able to arrest a suspect in connection with Cheryl's case. I received the call that we were able to solve one of our cold cases, a cold case from over 20 years ago. No one knew about this information, and we could not say anything until we notified the family first. However, I was instantly overcome with emotion and tears started to flow. As a member of the State Commission, I was sitting up front with the other board members and I tried to hold things together. I did so just by wiping the tears away, but once I started sniffling, I knew I needed to leave the room. Folks, I can tell you that these tears were tears of joy. These were tears of excitement. Excitement not only for Miss Taylor's family, but also excitement for her friends, coworkers, schoolmates, and anyone that she has ever crossed paths with. I was excited for the community because this is a beacon of hope for all those families that need closure too, he added. Cheryl's daughter, Justice Osby, had this to say after the arrest. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We never knew this day was coming, Justice said, expressing her gratitude to everyone who helped bring Turner to justice. She shared her relief, saying, "I'm just so thankful for everyone that participated and helped me get closure from my family because today is a good day." Moving on to the next case. Colin Howell. Colin Howell, a well-regarded dentist and preacher in his religious community in Northern Ireland, appeared to have the perfect life. He had a wife, Leslie, with whom he had 3 children, and the couple was expecting another. To outsiders, their life seemed idyllic. However, the facade began to crumble when a member of the congregation noticed Howell in a secret affair with Hazel Buchanan, a Sunday school teacher. Hazel's husband, Trevor, was a respected police officer in the community, adding further complexity and tension to the already scandalous situation. The affair between Colin Howell and Hazel Buchanan became increasingly intense, with the 2 meeting in secret locations, including on Colin's dental chair. When their secret was uncovered by the church, both were urged to confess to their respective partners. Despite the devastating revelation, Colin's wife, Leslie, and Hazel's husband, Trevor, were guided by their faith to forgive their spouses, believing that the affair would end. However, the relationship between Colin and Hazel only grew more passionate, and rumors began to spread throughout the town. In May of 1991, a car was discovered in a garage with the engine running, pumping fumes into the cabin. The garage belonged to the father of Leslie, Colin Howell's wife. Inside the car, Leslie was slumped over in the back seat, clutching photographs of her children and wearing headphones with religious music playing. In the front seat was Hazel's husband, Trevor, dead from exhaust fumes according to the autopsy report. Police concluded that Leslie and Trevor had made a suicide pact after discovering their partner's secret affairs. Shortly after the funerals, Colin and Hazel openly became a couple. After only 5 years of marriage, Colin Howell and his wife Leslie separated. The affair with Hazel Buchanan had left a lasting mark, but Colin managed to recover his reputation over the years. By 1998, his dentistry practice was thriving, and he was living in a mansion complete with its own lake. Colin had remarried to Kyle, a woman he had met during Bible studies. Kyle, drawn to his charm and biblical knowledge, agreed to marry him after just 5 months. His life appeared to be back on track, but the darker chapters of his past were far from closed. One day, while Colin's wife Kyle fed their 7-month-old son, Colin sat opposite to her and made the shocking confession. Not only had he been unfaithful to his first wife, but he had also murdered her and the husband of his mistress, and placed their bodies to make it look like a double suicide. Kyle pleaded with him to go to the police and promised that she would stand by him and visit him in prison. She convinced him to make a public confession that would take place with both their families and the church elders. Colin made a reservation at the Burndale Hotel in Newcastle, Colorado, where he planned to make his confession, which Kyle believed would end in an arrest and incarceration. However, when Colin's father called and told him that he couldn't make it to the soiree, Colin took that as a sign from God that he should not reveal his secret. That Sunday, he went to church and claimed a girl delivered him a message. She said, quote, "Colin, I just don't know why I am telling you this, but your sins are forgiven and forgotten by God." From this moment on, whenever Kyle demanded he confess, Colin would threaten to kill himself. She kept his secret for the sake of their children for over 10 more years. They also had another 4 children in this time, but as the years went by, more and more disturbing confessions emerged. First, he would admit that he was addicted to pornography. Later, he admitted to Kyle that he had been sexually abusing women under heavy sedation at his dentistry practice. Finally, in 2008, he sold his share of 2 dental practices while facing a mounting tax bill. He used the money to invest in a scam which offered £8,000,000 to attempt to recover gold from caves in the Philippines, gold that was supposedly left by Japanese troops in World War II. Colin planned to give some of his profits to the church and use the rest to retire in Florida. He soon realized, though, that he had been conned. He later claimed it was at this moment which made him decide to confess. He said, quote, "You'll never be a free person unless you confess and be really honest." Kyle urged him again and again. 18 years after the covered-up murder, Colin confessed to church elders and then to the police. Colin, who the media then dubbed the driller killer because of his dentistry practice, was charged with murder alongside his previous partner, Hazel. Colin confessed that since divorce was outlawed by the church, he made another plan to be with his mistress. While his wife had been asleep, he put a hose pipe emitting fumes from his car into her mouth. He covered her face with a quilt when she woke up and held it there until she died. He then dressed her corpse, threw her in the trunk, and drove to the home of Hazel and Trevor. Hazel let him in where Trevor was passed out. She had crushed up pills and put them in his food. Trevor woke as Colin forced the same hose into his mouth, but Colin prevailed and Trevor quickly died. Colin and Hazel then set the suicide scene in Leslie's dad's garage. Colin pleaded guilty to murder. He gave the court the sordid details of his affair with Hazel. They met at a pool while their children attended the same swimming lesson. Hazel soon became a patient at Colin's dentistry. At one point, she had a secret abortion in London after becoming pregnant with his baby. He confessed that he drugged Hazel while testing the dosage for the murders. While she was unconscious in the dentist chair, he would copulate with her. Colin was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 21 years. A little later, he was sentenced to another 5.5 years for assaulting female patients while they were sedated at his dentistry practice. Hazel denied the guilty charges, pleading that she was also a victim to Colin's sexual depravity. She claimed she was terrified of him and lured into his evil web. Hazel told police during interviews, "He was very controlling. Maybe I was easy prey, and that's how I look back on it and see that. He was a very calculating person, a very clever guy. I'm not very bright, unfortunately, but he was a step ahead of me the whole time. I was scared. I thought if I say something against this, he'll kill me." Hazel sobbed as a jury of 9 men and 3 women refused to believe her and found her guilty. She was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 18 years. The confessions rocked the community as they were faced with the hypocrisy of a highly respected professional's religious values and the depravity of these gruesome acts. While friends and family are now relieved that a painful chapter in their lives has been closed, no act of justice or years behind bars can bring back Leslie, a mother to 4 children now practically parentless, nor Trevor, a beloved father of 2. Kyle, Colin's second wife, was tormented by the web of lies that her husband had spun over the years. For over a decade, she was forced to hide the truth behind his horrific actions. Eventually, Kyle could no longer keep the facade up and spoke out, telling the press, "Everyone thought he was this great Christian guy, but they were so wrong. He was a monster." The truth, long buried, began to unravel, revealing the dark side of a man who had fooled so many with his charm and devout image. Moving on to the next case. Deborah Lonsell. Debbie Lonsell, 29, was last seen at 2 a.m. on September 21, 1985, when she left her boyfriend's apartment to head home. Recently divorced, Debbie was a dedicated nurse who lived in a small apartment on Girials Road in Belen. She had recently purchased a used Porsche 924, and her family described her as a fun-loving person who took her career seriously. 2 days later, on September 23, Debbie failed to show up for work, leading to her being reported missing. Law enforcement responded to Debbie's apartment, where they found the door ajar but no signs of foul play inside. Everything appeared normal, with nothing missing or out of place. However, Debbie's Porsche was gone from its parking spot. Investigators reportedly told her mother that most women leave voluntarily, but her family felt something was off about Debbie's disappearance. She had recently started a new chapter in her life, and seemed to be in good spirits. They were confused as to why she would leave again. In the months following the disappearance, Debbie's case received very little media coverage. This is often seen as odd given that Debbie was a white blonde-haired attractive woman, the kind of woman who often receives far more attention in the media than any other. It wasn't until months later in January of 1986 that her case came to light again after the disappearance and subsequent murder of 22-year-old Linda D. Daniels that same month. The sudden attention surrounding Debbie's case led to an anonymous tip informing police that her car had been parked at an apartment building at 1520 Gold Southeast in Albuquerque for several months. The vehicle showed visible dents and scratches not present before her disappearance. However, the car provided no new evidence, and there were no signs of foul play. Dark stains on the back seats were initially thought to be blood, but testing confirmed otherwise. In January 1987, a year later, remains were discovered in Belen. Children playing in a pit behind Elks Lodge in the northern portion of the city discovered a skull believed to belong to a woman. There was much speculation that the skeletal body belonged to Debbie, but they were soon proven to be ancient Native American remains and investigators were placed firmly back on square one. In August of 1988, Valencia County Sheriff Lawrence Romero stated that his office was reopening Debbie's case and promised they would take a hard look at some new leads. He was reportedly confident that a break in the case would come and that the disappearance would be solved once and for all. The case had been turned over to state police 2 years earlier, and upon hearing about the reopening, State Police Sergeant Herman Silva stated that it had never been closed or cold, and that he was unaware of the new leads Sheriff Romero was talking about. Notably, just 1 month after Debbie's case was reopened, Tara Calico went missing. Her disappearance took over newspaper headlines and the vanishing of a 29-year-old nurse living in Belen went largely forgotten. In December of 1988, 4 months after the reopening, skeletal remains were discovered by hunters in the Sandia Mountains. The skull was missing its wisdom teeth and the remains overall were believed to be from a woman in her early 30s who had passed between 4 years before. Detectives began to believe that this was Debbie Lansdell. However, eventually, dental comparisons were done between the two and it was determined that they were not a match. The remains were later identified as belonging to Holly Harris, a 22-year-old who appeared in September of 1976. Little information is available in Holly's case, but her death was not treated as suspicious by authorities. Another female skull was discovered in July of 1991 in Valencia County off the Manzano Expressway that it was found not to belong to Debbie. It also did not belong to Tara Calico, although it was briefly suspected to have been hers. The skull contained 2 holes possibly made by bullets from a .22 caliber weapon and was likely from a young girl or young boy between 13-14 years of age. No additional bones were found at the scene, and it is unclear if it was ever determined who the skull belonged to. Debbie's case is still unsolved. There has been little progress made throughout the entire investigation, and she appears to have been forgotten over time. 29-year-old Deborah Lansdale has been missing since September 21, 1985, and was last seen in Belen, New Mexico. Debbie Lansdale is described as a white woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, standing 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing 120 pounds. No other distinguishing characteristics are known, and it is unclear what clothing she was wearing at the time of her disappearance. Her car, a rust-colored 1978 Porsche 924, was found on the 1500 block of Gold Southeast in Albuquerque in February 1986, 5 months after she went missing. If you have any information about Debbie's disappearance, please contact the Valencia County Sheriff's Department at 505-866-2400. Moving on to the next case. Dorothy Jane Scott. Dorothy Jane Scott was born on April 23, 1948, and at the time of her disappearance, she was a single mother living in Stanton, California, with her aunt and her 4-year-old son. Dorothy worked as a secretary for 2 locally owned Anaheim stores. She was known to prefer staying at home with her son rather than socializing with others. A devout Christian, Dorothy avoided alcohol and drugs, and although she occasionally dated, she did not have a steady boyfriend. Months before Dorothy's disappearance, she began receiving chilling anonymous phone calls from a man who alternated between professing his love for her and threatening to kill her. The unidentified man claimed to have been stalking her, and even provided accurate details of her daily life to prove it. On one occasion, he called Dorothy and told her to go outside, where she found a single dead rose on the windshield of her car. According to her mother, Dorothy recognized the voice but couldn't remember the man's name. Most terrifying of all, the man once told Dorothy he'd cut her up into pieces so no one would ever find her. Fearing for her life, Dorothy began to take karate lessons a week before her disappearance. And she even considered buying a handgun, something she didn't seem to go through with for fear that her son would get a hold of it and injure himself. May 28, 1980 was not a particularly unusual day. Around 9 p.m., Dorothy attended an employee meeting at her workplace and noticed that one of her colleagues looked ill and had an unusual red mark on his arm. She insisted on taking him to the hospital, accompanied by another female employee. Dorothy stopped by her parents' home to check on her son and inform them about the situation before heading to the UC Irvine Medical Center's emergency room with her colleagues. Doctors and nurses quickly discovered that Dorothy's colleague had been bitten by a black widow spider and treated him accordingly, discharging him with medication at 11 p.m. Throughout the treatment, neither Dorothy nor her female colleague left the waiting room. Thoughtful as always, Dorothy decided to fetch her car from its parking spot and bring it to the exit so her recovering colleague wouldn't have to exert much energy. As she went to retrieve the car, her colleagues waited. However, after some time, they saw she still hadn't turned up, and so they stepped outside into the parking lot to see what was going on. Suddenly, Dorothy's car came speeding at them, the headlights blinding them, and the car sped past and took a sharp right out of the lot. Thinking something had happened to Dorothy's son, the pair waited for her to return, but she never would. After several hours of silence, Dorothy's parents were contacted. They confirmed that she hadn't returned home and went on to call the authorities. At 4:30 a.m. on May 29th, Dorothy's car, a white 1973 Toyota station wagon, was found burning in an alley 10 miles away from the hospital. Her body was nowhere to be found. About a week after their daughter had vanished, Dorothy's parents began to receive strange and unsettling calls from an unidentified male who said, "I've got her," and hung up. He called almost every Wednesday afternoon when Dorothy's mother was home alone, and would tell her that he had Dorothy or that he'd killed her. The phone calls were always brief to the point that the authorities couldn't trace them. In April 1984, the man called in the evening. This seemed to be a mistake as once Dorothy's father answered, the man stopped calling for 4 months. In June of 1980, the Orange County Register newspaper reported on the case of Dorothy, and was later in the day contacted by an unknown man who said, "I killed her. I killed Dorothy Scott. She was my love. I caught her cheating with another man. She denied having anyone else. I killed her." The caller also knew that her colleague had suffered from a spider bite on May 28th, and they knew that that day, Dorothy had changed from a black scarf to a red scarf after the employee meeting. Neither of these details had been made public at that time. The unknown man also claimed that Dorothy had called him that night, but her colleagues disputed this by saying she was never out of their sight. It took 4 years following her disappearance for Dorothy's body to surface. On August 6, 1984, a construction worker discovered her skeletal partially charred remains about 30 feet from the Santa Ana Canyon Road. Curiously, her body was found alongside that of a dog. Authorities speculated that the charring had come from a bushfire in 1982. Dorothy's turquoise ring was found along with her watch, which had stopped at 12:30 a.m. May 29th, about an hour after her car was last seen. Roughly a week later, the body was conclusively identified as Dorothy's through dental records, whose sister was a colleague of Dorothy's before she disappeared. However, any leads from this are slow to surface. Dorothy's parents, who had raised her child after she went missing, both passed away without seeing justice served for their daughter's disappearance. As of 2020, the case of Dorothy Jane Scott remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Holly Roth. Born Helen Marjorie Roth in 1916 in Chicago, Illinois, Holly Roth was raised in both the US and Europe, spending time in New York City, New York, and London, England, due to her father's work. She attended various schools and was also taught by private tutors. Despite frequently moving between states, she considered herself a New Yorker and graduated from James Madison High School in Brooklyn. Holly later studied at several universities and earned a Bachelor of Arts degree. For a brief period, Holly worked as a fashion model but soon transitioned into a career as a writer and editor for newspapers and magazines. She eventually began writing her first book, The Content Assignment, which was serialized in 1953 in a condensed form under the title The Girl Who Vanished. Holly went on to write several more books and short stories in the spy fiction and detective fiction genres, using the pen names P.J. Merrill and K.G. Ballard, achieving some success. One of her stories was even nominated for an Edgar Award, though she is often regarded as an underrated writer whose work was frequently overlooked in the 1950s. In 1960, at the age of 44, Holly married Joseph Franta, a 32-year-old man with a Swiss passport, who was born and raised in Prague, Czech Republic. The pair had met in Geneva, Switzerland when Joseph had been working with the International Labour Organization. Later that year, Joseph purchased a 49-foot ketch, a type of sailboat named the Visa, which he paid $8,500 for. The Visa had been built in Norway in 1912 and weighed 25 tons. Joseph subsequently put the boat in his wife's name, and Holly spent around $20,000 on renovations. Holly's brother, Frank, who last saw his sister just before she tied the knot, noted that the newly wedded couple spent time living in Paris and Mallorca for several years, but spent the last year of her life living aboard the Visa. At the end of 1963, Holly wrote to her editor, stating, "We keep trying to cross the ocean. One thing or another stops us, but we remain happy enough." In another letter to her brother, dated March 30th, 1964, she mentioned wanting to return to New York but explained that her husband was having trouble entering the U.S. due to being blackballed by the CIA. Several months later, on October 8th, Holly and her husband left Gibraltar, planning to travel to the Canary Islands on their visa. However, just 2 days into the journey, the weather turned, and they became caught in a storm. Then at around 4 a.m. on October 11th, Holly vanished. Joseph stated that the couple had been 20 miles north of Safi, a city in western Morocco, when a force suddenly shook the boat, throwing him against the wall below deck. At the time, Holly had been above deck. When he scrambled to check on her, he noticed a 45-foot-long gray-colored sailing ship moving away from the Visa. Joseph believed he saw someone in the water wearing a life jacket and called out, but received no answer. He subsequently steered the boat in the direction of the body and threw out a buoy, but to no avail. He then twice tied a line to himself and descended into the water to try and locate Holly, but he failed to find her. Back on board the boat, he fired flares and a gun to attract fishing boats he'd spotted earlier before making radio contact with Safi. No one immediately came to his or Holly's rescue. It wasn't until around noon that a fishing trawler arrived and the Visa was towed to the city. Several boats searched the area where Holly is believed to have fallen overboard, but no trace of her was found. A later report listed the 48-year-old as having died from an accident, presumed to be lost at sea and drowned. The following month, a source at the U.S. State Department revealed that the investigation into Holly's disappearance remained open, although Moroccan police had closed the case 2 days later, declaring her death accidental. Afterward, Joseph stayed in Morocco for a short time, attempting to sell the Visa, which had sustained nearly $6,000 in damage during a collision with another sailboat. It remains unclear whether Joseph ever managed to sell the Visa or what happened to him after Holly's disappearance. Holly's body has never been recovered. Paul Stephen Gendreau. 51-year-old Paul Stephen Gendreau lived in Moyock, North Carolina, in 2010. He had 2 daughters, Stephanie and Christina. Paul had been married multiple times and was a retired Navy chief. Before retiring from the Navy, Paul achieved the rank of Grand Master Chief. Paul's brother, Mike, described him as a stand-up guy, with many close friends and family members. At the time, Paul was married to Letitia Gendreau. They met in 2002 at a kickboxing class. Letitia, 29 years old, was a competitive bodybuilder and an accomplished sportswoman. In June of 2010, she won the National American Sports Federation's North Carolina Bodybuilding Championship. Letitia worked in human resources at a children's hospital in Norfolk, Virginia. Although she was described as very shy, Paul was eager to get to know her. He suggested they become workout partners, and their relationship began to blossom. At the time, Paul was still married, waiting for his divorce to be finalized. Despite being an unlikely pair and complete opposites, Paul and Letitia's connection grew stronger. Paul was outgoing, and Letitia was quiet and shy. After a few months of dating, Paul asked Letitia to move in with him. In May of 2003, Paul's divorce was finalized, and a month later, he married Letitia. They were described as happy and affectionate with one another. In 2009, Letitia started working for Blackwater Airlines and continued to train for her bodybuilding competitions. Letitia had won or placed highly in several competitions, and Paul would often travel with her to these events, proudly sharing her achievements with his friends. However, on June 30th, 2010, Paul didn't show up for work. He worked for a company that serviced Navy ships and typically arrived around 5:30 a.m. He had been preparing an important presentation, making his absence unusual. Around 7:45 a.m., Paul's coworkers reported him missing. Paul led a very punctual life, so his coworkers were immediately concerned. Deputy Sheriff Lisa Starcher from the Currituck County Sheriff's Office drove out to the Jean DRO home to perform a welfare check. Starcher arrived at Paul's Brumsey Landing home. There were multiple cars spotted in the driveway, but no one answered the door. Paul's coworkers reached out to Letitia through her workplace to inquire about his whereabouts. Letitia informed them that she didn't know and left work to meet with the deputy. She allowed the deputy into their home and explained that she and Paul slept in separate bedrooms due to the noise from his CPAP machine. However, when she entered Paul's bedroom, she noticed the machine was missing. Letitia explained that they had an open relationship and were both seeing other people. Letitia said Paul most likely just left on his own to stay with one of these other women. But after a few days of back and forth, and no news of Paul's whereabouts, the authorities determined some foul play was involved. Paul's coworkers came to the same conclusion. They went out looking for him and handed out missing persons flyers. It was evident that Paul was well respected and loved by those around him. On July 1, 2010, police were informed that his phone had pinged off a tower in Elizabeth City, approximately 30 minutes from his home. The authorities canvassed nearby hotels and discovered that Paul might have been seen at a Hampton Inn. The hotel manager, upon seeing a photo of Paul, confirmed that she had seen him the previous night and the following morning. She noted that Paul had been acting strangely. However, this turned out to be a case of mistaken identity. Paul had not registered at the hotel and he was not seen on any of the surveillance cameras. Later that same day, a construction worker found Paul's phone in the parking lot of an elementary school in Elizabeth City. The construction worker had called Paul's brother, Mike Giandro, who said that his brother was missing. The construction worker then turned Paul's phone into the Elizabeth City Police Department. The police continued to canvass the area near the elementary school. A utility worker also claimed to have spotted Paul walking down the street. However, the police were sure that it was a case of mistaken identity, which they would later be right about. Still on July 1st, the police received a 911 call from one of Paul and Letitia's neighbors. They had spotted Letitia and an unknown man moving furniture from the house. The man was later identified as Letitia's brother, 39-year-old Eugene Askew. When the police arrived, they told Letitia to move the furniture back into the house. She complied and said she was getting some new furniture and taking the old stuff to put in storage. Letitia and Paul's neighbors had also noticed that Letitia was putting things up on the windows to keep people from looking in. Letitia had used wrapping paper and frosting spray to cover up the windows. The neighbors and co-workers told the police that things in the Giandros' marriage had taken a dark turn. After trying to have a baby, Letitia had gotten pregnant with twins after going through several rounds of IVF. Letitia ended up losing the babies about 21 weeks into the pregnancy. Letitia had also said they were separating and both seeing other people. Paul's co-workers said that Paul had filed for divorce and wanted Letitia out of the house. 2 weeks before he disappeared, Paul had filed a report that someone had keyed his car. Paul kept his beloved Dodge Charger in pristine condition. The police learned that it had most likely been Letitia, because the car had been kept in the garage. Letitia had mentioned this to the police, but never admitted to doing it. On July 2nd, Letitia agreed to turn over Paul's personal computer. But when the police went to the Giandros' house, she wasn't there. The note on the door said, "Went to River's Edge. Call me on my cell. Thanks." However, Letitia did not answer her phone. Letitia ended up calling 911 to report that people were outside her house when she was not home. She told the dispatcher that she was in Chesapeake, Virginia. The dispatcher was able to trace the phone call from the Bumsey Landing home. Letitia was inside the house, and her behavior had become very odd. Just after midnight on July 3rd, the police returned to the house with a search warrant. Letitia did not answer the door. The police found the garage door unlocked, but it was barricaded with heavy garbage. They were eventually able to make entry and found Letitia hiding in a closet covered by clothes. Letitia was read her rights and claimed she had been hiding because she was afraid that people thought that she did something to Paul. She kept her head in her hands and would not make eye contact. While Letitia was being questioned, other detectives were searching the house. In a twist, in the master bedroom where Paul slept, the police found blood spatter, a bullet hole in the wall, and a bullet skid mark under a rug. The rug had been glued to the floor. In the garage, the police discovered a blue tote. A shower curtain was taped over the top of the tote. After removing the shower curtain, the police were hit with the smell of decomposition. Paul's body was recovered under several layers of plastic, tape, and kitty litter. He was shot with a .45 caliber handgun 5 times, once each in the abdomen, chest, thigh, neck, and hand. Paul had about 12 lacerations to his head that were consistent with being struck by a blunt object, such as a pistol. His cell phone was missing from the residence. Officers discovered an assortment of cleaning supplies in the residence and reported that the primary bedroom's hardwood floor looked like it had been scrubbed. The officers also confiscated spent bullets from the scene. They also confiscated duct tape, caulking, and plastic wrap among other items from the kitchen. Letitia was confronted about what they had found. She then spun a story about how she had hired several men in Elizabeth City to beat up Paul. She said she met random men on the street in Elizabeth City and said that Paul was mistreating her. The police did not believe Letitia, and they arrested her. In yet another twist, after spending about a day in jail, Letitia said she wanted to talk. Now, she said she did take Paul's life, but in self-defense. Letitia said Paul attacked her on the morning of July 30th, 2010. She said he came into her room with a gun and said he wanted her out of the house by the time he came home from work. Letitia said she grabbed her gun, a 45mm, walked to Paul's bedroom, and just kept shooting. She said they struggled even after he was shot several times. The police recovered Letitia's gun from her car at the house. The gun was registered to one of Letitia's boyfriends, Kyle Koenig, a retired Air Force general. She had stolen the gun from him. Letitia had been sued by another boyfriend. The police found a copy of the lawsuit at the house. The man claimed he had been taken advantage of by Letitia. Letitia had asked for money and claimed that she was pregnant with his twins. The man spoke to Paul about it, and Paul filed for divorce. A receipt was also found in the house for the purchase of the tote. Letitia was seen on surveillance footage at Lowe's buying the tote. In September of 2012, Letitia testified at her trial. She maintained her story that she had shot Paul in self-defense. However, the evidence did not match with her story. Paul had suffered from multiple gunshot wounds and severe blunt force trauma. There was a bullet hole found in the master bedroom door. It is believed that Paul had the door closed and that he had been ambushed by Letitia. Letitia shot him several times and hit him in the head with the gun. The attorney and one of his coworkers also alleged that Paul had told them about one night when he woke up to find Letitia crawling across his room. Paul reportedly told his attorney that he used to keep the door of his room locked from then on. Paul's brother, Mike, said he had last met with Paul in February while attending the Daytona 500 stock car race. He also testified that Paul had told him about his marital problems and also alleged that Letitia was cheating on him. Mike reminisced. He had been talking about divorce for weeks, claiming she was cheating on him and that he had plenty of evidence. He told me he just needed her to leave so he could get his life back. After deliberating for an hour and 40 minutes, the jury found Letitia guilty on September 28, 2012, of taking Paul's life and larceny of a firearm. Letitia was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Her appeal was denied in 2014. It is believed that she took Paul's life to maintain the lifestyle he had provided her. Letitia was known to be a master manipulator, using Paul and other men to her advantage. According to official records, Letitia is currently incarcerated at Anson Correctional Institution in Polton, North Carolina. Moving on to the next case. Peggy Hetrick. An attractive 37-year-old redhead, Peggy Hetrick, became the victim of a disturbing and brutal murder in Fort Collins, Colorado, with a flawed investigation that resulted in the unjust conviction of a man who was only 15 at the time of the crime. On the evening of February 10, 1987, around 9 p.m., Peggy left her job at Foothills Mall and began her walk home. As she didn't own a car and lived nearby, it was common for her to walk wherever she needed to go. After giving her apartment keys to a temporary roommate, Peggy returned home to find herself locked out. Her roommate, who had been drinking, was passed out inside and couldn't unlock the door for her. Peggy then left and went to a nearby bar, the Laughing Dog Saloon. She tried calling the apartment repeatedly to wake her roommate, but was unsuccessful. Peggy was reportedly upset and spoke angrily about being locked out. After spending about 15 minutes in a second bar, the Prime Minister, it's speculated that Peggy went to her ex-boyfriend's house nearby as witnesses report seeing a woman matching her description loitering in the parking lot while smoking. The same brand of cigarettes found here was the brand found on Peggy's body the next day. Also in her possession at the time of her discovery was a handwritten note that read, "Matt, I've been locked out of my apartment. Don't get grumpy if I come knocking around too." Peggy managed to get back into her home around 12 a.m., where she got changed and then left again. A neighbor reported seeing Peggy banging on the door, and her roommate confirmed this time frame to the police. Around 12:30 a.m., Peggy returned to the bar and bumped into her ex, Matt. While he was with another woman, Matt said they had a brief, friendly conversation before parting ways when his date arrived. Dawn, the woman Matt was with, mentioned that Matt kept glancing at Peggy and that she spoke with a group of men throughout the night. After that, the events of the evening remain unclear. According to Matt, he offered Peggy a lift home, but she refused and they argued. He also said, while she first accepted, he went to the bathroom and he came back to find her giving him a dirty look before she left without him. He and Dawn agree that Peggy left around 1 to 1:30 a.m., but they weren't certain that she left alone. Dawn went back to Matt's and stayed till around 3 a.m. The next morning around 7 a.m., a cyclist discovered what he had first thought was simply a mannequin in a field. However, as he got closer, he saw the blood trail and the pool around the body and realized this was a human being. Peggy's end had been extremely violent. Her clothing had been pushed aside, and she had been brutally sexually mutilated to the point where the coroner said the work was precise and skilled and would require a level of expertise. Her cause of death was noted as being a stab wound to the upper left back, which likely occurred earlier that morning, with her time of death being placed between 6:30 p.m. and 4:30 a.m. Since we know Peggy was alive at least at 1:30 a.m., the window of opportunity is narrowed significantly. Previously that morning, someone else had actually seen Peggy's body from a distance. 15-year-old Timothy Masters was on his way to school when he noticed it, but quickly dismissed it as a mannequin which had been placed there for a prank. When canvassing, policemen showed up at the door of Masters' home. Timothy's father mentioned to them that his son had gone a different route than normal that morning, and so he was pulled out of his class at school. The skewed investigation was led by Detective Jim Broderick, who had tunnel vision from the get-go. He honed in on Timothy Masters from the start, despite the fact that no physical evidence linked him to the crime. 2 hairs found on Peggy's body and the prints on her purse did not match Timothy. On February 12th, Timmy's home was searched, as was his school locker. Authorities found 2,200 pages of writings and violent artwork in his room, school locker, and backpack which depicted images of murder and assaults. They also uncovered a knife collection, pornography, and a local newspaper with an account of the body's discovery in it. Again, no real physical evidence tied Timothy to Peggy's murder, as none of her DNA was on any of his clothing or any of his other belongings. There wasn't any in his room either. While Timothy was questioned with his father's permission, he wasn't questioned with an adult present, despite the fact that he was a minor. Police reportedly told him that they knew he'd committed the crime, but Timothy protested his innocence during the entire interrogation. He took a lie detector test, but its results were inconclusive. With no new leads, investigators seemed desperate. They planted an article containing false information in the local newspaper, attempting to provoke an incriminating reaction from Timothy. But even to the authorities surveying him closely, he had no such reaction. Attempting to put the past behind him, Timothy went on with his life, eventually serving time in the Navy. However, this would not dilute the police's interest in him. In 1992, a classmate told authorities that Timmy had told his friends details of the mutilations to Peggy's body. Timothy said that he had learned them from a friend in art class who had been part of the Explorer Scouts who helped the police search the crime scene, where he was told about the mutilations. Police found that Timothy's story checked out. 5 years later, Jim Broderick, the lead investigator on the case, contacted Dr. J. Reed Malloy, a forensic psychologist from California, and had him analyze the drawings and writings of 15-year-old Timothy Masters. Dr. Malloy concluded that some of these drawings depicted Timothy reliving the crime and based his trial testimony on the drawings alone, having never once spoken with the boy. In 1999, the artwork was used to convince and sentence Timothy to life in prison. Timothy continued to protest his innocence and even appealed on multiple different occasions, but the appeals kept failing. In 2008, his defense attorneys released evidence proving his innocence further. DNA tested showing the crime scene samples did not include Timothy's DNA, but pointed to Peggy's ex-boyfriend, Matt. While Timothy Masters was exonerated in 2011, it has not led to answers in Peggy Hedrick's case. One suspect in the murder was a man named Dr. Richard Hammond, an eye surgeon who was arrested in 1995 for filming women and girls in his bathroom. Hammond's house overlooked the dumping ground for Peggy's body, and he was at home the morning of the murder when he was scheduled in for surgery that day. Since his profession required so much skill, it was thought that he would have the right expertise to perform the sexual mutilations that were carried out on Peggy. However, in March of 1995, just days after his arrest, Hammond committed suicide. Jim Broderick ordered the evidence in Hammond's case to be destroyed before a link could be looked for and established between him and Peggy. Recent attention has turned toward Peggy's ex-boyfriend, Matthew Zollner, after Timothy was exonerated due to DNA evidence pointing to Matt. He was initially considered a suspect in 1987 but was quickly dismissed, though the reason remains unclear. As an ex-boyfriend with a constantly changing story and an alibi only until 3 a.m., Matt became a prime candidate in Peggy's murder. While it appears he is being reinvestigated, no new leads have emerged, leaving the case of Peggy Hetrick open and unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Ada Fritz. In May of 1976, teenage boys discovered the body of a woman in Sessions Creek off Potter Tract Road in Mobile, Alabama. She had been shot in the back of the head, her hands were severed, and her body was wrapped in trash bags and dumped in the water. One of the teenagers who found her later recalled, "Even though I was 14 years old, it freaked me out that bad. I had to sleep on the floor in my parents' room." Until 2023, nobody knew who the woman was that lost her life in such brutal fashion. Her case sat cold for nearly 50 years. In 2022, the Mobile County Sheriff's Office released a new sketch of what she might have looked like. They hoped somebody would recognize her. Nobody did. But then, despite her body being cremated and placed in a mass grave with others, Sergeant Johnny Thornton found a dental mold in her file that still had some skin on it. That DNA was sent off to a lab and a profile was created. Using genealogical research, cold case specialist Olivia McCarter was able to link a family tree to the woman and ID her as 62-year-old Ada Fritz. Olivia said that Ada never had any kids. Her only living relative is a nephew who lives out of state. Olivia said Ada was likely visiting Grand Bay on a fishing trip because she liked to fish and hunt. Ada was originally from Oregon. It is unclear why her life was taken, but the sheriff's office thinks they know who did it. Henderson Williams is accused, but he is not talking. He passed away in a Mississippi prison in 2008. Henderson was convicted of taking the life of his own mother. Detectives said Henderson cut off his mother's hands and dumped her in a body of water in Grand Bay too. Deputy J.T. Thornton said, "I exhausted every possible lead I could find to put Henderson James Williams with this woman. He was not alive anymore, so I could not interview him, and there was some uncertainty about where he lived. But the victimology, the hands cut off, the missing dentures, the location where the body was dumped, were nearly identical between Williams' mother and Thornton's Jane Doe." Thornton also discovered that Williams had taken the life of someone else in Newport News, Virginia, in 1973, but only served 28 days in jail. "I called up there to that agency in Virginia, and they could not find anything from that case file," Thornton said. "They said it was likely lost in a flood they had a few years before I started digging into it." Thanks to Thornton, McCarter, and a team of investigators, researchers, and scientists, Ada Fritz is now known and remembered. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Joseph W. Newman. In February 1984, the remains of an unidentified male were discovered in the brush along U.S. Highway 27 and the New River Canal, about 17 miles from South Bay, Florida, in a rural area of Palm Beach County. The remains were skeletonized, and the investigation determined the man was likely between the ages of 17 and 28 at the time of his death. His estimated height was 5 feet 11 inches. Despite efforts to identify the man, his identity remains unknown. His weight and other identifying characteristics could not be determined. The man was wearing a pair of white crew socks with blue stripes. Near his remains, investigators located white boxer-style underwear and blue jogging shorts, with the number 82502 on the inside band. The man's manner of demise was determined to be slain. Despite attempts to identify the man, his identity has been a mystery for 40 years. Details of the case were entered in the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. A forensic composite sketch depicting how the man may have looked during his life was developed and released to the public in hopes that it would generate new leads in the case. In an effort to finally identify Palm Beach County John Doe, officials with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office teamed with Othram to determine if advanced DNA testing could help to generate new leads about his identity. In January 2024, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office submitted forensic evidence to Othram. Othram's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive genealogical profile for the unknown man. Othram's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team then used this profile to conduct genetic genealogy research. This provided new investigative leads to law enforcement. A follow-up investigation was conducted using the new information. It led investigators to potential relatives of the John Doe. Reference DNA samples were collected from a potential relative and compared to the DNA profile of the unknown man. In June 2024, this investigation led to the positive identification of the man as Joseph W. Newman of Toms River, New Jersey. Joseph was last seen alive in the spring of 1983. He had been living in the Bal Harbour, Kendall and Miami-Dade County areas of Florida. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is seeking the public's assistance with identifying any friends and/or associates of Joseph in Florida from the early 1980s. A person named Jamie, whose last name remains unknown, was believed to be one of Joseph W. Newman's associates around the time of his disappearance. Jamie is described as a black male in his mid-30s, of American descent, muscular, and of average height. He often bragged about being a football player, and is thought to be one of the last people seen with Joseph before he went missing. Anyone with information about Joseph W. Newman is urged to contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-458-TIPS-8477 or Detective John Cogburn of the Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit at 561-688-4063. Moving on to the next case. Margaret Carol Weininger. On December 12, 1994, skeletal remains of a woman were found off Tom Hicken Road in Sugarloaf Township, Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, during a mining reclamation project. A state worker discovered the scattered remains between the top and bottom of a coal bank, left above ground with no signs of burial. A foreign metal fragment was found in her lower jaw. Authorities investigated and determined that the remains belonged to a female, estimated to be between 5 feet 1 inch and 5 feet 4 inches tall. It was estimated that she was between the ages of 34 and 47 years at the time of her demise and that she had lost her life between 6 months to 2 years prior to being found. Despite extensive efforts, including comparisons and leads, the identity of the woman remained a mystery due to the condition of the remains, which rendered determining a cause and manner of demise impossible. There was a model of her face that forensic artist, Frank Bender, made after studying her skull in 1996. The sculpture circulated widely in the media was one attempt to identify her over the years. She became known as Sugarloaf Jane Doe. Unfortunately, the case went cold. In 2021, authorities released a computer-generated likeness of the unknown victim and offered a reward for any information. Through recent advancements in DNA technology and forensic genealogy, a possible relative of this unidentified woman was discovered by Othram. Investigators say they interviewed the relative and an additional DNA sample was obtained, confirming the relative was her sister. In February 2024, after nearly 3 decades, state police reported that the unidentified woman was positively identified as Margaret Carol Weininger. She was born on September 5, 1948 in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. She was living with her family in Northeast Philadelphia until she went missing in the early 1990s. Margaret attended West Hazelton High School from 1965 to 1966. She was maid of honor for a wedding at Our Lady of Grace RC Church in 1968. Her parents divorced in 1965, and her father had been a greenskeeper at Valley Country Club. Her sister joined the Women's Army Corps after high school. While the identification of Margaret brings some closure, the investigation into her tragic end is ongoing. State police are urging anyone who may have come into contact with her in the Luzerne County area during that time to come forward with any information. In a statement, State Police Trooper Brian Knowles said, "Although 30 years old, this investigation was never set aside." And with the advancements in technology, troopers persisted with the investigation. As with all cold cases, members of the Pennsylvania State Police are committed to conducting a thorough investigation and will never give up in their pursuit of justice, serving the people of the Commonwealth to the highest standard. Trooper Brian Knowles from the Pennsylvania State Police Troop Criminal Investigation Assessment Unit can be reached at 570-220-8475. Moving on to the next case. Mary Lambden. Mary Lambden, a 17-year-old sophomore at Sacramento High School, was developmentally disabled. On January 14, 1981, she was reported missing after failing to show up for a scheduled ride to school. The following morning, January 15, her body was discovered dumped on the side of the road west of Interstate 5. The Sacramento Police Department's only lead at the crime scene was DNA from the suspect. For decades, detectives have returned to Mary's case hoping to find a person responsible. In 2016, 35 years after the crime took place, detectives reopened the case. They asked for the community's help in finding a man named Daryl. Daryl was not listed as a suspect but a friend of Mary, and the officers wanted to ask him some questions. Sacramento Police Chief Daniel Hahn had an idea of using genetic genealogy to help solve this case. The DNA evidence that was taken at the crime scene was entered into DNA databases looking for a match. In April of 2020, Daniel Hahn and District Attorney Anna Marie Schubert announced that they believe they have finally identified the person responsible for ending the life of Mary Lambden, Vernon Parker. Parker's life was taken in 1982, 1 year after Mary's life was taken. The district attorney had this to say: "Investigative genetic genealogy has revolutionized law enforcement's ability to solve violent crime, to identify the guilty, and exonerate the innocent." Even though Vernon Parker will not serve time for his crime, the investigators and Mary's surviving family are grateful for answers. Mary's sister, Esther, expressed gratitude, saying, "They really did work hard to find out who did it. Thank you to everyone who was involved in the case." Moving on to the next case. Melvin McAfee. On April 19, 1992, the remains of an unidentified black male were discovered in the 700 block of Tri-City Beach Road in Baytown, Texas. The Baytown Police Department responded to the scene. The man was estimated to be around 5 feet 9 inches tall and had black hair and a beard. Despite efforts to identify him, his identity remained unknown for many years. The case continues to be a part of the Baytown Police Department's cold case investigations. The unidentified man was determined to be between the ages of 25 and 45 years. His remains were found partially clothed, covered in multiple sheets and blankets, lying face down in a concrete drainage ditch just south of the Southern Pacific Railroad. The discovery took place on April 19, 1992, and an autopsy was conducted by the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences. The cause of death was determined to be a homicide, adding to the mystery surrounding the man's identity and the circumstances leading to his death. Despite this, his identity remains unknown. Details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System. Despite the extensive efforts of law enforcement investigators to identify the man, no matches were found. The case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. About 29 years later, on August 11, 2021, the man's remains were exhumed for further analysis. In 2022, the Baytown Police Department submitted forensic evidence to Othram. They were hoping that advanced DNA testing could finally help to identify the man. Othram's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the John Doe. After successfully completing the process, the DNA profile was delivered to the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team. They performed the research to generate new investigative leads in the case. A follow-up investigation was conducted using this new information. This led investigators to potential relatives of the man. After more than 3 decades, this investigation led to the positive identification of the man in July 2024. He is now known to be Melvin McAfee of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He was born in Chicago, Illinois. He was 41 years old when his remains were discovered in 1992. Baytown Police Chief John Stringer said, "The Baytown Police Department is dedicated to pursuing justice for victims and their families. We are thankful to our partners at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences and the FBI's Investigative Genetic Genealogy Unit for providing their expertise, which helped identify this victim. While it has been 32 years, this investigation is not over. Our detectives need the assistance of anyone with information on this case to come forward. Any information regarding this case is crucial to providing closure to Mr. Melvin's loved ones. Anyone with relevant details is urged to contact Baytown Crime Stoppers. Your tip will remain anonymous. You can call the Baytown Police Department at 281-420-2837 or Baytown Crime Stoppers at 281-427 tips, 8477. Moving on to the next case. Morgan Harrington. Morgan Harrington, born on July 24, 1989, in Charlottesville, Virginia, was a 20-year-old student at Virginia Tech in 2009. On the evening of October 17, Morgan attended a Metallica concert at the John Paul Jones Arena at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. During the concert, she went to the bathroom but somehow ended up outside the arena. Due to a no re-entry policy, she was not allowed to return inside. Morgan then called her friends who were still inside to tell them that she was going to get a ride home. Morgan was last seen by witnesses hitchhiking at 9:30 on a nearby bridge. She was never seen alive again. Morgan's handbag was later found in a parking lot at the University of Virginia. Inside was her cell phone. On January 26, 2010, Morgan's remains were discovered by a farmer in a remote area about 10 miles from the arena. It was never made public in what manner her life was taken, but it is known that it was violent and that she was assaulted. In April 2010, it was made public that a t-shirt had been found about a mile from the arena that belonged to Morgan. It was what she had on when she was last seen. Morgan's DNA was found on it as well as DNA belonging to an unknown man. Investigators found that the DNA from the unknown man belonged to a suspect in an assault case from 2005 in Fairfax, Virginia. The victim from that case described her attacker as an African-American male in his mid-20s, roughly 6 feet tall, weighing between £180 and £220. He had a beard and a mustache. A composite sketch was made of the man hoping that someone could identify him, but no one came forward with any valuable information. Finally, in 2014 a different cold case led to progress in Morgan's case. Hannah Graham was a student at the University of Virginia in September of 2014. She went missing after going to a restaurant outside a campus with her friends. Investigators looked at surveillance footage of the area and saw an African-American man following Hannah. They also saw that a man forcibly had his arms around Hannah at one point. He was quickly identified as Jesse Matthew. Investigators arrested him a week after Hannah was last seen. His DNA was taken and it was found that his DNA measured DNA found on Morgan's body, and it also linked him to the 2005 assault case. In October 2014, Hannah's remains were located in an abandoned house in a nearby county. In March 2016, he confessed to all of his crimes and he was sentenced to 4 life sentences. Moving on to the next case. Sandra Rivet. Sandra Rivet was born on September 16, 1945, in Basingstoke, Hampshire, England. However, the Rivet family didn't stay in Hampshire for long. Sandra's life would take a turn that few could have predicted, leading her into the orbit of one of the United Kingdom's most notorious aristocratic families. In the autumn of 1974, her life was tragically cut short by a horrific murder that would leave the British public in shock and mystery. At the time of her death, Sandra was employed as a nanny in the royal home of Lord Lucan, a man whose fate would become entwined with hers in an unimaginable way. Sandra's murder and the subsequent disappearance of Lord Lucan would spark one of the most enduring unsolved cases in British history, leaving questions that still linger today, half a century later. Her story, intertwined with the tragic events that unfolded that fateful night in the Belgravia district of London, remains a haunting mystery, one that has captivated both the public and investigators alike for decades. When Sandra was just 2 years old, in 1948, the Hensby family moved from Europe to Australia, where they would stay for the next 7 years. From a young age, Sandra exhibited a curious and creative nature, always eager to learn and explore the world around her. Though she wasn't particularly extroverted, Sandra had a natural ability to form connections with others, especially with her siblings at home. In 1955, the Hensby family returned to the United Kingdom, where Sandra's life would continue to unfold, eventually leading her to an unexpected and tragic fate. The Hensby family settled in Croydon, South London, where Sandra gained a sense of admiration that she hadn't experienced in Australia. She became quite popular among her peers, fitting in well at school. However, despite her natural intelligence and street smarts, Sandra struggled academically. Her sharp logic and practical skills were not reflected in her grades, and this challenge persisted as she moved from primary to secondary school. As a result, Sandra was unable to secure a place at university after college, which would have provided the foundation for a post-college career. The reality of the situation frustrated Sandra at first, but she eventually accepted the outcome and looked ahead to better days. It didn't take long for the better days to arrive. Sandra was able to lock down an apprenticeship as a hairdresser and worked on the close tutelage for the following 6 months. After gaining that skill, Sandra turned her attention to secretary work. She quickly acquired a secretary job at a local firm in Croydon, allowing her to live at home and only make a short commute. After a few fortunate job opportunities, Sandra's luck eventually ran out. She had been involved with an unidentified man on and off for several months, but the relationship finally ended for good, leaving Sandra struggling to cope with the breakup. As her mental health deteriorated, she reached a breaking point and voluntarily checked herself into a hospital in Red Hills, Surrey. There, she was treated for depression and made a full recovery, allowing her to reintegrate into society. Once back in Greater London, Sandra met a man named John, a local builder and well-respected businessman in the community. After dating for a few months, the pair became engaged and Sandra was able to lock down another job, this time as a nanny for a doctor who lived in Croydon. In 1963, Sandra and John discovered they were pregnant with a little boy. 9 months later, on March 13, 1964, Sandra gave birth to Stefan, her only son. Despite having a baby together, John and Sandra's relationship quickly began to crumble. The engagement was eventually called off, and Sandra moved back in with her parents in Croydon. She realized that she wasn't in a position to care for her newborn baby, so she made the difficult decision to have Stefan placed for adoption. However, Sandra's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hensby, couldn't bear the thought of their grandson being left to the system, so they filed for adoption and were granted custody of Stefan. In an effort to get back on her feet, Sandra changed careers and became a caregiver at an elderly home. But after realizing she wasn't suited for that work, she left the hospital and moved to Portsmouth, Hampshire, to live with her sister. In Portsmouth, Sandra kindled yet another relationship, this time with a Royal Navy seaman by the name of Roger Rivet. They married on June 10, 1967, back in Sandra's hometown of Croydon. After a while, Roger took on a job as a loader for British Road Services. This allowed Sandra to find part-time work too, and she continued her old caretaker duties. In 1973, Roger switched careers and took a job as a tanker driver at Esso, now known as ExxonMobil. This move brought him and Sandra back to Kenley, and Sandra left the orphanage work behind to join a cigarette company in Croydon. However, Roger's new job, which involved frequent travel, began to strain their relationship. As he spent more time away, he grew increasingly paranoid and suspicious of Sandra, eventually accusing her of being unfaithful during his trips. This distrust would continue to grow, adding tension to their marriage. Despite Sandra's assertion of her innocence, Roger never let it go, and the couple divorced in May of 1974. Roger moved back in with his parents, and Sandra was forced to look for additional nanny work once more. A Belgravia domestic agency in the Belgrave in central London listed Sandra's contact information in their hiring books, and her assistance was eventually requested. The first request came from an elderly couple living in the Belgrave district. Sandra excelled in her role and soon received notice from John Bingham, 7th Earl of Lucan, that her services were wanted at his private home. On Wednesday, November 6, 1974, Sandra Rivet enjoyed an evening out with her boyfriend, John Hankins. The following day, November 7th, Sandra was tragically bludgeoned to death with a lead pipe in a brutal attack that shocked everyone. The attack was reportedly carried out by her employer, Lord Lucan, who, for reasons still unclear, murdered Sandra in a horrifying act. This event unfolded in Belgravia, London, and set in motion one of the most famous and mysterious crimes in British history. Lord Lucan's subsequent disappearance added to the intrigue surrounding the case, leaving questions unanswered for decades. The couple usually met on Thursday nights because that was Sandra's night off, but had to reschedule this time around. Besides the time change, everything else goes according to plan that evening, and Sandra returns to her residence undisturbed. Normalcy continues into the following day on Thursday, November 7, 1974, as Sandra carries out her usual nanny duties at the Lucan household on Lower Belgrave Streets in London, England. Day turns to night, and all seems well and good between Sandra and the Lucan family. At 8 p.m. that same evening, Sandra calls her boyfriend John on the Lucan household's telephone during a short break from her work responsibilities. Between 8:30 and 8:50 p.m., Sandra Rivet tucked the two youngest Lucan children into bed in the upstairs quarters of the house. Around 8:55 p.m., she approached Lady Lucan, formerly Veronica Mary Duncan, to offer her a cup of tea. Lady Lucan accepted, and Sandra went to the kitchen, which was located in the basement of the home. However, as she reached the kitchen, an assailant, later believed to be Lord Lucan, crept up behind her and struck her on the head with a wrapped lead pipe. The brutal attack continued as he struck her repeatedly, leaving Sandra bludgeoned and ultimately lifeless on the kitchen floor. Once Sandra's pulse stops, the assailant picks up her body and places it into a mailbag made of canvas. A few minutes pass by and Lady Lucan becomes restless upstairs. Wondering what could make preparing tea take so long, she leaves her chair and trots down to the first floor. Another minute passes by and the lady of the house stands at the top of the stairwell that descends to the basement kitchen. She calls out for Sandra without hesitation, but is quickly attacked from behind herself. As Lady Lucan is attacked, she attempts to fight back. During the violent quarrel, she is able to bite the fingers of her assailant before being shoved face first into the floor. After screaming at the attacker, an eerily familiar voice shouts, "Shut up." Lady Lucan would later tell a judge and jury that this voice sounded exactly like her husband's voice, Lord Lucan himself. Near the end of the violent encounter, Lady Lucan is luckily able to reach behind her and grab her attacker by the testicles. As she squeezes, the man releases his hand from her throat and shouts out in pain, giving up the fight. This is where the truth becomes clouded. According to reports, Lady Lucan runs away from the attacker and finds her husband Richard John Bingham. However, it's described as a non-violent interaction, with Lord Lucan calmly telling his wife that he killed her when Lady Lucan asks where Sandra was. In a bizarre twist, some reports claim that Lady Lucan offers to aid John Bingham's escape from their Belgravia manor on the condition he would wait for her injuries from the attack to heal. Apparently, after this engagement, Lord Lucan visits the upstairs quarters and sends the eldest daughter to bed. He takes Lady Lucan into one of the bedrooms and asks her to lay down blankets so as not to stay in the bedsheets. While she sits on the bed, Lord Lucan asks if there were any barbiturates, to which Lady Lucan replies stating there are some in the bathroom. Lord Lucan enters the bathroom to find the medicine as well as to wet a small cloth to help clean Lady Lucan's wounds. In the heat of the moment, Lady Lucan uses Lord Lucan's task as a distraction and jumps up from her spot on the bed and dashes downstairs. Lord Lucan, unable to hear anything from the bathroom, carries on ignorance to his wife's escape. Once she is outside, Lady Lucan seeks refuge in a public house known as the Plumber's Arms. It is here she hides from her husband until the police arrive. Meanwhile, back at the Lucan household, Lord Lucan finally realizes his wife is missing and doesn't hesitate to hatch his own escape plan too. He leaves his Belgravia home for the final time just before 10 p.m. Sometime between 10 and 10:30, Lord Lucan arrives at Madeline Florman's house in Chester Square, the mother of a friend to Lord Lucan's eldest daughter Frances. He pounds on the door, but is never met by any of the home's occupants. Inside, Madeline ignores the raps on the door, as she is the only one there. After a few minutes of waiting, the knocks stop and the phone rings instead, only to hear a bunch of gibberish coming from the other line. During the phone call, Madeline is able to make out something regarding her front door and puts the receiver down. She walks to the doorway and swings the front door open to reveal a blood stain on the doorstep. Later forensic work would classify the blood stain to contain two different blood types, blood groups A and B, the two types belonging to Lady Lucan and Sandra Rivet respectively. Madeline rushed back inside to the phone, but the other line was now dead. She immediately slammed down the receiver, picked it back up again, and dialed for the police. Then sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m., Lord Lucan phones his own mother and tells her to go to his house and fetch the children. He tells her that something terrible has happened in the home, and that he had driven by and saw Lady Lucan fighting with an assailant in the basement, and ran in only to find her screaming. The police later attempt to track down the precise location of where Lord Lucan dispatched the call to Madeline's home and his mother's house, but it is never learned. On the other side of town, Lady Lucan finally makes contact with the police. Law enforcement tells her they've forced entry into the house where Lord Lucan is nowhere to be found. However, they do discover Sandra Rivet's body still in the canvas mailbag downstairs. Lady Lucan is then put into an ambulance and rushed to St. George's Hospital in Tooting, London. Her husband, on the other hand, drives his Ford Corsair sedan to the home of Ian and Susan Maxwell Scott, friends of Lord Lucan. It is located nearly 68 kilometers from his home. At the Maxwell Scott residence, Lord Lucan comes across as quite disheveled and unkempt in the eyes of Susan. He also sported a dark wet stain of sorts on his hip. When Susan confronts Lucan, he tells her and her husband that he saw a man attacking his wife. And when he went inside to comfort her, he slips on a pool of blood, and that's why he looks a mess. Despite the bizarre story or the fact that Lucan was with his friends rather than helping his family, either Ian or Susan suspect Lucan of foul play. They also don't turn on their radios or televisions that evening, failing to see the news and hear of the entire Lady Lucan ordeal. While Lord Lucan is at the Maxwell Scott home, he writes 2 letters addressed to his brother-in-law, a man by the name of Bill Shand Kidd. One of the letters is regarding his side of the story to the attempted homicide on Lady Lucan's life and his fear that he will be framed for the ordeal. The other letter addressed non-important financial matters. A third letter is later recovered. However, where Lucan wrote it is unconfirmed. This letter addresses similar fears Lord Lucan is having, and he asks the recipient Michael Stoop to look after his children whenever he can. At around 12:30 a.m. on Friday, November 8th, Lord Lucan calls his mother a second time to say he'll call again in the morning and won't speak to police that night, waiting until dawn on Friday to speak to the authorities. 45 minutes later at 1:15 a.m., Lord Lucan drives away from the Maxwell Scott property. A few hours later on that next day, Roy Ransom, the chief detective superintendent in charge of the investigation, arrives at the Lucan household on Lower Belgrave Street. With him is the divisional surgeon, photographers, forensic scientists, and petty officers. In the first sweep of the house, authorities discover no forced entry outside of the door they themselves kicked in. a bloody towel in Lady Lucan's bathroom, and a lot of blood at the top of the basement stairs. Police also find a bloody pipe that morning in the Lucan family home. Near the pipe are broken picture frames, a broken metal banister, and other various damaged walls and surfaces from around the general area. Next, law enforcement attempts to track down Lord Lucan so they can bring him in for questioning. First, they tried to reach him at 5 Eaton Row, a flat Lord Lucan had lived in since 1973 when his marriage started crumbling due to a growing gambling addiction. After the Eaton Row flat proved to be empty, police then checked another address at 72A Elizabeth Street where Lucan's mother said he would stay at times. At the Elizabeth Street address, detectives find a full suit and shirt laid out, a Greek book, a wallet, car keys, cash, a driver's license, and Lucan's passport, tissues, and glasses. Outside, there was a blue Mercedes-Benz, but when the police attempted to start it, both the engine and battery were dead. After the detailed search at the Lucan household wraps up, police follow up with Lady Lucan, who is still at St. George's Hospital and under heavy sedation. Despite the drugs, Lady Lucan is able to describe the general circumstances of her attack while never accusing her missing husband. Over the next couple of days, a post-mortem inspection of Sandra Rivett's body goes underway under the close watch of famous pathologist Keith Simpson. Keith discovers that Rivett was killed before being placed into the canvas mailbag and that the lead pipe found in the house was most certainly the murder weapon. Authorities also make a trip out to interview Sandra's ex-husband, Roger Rivett. Roger provides a rock-solid alibi, as do other men associated with Sandra's previous relationships. Around the same time, Lady Lucan was finally released from the hospital and returned to her children, eventually relocating to Plymouth due to the media's invasive and disrespectful coverage. On Sunday, November 10th, law enforcement discovered the Ford Corsair driven by Lord Lucan on the night he was last seen. The car was found in Norman Road, New Haven, just 26 kilometers from Uckfield, where Lucan had stayed with the Maxwell Scott couple. The vehicle was impounded and searched later that day, during which investigators found a second piece of lead pipe hidden in the car's trunk, further intensifying the suspicion surrounding Lord Lucan's involvement in the murder of Sandra Rivett. The pipe features surgical tape wrapped around the cylinder, but no blood. There was also a bottle of vodka sitting next to the pipe. Detectives then take a survey of the surrounding neighborhood and interview fellow residents of the community. 2 different witnesses claimed the Corsair had been parked there since at least between the hours of 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. on November 8th. November 10th is also the day Michael Stoop informs police of the third letter written by Lord Lucan. However, he had already thrown the envelope away and police couldn't track the postage from where Lucan mailed out the letter. On Tuesday, November 12th, an official warrant for the arrest of Richard John Bingham, 7th Earl of Lucan for the murder of Sandra Rivett and attempted murder of Lady Lucan is filed. In the following weeks, detectives send out professional search and rescue squads to comb the New Haven Downs area where the car was recovered. They search grounds, the harbor, and all other public areas only to find the skeletal remains of a judge who had disappeared years ago. A couple of small inquests are then held in the aftermath of the immediate investigation. The first takes place on November 13th, where Roger Rivett is brought in to identify Sandra's body in an official capacity. The second takes place on June 16th, 1975, over 6 months since the murder and disappearance. At the second inquest, Lady Lucan is formally questioned and she reveals the difficulties she and her husband had leading up to the attack. She says the voice she heard from her attacker was undoubtedly the voice of Lord Lucan, and that her choice to try and help him after the fact was a ruse meant to aid in her escape. The eldest Lucan child, Frances, was brought to the witness stand to tell her version of events from November 7, 1974. Frances said she heard shouting, then saw her mother covered in blood enter her bedroom with Lord Lucan. Lady Lucan had apparently sent Frances to bed, but when she got ready, Frances also heard her father yelling for her mother across the house. When Lady Lucan failed to respond, Frances said Lord Lucan asked her where her mother had gone before walking downstairs and leaving for good. The next witness is the landlord of the bar called the Plumber's Arms, where Lady Lucan took shelter after she escaped the clutches of Lord Lucan. The landlord says Lady Lucan ran inside screaming, my children, he's murdered my nanny." She could also be heard crying for help and saying she had just escaped from being murdered. The third major witness was pathologist Keith Simpson, who confirmed Sandra's death was due to blunt force trauma to the head by both the lead pipe recovered in the Lukens' house as well as the assailant's fists. The final major witness was none other than Susan Maxwell Scott, the last person to see Lord Lucan in the flesh. Susan tells the judge and jury of Lord Lucan's unkempt appearance from the night he paid them an unexpected visit. Susan also speaks of Lord Lucan's mindset right before he disappeared. How he was adamant another man was attacking Lady Lucan, and that Lady Lucan's initial reaction after this supposed attacker ran off was that her husband must have hired an assassin to kill her. By the end of the inquest, the judge and jury had all they needed. By 11:45 a.m. that day, the jury foreman read the murder verdict for John Bingham as guilty on all charges. In the 38 years since the murder of Sandra Rivet and the attack on Lady Lucan, Lord Lucan has yet to be found. Despite numerous sightings and theories stretched thin by both his closest family members and friends, he has yet to be identified or recovered if he is dead. In 1999, Lord Lucan is officially declared dead. However, a death certificate isn't guaranteed until February of 2016. In 2017, Lady Lucan commits suicide despite never knowing the exact fate of her ex-husband and attacker. Yet, she remains certain until her last breath that he was the one who took the life of Sandra and nearly her own. While the case of Sandra Rivets and John Bingham is now a closed investigation until concrete proof of Lord Lucan's demise is brought forth, the chance for ultimate justice still exists for the Rivets and Hansby families. In a case old enough to lack DNA evidence and sparse enough to lack photographs or CCTV footage, the most fascinating and incriminating clues may be the letters Lord Lucan wrote to various associates the night he evaded the police and departed the Belgravia district of London, England forever. One of the letters covered Lord Lucan's financial interests he needed to take care of as soon as possible. That letter reads, "There is a sale coming up at Christie's November 27th, which will satisfy bank overdrafts. Please agree reserves with Tom Craig. Proceeds go to Lloyd's 6 Pall Mall, Counts 59 Strand, NatWest Bloomsbury branch, who also hold an equity and law life policy. The other creditors can get lost for the time being. Lucky." While there isn't much to glean from this piece of information, Lucan was definitely showing his true intentions in the end of the letter. He's basically saying the creditors aren't important at the time and are worth getting blown off if he is to leave, going as far to call them lucky. The second letter is much more enlightening. Here it is in its entirety. "Dear Bill, the most ghastly circumstances arose tonight, which I briefly described to my mother. When I interrupted the fight at Lower Belgrave Street and the man left, Veronica accused me of having hired him. I took her upstairs and sent Frances up to bed and tried to clean her up. She lay doggo for a bit, and when I was in the bathroom left the house. The circumstantial evidence against me is strong in that V will say it was all my doing. I will also lie doggo for a bit, but I am only concerned for the children. If you can manage it, I want them to live with you. Counts, trustees, St. Martin's Lane, Mr. Wall will handle school fees. V has demonstrated her hatred for me in the past, and would do anything to see me accused. For George and Francis to go through life knowing their father had stood in the dock for attempted murder would be too much. When they are old enough to understand, explain to them the dream of paranoia and look after them. Yours ever, John." The letter is addressed to Bill, Lord Lucan's brother-in-law and occasional confidant. While Lucan attempts to argue his innocence, in truth he does anything but. Lord Lucan's words and actions paint a picture of a man who was trying to evade responsibility rather than a man striving to clear his name. His claim that his wife had accused him of hiring a hitman to kill her, combined with his belief that circumstantial evidence would convict him, indicated that he was fully aware of the gravity of the situation and the mounting evidence against him. His decision to flee rather than confront the accusations and speak with the police suggests that he was more focused on avoiding capture than on proving his innocence. Furthermore, his assertion that others would take care of the children and their schooling, instead of stepping up to fulfill his parental duties, only deepens the suspicion that he was not a man caught in an unfortunate situation, but rather someone guilty and determined to escape the consequences of his actions. If John Bingham were truly innocent, he likely would have stayed to face the charges, reassure his children, and work with authorities to clear his name. Surely, he would aid the police in their search for this unidentified killer. Surely, he would do something, anything other than run away and never look back. The third letter was written to Michael Scoop, who owned the St. James pub and the Ford Corsair, eventually taken and left behind by Lord Lucan in his final moments in the public eye. The letter reads, "My dear Michael, I have had a traumatic night of unbelievable coincidence. However, I won't bore you with anything or involve you except to say that when you come across my children, which I hope you will, please tell them that you knew me and that all I cared about was them. The fact that a crooked solicitor and a rotten psychiatrist destroyed me between them will be of no importance to the children. I gave Bill Shankett an account of what actually happened, but judging by my last effort in courts, no one, let alone a 67-year-old judge, would believe, and I no longer care except that my children should be protected. Yours ever, John." This letter is perhaps the most telling. Lord Lucan is so convinced the world is out to get him, now blaming the likes of an unknown solicitor, psychiatrist, and judge that he no longer cares. He says he only wants his children taken care of and that no one will believe his story. Otherwise, the letters speak for themselves, covered in blood and written under the candlelight of a midnight escapade after Bingham's actions in November of 1974. The case of Sandra and John Bingham is unique to cold case detective in that they aren't true cold cases. Sandra Rivet was officially found to have been murdered by Lord Lucan. And while Lord Lucan was never found after vanishing, he is not the victim in question here. Most people believe Lord Lucan committed suicide, a theory held by both Lady Lucan and the detectives leading the investigation. At first, the chief detective Roy Rancher said that while Lord Lucan may have killed himself, it would have happened somewhere outside the Belgravia and the surrounding cities where detailed search and rescues were held. Other searches eventually transpired all over the world, and yet nothing came of them. One private investigator who took the case over in 2006 stated they had enough evidence to conclude that Lord Lucan actually left London and started a new life elsewhere across the globe. However, what this exact evidence showed was never made privy to the public. If Lord Lucan didn't end his own life, where could he have escaped to? The last person to have seen Lucan alive has a strong theory herself. Susan Maxwell Scott once told John Pearson, famous bibliographer who wrote about the murder, that she believed Lucan did indeed have help getting out of the country, most likely from the aid of financiers who are only known or accessible to those who are or were once rich. However, Susan also added a twist to the story. She said that she believed the financiers came around on their decision and saw Lucan as too great a risk to fulfill the escape mission. She believed Lucan was kidnapped, killed, and buried somewhere in Switzerland where the Swiss banks and potential financiers were located. Susan wasn't the only one to concoct such a conclusion. Jeremy Scott, an advertising executive familiar with the Sandra Rivet case, proposed Lucan was killed and hidden by someone with both power and money. Jeremy's thoughts were somewhat valuable as he had strong connections with a few members of the Claremont set. The idea that Lord Lucan may have been connected to the Claremont set, an exclusive group of ultra-wealthy gamblers, adds another layer of intrigue to the case. The association with such a group could suggest a darker side to his personality, one that might involve risky behavior or connections that could have led to the crime or his subsequent disappearance. The police, however, never confirmed if they explored this avenue fully, leaving this possibility in the realm of speculation. As is often the case with high-profile disappearances, numerous sightings of Lucan sprang up after his vanishing. These sightings, reported from places as far-flung as France and Colombia, only muddied the waters further. One of these reports involved a businessman in Colombia who resembled Lucan, while another sighting brought comparisons to John Stonehouse, a British politician who had faked his death, prompting some to wonder if Lucan might have done the same. These false leads and mistaken identities only intensified the mystery, but in the end, they did little to bring closure to the case of the missing Lord Lucan. There was also the instance of bounty hunter John Miller pretending to capture Lord Lucan in 1982. However, authorities quickly foiled the job as an elaborate hoax. Another false sighting occurred in 2003 when a former detective followed a man all the way to Goa, India thinking they were Lord Lucan only to discover they had accidentally tracked a man by the name of Barry Halpin, a folk singer from Merseyside in northern England. It happened yet again in 2007 when a few members in a small New Zealand community thought a British expatriates living on their streets resembled an aged John Bingham. However, when reporters located the houseless male subject, they quickly learned he was in fact not Lord Lucan. Many people around the official investigation and curious bystanders in general felt that if Lord Lucan made his escape and lived to tell the tale, he probably wound up in South Africa or somewhere else on the continent. This was always pure guesswork. However, the heat on investigators to track the Earl down in Africa heightened in the 1980s when the Lucan children were temporarily moved to Gabon, Africa. Many wondered if this was intentional so the Lord Lucan could monitor his children from a distance if not visiting them in secret himself. The only other theory that made sense in the hours after Sandra Rivet was killed was that someone had broken into the Lucan house to target Lady Lucan but mistaken her for Sandra and then fled once Lord Lucan arrived per his own words. However, there simply isn't enough evidence to hold up such claims. Everything the defense tried to argue at the inquest regarding Lord Lucan's innocence had a counterargument. While it was true that Lord Lucan's fingerprints were not present at the scene of the crime, Lucan's defense team at the inquest had no answers for why he had a second piece of lead pipe in the trunk of his car. The lead pipe in the car had a similar appearance to the one used to murder Sandra, and while forensic scientists could not state for certain the two pieces were cut from the same pipe, they said it was most likely that both the pipes and the surgical tape wrapped around them were of the same cut of materials. Not only that, but the blood stains found inside the Ford Corsair were tested and found to be part of the AB blood group. Remember, the blood found on the crime scene was from both the A and B blood groups, but it was possible the stain in the Corsair was a combination of the two separate blood sources from Lady Lucan and Sandra Rivet. The defense also had no proper rebuttal to the witness testimonies that shared Lucan's semi-secret desire to murder his wife. They can call it a joke or a coincidence, but in truth, it sounds nothing more than a foreshadow to murder. There also wasn't a single piece of evidence outside of Lucan's letters that led investigators to believe a second man was on the Lucan property on November 7, 1974. Firstly, police had no suspects who matched the description or had any motive to kill Sandra. Secondly, there were no clues of forced entry at 46 Lower Belgrave Street. Thirdly, there was no way for Lord Lucan to know Sandra or his wife was being attacked in the kitchen in the basement, because the only way to look into the kitchen from the street is through the tiny window facing outside, which Lucan would have to stoop very low to the pavement to even access. Not only that, but the basement kitchen light was not functioning at the time because it had been screwed out of its fixture and placed on a chair sitting in the room. Meaning with someone with the knowledge of the kitchen's interior would have screwed the light bulb out as to cloak their crimes in darkness. In fact, Lady Lucan had never even entered the basement itself in the first place, contradicting Lord Lucan's own words. And even if she had been down there, and even if she had been attacked by an unknown stranger, they wouldn't have been able to escape out of the basement kitchen door like Lucan said. The door was in fact locked the night of the murder. In addition, there were no signs of a rushed escape or anything of that nature in the barricaded garden that sits right outside the basement door in question, nor any eyewitness testimony by the Lucans' neighbors that placed a strange shadowy figure in the vicinity of 46 Lower Belvist. The only reasonable claim that Lord Lucan's defense team could use was that if Lucan wanted his wife dead and was familiar with the house, why would he go out of his way to kill the nanny first, whom he certainly would have as not being his wife? It is a fair question, but there are possible answers. For a murder and escape premeditated, it wouldn't be a shock to hear Lord Lucan killed Sandra on purpose as to create this very doubt in the minds of investigators. King that if the nanny was killed too, her killer must be someone who did not know the faces of his victims. In the end, it was just another twisted idea in the mind of a twisted killer who committed a twisted crime. It is a fool's errand to spend time debating who killed Sandra Rivet or how she was murdered. It is clear based on both physical evidence and the testimony of Lady Lucan that her husband is the prime and only suspect, and that Lord Lucan ran away post-assault and homicide to flee from capture and avoid punishment for his crime. He had a motive. He was scared to death of losing the little custody he had left of his children. Bitter about his wife's legal battles and declining mental health, and enraged over the continued gambling addiction that plagued him ceaselessly. There is no question here. The assassin was Lord Lucan. Seeking justice in this case is not a useless endeavor. While many have accepted that John Bingham is likely dead either by suicide or other causes. Even if he is old, he could still be alive. A man of Lucan's former wealth and power would have the connections to make sure they had the best health care available no matter where he ended up in the world. He would be 88 in the present day. And despite the years since the murder, no man is too old to face justice and answer for their crimes. While Lord Lucan, the murderer, may never see justice, we want the focus of this story to be on Sandra Rivet and the loss her family endured and who she was as an individual. Sandra was a courageous survivor of violent relationships and a battle against depression and anxiety. She spent a portion of her life watching the world through a barred hospital window. Sandra Rivet's life, though full of hardship, reflected a deep compassion for others. She dedicated herself to caring for both the elderly and children, listening to their stories and sharing her own wisdom. Her work in these roles highlighted her natural empathy and her desire to make a difference, even when facing her own struggles. Despite her personal darkness and the challenges she endured, Sandra remained kind-hearted, always striving to help others. It is tragic that she was denied the opportunity to fully realize her potential and find peace, as she truly deserved. Her legacy is a reminder of the quiet strength and compassion that often goes unnoticed until it's too late. Sandra Rivet's life, marked by a series of struggles and setbacks, was tragically cut short by the violent actions of Lord Lucan. Despite her difficult past, which included heartbreak and personal challenges, Sandra had found a sense of stability and purpose working with the Lucan family, caring for their children and creating bonds she cherished. Her resilience in the face of adversity was undeniable, and it's essential that we remember her not just as a victim of a brutal crime, but as a woman full of promise, strength, and potential. Sandra Rivet deserved the opportunity to continue her life and write her own happy ending. Her memory should serve as a reminder of the lives lost to violence and the resilience of the human spirit. Moving on to the next case. Valentine Sally. On February 14, 1982, just 11 miles west of Williams, Arizona, and off the I-40 highway, the body of a young woman was discovered in a wooded area. She had been dead for about 10 days and was unrecognizable. Her body was found lying face down under a cedar tree, approximately 25 feet from the interstate. It appeared that she had been dragged to the location by the belt loops of her jeans. The stretch of the interstate where she was found was a long incline where trucks would frequently pull over and stop to cool their brakes. If her body was transported there in the cab of a semi, no one would have been suspicious of a truck driver being pulled over in the area. Her body had been discovered by a public safety officer. She had been murdered, perhaps by strangulation or suffocation, and had not been sexually assaulted. By the time of her discovery, animals had eaten most or all of the flesh from her face along with her right ear. The young woman, approximately 15 to 20 years old, had strawberry blonde shoulder-length hair and was wearing a red and white striped sweater, which caught the attention of a waitress of a local diner, which police were canvassing. The waitress said that she remembered seeing a young girl with the same red striped sweater and designer jeans come into her restaurant with an older man, probably in his late 60s, who was wearing a brown leather vest decorated with feathers. The pair entered the truck stop at approximately 3 a.m. and left an hour later. The man, she recalled, ordered food, but the girl simply asked for an aspirin. The waitress recalls the girl complaining of her tooth hurting and she was applying pressure to the left of her jaw. The unidentified body found had a half-finished root canal on the girl's left side. Although this remarkable lead fills in some details as to the timeline of the case, the girl's identity has never been discovered and she remains filed under the name Valentine Sally. In 1984, she was misidentified as Florida runaway, Melody Eugene Cutlip. A forensic odontologist compared Valentine Sally's teeth to the teeth exposed in a smiling photo of Melody, and claimed they were one and the same. Valentine Sally's tombstone was then replaced with one reading, Melody Eugene Cutlip. However, in 1986, Melody Eugene Cutlip went back to her family alive and well. Melody later died in a vehicle accident in 1998. However, Valentine Sally's grave was never replaced and still has Melody's name on it. Valentine Sally had long straight to wavy blonde hair and blue eyes. She was about 5.58 pound 120. The young woman was wearing a red and white striped sweater and a pair of size 9 Seasons brand designer jeans. She was barefoot and had no jewelry on when found. She wore a 36C bra and had a white handkerchief in her jean pocket. Additionally, she had pierced ears. Moving on to the next case. Reldon Keyes. Reldon Keyes, born in 1914, was a multifaceted individual known for his talents as an American poet, painter, novelist, short story writer, and filmmaker, among other things. Despite his achievements and varied interests, very little is known about his life, and the mystery surrounding his case remains unresolved to this day. Given that the events took place 65 years ago, the chances of uncovering new information are slim, yet the case still holds intrigue and is worth covering. Keyes is considered an important mid-20th century poet. His work is still being studied in schools today. His work has been immensely influential on subsequent generations of poets writing in English. Keyes was very frustrated that his work could not do as well as he hoped it would. He admitted to his friends that sometimes he felt like disappearing. On July 1919, at the age of 55, Reldon Keyes' car was discovered abandoned on the Marion County side of the Golden Gate Bridge. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance remain unclear, leaving several possibilities open. It's uncertain whether he chose to run away and start a new life, or if he decided to end his life suddenly. The unanswered questions about his fate add to the mystery that continues to surround his case. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Patricia and Howell. Patricia and Howell Jacobs, a 36-year-old woman, was found in the Natchez River in Port Arthur, Texas, on October 6, 1988. She had been last seen the night before at the Silver Spur nightclub in Silsbee, Texas. A month after her body was discovered, her driver's license and other personal belongings were found under a bridge near Kuntz, Texas. Investigators linked Daniel Andrew McGinnis to Patricia's case after 2 prior incidents involving women, but they lacked sufficient evidence to charge him in her death. The investigation into her murder would continue as authorities worked to uncover more information. Then in 2018, Patricia's family reached out to the Texas Rangers' Unsolved Crimes Investigation Program. This program was created in 2001 by the Texas legislature to provide Texas law enforcement agencies with a process for investigating unsolved cold cases or what appear to be serial or linked criminal transactions. The Rangers believe further investigation was needed and officially reopened the case in October of 2018. Through the new investigation, clothing that had never been DNA tested and other items were identified and the evidence was submitted to the Houston DPS Crime Lab. The new DNA evidence, collected from the clothing, was then entered into the combined DNA index system. Recently, investigators learned that a match was made. DNA found on the clothing belonged to Daniel Andrew McGinnis. After an interview and confirmation of the DNA evidence, he was arrested and charged in Jefferson County, Texas. His trial took place in September of 2022. On September 20th, he pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to 20 years, which will run concurrently with the previous 199-year sentence in Tyler County. Moving on to the next case. Kristen Denise Smart. Kristen Denise Smart was born on February 20, 1977, in Augsburg, Germany, to parents Stan and Denise Smart, both of whom were teachers. Kristen had 1 sister and 1 brother, and the family later moved to the United States during her early years. Kristen was raised in Stockton, California, and later attended California Polytechnic State University. On May 25, 1996, Kristen attended a fellow student's birthday party. Around 2 a.m., she was found passed out on a neighbor's lawn by two other students, Cheryl Anderson and Tim Davis. They helped Kristen to her feet and decided to walk her back to her nearby dorm. Another student, Paul Flores, joined the group and offered to help them get Kristen to her dorm safely. At one point, Tim Davis left the group because he left off campus and had driven there. Shortly after, Cheryl Anderson also left. She told Paul Flores that he can take Kristen since Kristen lived close to his dorm. That meant that Paul Flores and Kristen was now alone. This was the last known sighting of her. She did not have any money or credit cards on her when she went missing. The University Police Department originally believed that Kristen went on an unannounced vacation. This meant that it would take a few days before she was even reported missing. Once the investigation finally got started, the police looked into Paul Flores since he was the last person to have seen her. There was actually substantial evidence that Paul Flores was responsible for Kristen's disappearance. An earring belonging to Kristen was found by a tenant who lived at a former residence of Paul Flores's mom. Between 1996 and 2007, the police searched the properties owned by the Flores family, but found nothing. Then on September 6, 2016, officials from the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office announced they were investigating a new lead in the case. They then excavated an area near the campus Kristen attended. After 3 days, items of interest were found. These items were then analyzed to see whether they are connected to her disappearance. The items are still being investigated at the time of the making of this video. On January 29, 2020, the police department confirmed that 2 trucks owned by Paul Flores had been taken in as evidence. On April 22 this year, the Los Angeles Times reported that a search warrant was served at the home of Paul Flores in San Pedro, California. It has been reported that numerous items of interest were successfully found during the search at his house. That is all we know right now. Some good did come from this case at least. With Kristen's disappearance taking place on a campus and the campus police taking so long, it resulted in a Kristen Smart Campus Security Act. This law mandates that all public colleges and publicly funded educational institutions establish agreements with local law enforcement to ensure the reporting of cases related to violence against students, including those involving missing students. Moving on to the next case. Judith Bello. Judith Bello, a 28-year-old wife and mother of 2, disappeared in 1993 under mysterious circumstances in Stanwood, Washington. She had been due to pick up her son from daycare but never showed up. Her car was later found abandoned at the Stanwood post office, with no signs of where she had gone or what had happened to her. The police quickly feared foul play, as there were no clues in the car or nearby to suggest what had happened to Judith. Her sudden and unexplained disappearance left her family and the community devastated. Judith was close to her siblings, and they didn't believe that she would just leave everyone behind. The police had no leads and the case went cold. That would be until 2011. In 2011, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Department received a call from a woman claiming to be Judith Bello. She told him that she just saw herself on a deck of cards about missing persons cases. She wanted to make sure that they did not need to look for her, and her case was now solved. The police had to make sure that it was the real Judith Bello. They learned that she was now living in California. After some investigating, they were able to confirm that she was indeed the missing woman. Judith then called some of her family members to tell them she was alive and did not need to worry about her. She gave him a reason she disappeared. Judith wanted to get away from her abusive husband. She now had a new husband, and they had 3 children of her own. Her family was just glad she is safe and was happy to hear news that she also had 3 sons. Judith claimed she was scared to contact her family because of her first husband and what he might do to her siblings. She'd have spent Thanksgiving and Christmas with her family, and is now making up for lost time. Moving on to the next case. Julia Hernandez Santiago. On October 10, 1987, A passerby discovered a woman's body on a hillside near Estrella del Mar Road in San Diego. The victim had been assaulted and strangled. She was identified as 26-year-old Julia Hernandez Santiago. Despite collecting several key pieces of evidence, investigators were unable to identify any suspects, and the case went cold. However, in June 2020, police announced the arrest of a man in connection with Julia's murder. The police said 54-year-old James Charles Kingery emerged as a suspect after he was arrested in March for unrelated charges. When he was arrested, he had to supply a DNA sample. Then in May, the crime lab notified the police that James' DNA matched DNA taken from Julia's body. The investigators then followed new leads, cross-checked all the information until they were certain that James Charles Kingery is responsible. Moving on to the next case. Harold and Aquila Degree. Harold and Aquila Degree's lives seemed to be full of love and devotion to their family and faith. Their strong family bond, however, would soon be tested by a series of events that would change their lives forever. The power outage on the evening of February 13, 2000, following a nearby car accident, added an eerie layer of uncertainty to an already tense situation. Asha, who was likely already preparing for bed or winding down for the night, would have been affected by the sudden loss of power. The quiet that followed, compounded by the darkened surroundings, set the stage for the events that unfolded soon after. A power came back on during Harold then went to check on the children and saw them both sleeping. Just before he went to bed at 2:30 a.m., he again checked on the children and they were still asleep in their beds. After that, O'Brien heard Aisha's bed squeak. He assumed she merely changed her position, so he went back to sleep. He was wrong. Aisha got out of bed. She then took a book bag and folded it with clothes and personal items and left the house. Between 3:45 a.m. and 4:15 a.m., a trucker and a motorist saw her walking along Highway 18. Asha was wearing a long-sleeve white t-shirt and white pants. A motorist turned around his vehicle because he figured it was strange for a little girl to be walking around at that hour. He saw Asha run into the woods by the roadside and then disappear. It was raining and it looked like a storm was coming. Aquila awoke at 4:45 a.m. to get her children ready. She was in a good mood. It was Valentine's Day and also her wedding anniversary. When she opened children's room at 6:30 a.m., she noticed that O'Brien was in his bed, but Asia wasn't in hers. She looked for her throughout the house and even in the family cars, but still no sign of Asia. Aquila then told Harold. He suggested that maybe Asia went across the street to his mother's house. Aquila then called but was told Asia isn't there. That is when panic set in and the police was called. At 6:40 a.m., police arrived at her house. They had police dogs but the dogs could not pick up her scent outside. Aquila went through the neighborhood yelling Aisha's name. By 7 a.m., everyone was awake and looking for Aya. Local news also arrived on the scene and thanks to them, a trucker and a motorist came forward telling police what they saw. The police now knew what direction Asha headed in, but still couldn't find her. At the end of the day, there was still no sign of her. The next day, candy wrappers were found in a shed at a nearby business along the highway. Along with them were a pencil, a marker and a Mickey Mouse-shaped hair bow. It was confirmed that these items belonged to Asia. Also that day, Aquila found that Asia's favorite clothing was missing from her room. That is how they knew that Asia must have packed clothes and some personal items in her book bag. After a week, the search for Asia was called off. 9,000 man-hours was invested into searching for her. The police also followed up on every single lead. Missing person posters were put up in the entire area. Her belief was that Aisha ran away, especially since she packed the things herself. On the other hand, it is not typical for a 9-year-old to run away though. There was also no reason for her to run away. She did not have a dysfunctional family, and she did well in school. A month after Asia disappeared, the family went on the Montel Williams show to call attention to the case. America's Most Wanted and the Oprah Winfrey Show also devoted segments to it. Despite all efforts, no one had any idea what happened to Asha. Aquila got really frustrated. She said publicly that people aren't doing enough, and she believes it is because Asia is black and not white. About a year and a half on August 3, 2001, Asia's book bag and other items were discovered during a construction project of Highway 18 in Burke County near Morganton. It was found 26 miles or 42 kilometers from Shelby, where the family lived. All of the things were wrapped in a plastic bag. The FBI took it in for more forensic analysis. The results from this test still haven't been made public. Asia's family saw tries to keep the case in the media. In 2008, Asha's family established a scholarship in her honor to support a deserving local student, and they also organize an annual walk to raise awareness and funds for the continued search. Alongside this, they display photos of what Asha looked like at the time of her disappearance, as well as updated images depicting what she might look like now. In May 2016, the FBI announced a potential new lead, stating that Asha might have been seen getting into a dark green early 1970s Lincoln Continental. While Belize initially seemed like a promising lead, it has yet to yield any results. Despite the challenges, Asha's family holds on to the hope that one day she will walk through the door, and they will be reunited. Moving on to the next case. Jerry Mayon. Jerry Mayon was born on August 14, 1976, in Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, to her single mother, Janice. She attended Winfield Elementary School, where she was known to be bright, popular, and cheerful. On February 22, 1985, Jerry got off the school bus around 4:10 p.m. with a few of her friends, who were then picked up by one of their parents. This left Jerry to walk the last 150 yards to her home alone. She was last seen walking past the 1970s Dodge van with a distinctive mural painted on the side. At the time of her disappearance, she was only 8 years old. When she did not arrive home, her family got worried. They noticed tire impressions about 50 yards from the home, but no sign of Jerry. The police launched an extensive search for Jerry, but found nothing. They believed someone would spot the van, but no one did. All of her friends and family members were ruled out as suspects. In 2014, investigators were told about a woman living in Michigan and was adopted who might be Jerry. After DNA testing, it was confirmed neither, but she was not. There have never really been any suspect, or any real leads pointing the police in any direction. The case is still unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Edith Patton. Emerson School in Sanford, Maine, had been a staple of the community for over 100 years, serving generations of students who grew up running through its playground, playing sports, and creating memories. However, by 2017, the property was sold to make way for a new Cumberland Farms gas station and convenience store. As the old school was being replaced, no one knew that something much darker lay hidden beneath the ground, undisturbed for decades. The soil that once carried the laughter and joy of children now held secrets that had remained buried for far too long. On May 4, 2017, as construction workers were digging for a water line on the site of the former Emerson School, they made a chilling discovery: a collapsed casket. As they continued to dig, human remains were uncovered, including finger bones, a jawbone, teeth, and ribs. The site, located so close to the school, raised unsettling questions. Who would bury someone so near to a place where children had played for generations? Though the pelvic bone was missing, making it difficult to determine the gender with certainty, medical examiners speculated that the remains belonged to a 10-year-old female child. The discovery shocked the community, who were left grappling with the eerie implications of this long-forgotten burial. Officers discovered the remnants of a beautiful antique wooden casket, along with several nickel-plated handles and the keys to the coffin. Initially, Major Matt Gaunier from the Sanford Police Department treated the area as a potential crime scene. However, it was later confirmed to be an old gravesite. This wasn't the first time Sanford residents had encountered ancient remains. In the 1980s, while digging for an elevator shaft at the town hall, workers unearthed a leg bone, which was later determined to be very old. Experts confirmed that the casket found in 2017 dated back to the Victorian era, meaning the body was over 100 years old, adding another layer of mystery to the discovery. Upon discovering something so unique and mysterious, the construction of the gas station was halted. Then came the meticulous task of carefully excavating the grave. The city manager at the time, Stephen Buck, was accompanied by the construction workers' foreman, Peter Smith, as he sifted through the dirt carefully by hand. They were also joined by Paul Auger, who was a teacher as well as a local historian, a member of the Sanford Springvale Historical Society's board of directors. Auger was an enthusiast, and as soon as the coffin was discovered, he declared the site to be an historical excavation. The mayor at the time granted an extension for the excavation to ensure all the invaluable pieces of evidence were properly recovered. His son, Andrew Auger, played a key role in carefully handling the delicate artifacts, taking great care not to damage anything as the materials had become fragile over time. Every shard of glass, piece of metal, and bone was meticulously documented as it was removed from the dirt and mud. One notable feature of the coffin was a single-pane glass window on the top, which was typical of Victorian-era caskets, according to the Sanford Springvale Historical Society. The roots of a nearby oak tree seemed to frame the coffin, their tendrils intertwining with the casket, adding an eerie and almost fairy tale-like quality to the scene. They labeled each bone, each artifact such as the 2 coffin keys and a piece of gingham cloth. A gingham cloth is a sort of plaid check cloth probably once belonging to a dress. Before reburying the remnants of the coffin, officials felt it was only appropriate to identify the person who was laid to rest there. Some of the proceeds from the sale of Emerson's school were used to finance the DNA tests that would be conducted in an attempt to give a name to the deceased. Paul Auger was a high school history teacher, and his students volunteered to help with the identification process. With more hands on deck, the process did not get any easier. The state medical examiner's office had no use for identifying the remains, but Paul Auger championed the cause. Mayor Tom Coate prioritized the digging in the local city council's agenda, and the council approved funding. Later on, Mayor Becky Brink would continue to support the cause. The excavation process was lengthy. Paul and his son, Andrew, looked for more bones with a special sifter that the owner of a nearby Shaw's hardware store customized for this purpose. They were able to find parts of a skull, pieces of vertebrae, ribs, and a mandible with teeth. Teeth typically help identify victims easily, but back then, there were no dental records. Still, it is good for DNA evidence. Dirt and root hairs that covered the bones were cleaned with soft, bristled toothbrushes and chopsticks, and washed gently with water. After the cleaning, the human remains were laid out on an examination table at the Carl Heald and Black Funeral Home. By this point, it became public knowledge that the school grounds had previously been Woodlawn Cemetery, as could be seen in photos, maps, and documents 1889. Thomas Goodall was the founder of Goodall Mills in the 1860s, who owned the Goodall Mansion across the street. Emerson School, formerly Sanford's High School, was constructed adjacent to the cemetery. The town began relocating graves out of the cemetery around 1900 to make space for the Emerson School, which was built in 1901 and opened to students in 1902. When Willard School was erected in the 1920s, it transitioned to become a high school, while Emerson assumed the role of an elementary school. Sometime in the early 1900s, due to neglect and changing climate, the graves were deteriorating, so they were relocated to Oakdale Cemetery, creating space for a playground at Emerson School. According to the city records, 77 bodies were exhumed on record and reburied at Oakdale. The site was clear enough by 1933 for Emerson School to purchase the grounds. The front page from Sanford Tribune, an Advocate newspaper of September 17, 1971 ran a headline that read, "300 Emerson schoolchildren cheer as Woodlawn Cemetery is converted into playground by town officials." Paul Auger could recall stories of kids bragging about how they used gravestones as third base for baseball, except they were not just stories. While the remains were laid out at Carl Heald and Black Funeral Home, they could only deduce they were the bones of a little girl. But it took 6 long years to identify the Woodlawn Cemetery doe, as she was dubbed. Initial DNA tests only confirmed the medical examiner's observation. The bones belonged to a woman, but not a little girl as they had initially assumed. The teeth of the deceased would hopefully provide enough DNA signatures to identify the family this person belonged to. Major Gagne helped upload a genetic profile to the public database known back then as GEDmatch. Years passed, and finally, Paul Auger contacted the DNA Doe Project in the spring of 2022. The DNA Doe Project helped identify nameless bodies in an attempt to lay the deceased to rest with consent from their loved ones, possibly solving mysteries or reuniting relatives with the bodies of their own kin. Jennifer Randolph of the DNA Doe Project became actively involved in the search for the missing link. This speeded up the entire process. They handed the DNA samples to Parabon Nano Labs. Parabon Nano Labs in Virginia had recently started a forensic genealogy wing, which was relatively new at the time. There were many matches, but most of them were inconclusive. Finally, through bioinformatics, the lab's investigative genetic genealogists were able to identify the nameless body by building a family tree from her great-great-niece and nephew. There were 3 promising leads: a paternal half-great-great-niece, a paternal half-great-great-nephew, and a maternal third cousin 3 times removed. Linking together their family and putting up a family tree, the DNA Doe Project was able to trace the daughters of Ferdinand and Lois Patton. The real puzzle piece that helped figure it all out was the obituary of one Edith Patton in the Biddeford Daily Journal on November 12, 1891, and that is when it all fell into place. Ferdinand and Lois Patton were residents of Fairfield in Somerset County in the state of Maine as recorded by an 1870 census. It listed down 2 of their daughters, 3-year-old Edith and 2-month-old Elfrida, born in 1867. Edith spent her toddler years in Fairfield. By 1872, her brother, Lindell, was born as well. In the 1880 census, 13-year-old Edith was employed as a live-in housekeeper in Lewiston, while her father worked at a sawmill. Court records revealed that Lois and Ferdinand Patton divorced after an accusation of adultery in October of 1880. Ferdinand Patton got married again twice. His second wife was Emma Dinsmore, whom he married in October of 1880. Possibly right after his divorce, she passed away soon after their marriage, leading to a third marriage. He married his third wife in 1884, Agnes Avery, who bore him 3 sons. The couple had a daughter in 1899 in Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Ferdinand named his daughter Edith May, which was possibly a tribute to the elder sister Edith. Neither Edith nor her full siblings ever married or had children. Her little brother, Landell Patton, passed away in 1890, and her sister, Elfrida, in 1917. The Biddeford Daily Journal reported Edith's passing. The cause of her ultimate demise was consumption, tuberculosis, which was an epidemic in the 1800s, fatal for 1 in 7 people in the U.S. In 1891, Edith was only 24 years old when she lost her life. To quote the article, she was beloved by a wide circle of friends who sincerely mourned her untimely passing. She was loved enough to be laid to rest in a glass window coffin with nickel-plated handles, dressed in her best. Passing at a young age, Edith Patton did not have many papers to record her life. There is no record of when she moved to Springvale. Her parents also passed away within a few years of Edith losing her life. Nevertheless, Paul Auger deduced she could have been working at a shoe shop, as women commonly did at the time. Many graves in Woodlawn Cemetery had no gravestone or marker to identify the deceased. Many were in ruins because of the weather and time. Thanks to advancements in technology, 132 years after being left behind, Edith was now discovered, named, and laid to rest properly. She was identified on March 1, 2023 by the DNA Doe Project. Her identity was announced in a press conference held by the DNA Doe Project. Jennifer Randolph of the DNA Doe Project observed that there had been a larger turnout at the Sanford press conference than at a 2021 press conference that identified a victim of Chicago serial offender, John Wayne Gacy. Randolph mentioned that Edith's identification was a tribute to how caring people of Sanford were. She explained the advanced process that led to identifying Edith. This involved working with DNA in a database, analyzing strong matches, and examining various documents like censuses, newspapers, and diaries. While going through a local person's diary, Randolph found a crucial line: "Edith Patton passed away today." This discovery boosted the investigation. Paul Auger found the confirming obituary at the MacArthur Library in Biddeford. The notice from November 25, 1891 in the Biddeford Journal mentioned Edith's friends, but omitted family details. According to Auger, none of Edith's family members were buried in Sanford. They were all laid to rest in the same cemetery in Auburn, Maine. The city of Sanford decided that Edith would be reburied alongside her family at Oak Hill Cemetery in Auburn, with a marker bearing her name. Thanks to advances in DNA technology, after 132 years of being laid to rest, Edith Patton was finally reunited with her family. This discovery brought an end to one of the biggest mysteries that had ever affected the town of Sanford. Moving on to the next case. Eve Wilkowitz. Eve Wilkowitz, a 20-year-old woman from Oakdale, Suffolk County, New York, was known for her vibrant, loving, and charming personality. She had a close relationship with her younger sister, Irene. The passing of their mother from breast cancer in 1976 had a profound impact on Eve and her sister. In 1980, Eve moved to Bay Shore, New York, to be closer to her job. Eve Wilkowitz worked as a secretary at Macmillan Publishing in Manhattan, New York City. In February 1980, she met Jack Dempsey, an aspiring writer, and the two quickly began dating. On the evening of March 21, 1980, Eve and Jack went to watch a movie together and returned to Jack's apartment sometime before midnight. Eve was extremely tired, so she decided to take a quick nap and asked her boyfriend to wake her up in time to catch the last Long Island Railroad train home. Her boyfriend asked her to stay the night, but Eve insisted that she needed to go back to her apartment, as she needed to take care of some personal work the next day. Jack woke her up and dropped her off at Penn Station in Manhattan. Eve took the last railroad train back to her home in Bay Shore. However, she never made it back to her home. 3 days later, on March 25, 1980, a woman discovered Eve's body near the train station in Bay Shore. An autopsy revealed that Eve Wilkowitz had been bound, sexually assaulted, and strangled with a rope. Authorities believed she had been held captive for 3 days before her death. Her body was discovered in the backyard of a house not far from her own home. Notably, her shoes, pocketbook, and coat were missing. The police conducted interviews with family and friends during their investigation. Her boyfriend was suspected but was quickly ruled out. Police questioned people around the crime scene, but no one had noticed anything suspicious. Police were able to collect DNA samples from the crime scene, and over the years the DNA was uploaded to various DNA databases, but no matches could be found. With no leads and no suspects, the case would eventually go cold. For years, Eve's younger sister, Irene Wilkowitz, had become the last advocate for Eve after her father died in 2010. Irene would regularly contact the detectives, hoping to keep the case alive and trying to find any updates. Then in 2018, Irene's son learned about the new investigative technique, genetic genealogy, used to catch the Golden State Killer. However, as the technique used private genealogy databases in order to find familial connections to identify the suspect, the technique had raised concerns for many due to the misuse of people's personal data. As a result, some states did not allow it to use. In January of 2019, Irene contacted police and asked them to use the technique in her sister's case, but was told that New York did not allow the use of this technique. But investigators were able to find a workaround. The FBI had investigated the case in 1980 and were under no such restrictions. The detectives sent the DNA from the semen sample collected from the crime scene to the FBI, and in July of 2021, with the help of genetic genealogy, they were able to find a distant relative. Soon, they narrowed it down to one suspect, Herbert Rice. However, they could not question him as he had already died. He had died in 1991 from cancer. Detectives then tracked down his son, who voluntarily gave a DNA sample. Detectives soon confirmed that Herbert Rice had been the killer. At the time of the murder, Herbert had lived close to the crime scene. His ex-wife told detectives that at the time of the murder, she had kicked Rice out of their marital home, and he had been living at his mother's house, which was a few houses away from the crime scene. At the time of the crime, Rice had 3 prior convictions for minor offenses, which did not mandate him to provide a DNA sample for the database. In March 2022, investigators exhumed Rice's body and collected a DNA sample, which was later conclusively confirmed as a match to the semen found at the crime scene 42 years earlier. This breakthrough led to the resolution of the case after nearly 5 decades. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Pan. Jennifer Pan was the daughter of Vietnamese immigrants Bích and Han, who moved to Toronto, Canada, and embraced the strict parenting style known as tiger parenting. This approach, shaped by their cultural upbringing, focused on high expectations, rigid rules, and little emotional praise. Bích and Han were hardworking individuals, earning their living at an auto parts factory, and managed to purchase a large house and nice cars. They had a clear vision for their children's future, hoping they would mirror their success. Jennifer, along with her younger brother Felix, was pushed to meet these high standards, with her father insisting she excel at piano from the age of 4, among other demanding expectations. Jennifer Pan was a talented figure skater and flute player, but her father's stern and ever-watchful eye overshadowed her achievements, closely monitoring every practice. Under his strict rule, she was forbidden from dating, attending social events, or participating in typical teenage experiences. By 22, Jennifer had never been to a club, had a drink, or gone on vacation without her family. Despite her father's belief in the power of practice, Jennifer's academic performance didn't reflect the same dedication. She often forged straight-A report cards to cover up her real grades, which were typically C's and D's. By senior year, the pressure of maintaining this facade caught up with her when she failed a calculus class and had her early admission to Ryerson University revoked. Too embarrassed to admit the truth, Jennifer lied to her parents, claiming she had received multiple scholarships to attend the university for free. While her parents thought she was sitting in college classes, she was actually working at local cafes and as a private piano instructor. Jennifer kept up the lie so specifically that she even purchased used textbooks and watched videos related to her area of study. She then continued to deceive when she told her parents that she was accepted and given free tuition at a pharmacology program in the University of Toronto. She then got permission from them to live near the college during the week. In all actuality, though, she was staying with the boy, Daniel Wong, her secret high school lover. Her lies became too bold and too specific, however, when she told her parents that she was working as a volunteer at the well-known and world-renowned Toronto Hospital for Sick Children. Her parents started questioning her story and became suspicious when they noticed she did not have any sort of uniform or even a hospital ID badge. Wanting to know the truth, Jennifer's mother secretly followed her daughter into work and soon learned it was all a farce. Upon this realization, Jennifer's father wanted to kick her out of the house, but persuaded by Jennifer's mother, the girl who lied was allowed to stay. Throughout much turmoil and fighting, Jennifer's parents eventually learned that she had not even completed high school, but while they certainly weren't understanding, they did help and encourage her to take the necessary classes to get her high school diploma so that she could apply to actual universities. However, their forgiveness did not mean their kindness, and Jennifer was very much a prisoner in her own home, not allowed to contact her boyfriend under any circumstances. Resorting to secret telephone calls to Daniel, Jennifer soon became worried as Daniel was not as interested in her anymore due to her extreme social restrictions. Jennifer soon found out that he was dating another woman and that he was falling for that girl fast. To combat Daniel's straying eye, Jennifer concocted a story of a brutal break-in and subsequent attack. She also fabricated a story about a bullet being mailed to her from Wong's current girlfriend. Her fantastic stories seemed to be effective, and they all came to a head when Jennifer convinced Daniel to help her hire a professional hitman for $10,000 to kill her parents. She told Daniel that the death of her parents would lead her to inherit over $500,000 and that they could then move in together and live happily ever after. On November 8, 2010, Jennifer, after successfully putting the hit out on her parents, left the door to the family home unlocked before going to bed. Under the cover of darkness, 3 hitmen entered the large home and demanded all of the money in the house from Jennifer's parents. They then took Jennifer's parents to the basement where they were each shot several times. Jennifer's brother was luckily not living with his parents by then. Jennifer's mother was killed, but Jennifer's father would shockingly survive the attack. The three men fled, having taken many of the home's valuables as well as $2,000 cash from Jennifer herself. During the attack, Jennifer claimed she was tied up but that she was able to overcome her bondage and call 911. The investigation quickly focused on Jennifer as a suspect, as she was the only one unscathed. Detectives noted that the situation was unusual for a home invasion, as it was uncommon for intruders to attempt to kill two people but leave one eyewitness unharmed. A computer analysis of Jennifer's police statement also revealed discrepancies, further raising suspicion. Once her father, Han, was interviewed by police, his account differed significantly from Jennifer's version of events. As the investigation unraveled, it became clear that Jennifer, along with her boyfriend Daniel and the three hitmen, had orchestrated the attack. All involved were arrested and sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving 25 years. Moving on to the next case. Marissa and Shivrella. Marissa and Shivrella, a 9-year-old girl from Hazleton, Pennsylvania, lived with her parents. On March 18, 1964, she left her home alone at around 8 p.m. to go to school. A third grader at St. Joseph's Parochial School, which was only a 10-minute walk from her home, Marissa usually walked with her siblings. However, on this day, she decided to go alone to arrive early and deliver cans of pears and beets to her teacher for her teacher's feast day. However, Marissa never made it to school. She was last seen alive at around 8:10 a.m. walking east on West 4th Street. Later that day, around 1 p.m., a man giving his 16-year-old nephew driving lessons near an abandoned strip mine noticed what seemed to be a large doll on top of a garbage pile. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the body of a small girl. He immediately contacted the police to report the discovery. The body was later confirmed to be Marissa and Shivrella. Her body had been found 2 miles away from her home. Her hands and feet had been tied with her own shoelaces. An autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. Her clothes and the canned foods were found at the crime scene. Police questioned family and friends. They also interviewed a priest who had been suspected in a murder of another girl in Bristol, Pennsylvania, and a local exhibitionist who committed suicide shortly after he was asked to give a polygraph test. Police interviewed numerous suspects over the years, but none were ever charged. The case would eventually go cold. In 2007, DNA sample found at the crime scene was submitted to the Pennsylvania State Laboratory, and a suspect's DNA profile was made. The DNA profile was entered into Cody's, but no matches could be found. In 2018, with the help of Paraborn Nanolabs, a forensic sketch of the potential suspect was made using the DNA found at the crime scene. The photo showed how the suspect may have looked like at the age of 25, 40, 60. The police released the photos to the general public, hoping to find any leads, but to no avail. Then in 2019, the DNA sample was entered into genealogy databases and found a match to a very distant relative of the suspect. However, the investigators had no idea about the suspect's identity. Then, in 2020, genealogist Eric Schubert, an 18-year-old college student, reached out to the police and offered his help free of charge. Eric had a special set of skills of drawing and tracing family trees to find matches. He had previously helped the police in several cases. The police agreed and Eric got to work. The next few months, Eric worked tirelessly and provided names of relatives who were scattered throughout the country. The police collected DNA from their relatives and matched it with the DNA found at the crime scene. Soon, they zeroed in on a local bartender named James Fort. However, they found out that Fort had died in 1980 at the age of 38. In January 2022, his body was exhumed and a DNA sample was taken. On February 3, 2022, a DNA test confirmed his DNA matched to the DNA found at the crime scene. At the time of the murder, Fort was 22 years old and lived 6 to 7 blocks away from Marissa. Fort worked as a bartender and bar supply salesman in Hazleton. He was never married and had no children. Ford was arrested for sexual assault in an unrelated crime in 1974, 10 years after Marissa's murder. However, he was offered a plea bargain for aggravated assault and sentenced to 1 year on probation. 4 years later, he was arrested again, this time charged with reckless endangerment and harassment, though police provided no further details on the arrest. Ford passed away in 1980 from natural causes, possibly a heart attack, while working at a bar. Marissa's siblings expressed their gratitude to the investigators and Eric for solving the case and bringing some closure to the family. Moving on to the next case. Deborah Lindsley. Debbie Lindsley, born in Bromley, southeast London, in 1962, was 26 years old when she became the victim of a shocking crime in 1988. A hotel manager in Edinburgh, Debbie returned to London to attend a hotel management course and stayed with her parents during her visit. She also visited her brother, Gordon, as she was set to be a bridesmaid at his upcoming wedding in 2 weeks. On Wednesday, March 23, Gordon dropped Debbie off at Petswood Station in the Bromley suburb of London, where she boarded the Orpington to London train. Debbie Lindsley chose an isolated carriage, likely because smoking was permitted inside. This carriage had no connecting corridors to others, with exits only at either end, leading directly onto the platform or rails. At the time, these types of carriages were being phased out, and Debbie's tragic death prompted British Rail to reduce their use during off-peak hours. They also painted a red band on these isolated carriages to make them easier for passengers to identify. Shortly after the train left Brixton, a French au pair heard loud screams coming from the carriage, but she later admitted she was too frightened to intervene, remaining glued to her seat. With many criticizing her for not pulling the communication cord, which a passenger can pull to stop the train in an emergency. However, the au pair did see a red-haired man exit near Debbie's carriage, and she followed him across the station until she lost track of him. Other witnesses in the train station reported seeing several other different men, such as a scruffy man with dirty blonde hair who left the train at Penge East and a short, stocky man seen jumping from the train at Victoria. Out of around 70 people on board the train, the au pair is the only one to have relayed hearing anything specific, while some of the passengers reported hearing a commotion but did not investigate either. Online sleuths wonder if the carriages at either side of Debbie's were empty, which would give some reason as to why no one else heard her screams. By the time the train arrived to Victoria Station Platform 2, it was 12:50 p.m. As was common at the time, a British Rail porter walked through the train to check for left luggage and found the floor and seat of the carriage Debbie was in to be covered in blood. He was then treated to the horrifying scene of Debbie's body. She had been stabbed 11 times to the neck, face, and abdomen, and one of these lacerations had caused her death. Debbie had defensive wounds on her hands, and while no sexual interference was found, police proposed the idea that she'd been fighting off a sexual attack. None of her belongings were missing, which made the police rule out the robbery theory. The fact that she had been murdered in broad daylight on public transport prompted authorities to wonder if perhaps this wasn't a first attack for the killer. No murder weapon was located, but it is believed to have been a 5 to 7.5 inch long, heavy blade, high-quality kitchen knife. During the investigation of Debbie's murder in 1988, 1,200 witness statements were taken, and 650 individuals were questioned and ruled out. The case was featured on Crime Watch UK in April 1988. And it was also found that some of the killer's blood was mixed in with Debbie's, meaning that a DNA profile has now been built of the killer who was likely injured in the struggle. To this day, almost 60 out of the 70 passengers have been eliminated from the investigation. Debbie's mother passed away in 2013, while the rest of her family continued to search for answers and justice. Despite extensive investigations, no matches have been found to the killer's DNA, and Debbie's tragic murder remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Amina Khan. Amina Khan, a 6-year-old girl from Croydon, London, had a seemingly happy life with her father, 44-year-old Dr. Safraz Khan. She lived with him since birth and was described as an intelligent and well-loved child, surrounded by 15 cousins. However, despite the apparent joy in her life, Amina's family dynamic was not without its difficulties. The nature of her family struggles remains unclear, yet they hint at underlying challenges that may have played a role in the tragedy that unfolded later. Dr. Khan gained full custody of his only child following a divorce in 2008 from Amina's mother, 39-year-old Harma Fazal Karim Dar, who was also working as a doctor. The breakup between the pair was ugly and had resulted from a failed arranged marriage. Following a lengthy custody battle, Palmer was given the right to see her daughter 3 weekends of the month. But in 2011, Dr. Khan acted in good faith and let his daughter visit her mother for longer over the summer holidays. However, when Dr. Khan then went to pick up his daughter, he discovered that Tamina, Harma, and his ex-wife's car were missing from the home. When authorities were alerted, they theorized that Tamina had been taken in a spiteful gesture against her father, and that Harma had helped to carry out her plan. According to the Home Office, it was found that Harma had traveled to Pakistan via Abu Dhabi and that she and her daughter had left the UK on the April 11, 2012. In the years following Amina's disappearance, Dr. Khan has traveled to and from Pakistan numerous times in an attempt to locate his child. He has returned to the UK empty-handed each time. Prior to her disappearance, Amina did not have a passport. Dr. Khan believes his ex-wife fraudulently gained one for their 6-year-old daughter without his permission. And he strongly believes that Harma's family know where she and Amina are hiding out. He once took the family to court based on evidence that they knew the location of their whereabouts. But the case was later thrown out due to missing court documents, and it's unknown what this evidence was. UK courts have vowed that they will not give up in reuniting Dr. Khan with his missing daughter. He says of her, "It is my greatest fear. I'm really sorry you're feeling this way right now, but I can't provide the support that you need. It's important to talk to someone who can, like a close friend, family member, or a professional." Moving on to the next case. Brett Ryan. Brett Ryan, known as the Fake Beard Bandit, had a history of crime, including a series of bank robberies disguised as an elderly man to cover his $36,000 debt. During his sentencing, he claimed that a manic episode triggered by depression and a recent breakup led him to commit the robberies, which resulted in a relatively light sentence of 3 years and 9 months. In prison, he exhibited good behavior, and after his release on day parole, he was allowed to sleep at the prison while spending the rest of his time outside. Upon his full release, he became engaged to Kristen Baxter, a woman he had likely met during his time on day parole. He was upfront about his criminal past as a bank robber, but he told her he had changed. He said he was a college graduate and he had a good-paying job. He lied. His mother knew he was leading Kristen Baxter on and threatened to not only tell Kristen but also to withdraw her own financial support of Brett. With the wedding only weeks away, Brett decided to take extreme actions to avoid the truth coming out. With only 3 weeks until his wedding, Brett took matters into his own hands. Using the arrow from a crossbow he had stored in his mother's garage, he stabbed his mother in the chest and then proceeded to strangle her in her garage. His younger brother, Christopher, heard the struggle and came running. Aiming the crossbow at Christopher, Brett shot him in the neck with the arrow and then hid his body under a tarp along with their mother's body. Hearing the altercation, the eldest brother, Lee, came to investigate and was summarily attacked as well, but he managed to outrun Brett and took refuge at a neighboring house where he was able to call the police. In the meantime, Brett's older brother, Alexander, then came over for unrelated reasons and was promptly stabbed in the driveway by one of the crossbow's arrows. He was found lying in the driveway when police arrived. Brett tried to cover his tracks by creating an electronic footprint at his house miles away. He attached a wooden cooking spoon onto a string tied to the ceiling fan which would spin so that the spoon tapped the enter button on the keyboard of his laptop, prompting the playing of various YouTube videos. He also pre-programmed his email to send various messages from his home computer to make it appear as if he were home and not killing his entire family at their house. Brett Ryan's attempt at using a technological alibi failed, and he was arrested outside his mother's home. He was charged with first-degree murder for the death of his brother, Christopher, and second-degree murder for the killings of his mother and younger brother, Alexander. He also faced charges for the attempted murder of his older brother, Lee. Ultimately, Brett was convicted and received 3 concurrent life sentences, with a mandatory minimum of 25 years before he could apply for parole. As a result, his planned marriage to Kristen Baxter never took place. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Falcons. Pamela Falcons lived in Faulkner County, Arkansas, in 1990 and worked at a video store. On February 2nd, Pamela was the only clerk on duty at the Crossroads video store. Around 9 p.m., her husband, David Falcons, came to pick her up, but when he arrived, there was no sign of Pamela. Her handbag, keys and coat were in the store, but she was nowhere to be found. David reported her missing and a search party was soon looking for her. It was a cold and rainy night which made it difficult. The next day, 2 of Pamela's cousins made a grisly discovery off Clinton Mountain Road. At an old dump site, they found her lifeless body. She had been assaulted. The fatal injury had been a blow to the head. Male DNA was collected from her body. Investigators asked anyone with information to come forward. A young couple told police that they left the store at 8:40 p.m. just as a man was entering it. He was a tall, heavy-set white male in his 40s with a tattoo on his left arm. Someone eating at a wagon wheel restaurant next door to the video store claimed that he saw a vehicle there around the time of the abduction. It was described as a light blue Chevrolet with a white panel and white camper shell. Everybody within 100 miles was on the lookout but never saw it. By 2018, DNA technology had advanced to the point where forensic genealogists could search ancestral databases for matches to DNA samples found at crime scenes. Investigators believe that Edward Reininger, a truck driver who lived in Faulkner County at the time of Pamela Falcon's disappearance, was responsible for her death. He had been a frequent customer at the video store where Pamela worked and had a history of assaulting women, having served 10 months in prison in 1994. In 2002, Reininger passed away in Salt Lake City, Utah, from natural causes. However, investigators collected a DNA sample from his daughter, which was later confirmed to match the evidence, revealing that Edward Reininger was responsible for taking Pamela Falcon's life. Moving on to the next case. Mitchell Preston. In January 1998, the skeletal remains of an unidentified male were found by a state highway worker near a highway overpass in Vigo County, Indiana. The remains were determined to belong to a white male, aged between 40 and 60 years, and standing between 5 feet 8 inches and 6 feet 2 inches tall. The case details were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMUS, to help identify the man. The investigation remains ongoing, and any information related to this case could be pivotal in uncovering the individual's identity. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement investigators to identify the man, no matches were found. The case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In April 2023, the Indiana State Police and Vigo County Coroner's Office worked together to submit forensic evidence to Othram. They wanted to determine if advanced DNA testing could help identify the man. Othram's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown man. Othram's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team then used this profile to conduct genealogy research. This provided new investigative leads to law enforcement. A follow-up investigation was conducted using the new leads. This led investigators to potential relatives of the man. Reference DNA samples for a potential relative were collected and compared to the DNA profile for the John Doe. This investigation led to the positive identification of the man in June 2024. He is now known to be 47-year-old Mitchell Preston. He was last seen in Anderson, Indiana in August of 1997. He was traveling on foot to California. While authorities are relieved to bring some closure to Preston's family, his case remains an open investigation. Anyone with information regarding Preston's disappearance, including his last known whereabouts or any details about what might have happened, is urged to contact the Indiana State Police, ISP, Cold Case Team and Trooper Detective Brad Miller at 1-800 2258576. All tips will be thoroughly investigated, and anonymity is guaranteed. Moving on to the next case. Arturo Martinez Altomarino. For years, the case of Arturo Martinez Altomarino's death went cold after he was found in a desert area of Stanfield, Arizona on October 29, 2007. The body, discovered by hunters, was identified as 37-year-old Arturo, and witnesses quickly pointed to Oscar Tejeda Mejia as the prime suspect in the crime. However, Mejia was nowhere to be found. Despite efforts by authorities to track him down, he evaded capture, and the case went unsolved. It wasn't until later that new information or developments would bring attention back to the case. But for a long time, Arturo's family and investigators were left without answers. Then, in 2017, investigators learned that Oscar was living in Mexico. In 2018, a DNA sample was acquired with the help of a person close to Oscar. It was confirmed that he is responsible for what happened to Arturo. It took a few more years for investigators to get Oscar back to the United States. Finally, on January 12, 2022, 59-year-old Oscar was extradited to Arizona and booked into jail. Sheriff Mark Lamb said, "I am impressed by my detectives and their commitment to bring this suspect to justice. When political boundaries threatened to derail their progress, our guys and gals got creative." It is not known yet why Oscar took the life of Arturo. Moving on to the next case. Cheyenne Cluss. Cheyenne Cluss, a 22-year-old from Chicago, was known for her vibrant and outgoing personality. Her social media was filled with selfies and memes that showcased her fun-loving spirit. However, her life took a difficult turn in January 2016, when her mother, with whom she was very close, passed away. To make matters worse, she also lost her beloved dog shortly after. These devastating losses left Cheyenne struggling emotionally during an incredibly tough time. On September 4, 2016, she posted on her Facebook, "Unfortunately, just lost another part of our family. My puppy Micah. I had the opportunity to have you as my best friend for 11 years of my life. Go get mom and keep her company up there. I love you." Cheyenne's emotional struggles were evident through her Facebook posts, where her depression and suffering became more apparent. During this time, she started spending time with individuals who weren't the best influence on her. One such person was 31-year-old Gabe Sadakase. Their relationship took a turn when both Cheyenne and Gabe were arrested. Cheyenne faced charges for obstructing identification and illegal transport of alcohol, while Gabe was charged with possession of a controlled substance. On the night of November 27, 2017, Cheyenne left her home with her laptop and a few pieces of clothing. She then went to the house of 38-year-old Brian Biddle. While there, Brian posted photos of Cheyenne on her Facebook. The two of them spent most of their time partying and drinking together. Early morning on November 29, 2017, a friend of Cheyenne named Chad Chanapai received a few texts and calls from Cheyenne. He woke up 20 minutes after her last message. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Chad saw that Cheyenne desperately wanted a lift from him, and that it seemed like she wanted to get out of Brian's house. Chad tried calling her, but there was no answer. He then called Brian, who told him that he slept for 18 hours after all the drinking, and when he woke up, Cheyenne was gone. The day of when she actually was reported missing does not seem to be known. Some sources stated that it was on December 1st, 2017, while others say it is December 11th or December 12th. It is known that Cheyenne's father was the one that reported her missing. On December 11th, 2017, a 911 call was made from Cheyenne's phone. The person who made the call immediately hung up. It is not known if it was Cheyenne who made the phone call or someone else using her phone. Police were able to trace the call to Mallard Lake Forest Preserve, about 20 miles from Brian's house. The police searched the area extensively. They found a couple of items, but nothing that could be linked to Cheyenne's disappearance at all. The police stated that Brian Biddle is not a suspect and that he has been cooperating with them. He let them search his home, phone, computer, and other personal devices. Many people believe that Brian is involved. He is a known drug addict. After Cheyenne disappeared, he was arrested for having a firearm and narcotics. He is also the last person to have seen her. There are also people who think that their friend, Chad Chenapai, might be involved in her disappearance. It appeared like he was friend-zoned and cared more for Cheyenne than she did for him. In his interview with Crime Watch Daily, he made it clear how he disliked the fact that Cheyenne was with other men like Brian and Gabe. It should also be noted that on the day the 911 call was made from Cheyenne's phone, Chad put up this post on his Facebook account. Also on his Facebook, you'll see that pretty much all of his posts are about Cheyenne, even before she disappeared. Then, on January 16, 2023, Cheyenne's family posted on social media that her remains had been found. Cheyenne's sister, Mariah Close, posted this on Facebook. Dear friends and family, on behalf of the Close family, we would like to extend our appreciation to the DuPage and Cook County Sheriff's Departments, as well as other agencies involved in the search for Cheyenne. We have been looking for Cheyenne and information related to her disappearance since she went missing 5 years ago. While it was not the news we were hoping for, we have received confirmation from law enforcement that Cheyenne's remains have been found. As her immediate family, father, sisters, brothers, nephews are in mourning, we ask for privacy as we grieve the unbearable loss of a daughter, sister, aunt, and a wonderful human being. The Cook County Sheriff's Office did not disclose the specific details about where or how Cheyenne Cluss remains were found. However, they confirmed that they worked closely with the DuPage County Sheriff's Office and the FBI to identify Cheyenne's remains through dental records. In a statement, the Sheriff's Office expressed their commitment to continuing the investigation in collaboration with Chicago police, while offering condolences and noting the closure this brings to the Close family. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Ziegert. When 24-year-old Lisa Ziegert, who worked the night shift, went missing, both her family and the police feared the worst after traces of blood and signs of a struggle were found at her workplace. Despite an extensive search over the following days, their worst fears were confirmed when her body was discovered 5 kilometers from her workplace. For decades, efforts to apprehend her killer were unsuccessful. Finally, after 25 years, her loved ones have received answers about what happened to Lisa Ziegert. This case takes us to Agawam, Massachusetts, a small town near the western Connecticut border. Agawam is best known for the Six Flags amusement park, the largest of its kind in New England. The park features a wave pool, numerous water slides, and 8 thrilling roller coasters. Agawam also boasts Robinson State Park, a popular day-use park offering biking trails, fishing ponds, walking paths, kayaking, and cross-country skiing. The city's economy is driven by industries like construction, manufacturing, and retail, and its residents appreciate the convenience of living in Agawam. Most residents commute 25 minutes or less to work, making it an attractive place to live. Agawam is home to 3 elementary schools, including Agawam High School, which honors one of the town's most beloved teachers with a memorial. Lisa Ziegert, whose untimely death changed the city of Agawam forever. Lisa Marie Ziegert was born on the March 24, 1968 in Holyoke, Massachusetts to George and Diane Ziegert. Lisa grew up in a loving, tight-knit family. She had 3 other siblings named Sharon, David, and Lynn. Lisa and her family were residents of Agawam. Lisa developed a deep passion for music while growing up, learning to play several instruments. She even joined school musical groups during her youth. After high school, Lisa attended Westfield State University, where she pursued a degree in education and graduated in 1990. Lisa worked as an intern and took on multiple shifts as a counselor at a children's camp, enjoying every opportunity to teach. Teaching was a profession she truly loved. She took her profession seriously and was active at it in every way. She had also taught Sunday school at her church. After her internship was over, at the age of 24, Lisa accepted a position as a teacher's assistant at Agawam High School where she had previously attended as a teenager. There, she worked primarily with a group of kids that had special needs. Lisa had a greater understanding of her students than any other instructor. She was also very professional and worked hard to ensure that every one of her students received the best education possible. Lisa was a very special person. With the kids, she always had a special rapport. They knew that she really liked them, and that she treated them like people, Lisa's mom said. In the evenings, after the shift at school was over, Lisa also had a part-time job at the neighborhood Brittany card and gift shop. One fateful Wednesday afternoon, on September 15, 1992, was typical for Lisa Ziegler. She had concluded her shift at the school. She left the school building around 4:30 p.m. and drove directly to the card and gift store where she worked weekdays from 5 to 9 p.m. Her sister, Lynn, briefly dropped by around 5:30 p.m. to keep her company because Lisa would always complain to her family about how bored, lonely, and scared she feels while at the shop at night. According to Lynn, during her visit to the store, there was no sign of Lisa being in a bad mood. She said her sister was cheerful the whole time that evening, and nothing seemed off. It was easy talk. It was sister talk. It was a little after 6 p.m. when I left. And then I went home and she was fine. You know, she was fine when I left, Lynn said. By 8:45 a.m. the next morning, Sophia Maynard arrived at the card and gift store, just as she did every day, to open up. She was supposed to start work at 9 o'clock. However, she was shocked to see Lisa's car in the parking lot, as Lisa typically worked at the school in the mornings and wasn't expected to be in the store while classes were in session. Sophia noticed that a light was on inside the store and the doors open sign was visible. At that point, Sophia thought that Lisa might have missed the school morning shift because of the incoming Easter celebration. She and Lisa intended to stuff some balloons for sale during that holiday. When Sophia entered the store, she called Lisa's name multiple times, but she got no answer. I called her name a couple of times, and I figured she'd just pop her head out. She didn't. I came behind the counter. All of her things were there, her drawings, her pocketbook, her car keys. And then, I just kind of freaked out, Sophia said. Everything looked strange to Sophia. She felt something was not right. She immediately dashed out the store and ran across the street to a restaurant there, and then asked them to call the police. As soon as the police got there, they started inspecting the store. The front of the building appeared to be normal, but the back had a creepy opening. Approaching the storeroom at the back, officers discovered numerous shattered bags that had blood stains on them. They also found several cards scattered across the floor, covered in blood, which indicated a struggle between Lisa Ziegler and her attacker. Additionally, there were small dirt traces near the door, which investigators believed could have been from a shoe. Despite these clues, the investigators were unable to find any useful leads within the store. That morning, Lisa failed to show up at school, which was unusual for her. The principal called her mother to check if everything was okay with her, but Diane Ziegler had no idea where her daughter was. Her news of disappearance traveled the town of Agawam, and within hours, all of her friends, family, and acquaintances began to do all they can to bring Lisa back home. The police's initial strategy to the case was to develop a robbery theory, but that theory was quickly abandoned when they discovered that the perpetrator had not accessed Lisa's wallet or cash register. The goods in the store were also not missing. The second approach the detectives took in the case was to retrace the timeline of what happened the previous evening. Investigators learned that Lisa's sister had left the shop around 6 p.m. They also spoke with store owners and neighbors near the card and gift shop. It was revealed that Lisa had a conversation with the owner of the carpet shop next door around 7:20 p.m. During their discussion, they talked about an ongoing issue with their local parking lot, which was being used by patrons of the nearby bowling alley. The shop owner informed Lisa that he wouldn't risk publicly criticizing the drivers who had parked in front of their stores. He claimed that many of them were crazy and dangerous. After about 15 minutes of conversation with Lisa, he left to go home. Police went through the cash register and discovered that the most recent time money had been deposited was 8:20 p.m. Investigators also located a woman who entered the store at about 9 p.m. She said the store's door was open but nobody came out to attend to her, so she left. Before taking her leave, she claimed to have heard noises coming from the back room. She said it was a banging noise, but she didn't think much of it and decided to leave. The police were able to determine the general time frame of Lisa's disappearance. She finished attending to her last customer at 8:20 p.m., and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were then left with the questions of what had happened to Lisa Ziegert within those 40 minutes. On the day Lisa was discovered missing, the local police together with the FBI and the Massachusetts State Police carried out a massive search for her. The search party on foot explored the vicinity of the store while the helicopter searched farther off areas. Additionally, police dogs were brought to the store area in an effort to follow Lisa's track. Sadly, none of these produced any favorable outcomes. On April 17, 1992, the head of the local police department announced that the case had been reclassified from a missing person case to a kidnapping case. This was done because investigators were confident that Lisa had not left the store of her own free will. 2 days after she vanished, the police were already looking into a kidnapping case. On Easter Sunday, April 19th, all the nearby churches prayed for Lisa Ziegert to be found alive and unharmed. Even though it was Easter, there was no sense of celebration. Around 2 p.m. that same day, a call was made to the police. On the outskirts of the town, close to Route 75, a man was walking his dog. He spotted a woman's body while walking through the wooded area. He immediately alerted the police afterwards. When police arrived, they identified the victim as Lisa Ziegert. They discovered multiple stab wounds on her neck and legs, which had been inflicted by a sharp object. Medical professionals later determined that Lisa had also been sexually assaulted. Investigators concluded that her body had been dumped 5 kilometers away from the store, suggesting that the perpetrator had likely transported her there in a vehicle. To preserve any potential evidence, detectives quickly cordoned off the area and proceeded in a single line to secure the site. At the time, it was raining and the muddy road was covered in tire tracks. Sadly, the cops were unable to locate the murder weapon or any other concrete proof. The sad news that Lisa Ziegert had been brutally murdered by an unidentified killer immediately went around the city of Agawam. The church where she taught Sunday school on Sundays, in her honor, organized a farewell service. Around 1,000 people attended the service. People said good things about her. Lisa was loved, and the news of her premature demise made residents of the small community of Agawam, who were used to living in peace and safety, experience a mood that was almost panic. Many store owners canceled single shifts and employees escorted one another to their cars at night. Within a matter of days, the self-defense instructors had a lot of students coming in for classes. Also, roughly 300 women filed for a license to possess a gun. The entire community was terrified that an unidentified criminal would attack one of them again. Amidst all these, the FBI and the police were fervently working on the case nonstop. It soon became public knowledge that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene. The DNA sample might have belonged to the murderer. The investigators at some point brought Lisa's boyfriend in for questioning since they suspected him. He, however, had an alibi and the DNA sample from the crime scene did not match his DNA. Additionally, DNA testing was done on Lisa's friends, co-workers, and relatives, and again, no matches were found. Numerous tips were sent to the police by locals. On the night of Lisa's murder, there were several reports of a strange car. Others claimed to know the offender's identity, but detectives weeded out all of these leads since they were dead ends. The police concluded that a van or a large SUV had left the tire tracks on the road close to where the body was discovered. Despite extensive questioning of drivers with similar vehicles, detectives made little progress in identifying the offender. However, they eventually located a potential witness who might have seen a vehicle of interest that night. Around 9:15 p.m., a worker from a nearby store was heading home when she stopped at a traffic light. She noticed a large SUV pulling off the road and heading toward the area where Lisa's body was later found. Due to the darkness, the woman could not provide specific details about the vehicle but recalled seeing what appeared to be a man and a woman inside. She also mentioned the peculiar fact that the woman's head was oddly jerking as if she were dozing off or unconscious when the car pulled into the gravel road. Unfortunately, the information did not help in identifying the suspect. Since then, all leads have been exhausted. Police kept working on the case. But as each month went by, the likelihood of cracking this mysterious case diminished before Lisa's family and friends were given another opportunity to learn the truth. An additional year and a half had gone. National television aired an episode about the case in October 1993. The well-liked program featured unresolved case stories that received a ton of attention. This occasionally brought fresh witnesses to the police attention, giving the case new life. Lisa's case was not different. The police received 700 calls from callers with some kind of information within an hour of the broadcast. Most of these leads, as is usual, went nowhere, though all of them were looked into by the police. The cops claimed to have found a few worthwhile leads, but they did not say which one. Sadly, it also had little effect. The likelihood of cracking the case significantly decreased with time. The family of Lisa went to tremendous lengths to make sure her legacy was preserved and not forgotten. Despite the early end to Lisa's teaching career, her family had a significant impact on the Agawam's educational system. 3 years after Lisa's murder, in 1995, her parents donated $11,000 specifically to the school's science department, where Lisa worked. These donations were used to support genetics classes and to purchase equipments. Additionally, her parents established a fund for special needs students, which gave them around $35,000 in scholarships. 2002 made it 10 years since Lisa was killed. Still, her mother, Dee Ziegert, held out hope that the case will eventually be solved. She made considerable efforts to preserve her daughter's memories. She partook in every interview and responded to every question from the media. Each year, she assembled a sizable crowd to light candles in Lisa's memory. During this time, investigators continued their relentless work on Lisa Ziegert's case. The only significant evidence they had was a DNA sample obtained from the alleged murderer. They tirelessly cross-referenced the sample with databases of known criminals, hoping the real suspect would eventually be identified. However, months turned into years, and the killer remained elusive. After 24 long years, on September 24, 2016, investigators decided to take a new approach to solving the case. They then opted for DNA phenotyping. The basic idea behind it is that specialists can determine a person's supposed portrait and physical characteristics from the data contained in their DNA. For example, with the use of DNA, experts can determine a person's gender, their approximate age, eye color, and hair color. Although the portrait created using this data may not always be correct, but occasionally, the coincidence of the portrait matching the face of the real suspect is remarkable. Based on the DNA sample of Lisa's murderer, investigators were able to produce 2 portraits of the culprit, one at age 25 and the other at age 50. After the photos were released to the public, more than 170 calls were made to the police department. People who made these calls claimed to have seen a similar man. However, the majority of these leads were fruitless. On September 18, 2017, just a year later, police made an unexpected prominent announcement. The offender had been taken into custody. He was identified as Gary Shara, a 49-year-old man. The news of his arrest immediately spread like wildfire throughout the media. Rarely do the police catch the murderer 25 years after the crime was committed. As a result, such stories immediately garner a lot of public interest. The moment Gary Shara was taken into custody, the detectives made public how they had located him. It was discovered that Gary was listed as a suspect in 1993, the year after Lisa was killed. Do you remember that federal television program that resulted in thousands of phone calls with leads for the police? Well, it happened that a Seattle lawyer was one of those callers. At the time, he informed the police that his client might know something about Lisa's death. His client was a woman who was divorcing her spouse at the time. The couple lived in Longmeadow, a town near Agawam. The woman reported that her husband had been unusually fixated on Lisa Ziegert's case during the time it was being broadcast. She mentioned that whenever Lisa's murder was mentioned on TV, her husband would enter the room, fixate on the screen, and stare vacantly, seemingly unaware of anything else happening around him. This behavior raised suspicions, and the husband in question was Gary Shara. At the time of Lisa's murder, he was 24 years old and was married with a 1-year-old son. Gary Shara and his wife were always arguing and getting into fights. And soon after the birth of their son, they had already started their divorce process. In 1993, according to the police statement, investigators had already developed the notion that Gary was involved in Lisa's murder, but they couldn't find any proof to back it up. Also, his ex-wife, who provided the information, made the police doubt her testimony. And this is because she had a long history of alcohol abuse in addition to a long list of mental illnesses. Additionally, Gary was granted legal custody of their son after the divorce, but his wife secretly transferred the boy to a different state. It's also crucial to note that this wasn't the first time some wives contacted the police to report that their husbands might have been responsible for Lisa Ziegert's death. There were a lot of calls like that, and the police assumed Gary Shara's case was one of them. Despite all these, at a point, Gary was questioned in an interview, but he claimed not to be involved in Lisa's murder and declined to provide a sample of his DNA. With no legal means to force Gary Shara to provide a DNA sample, the police were left with no choice but to focus on him as a suspect. They compiled a list of all the men who had been questioned about the crime but had refused to provide their DNA. Gary Shara's name appeared on this list, and he was repeatedly called in for questioning. In 2008, during his third interview, Shara displayed unusual behavior, trying to avoid touching anything in the room, including the table in front of him. Even when offered a bottle of water, he refused to touch it. He gave off the impression that his only thought was how to prevent the police from getting a sample of his DNA. In 2017, investigators compiled a list of 11 suspects, including Gary Shara. Each of them had declined to willingly provide a DNA sample after being interviewed at various points throughout the investigation. In reality, there were a lot more suspects on that list. But due to DNA phenotyping, detectives were able to exclude the wrong men. These men didn't fit some of the traits that experts got from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August of 2017, having been refused many times by the suspects on the list to provide their DNA, investigators had no other choice but to compile all available evidence and go to court. They asked the court for an order requiring all the 11 members on the compiled list of suspects to submit their DNA samples, to which the court granted their request. The cops visited Gary's apartment on Lathrop Street at Westfield Spring on September 13, 2017 to inform him of this order. But Gary wasn't at home. His roommate with whom they shared the apartment answered the door. The cops gave him their contact address. They also requested that he promptly pass the information to Gary Shara. The following day, an unexpected event took place. Gary Shara's then-girlfriend called the cops and told them that Gary had left 3 letters in her house. To the investigators' surprise, when they opened the letters, Gary Shara had written in details his confession, a last will and testament, and a brief letter of apology to the Ziegert family. "I've never really been or even felt normal. From a very young age, I was fascinated by abduction and bondage. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible," Gary Shara wrote. In his letter, Gary Shara confessed that although he had no intention of killing Lisa, the situation had spiraled out of control. He admitted to having had several opportunities to turn himself in but confessed to being too much of a coward to do so. Shara revealed that he had lived with years of self-hatred. In the letter's conclusion, he made it clear that he intended to take his own life. Upon reading this, the police immediately began searching for Gary Shara. And soon, his car was found in the parking lot of a hospital in Stafford Springs. Another suicide note was placed on the windshield. It was soon discovered that Gary had taken some harmful drugs to kill himself. But he immediately got into his car and drove to the closest hospital, where the drugs were flushed out of his body system. After the doctors were done tending to him, Gary Shara was arrested and taken into custody. A search warrant for both his apartment and that of his girlfriend's was simultaneously issued by a judge. The police discovered numerous items that contained his DNA there. When these items were tested for a DNA sample, it was not surprising that Gary Shara was Lisa Ziegert's killer because the DNA found on the items in his home 100% matched the DNA sample found on Lisa Ziegert's body. Aside from this, investigators also had several other potentially important leads. Joyce MacDonald Shara, Gary's wife, who had first raised concerns about him in 1993, had sadly passed away in 2014. Investigators uncovered disturbing documents written by Gary Shara's wife's attorney, which provided alarming details. One day, Gary had told his wife bluntly that he couldn't engage in intimacy unless he was holding a knife. The day after Lisa's murder, the woman called her sister, revealing that Gary had returned home late that night with scratches all over his body and appeared visibly disturbed. Furthermore, Gary gave his wife a music box, claiming he had bought it from the same gift and card store where Lisa worked. These details added to the mounting suspicions surrounding Gary Shara. But according to Gary, it was an older woman who actually sold it to him. The issue is that there had never before been such an employee at the store. It is unclear why the police was not informed about all of these details in 1993. And it is impossible to find out now because the woman who had the information has died. Gary Shara kept declaring his innocence while in custody and refused to admit to his wrongdoings. He most likely acted out of pure fear. But with that much evidence against him, there was no way out for him to get away with his crimes. He only succeeded in delaying his sentence, and that was all. The trial wasn't scheduled to start for another 2 years, but Gary, who had been in prison the entire time, decided to confess to his crime. According to Massachusetts law, a defendant facing a first-degree murder charge faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lisa Ziegert's family and friends were present in the courtroom, including her mother, Dee Ziegert, who had spent 25 years hoping for answers about her daughter's murder. She expressed her gratitude to everyone involved in the investigation, as well as to the compassionate citizens who had supported her family throughout the years. While Lisa had finally received the justice she deserved, Dee acknowledged that emotional closure would never truly be attained. Lisa Ziegert's case being solved after 25 years is both a bittersweet and significant moment. It underscores the resilience of her family, especially her parents, who never gave up seeking justice for their daughter despite the long wait. While it brings a sense of closure and accountability with Gary Shara's life sentence, it's impossible to fully erase the pain and loss that Lisa's family and loved ones continue to carry. The case also highlights the importance of persistence in investigations and how advancements in DNA technology can ultimately bring justice, even when it seems elusive. It's a reminder of the long-lasting impact of such tragedies on families and communities, and the relentless pursuit of truth, no matter how much time has passed. Moving on to the next case. Patricia and Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. On a chilly December evening in 1955, 16-year-old Patricia, a high school junior, attended her cousin's wedding. It was there that she first met 18-year-old airman Lloyd Dwayne Bogle. The moment they locked eyes, the attraction was immediate and undeniable. Their connection was electric, something that went beyond physical attraction. It was as if they had known each other for much longer, an instant bond that felt deep and profound. Within a month of dating, Patricia and Lloyd were already discussing marriage. They seemed inseparable, spending countless hours together, going on dates, and sharing their dreams of a future. On the evening of January 2, 1956, nearly a month after they first met, the young couple went to Pete's Drive-In restaurant for a romantic dinner in Great Falls, Montana. Witnesses reported seeing them leave the drive-in around 9 p.m., heading west on Central Avenue toward a well-known Lover's Lane near Wadsworth Park. That would be the last time anyone saw them. Neither Patricia nor Dwayne returned home, leaving a mystery in their wake. At precisely 9 p.m., Patricia and Dwayne departed Pete's Drive-In, their final sighting. When Patricia did not arrive home that night, her family concluded she had run away with Dwayne. Familiarity struck her parents. Patricia's oldest sister had similarly eloped at her age. Patricia's parents initially assumed she had eloped with Dwayne. However, as they pondered the situation, doubts began to creep in. The question lingered in their minds: why would she elope? Patricia was not the type of person to run away without telling anyone, and this only deepened their concern. She held an unwavering commitment to her studies, attending high school religiously. College dreams bloomed in her future. Moreover, she valued her curfew, never staying out late. This made her sudden absence even more confounding. And when they thought about Dwayne, he was more than just a passing acquaintance. Dwayne had been embraced as part of the family, and there was no apparent reason for them to elope. His stable position as a rising sergeant second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base, where he was assigned to the 29th Fighter Interceptor Squadron, further added to the mystery. His life appeared secure and promising, which made his sudden disappearance alongside Patricia even more perplexing. Together, the couple seemed to lack motives for running away. That same night, 2 women and 2 airmen crossed paths with a man sprawled between a car and a tree. Untroubled, they brushed it off, assuming the man was too drunk to drive and had collapsed beside his vehicle. A moment overlooked, a life ignored. The next morning, January 3, 1956, 3 young boys exploring the Great Falls area stumbled upon a grim sight. The remains of 18-year-old Lloyd Dwayne Bogle were discovered in a chilling scene. His body, twisted and partially concealed beneath a car, was found in the morning light. His wrists were bound with his own belt, and a fatal wound had pierced his skull. The car's ignition was still on, adding to the unsettling nature of the discovery. Headlights piercing the early morning darkness, a grim scene. Authorities, spurred by a coroner's examination, advised an autopsy. The chilling truth emerged. Dwayne had been shot, yet the bullet remained undiscovered. The search to find the missing bullet continued. It was a very important clue to catch the perpetrator. In a haunting revelation during the autopsy, it emerged that Dwayne was alive for several hours after being shot, adding layers to the tragedy. Patricia was nowhere to be found. The search for Patricia became paramount. A day passed, the January 5, 1956. Patricia's remains were discovered in a rocky ravine, not too far from Dwayne's. Fully clothed, perched at the edge of a steep embankment off an isolated highway in northwest Montana, 8 miles from Dwayne. No signs of robbery or assault were noticed in the initial investigation. A puzzling scene. An expensive camera in Dwayne's car. A $5 bill in his wallet. Patricia was not indecently assaulted. Motives questioned, motives unclear. There were no apparent signs suggesting Patricia was forcefully subjected to any forms of inappropriate violation when her remains were initially examined. However, during her autopsy, it became apparent that she had likely faced a distressing ordeal by an animalistic abuser. The news reports on the incident merely hinted at this, perhaps due to the sensitivity surrounding the matter during that era. Remember, it was the 1950s. Although DNA analysis was unavailable then, examiners carefully stored a swab for a future investigation. Additionally, evidence of multiple injuries implied a vicious struggle between Patricia and her assailant. On that very day, investigators formally questioned a potential suspect. This suspect, an airman who was friends with Dwayne, had their identity kept confidential. Patricia's mother had sensed Dwayne's distress a few days earlier, prompting a conversation where he expressed feeling troubled and unable to rid himself of constant grief. He confided about a recent disagreement with a friend. Many believed it was he whom the authorities questioned as a potential suspect. However, this suspect eventually fell out of suspicion. For more than 3 decades, the case remained unsolved without any substantial leads. In November of 1989, investigators made a pivotal decision to search for the bullet, turning their attention to a nearby tree. Cascade County Sheriff Barry Michelotти revealed the tree's significance, as this cottonwood potentially holds the bullet inside it, highlighting the tree's central role in the case. The recovery of this bullet held immense importance, aiming to uncover the weapon's caliber and possibly connect it to firearms seized in other incidents over the years, offering a potential breakthrough in the investigation. Sergeant Dick Duncan knew about the prior unsuccessful attempts to X-ray the tree because of the challenges posed by its immense size and bark density. Towering at approximately 80 feet with a trunk diameter of around 4.5 feet, this tree stood as an obstacle. But this time, they had an audacious plan: to shave off approximately 33 growth rings from the lower portion, anticipating that this action might reveal traces of the bullet's path within the tree, a potential opening or tunnel, a silent witness to the past. Their plan paid off, and the authorities recovered the 33-year-old evidence. Optimism surged when investigators retrieved bullets from the cottonwood tree, reigniting hopes of uncovering the perpetrator. Yet these hopes were quickly dashed as the bullets failed to match with any firearm linked to other criminal activities. Despite the absence of significant breakthroughs, the investigation remained in motion, unwavering in its pursuit of every lead. A staggering 35 individuals were interrogated in connection to the case, showcasing the exhaustive efforts invested in seeking justice. Among the potential suspects in the case stood Edward Wayne Edwards, who had a criminal history dating back to 1956 when he was arrested in Montana for burglary. His criminal escapades intensified when he escaped from Akron prison in 1955, embarking on a spree of gas station robberies nationwide. By 1961, Edwards had secured a spot on the FBI's most wanted list, an honor he held until his capture in 1962. Following his release on parole in 1967, decades passed before he resurfaced in the legal spotlight. In 2009, he faced arrest once more, subsequently confessing in 2010 to brutally taking away the lives of Billy LaVaca, Judith Straub, Tim Hack, Kelly Drew, and Danny Lochner. All the victims were young adults close to the age of Dwayne and Patricia. His dark deeds extended further as he admitted to influencing a U.S. Army soldier, Danny Boy, to go AWOL before ending his life too and burying him in a shallow grave. Although sentenced to be executed in March 2, 2011 for his involvement in Danny Boyle's demise, Edward Wayne Edwards passed away in prison merely a month later due to natural causes, evading the full extent of justice for his string of heinous crimes. The link between Edwards and the tragic deaths of Dwayne and Patricia was rooted in his disturbing modus operandi. Edwards had a chilling pattern of targeting couples in lovers' lanes, eerily similar to the location where Patricia and Dwayne met their untimely end. This unsettling connection raised suspicions that Edwards could be involved in their deaths. Another suspect under investigation was James Joseph Whitey Bulger, a notorious criminal in the area. Bulger's criminal history, dating back to 1951, included an arrest related to a misconduct case involving a similar assault to the one suffered by Patricia. During the period when the tragic end of Patricia and Dwayne transpired, Bulger was documented to have been present in the area. However, despite his proximity to the crime scenes, no substantial evidence surfaced to conclusively implicate him in the incidents. As the passage of time dimmed any hope for fresh leads, the pursuit of the elusive perpetrator hit an impasse. However, in 2012, a glimmer of renewed hope emerged when Sergeant John Cadner, taking control as the head of detectives for the CCSO, was tasked with resurrecting this cold case. Sergeant Cadner knew the crucial importance of the DNA evidence extracted from a swab 56 years ago. This key sample, originally sent to the State Crime Lab in 2001 by Detective Phil Madison during his tenure, only proved the DNA did not match Dwayne's genetic profile. Therefore, it was cataloged in CODI's Combined DNA Index System. The database, unfortunately, it failed to yield any promising matches, leaving the case to go cold again. Sergeant Cadner teamed up with Bode Technology to recreate the DNA sample when he got the case. By 2019, they had successfully made the sample again. This time, they did not just compare it with the samples in CODI's. They also checked it against DNA from regular people in open-source DNA databases. These databases are used by people who want to learn about their family history. Just a year before, in 2018, the Golden State offender was caught because some of his family members had given their DNA to a similar open-source DNA database. This helped identify and arrest him. The sample Sergeant Cadner uploaded matched 3 individuals. Investigators reached out to them and their families. They collected DNA samples and found that an individual named Kenneth Gould was the closest match to the foreign DNA obtained from Patricia Schwab. Sergeant Cadner expressed, "This was amazing because after 65 years, we finally had a lead and a location to explore. Everything was just theories before this. Now we had a solid lead and a name. It completely shifted the case's dynamics. Authorities encountered a new hurdle. Kenneth Gould had passed away in 2007, and authorities could not exhume his remains to get a DNA sample. Kenneth Gould was cremated in 2007. This presented a challenge, yet they contacted Kenneth Gould's children explaining the situation and the case. Surprisingly, the children agreed to provide their DNA for comparison. Initially unsure of their response, investigators were pleasantly surprised by their full cooperation. Sergeant Cadner shared, "I was not certain how they would react when I approached them about their dad being a suspect. Kenneth Gould hailed from Great Falls and was recognized for riding his horses around the Vineyard Road area where Patricia's remains were discovered. Intriguingly, he had resided close to Patricia's parents at one point, yet there was no apparent link between him and either Patricia or Dwayne. Notably, when Gould was 25 years old, he married a 16-year-old, the same age Patricia was at the time of the slayings. A month after Patricia and Dwayne's tragic end, Gould abruptly altered the course of his life. He uprooted his entire existence, relocating his family first to Tracy, then to Geraldine, and later to Hamilton before eventually leaving the state of Montana entirely, settling in Missouri without any intention of returning. Kenneth Gould was deemed the most likely suspect in the slayings. However, because he had passed away, his culpability could not be conclusively established without a proper trial. Sergeant Cadner shared his view that, although they could not definitively prove Kenneth Gould's guilt due to his passing, the accumulated evidence strongly pointed to him as the prime suspect. He acknowledged that while they couldn't physically place the weapon in Gould's hand, the overall information and circumstances provided a high level of certainty in his involvement. Kenneth Gould's daughter subtly suggested to Sergeant Cadner that her father may have had hidden secrets, implying that there were aspects of his life that no one else knew about. Once Gould was identified as the suspect, the families of Dwayne Bogle and Patricia Kalitsky were finally approached, offering them the closure they had long sought. While they were relieved to receive answers after more than 6 decades, the revelation also reopened painful memories for the families, particularly those who had personal connections to the couple. Sergeant Cadner empathetically noted, "The families are experiencing a mix of emotions. It is a bittersweet moment." Dwayne and Patricia were vibrant and well-liked by many. Investigators invested deeply in this case, leaving a part of themselves in the pursuit of justice, which makes this closure heartfelt yet challenging. Patricia Kalitsky's sister, the sole surviving member of her family, had succumbed to advanced dementia by the time the identity of the perpetrator was revealed. The Bogle family had endured years of turmoil with speculations about Dwayne's fate, including unverified rumors linking him to the mob. Dwayne's niece, Karen Bogle McCarthy, who was 54 at the time of the revelation, reflected on the impact of modern technology on their generation. She acknowledged that while technological advancements had their merits, they also reignited deeply buried wounds that had started to heal. In an interview, Edgar Wilson, Kenneth Gould's neighbor for a decade in Missouri, expressed utter disbelief about the accusations against Gould. Wilson described Gould as mild-mannered, not confrontational, and inherently good, portraying him as a genuinely good person who did not engage in vices like drinking or causing trouble. During his time in Missouri, Gould resided on a farm with his family, earning respect as an exceptional horse trainer. He also tended to sheep and goats at his farm. An unsubstantiated theory is that Kenneth Gould secretly loved Patricia, and when all of a sudden Patricia fell for Dwayne, and only after a month of dating they were thinking of marrying, is when Kenneth decided to take the matters into his own hands. He confronted the couple on the Lover's Lane, and when he saw the couple involved in intimacy in the car, it enraged Kenneth Gould, and he held the couple at gunpoint. He tied up Dwayne with his own belt and threatened him to leave Patricia. The theory that Kenneth Gould could have been motivated by an obsession with Patricia raises several intriguing but troubling questions. The significant age gap between Kenneth and Patricia, almost 13 years, does seem unusual, especially considering the societal norms and personal dynamics at the time. However, it is worth noting that Kenneth had married his wife when she was 16 years old, just 4 years before the tragedy involving Patricia. This fact could suggest a pattern of behavior or a predisposition toward younger women, which complicates the investigation into his possible involvement. The irregularities in the theory, particularly the timing and his history of marrying a much younger woman, add to the complexity of understanding the true motive behind Patricia's abduction and murder. The details of his relationship with his wife and how it might have influenced his actions toward Patricia provide a troubling backdrop that could point to unresolved psychological or emotional issues. Ultimately, these elements suggest that the case might involve deeper, more personal motivations tied to Gould's own life and actions, but without further evidence, these theories remain speculative. Kenneth Gould's daughter's words about hidden secrets carry a weight of uncertainty. Was she implying that her father had an undisclosed obsession with Patricia, or was it merely a passing reflection on the complexities of human nature? Without further insight into her statement, it remains a haunting ambiguity. The motive behind the crime remains elusive, especially with the passing of 3 individuals who could have provided clarity. Was the murder the result of a love triangle gone wrong, or did it stem from a moment of uncharacteristic violence from someone who otherwise seemed benign? The question also lingers, was it the act of one perpetrator, or did others play a role in this brutal crime? With the passing of those who might have unraveled these mysteries, these questions remain unanswered, leaving the case shrouded in the shadows of uncertainty. Moving on to the next case. Amanda Lynn Schumann-Deza. In March of 1995, a person recycling in the unincorporated area of Holt, California, stumbled upon a partially submerged refrigerator in an irrigation canal off Bacon Island Road. Inside, investigators discovered the body of a woman. Due to the advanced decomposition, it was clear that the body had been submerged for several months. The victim was described as a Caucasian woman with strawberry blonde hair, weighing between 110 and 130 pounds, and believed to be aged between 29 and 41. For nearly 27 years, the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office struggled to identify the woman, who became known as the Lady in the Fridge. Despite the exhaustive efforts of law enforcement, the woman's identity remained a mystery. After exhausting all leads for investigators to pursue, the case eventually went cold. Over the years, many investigative and scientific techniques have either been improved or created through new technological advances. One of those methods is investigative genealogy, which combines DNA analysis with traditional genealogy research and historical records to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In 2022, San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office and the San Joaquin County Medical Examiner's Office partnered with Othram to determine if advanced forensic DNA testing could help establish an identity for the woman or a close relative. Skeletal evidence was sent to Othram's lab, where their forensic scientists developed a DNA extract and used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown female. In addition, Othram's in-house genealogy team used forensic genetic genealogy to produce investigative leads, which were returned to San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office investigators. A follow-up investigation contacting the victim's possible mother and daughter was made. They provided their DNA sample to compare, confirming the identification of Amanda Lynn Schumann-Deza, born August 11, 1965. Now that Amanda has been identified in February of 2003, investigators are looking for clues to her disappearance. Investigators have learned that Amanda Lynn Schumann-Deza was separated from her husband at the time of her disappearance and had 3 young children. She was last seen at an unknown apartment complex in Napa, California, with an unidentified male whom she had met in a rehabilitation facility. Authorities are asking for the public's help and encourage anyone with information about Amanda's whereabouts or details surrounding her disappearance to contact the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office at 209-468-5087 or by email at coldcase@gov.org. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Charles Allen Ray. On May 24, 1985, the remains of an unidentified male were found in a vacant lot near Gibsonton, Florida. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office responded to the scene and determined that the man died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was estimated to be between 40 and 60 years old at the time of his death and likely stood between 5 feet 6 inches and 5 feet 10 inches tall. Investigators also found several articles of clothing and other personal items at the scene. A forensic composite was developed and released to the public in hopes that it would generate leads about the man's identity. Details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NAMUS, as of 2007. Despite investigators' best efforts, the man could not be identified, and the case went cold. In 2023, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office teamed with Othram to determine if advanced DNA testing could help to identify the man. The investigation led them to possible relatives of the unknown man, whose disappearance in the mid-1980s had left no digital footprint for the last 40 years. Detectives traveled to Knoxville, Tennessee in January 2024, where they met with a family member of the man and matched his DNA with the decedent's from 1985. The man was identified in 2024 as Mr. Charles Allen Ray, born in 1936. He was an honorable veteran of the United States Navy. Chief Deputy Joe Moore of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office said, "We were able to establish a link to Mr. Ray and his family, so we were able to bring closure to his family." For almost 40 years, Mr. Ray's family was left in the dark about what happened to him. However, advancements in technology, particularly within the criminal justice field, have significantly enhanced our ability to solve crimes. Moving on to the next case. Gregory Jean Jr. In 2014, Liza Smith, who had been desperately trying to locate her son Gregory Jean Jr. after he was forced to stay with his father in Georgia, received a Facebook friend request from him. This was the first contact she had with him in years. Upon reconnecting, Liza learned that Gregory had been living with his father and his new wife, Samantha Davis, but was still unable to fully understand the circumstances of his disappearance. Gregory had been cut off from his mother and family for several years, and the details of his time with his father remained unclear until they reconnected. He told her where he was. She finally decided to call police. The police then went to the house. Gregory Sr. and Davis said they didn't know where Gregory was and the police could not find him in the house. Liza then sent him pictures that Gregory had sent to her of his location in the house. The next day the police went again, and this time they found a fake wall in the house. All this time Gregory Sr. and Davis kept Gregory Jr. behind a fake wall in their house. Liza and her daughter, Tracy, drove through the night to Georgia to retrieve her son and was finally reunited with Gregory Jr. Only then did she learn how horrible he was treated. Gregory Sr. and Davis originally kept him, because that way, they did not have to pay child support. Gregory said he was beaten with a stick, humiliated, forced to work as a maid, banned from celebrating Christmas, and isolated from the outside world. Initially, he was allowed to go to school, but when he told someone how badly he was treated, they started homeschooling him. Gregory hatched a plan, though, to contact his mother. He found a cell phone and connected it to a Wi-Fi network. He then downloaded an app that allows you to call via Wi-Fi. That was how he was able to call his mother, and then continued messaging her on Facebook. Gregory Sr. and Davis have been charged of child cruelty and false imprisonment. Gregory Jr. asked for mercy for his father and stepmother. "I just want to be free to live my life and let them live," is what he had to say. One day, he wants to be a lawyer so he can hopefully help others. Moving on to the next case. Joan Shirley Joyce Waters. In June 1978, the remains of an unidentified white female were found in a shallow grave near a remote dirt road half a mile south of Alligator Alley in Collier County, Florida. The Collier County Sheriff's Office investigated the scene, determining that the woman was approximately 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed around 180 pounds. She was estimated to be between 45 and 65 years old. The cause of death was determined to be blunt force trauma. She had extensive dental work on both her upper and lower teeth. Evidence suggested that she may have suffered from chronic ear infections, potentially leading to some hearing loss. No clothing or personal items were found with the woman. In June 2007, details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement investigators to identify the woman, no matches were found. The case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In 2022, the Collier County Sheriff's Office submitted forensic evidence to Othram. Othram's scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown woman. After successfully completing the process, the DNA profile was delivered to the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team. They performed the necessary work to generate new investigative leads in the case. A follow-up investigation was conducted using the new leads. This led investigators to potential relatives of the woman. It then led to the positive identification of the woman in June 2024. She is now known to be Joan Shirley Joyce Waters, born in 1936. Detective William Still of the Collier County Sheriff's Office spoke with Joan's sibling when they made the match, confirming her identity. Joan had been out of touch with her family, and her sibling had last seen her in the early 70s, not knowing what had happened to her since. Detectives still emphasize that the case remains open as they continue to investigate and work towards identifying the person responsible for Joan's demise. Moving on to the next case. Lori and Mueller-Pinnell. On January 24, 1985, a truck driver discovered the body of a woman along Highway 78 in Olive Branch, Mississippi, just east of the Coldwater Bridge. She had been strangled with a ligature, and her shoes, jacket, and undergarments were missing. Investigators from the DeSoto County Sheriff's Office identified her as a woman weighing about 110 pounds, standing 5 feet 3 inches tall, and estimated to be between 20 and 35 years old. She had red to blonde hair, 3 small piercings in each ear, tattoos on the inside of both ankles, and a surgical scar on her left forearm. No other identifying characteristics could be determined for the woman, and she was classified as a Jane Doe. The case went cold for 39 years. That was until 2022 when the DeSoto County Sheriff's Office and the Mississippi Office of the State Medical Examiner received funding from Carla Davis, a Mississippi native and philanthropist who is committed to helping resolve the backlog of cold cases in Mississippi, to send forensic evidence to Othram to see if there was a match for the remains. The Sheriff's Office have also reviewed multiple accounts from people claiming that the Jane Doe might have been a missing relative. Leads were investigated and ruled out by DeSoto County's crime scene technician and evidence clerk, Amber Edlin. Finally, Othram was able to match the body's DNA in March 2024, nearly 40 years later. A relative, the woman's brother in California, was contacted. The woman was then finally identified as Lori Ann Mueller-Pinnell. Lori Ann was born in Missouri on September 6, 1962. This means that she was only 23 years old when she lost her life. She had been seen days before her disappearance at a truck stop in West Memphis, Arkansas. Thereafter, her family filed a missing persons report, but she was never found. Lori Ann's remains were buried at Blocker Cemetery in Olive Branch, inscribed with the name Jane Doe, January 24, 1985, the date her body was found. The Sheriff's Department says work will continue to find the person or persons responsible for the crime. We believe that justice has no time restrictions, the DeSoto County Sheriff's Department said in press release. As a result, we will tirelessly pursue those responsible to ensure they are held accountable for their actions. Moving on to the next case. Marjorie West. One of Pennsylvania's most famous cases involves 4-year-old Marjorie West. Born on June 2, 1933, in Bradford, Pennsylvania, Marjorie was the youngest of 3 siblings, alongside Dorothea and Alan. Her mother, Shirley and Cecilia West, and father, Shirley, who worked as an assistant engineer at Kendall Refining, made up her close-knit family. On the morning of May 8, 1938, The West family attended church services in Bradford before heading out for a picnic to celebrate Mother's Day. They were joined by another couple, Mr. and Mrs. Akerlund, and drove about 13 miles along Highway 219 to Allegheny Forest, where they enjoyed the sunny weather and relaxed. Around 3 p.m., Shirley, 7-year-old Alan, and Lloyd Akerlund went fishing in a nearby stream. Cecilia returned to the car to rest, while 11-year-old Dorothea and Marjorie gathered flowers by the creek. At one point, Dorothea decided to present her mother with the flowers she picked, so she headed off. When she turned back, Marjorie was gone. The family, accompanied by their friends, attempted to search for the little girl but found no sign of her, so they drove for 7 miles until they found a bar. From here, they contacted the local police department. Upon arriving on the scene, authorities immediately suspected that the 4-year-old had fallen into a well. There were many of them dotted around the area due to an oil boom in the 1870s. However, the wells were checked and the area, including the secluded forest, was thoroughly combed, yet it turned up no new leads. Scent dogs found nothing of interest, and the search grew bigger, involving 3,000 locals and 500 police officers. Witnesses came forward to law enforcement and reported seeing 2 cars drive past the site shortly before the time of Marjorie's vanishing, but the vehicles were traced and ruled out. Searchers eventually stumbled upon a fresh grave in the woods, but when they dug it up, they found only caskets of wine and a scrap of lace. The lace was at first thought to have belonged to the little girl, but her family described her as wearing a blue dress, a navy mid-length coat with the collar edged in pink, a red Shirley Temple-style hats, and leather shoes. In other words, Marjorie wasn't wearing any lace when she vanished. Then a taxi driver came forward with a strange tale of his own. He told law enforcement that on the evening that Marjorie disappeared, he saw a girl resembling her in Thomas, West Virginia. The girl, who had the 4-year-old's red curls and wore similar clothing, was crying. She was riding in a dark green sedan with an unidentified man in his late 30s. At around 11:38 p.m., the man stops to ask the taxi driver where the nearest motel was located. The witness pointed out the nearest one, but the pair came back because the motel had no vacancies. Then the man asked for a local liquor store. The witness told him there was one down the road. Then days later, a man who matched the description given by the taxi driver was seen by a gas station attendant as he refueled his car. The attendant noticed that in the back of the vehicle, there was a bundle wrapped in a gray blanket. At first, this seemed like a major break in the case. Authorities theorized that if Marjorie had been taken at around 3 p.m., it would have taken the perpetrator about 8 hours to reach Thomas. So they would have arrived between 11 and 11:30 p.m., matching up with the witness statement. However, authorities were able to track the man down. He was the father of the little girl and was a merchant. The pair were trying to get home but had to stop driving because of the thick fog that night. The little girl, who was either 5 or 6, had been upset because she was frustrated at not being able to go home. Although the girl did look similar to Marjorie, police determined that the pair had nothing to do with the investigation and she was not the missing 4-year-old. However, it's unclear if the gas station attendant saw this same man or not. At one point, a 55-year-old woodsman who was never publicly identified was questioned in connection with the case. However, it was soon found that the man had nothing to do with the disappearance, and he was ultimately released from police custody. He has never been named as a suspect. Although there are very few clues in Marjorie's case, there are a lot of theories. As the 4-year-old was out in the middle of a forest, it seems very likely that whatever happened to her was accidental. Online sleuths have suggested that perhaps she fell into the creek and was swept away by the water. Others have noted that she may have become prey to the wildlife, or that she wandered off, got lost, and tragically succumbed to the elements. For a short period of time, there was some speculation that she had been taken to Canada by other family members. Another theory in Marjorie's case is that she became the victim of an illegal adoption ring. At the time, child abductors for profit were not uncommon. A woman in Tennessee named Georgia Tan was well known for her kindness and generosity. She operated a facility that placed at-risk children into adoptive homes. However, It later emerged that Georgia had actually been kidnapping children from poor families and selling them to the rich as a way of bypassing the entire proper adoption procedure and securing herself financial wealth. In 1998, a writer named Harold Thomas Beck began to look into the case, which he'd heard of during his days working as a barman. Using the internet, which was in its infancy at the time, Beck posted photos of Dorothea online and offered a $10,000 award for anyone with information leading to Marjorie's whereabouts. Beck had posted the photos in the assumption that the sisters would look alike at their older age. Incredibly, Beck got a hit. A woman in Florida contacted him saying she worked with a woman who was a nurse who resembled Dorothea. Beck then traveled to meet the woman who even more surprisingly claimed to be Marjorie. The woman told him that on that day in May of 1938, she had been hit by a car driven by a man who was driving past the forest while on his way to his farm in North Carolina. He'd been working temporarily as an oil refinery in Pennsylvania. After knocking down Marjorie, the man who the woman referred to as her father placed her in the back of his car to take her to the hospital. However, Marjorie awoke during the trip and the man decided to take her back home to his grieving wife. The couple had lost their own daughter to an illness a short time before the accident. Reportedly, as she grew up, Marjorie still had memories from her former life and would ask her parents about it, but they would always dismiss her. The woman swore back to secrecy but said she wanted to meet Dorothea. Unfortunately, Dorothea had taken ill around the same time and was too unwell to meet the woman. Dorothea passed away in 2007 and DNA testing was never conducted. Beck revealed the woman's name following her death and ended up writing a book on the entire situation, which several of Marjorie's descendants have dismissed as essentially a cash grab. In 2010, Marjorie West's descendants contacted law enforcement, prompting them to reopen her case. It was revealed that the original case file had been destroyed after reaching the 75-year mark. The search for Marjorie was the largest operation conducted by authorities since the 1932 Lindbergh baby kidnapping. Her case remains the second oldest in the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's database, yet it remains unsolved. No trace of Marjorie has ever been found since her disappearance. If she is still alive, she would be 88 years old. Anyone with information about her case is urged to contact the Pennsylvania State Police at 814-938-0510. Moving on to the next case. Natalie Ann Holloway. 18-year-old Natalie Ann Holloway lived in Mountain Brook, Alabama, where she was known for her academic achievements and involvement in extracurricular activities. She graduated from Mountain Brook High School in May 2005 as a member of the National Honor Society and her school's dance squad. Natalie had a promising future ahead, with plans to attend the University of Alabama on a full scholarship. On May 26, 2005, Natalie joined 124 of her fellow Mountain Brook graduates on an unofficial 5-day graduation trip to Oranjestad, Aruba. What should have been a celebratory and carefree vacation soon turned into one of the most infamous missing person cases in recent history. 7 chaperones accompanied the group of students to Aruba, but as expected, it was impossible for them to keep tabs on everyone at all times. Natalie was scheduled to return home on May 30, 2005, but when she failed to show up for her flight, her family grew deeply concerned. Her mother and stepfather immediately flew to Aruba on a private jet to search for answers. When they arrived, they found Natalie's packed luggage and passport in her hotel room, but there was no sign of her anywhere. The chilling realization set in that something was terribly wrong. Several of Natalie's classmates reported last seeing her around 1:30 a.m. on May 30th. She was leaving a popular nightclub called Carlos and Charlie's. Witnesses stated that Natalie got into a car with 17-year-old Joran van der Sloot and 2 brothers, 21-year-old Deepak Kalpo and 18-year-old Satish Kalpo. Desperate for answers, Natalie's parents, accompanied by 2 Aruban police officers, went to Joran's house to inquire about her whereabouts. At first, Joran denied knowing Natalie, but under further questioning, he quickly changed his story, raising even more suspicions about what might have happened to her. He said that they took Natalie to the California lighthouse area of Arushi Beach because she wanted to see sharks. They then dropped her off at 2 a.m. at a hotel. Joran claims that Natalie fell down as she climbed out of the car as she was very drunk. Joran also claims that as they were driving away, Natalie was approached by a dark man in a black top similar to those used by security guards. Joran's story was corroborated by Deepak, who was also in the house. It is not known if the story is true, however, as Natalie was not seen on a nighttime surveillance camera footage of the hotel lobby. It was possible for Natalie to reach her hotel room without using the hotel lobby, so it cannot be determined if she made it back to the hotel that evening or not. Hundreds of volunteers from Aruba and the United States joined in an effort of searching for Natalie. The Aruban government gave thousands of civil servants the day off to participate in a search effort. This included 50 Dutch Marines who conducted an extensive search of the shoreline. $20,000 was also raised to provide support and aid to the volunteer search teams. On June 5th, Aruban police arrested Nick John and Abraham Jones on suspicion of kidnapping. The two men were former security guards known for cruising hotels to pick up women. The two men were released a few days later, however. On June 9th, Joran, Deepak and Satish were all arrested for suspicion of kidnapping and taking the life of Natalie. They were interviewed and all of them changed their stories multiple times, especially Joran. They said that I dropped her off at a hotel and later they said that I left her on a beach. It was just a confusing mess. Despite investigators believing that these men were involved, they had to be let go as there was no physical evidence. A local man told investigators, Hari saw Joran, Deepak and Satish at a small pond near the hotel Natalie was staying in, about an hour after she was last seen. The pond was drained on July 27, 2005, but no signs of Natalie was found in a pond or the surrounding area. Another man claimed, had he saw men burying a blonde-haired woman in a landfill on a day that Natalie was last seen. The FBI used cadaver dogs in a search at a landfill, but they were not able to find Natalie. Natalie's family offered $175,000 for a safe return. It was later increased to $1 million as time went on, however. It was changed to $230,000 for any information leading to Natalie's remains. Joran had a lot of media interviews, including interviews on Fox News in 2006. He then claimed that after they left Carlos and Charlie's, the four of them went to Joran's home because Natalie wanted to see if he had a big house. Deepak and Satish then dropped off Joran and Natalie on a beach where the two of them stayed until after 3 in the morning. Joran claimed that Satish went to come pick him up and they left Natalie on a beach as they felt she will be able to get back to her hotel on her own. In April 2007, Joran published a book called The Zark, Natalie Holloway, which is Dutch for the case of Natalie Holloway. In the book he admitted that he had lied to the media and investigators many times regarding the case, but he also maintained his innocence. In January of 2008, a Dutch crime reporter by the name of Peter de Vries claimed that he had solved the case. He said that he would explain it all on a Dutch television show, which he did a few weeks later. He showed footage taken from hidden cameras and microphones in a car owned by Patrick van der Lim. In a video, Joran can be seen in a passenger seat smoking weed and confessing that he was involved in exposing of Natalie's body. In the video, Joran claims that he was sitting on a beach with Natalie when she began convulsively shaking and then became unresponsive. He claimed that he attempted to revive her but with no success. Joran said that he then called a friend who told him to go home while the friend would dispose of her body. After the show was broadcast, Joran denied her what he said on the tape was true. In November 2006, he changed his story once again and claimed that he had sold Natalie into slavery and that she was taken to Venezuela. In March of 2010, Joran contacted the Holloway family's legal representative. He said that he would reveal the location of Natalie's body if they gave him $250,000. After contacting the FBI, the family agreed to make the payment. Joran then made up some more lies. On May 30, 2010, exactly 5 years after Natalie went missing to the day, Stephanie Flores Ramirez was reported missing in Lima, Peru. A few days later her body was found in a hotel room and was registered on Joran's name. Joran van der Sloot was eventually arrested in Peru, where he confessed to killing 21-year-old Stephanie Flores. He claimed he lost his temper after she accessed his laptop without his permission. On January 11, 2012, he pleaded guilty to her murder and was sentenced to 28 years in prison. This shocking development reinforced suspicions about Joran's potential involvement in Natalee Holloway's disappearance, as it demonstrated his capability for violence. Many believe this tragic incident supported the theory that Joran was responsible for what happened to Natalee. Nyleen Marshall. Nyleen K. Marshall, born on September 18, 1978, was a cheerful and compassionate young girl. She grew up in Orange County, California, with an older brother and a younger sister. By the early 1980s, Nyleen and her siblings were living in Clancy, Montana, with their biological mother, Nancy, and stepfather, Kim. On June 25, 1983, Nancy and Kim organized a picnic with friends and family at a campground in the Helena National Forest, nestled in the Elkhorn Mountains of southwestern Montana. Accounts of Nyleen's final moments vary slightly. Most sources, including the Charlie Project, states that the 4-year-old had been playing with other children, but lagged behind when they headed towards a beaver dam. When they looked around, she was gone. However, several articles have stated that Nyleen was being looked after by a 13-year-old girl who had to return to the campground for just a moment. The girl told Nyleen to stay put, but when she returned, Nyleen had vanished. Either way, Nyleen was nowhere to be found. Law enforcement extensively searched the campground, but found no sign of her. A police dog briefly caught her scent, but lost it during the search. The odds did not look good. The park was filled with thick foliage, rough terrain, wildlife, and harsh weather. Not only that, but abandoned mine shafts littered the area. After 9 days of careful exploration, the search was finally called off. One lead did emerge, however, during this time. The children recalled seeing Nyleen speaking to a man in a purple jogging suit. He reportedly told the 4-year-old to, quote, "follow the shadows." According to some articles, he attempted to speak to the other children first, but one was afraid of him and ran off while the other simply ignored him. Nyleen appeared to be the only one who actively engaged with him. It's unknown if this man has anything to do with the vanishing, but he has never been identified. The case grew cold for several years until November 27, 1985, when an anonymous man made a phone call to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children claiming that he had abducted Nyleen, although he referred to her by her middle name Kay. A few months later, at the beginning of 1986, a typewritten letter was sent to law enforcement in Wisconsin. The letter appeared to be from the same man who'd made the phone call and stated that he'd picked Nyleen up on a road between Helena and Boulder in Elkhorn Park and decided to take her home with him so that he could care for her. Although excerpts from the letter can be found online, the full piece has never been released to the public, likely because investigators have said that it contains details that were never made public. One detective said that the letter writer was, quote, privy to things that a normal person would not have access to. In his letter, the writer claimed to have a nice investment income and was able to work from home, allowing him to homeschool Nyleen. He said he traveled frequently throughout the US, UK, and Canada, and that Nyleen always accompanied him and had fun doing so. He claimed not to molest Nyleen in any way, but then provided further details of his activities which certainly indicated that Nyleen was exposed to sexual activity. He claimed that he understood her family must miss her, but that he loved her too much to give her up. This disturbing letter was postmarked from Madison, Wisconsin. Around this time, an anonymous caller claiming to be the writer called the nonprofit organization Child Find of America multiple times. These calls were traced back to public phone booths, one of which was located near a pharmacy in Edgerton, Wisconsin. Similar phone calls were made to Nyleen's parents, who also received letters from this man. Sometime after these deeply disturbing calls and letters, a witness came forward claiming that they had seen a girl resembling Nyleen at a restaurant in Janesville, Wisconsin. It appears as if nothing further came of this tip, however. In 1990, the case was featured on the popular TV show, Unsolved Mysteries. After watching the program, one viewer called in stating his belief that Nyleen was one of his classmates in Bellingham, Washington. Incredibly, while it turned out the girl was not Nyleen, She was a missing person who had been abducted by her non-custodial father. Monica Bonilla had been missing from Burbank, California since 1982. After 8 long years, she was finally reunited with her mother. That same year, Nylene's uncle saw 2 composite sketches for a male and female wanted for child abduction in another part of the U.S. He believed that he had seen the 2 during their first day of searching. However, this couple has never been identified. In August of 1991, a man named Richard James Wilson handed himself in confessing to Nylene's murder. He also claimed to have taken the life of another woman from Great Falls. Wilson reportedly had a history of mental health issues and had been on probation since his 1984 conviction for sexual assault against a minor. Following his confession, Wilson gave investigators directions to where he'd buried the unidentified woman, but no remains were found at the scene. He was also taken to the Elkhorn mountain range, but couldn't tell authorities where he'd supposedly buried Nylene. He then recanted his confession and was subsequently released as the police did not have sufficient evidence to charge him. One of the case's most peculiar leads came in 1997 when a nurse reported a possible sighting of Nylene. According to the witness, a 19-year-old woman and an unidentified man entered the hospital she was working at in Oklahoma to try and get admitted for childbirth. The young woman called herself Helena, and when questioned further mentioned that she believed her mother's name was Nylene. She apparently remembered little about her childhood and claimed to have grown up in another country, although she had no accent. After staff tried to get more information from the pair who they found very suspicious, the couple decided to leave. This woman does appear to have been tracked down by law enforcement, and she agreed to have her blood drawn and tested against Nylene's parents. Ultimately, it seems that this woman and her connection to Nylene was eventually ruled out. There is an abundance of theories in Nylene's case. Some believe the man in the purple jogging suit was involved. Others have speculated that she simply wandered off, got lost, and tragically succumbed to the elements. It's been suggested that she was abducted by an unidentified party. Some believe the letters and calls were a hoax, but others are certain that the letter writer is her true captor. For a time, many wondered if she was the Racine County Jane Doe, a young woman who suffered horrific abuse before being murdered. However, Jane Doe was finally identified in 2019 as Peggy Lynn Johnson. Another interesting aspect of Nylene's disappearance is that her stepfather Kim was once named as a person of interest in her case. It is unclear as to why authorities suspected him of being involved or knowing more than he said he did. By 1994, the Marshall family had relocated to Japan, but tragedy would continue to stalk them. In 1995 in Mexico, Nancy, Nylene's mother, was sexually assaulted and murdered. She was found hanging by a man's belt in her hotel room. Details about her case are limited, and it remains unresolved. Some reports suggest her death was ruled a suicide, despite evidence of rape and the disappearance of her valuables from her hotel room. In 2017, investigators stated they had no significant new leads to pursue. Nylene's case remains unsolved and grows colder with time. If alive, she would be 42 years old this year. Anyone with information about her disappearance is urged to contact the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office at 406-225-4075. Moving on to the next case. Patty Lisa Lust. On December 20, 1987, a passerby walking a dog discovered the remains of a woman near the intersection of 130th Avenue and 72nd Court, north of Royal Palm Beach, Florida. The autopsy revealed she was in her 20s to 30s, with brown hair featuring gray streaks. The remains appeared to have been there for an extended period, and foul play was suspected. No clothing or jewelry were found with the body. She may have suffered from severe arthritis or a back injury and had a fracture on her right clavicle. Shortly after her remains were found, authorities released a forensic sketch of what the victim may have looked like, but they got no leads and it became a cold case. In 2023, thanks to a grant from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, PBSO submitted forensic evidence to Othram to identify the woman. In February 2024, 36 years later, Othram identified her as Patty Lisa Lust from Lauderdale by the Sea in Broward County, Florida. She was born in 1960. Her parents were Elizabeth B. English and Anthony Lagercio, and she had two brothers, Stephen and Anthony. She married Kenneth Allen Rust on November 11, 1984, and then went missing in 1986. Connor Ward, a resident of Palm Beach, said, "I am happy they found whoever that was. I think it is pretty cool that technology has come such a long way where they can just figure out who a person is just by facial recognition or DNA structures or stuff like that." Stuart Kaplan, a former FBI agent who now works as a defense attorney in Palm Beach, said, "The first thing now is you have a name. You have a person. The first thing I would do is obviously reach out to the family," Kaplan says. Detectives will likely try to interview those close to Patty, including her husband or ex-husband, siblings, any current or former boyfriends, best friend, and former co-workers. PBSO is asking anyone with information on Patty to contact Detective John Cogburn at 561-688-4063. Moving on to the next case. Peggy Joyce Shelton. On July 19, 1972, a local teenage boy discovered the body of a woman near Withlacoochee State Forest in Hernando County, Florida. The remains were found in the area of High Corner Road and Cortez Boulevard in Brooksville. The victim had been wrapped in a bedspread featuring a distinctive pattern, possibly resembling a pineapple damask design, with 3 square corners and 1 rounded corner. Investigators determined that the woman had been strangled approximately 3 to 4 days before her body was found. She was about 5 feet tall, between 30-40 years of age, weighed between 125 and 145 pounds with short brown hair, and with just 6 upper and 6 lower teeth. At the time, investigators believed that the woman had traveled to Hernando County from either North Florida or Alabama. Details in the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMUS. Her case grew cold and became the oldest unsolved case in Hernando County. In 2015, the remains were exhumed for additional testing and to make a reconstruction. Isotope tests indicated that she had lived in the United States for at least 5 to 10 years and spent several years in Florida. Investigators then nicknamed her Edna due to her facial features in the reconstruction. Detectives released the facial reconstruction made of clay to the public, hoping it would spur some tips. Then in 2022, the Hernando County Sheriff's Office contacted Othram to seek assistance. On October 11, 2022, Michael Vogel from Othram contacted HCSO Detective George Lloyd Glynn with a possible name. Lloyd Glynn was able to collect a reference sample from a possible member of the woman's family and submit it to Othram. In 2024, after 52 years, the remains were identified as Peggy Joyce Shelton, born in Kentucky on March 30, 1943. Peggy may have been seen alive a few days prior with 2 other individuals aside a white 1961 or 1962 Ford Falcon. The group was witnessed in the area exiting the vehicle and venturing into the woods, returning sometime later without one group member. The Hernando County Sheriff's Office confirmed that Peggy had connections to Hopkins County, Texas before she lost her life. Detective Lloyd Glynn continues to investigate this case in hopes of identifying those responsible for Peggy's death. If you have any information, please contact Detective George Lloyd Grant at 352-754-6830. Moving on to the next case. Randy Bruce Clayton. On April 29, 2017, deputies in Leon County were called to investigate a skull discovered in the 2000 block of Road 145 along the riverbank near Neosho Rapids, Kansas. The individual who found the skull had gone to the river to check the water levels following recent rain when he came across it. Additional remains were located wrapped in a fitted bedsheet and comforter, placed inside a lawn trash bag along with a digital watch. The bag had been tied shut, but animals had torn into it to reach the remains. Detectives from the Leon County Sheriff's Office arrived shortly after and took charge of the investigation. After the autopsy was conducted, it was found that the man lived with scoliosis as he had a curve in his spine. It was also discovered that the man was middle to late aged with a height of 5 foot 5 inches and that he likely lost his life between 2013 and 2016. The cause of his demise was unclear at the time. Details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System 4 months later in August 2017. Despite extensive efforts and the submission of forensic evidence to the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia for DNA analysis in 2018, the identity of the deceased remained a mystery. Over the years, Detective Sergeant Travis Mishler of the Leon County Sheriff's Office said detectives diligently worked to identify the Neosho Rapids John Doe. Leon County deputies started working with Othram in 2022, 5 years after the human remains were found. That partnership developed new leads for law enforcement to follow. And in March 2024, Leon County detectives contacted a possible relative of the unknown man. That resulted in them finally identifying the man as Randy Bruce Clayton. Randy was born on October 12, 1953. He was from the Phoenix, Arizona area and lived in Oklahoma. Randy was never reported missing. Colby Lasciani, director of operations at Othram, said the following: "I think it is important for people to not give up hope. The technology is here and available to help resolve cases such as this. And the number one barrier at this point is funding, and that is changing. If folks want to support and are not able to financially, advocacy is very important. Advocating for new and different technologies to help bring resolution in these types of cases is very helpful and important." The investigation into Randy's case continues. If you have any information that could aid in seeking justice, please contact the Leon County Sheriff's Office at 620-341-3205 or the Kansas Bureau of Investigation at 785-296-8210. Moving on to the next case. Ray Rivera. Ray Rivera and his wife, Allison, relocated to Baltimore in December 2004, shortly after their wedding. The move was prompted by a job opportunity for Ray, offered by his close friend from high school, Porter Stansberry. Porter invited Ray to work on writing financial newsletters for his company. Ray had long harbored dreams of becoming a writer and director, but his screenwriting efforts during their time in Southern California hadn't been enough to cover their living expenses. That was why Ray decided to take the job in Baltimore. It was a period of happiness for Ray and Allison. They had never been this content. They found a beautiful house in Baltimore that they both adored. By 2006, a colleague of Allison's named Claudia was living with them in their home. On May 16, 2006, Allison left Baltimore for a business trip. That evening, Allison tried to call Ray, but he didn't answer. Concerned, she called Claudia, who picked up. Claudia explained that at around 6:30 p.m., Ray had received a phone call. She overheard him react with surprise, exclaiming, "Oh!" before he quickly ran out of the house and hadn't returned since. The next morning, Claudia called Allison again to inform her that Ray still hadn't come home. This worried Allison, and she immediately returned home. Allison called Ray's family to hear if any of them heard from Ray, but they hadn't. Ray's brother Angel immediately flew in from Orlando to Baltimore to come help search for him. The next day, more of Ray and Allison's family came to help too. They started calling all of the hospitals in case he was there. Allison's parents worked tirelessly to find Ray, even involving the media to help spread the word. 6 days after his disappearance, on May 22nd, they were driving through various parking lots in town when they came across Ray's car. Despite finding the car, there was still no trace of him. A parking ticket on the vehicle revealed that it had been parked there the entire 6 days since he had gone missing. The parking lot was located near his workplace, Stansberry and Associates. It was also close to the Belvedere Hotel. The area around the parking lot then became the main focus of where they searched for Ray. 2 days after Ray's car was found, 3 of his co-workers went onto the roof of the Belvedere Hotel. As they peeked over the edge, they saw a hole in one of the lower roofs. Around the hole they saw flip-flops. They didn't really think this had anything to do with Ray's disappearance, but they decided to call the police anyways. The area where the hole was the old racquetball room, but was sometimes used as a conference room. It wasn't used for the previous couple of weeks though, so the police had to get one of the workers at the hotel to open it up for him. When they entered the room, there was an awful smell. They then noticed the body laying against the wall under the hall. Later that day, Ray's family got a call from the police asking them to come in. They were then informed that a body was identified as 32-year-old Ray Rivera. Detective Michael Bayer was assigned to the case to find out what exactly happened. The hole wasn't that big, so it was determined that Ray must have came prophylactically at a great speed based on his injuries. The next question was, how did Ray get there? The initial belief was that he either fell, jumped, or was pushed off the top of the hotel. From the edge of the roof to where the hole was is about 45 feet. It seemed incredibly unlikely to the detective that anyone could have made this leap, especially if Ray was wearing flip-flops. The roof was also near impossible to get to if he didn't know exactly how to find it. There were a lot of hidden staircases and locked doors he had to go through to get to the roof in the first place. It just didn't make sense to the detective that Ray could have done any of this without anyone in the hotel seeing him. He then came up with a second possible way for Ray to have gone through the hall. He went to the parking garage next, which was adjacent to the Belvoir Dyer Hotel. Immediately, he noticed that the hole was too far away and was just not possible for someone to jump that far. Even if Ray could have made the jump, it was only a 20-foot drop and he would have survived most likely. Lastly, Detective Bayer looked at a ledge of the 11th floor. The problem with this was to get to the ledge, you had to go through someone's room to get to the windows. And speaking of the windows, they don't even open. When the police went to the hall, they noticed that Ray's cell phone was on the roof, still in working condition, without any scratch. They also found his glasses to be without any scratches. This raised more questions as to how Ray managed to get through the hall. A detective noted that his phone, his glasses and his flip-flops look really staged. He believes it was put there after Ray somehow went through the hole. On the side of the Belvoir Hotel where the hall was, there were so many windows and guests living there that surely someone must have seen or heard something if he really went through the hall. The hotel itself had lots of cameras inside, and there was no sign of Ray ever being inside the hotel. The camera on the roof wasn't working, which is just infuriating. One of the police officers who signed this case ruled that Ray had taken his own life and stopped looking into the case. This shocked Ray's family. They tried to argue that Ray was in a really good place in his life, and he wouldn't have done that. Allison told him how excited Ray was to start a new family with her. Allison then went to the medical examiner. The medical examiner told Allison the way her durations were broken was not consistent if someone had fell. Detective Michael Bayer, who also believed there was more to this, was taken off the case by the police department. Allison still decided to fight the decision and look through the house for anything Ed could help. In the office, Allison found a note behind her computer. The writing on this note was extremely small. Allison determined that Ray made the note on the same day he disappeared when she saw scraps in the bin. It was a very unusual note. In the note, some movie names were listed and also the names of some of his family members. He also made a list of all the people he knew but somehow left off some very significant people, which was strange. Allison typed one of the weird phrases included in the note into Google, and the first result that came up had to do with the Freemasons. She knew that Ray was interested in societies such as the Freemasons, and he was doing research about them for a possible screenplay. This also made Allison believe that maybe Ray found something he wasn't supposed to and that it could have cost in his life. It was initially believed that his note could possibly have been written in code. Someone had watched this case being featured on Unsolved Mysteries actually came forward believing he might have cracked the code. In the note, there's a reference of a game that Ray was playing. Also, one of the movies he listed was called The Game. In the movie, there's this one big scene near the end where the main character jumped off the roof of a fancy hotel and goes through the glass roof. The similarities to Ray's case are truly astonishing. The whole movie is about this crazy game that a company arranges that makes you think you lose everything in order to let you appreciate a life again. Ray was an unsuccessful movie scriptwriter, and maybe he got involved in something that tried to imitate the game in some way. In the Unsolved Mysteries episode of Ray, you can see two see-through roof windows next to the hole caused by Ray. Did he try to go through one of the windows like in the game? One of the other things that were looked into was his phone. Investigators determined that the mysterious phone call Ray received before running out of his house came from the switchboard at his workplace, Stansberry and Associates. However, the exact identity of the caller remains unknown. Strangely, Ray's close friend and employer, Porter Stansberry, refused to cooperate with the police or speak with Ray's family, a behavior that many found baffling given their long-standing friendship. In the Unsolved Mysteries episode about Ray's case, Allison shared an eerie detail. A week before Ray disappeared, their house alarm went off unexpectedly. This incident, along with other unsettling events, adds to the mystery surrounding his tragic death. Allison recalled how, shortly before his disappearance, Ray had been unusually on edge. One evening, their home alarm went off, prompting Ray to go downstairs and check. He found no one, but Allison noticed how genuinely frightened he seemed, as though he had expected to find someone there. A few days later, the alarm went off again, and they discovered that their windows had been tampered with. These unsettling incidents, coupled with Ray's disappearance, led Allison to believe that someone harmed Ray, though she still doesn't know why. Moving on to the next case. Stephen Shelton. On July 20th, 1995, police in Atlanta, Georgia, discovered an unidentified man along I-75 with severe injuries believed to be from a hit-and-run. He was transported to Grady Memorial Hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries on June 24, 1996, nearly a year later. The Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office ran his fingerprints through a national database, but there were no positive matches. Sadly, the case went cold. Now, thanks to the persistence of the Medical Examiner's Office and technology from the FBI, officials positively identified the man as Stephen Shelton on September 11, 2023, nearly 30 years after his life was taken. The FBI credited senior Fulton County Medical Examiner Jimmy Sadler with reaching out to inquire about the changes in crime-solving technology. Brian Johnson, FBI lab official in Quantico, said without him reaching out and saying how about a little more, we would not necessarily do a deep dive for Fulton County. So again, it is a great team effort and Jimmy's tenacity to keep going. In this case, we have a new tool that allows us to resize the fingerprints a little to be more accurate. How it would have been the size before they perished, Johnson explained. Jimmy Sadler said, "It is always a rewarding feeling when you can help identify a person. We work hard here with their family in mind. We are thankful for the new technology and work of the FBI in Quantico, Virginia." Sadly, despite a detailed sketch and distinguishing tattoos of a serpent, dragon, and the word Virgo, no one has come forward to claim Shelton. Investigators now hope someone will come forward soon so that Shelton can have a proper burial. Some mother sitting on a sofa hoping her person would come home, Johnson said. Something of that nature. That is why we have the drive to do this. Anyone with information about Shelton's family's whereabouts is urged to contact the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Moving on to the next case. Valentine Doe. Big Pine Key, part of the sunny Florida Keys, is the site of not one, but two unexplained female deaths. Known as the Horseshoe, this prime oceanfront location attracted sun-kissed windsurfers and campers. However, the pale skin of a young woman found just 10 feet from the beach sharply contrasted with the tan beachgoers scattered along the shoreline. At 8:15 a.m. on February 15, 1991, her body was discovered beneath the Bahia Honda Bridge, completely unclothed and without any possessions. The woman was estimated to be in her late teens or early 20s, and her body showed signs of severe beating. At 5.58 pound 140, she had brown hair cut short to just above her neckline and brown eyes. The only thing found on her body besides the bruising was the tattered remains of her bikini bathing suit, which had been used to asphyxiate her, and her two tattoos, which were non-professionally done in blue ink, one of a heart with the word love inscribed on her left shoulder, and another was a small cross between her thumb and her index finger. She was not believed to be a vagabond as her teeth were white and straight. Her multiple ear piercings indicated a free spirit, and the stretched marks on her stomach indicated a previous pregnancy, carried to term. She also suffered from pelvic inflammatory disease and had a large cyst on her right ovary, which would have caused her significant pain. She likely sought medical attention for this condition. Monroe Sheriff's Department found a trail of blood and drag marks in the dirt nearby, which led detectives to the girl's blue shorts, pink and peach halter top, red and blue striped sweater with the brand of Forenza on the sweater's tag, and her ankle-high black beaded turquoise moccasins. Because of her lack of tan lines, detectives believe she was not from the area and had recently arrived, as anyone who spends any time in the Florida Keys would quickly develop a tan line. Autopsy results would reveal extensive sexual assault. Detectives found one witness that reported seeing a woman matching the description hitchhiking in the area. The young woman was last seen alive near mile marker 17 of the picturesque Highway 1, which was about 18 miles from where her body was found. Two separate witnesses described seeing a white, older model pickup truck with a camper shell in the area. The pickup was reportedly being driven by two Caucasian males. One of the witnesses saw the pickup truck on February 14th, and the other remembers the truck in the area 2 to 3 days prior. Because of her lack of identification and her heart-shaped love tattoo, as well as the fact that they believed her to have been killed on Valentine's Day, investigators dubbed the woman Valentine Doe. Her body remains in the Monroe County Social Services vault to this day. Many locals were quick to compare the circumstances of this girl's death to another young female's passing, this one 13 years prior, on March 5, 1979. Found in the tide pools at that very same beach, also on the south side of the Bahia Honda Bridge, was another deceased young woman, also unidentifiable. Also 5'5", she too was estimated to be in her late teens to early 20s. Investigators believed she was a cigarette smoker, as she had early signs of emphysema. With no visible marks of conflict or injury, some wondered if she had simply drowned. Wearing jeans and a black Eclipse brand tank top, she was found shortly after her death. Her teeth showed signs of dental work, including several fillings and porcelain crowns, a rather expensive medical endeavor, which indicated that this girl was not some orphan of the streets. Both cases are still open and being investigated. One possibility is that the remains found on February 15, 1991 belonged to Amy Danielle Gibson, a 15-year-old girl who ran away from home, December 7, 1990. Like Valentine Doe, the young woman was also reported to have been wearing black boots at the time of her disappearance. Similar to the yearbook photo of Amy Gibson provided to police, Valentine Doe had brown, wide-set eyes and heavy eyebrows. The squareness of her jaw and their facial shapes bear a striking resemblance. Anyone with information about the 1991 Valentine Doe or the 1979 Jane Doe case is urged to contact the Monroe Sheriff's Department at 1-305-853-3211. Moving on to the next case. Dark Canyon. Elaine Park, born on September 24, 1996, was 20 years old when she went missing. A lover of musical theater and a dedicated member of various dance companies, she was also an aspiring actress. Her case, along with those of Mitris Richardson, 24, Tristan Baudet, 35, and Matthew Weaver Jr., 21, has left the community of Malibu, California, searching for answers. These cases are connected by the area known as Dark Canyon, which has seen a surprising number of disappearances and murders over the last decade. Despite the passage of time, the families of these victims continue to seek justice and closure. Elaine Park, credited as an extra in popular TV shows such as ER, Mad TV, Desperate Housewives, Crazy, Stupid, Love, and Role Models, had a diverse range of interests. She attended Pierce College in Los Angeles but dropped out to pursue a full-time career. An aspiring rapper, Elaine also expressed herself through spoken word poetry about her life. Despite her talents and accomplishments, Elaine's childhood was marked by a lack of unconditional love, especially after her parents' divorce. Her father even offered to sign away his parental rights and sever ties with his children, a gesture that deeply impacted her and her siblings. Although Elaine's father never officially severed his parental rights, he was not an active presence in her life. Elaine lived with her mother, relying on her financially, but their relationship was reportedly strained. Neighbors often heard arguments late into the night, suggesting ongoing tension. The last confirmed sighting of Elaine Park was during the early hours of January 28, 2017, according to various witnesses and digital records. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Of Korean descent, she had brown hair and wide brown eyes that were usually meticulously lined with eyeliner. She was 5'6" and roughly 8 pounds 125 and was last seen wearing a white sweatshirt or possibly a hoodie and denim shorts or possibly gray sweatpants. Those close to her recall that she often wore a necklace which had an E on it. Elaine's mother, like the parents of the other children lost to the canyon's dark secrets, was at the forefront of the search for her child and was the one who initially agreed to work with journalist Neil Strauss in hopes of raising more money for the search for her daughter. However, in a surprising twist, the investigation into Elaine's disappearance began to shift focus, revealing numerous inconsistencies in the narrative and alibi provided by the person who initially reported her missing, Elaine's own mother, Susan Park. Despite Susan's earlier efforts, working alongside investigative journalist Neil Strauss and his team to find her daughter, recent digital evidence has cast a shadow of suspicion on her involvement, complicating the case and raising new questions about her role in Elaine's disappearance. It was no secret that the mother-daughter relationship was not close. Neighbors recall that they often heard fighting between the two, often late into the night. Elaine's friend Daisy, with whom she lived for a period, says of the relationship between Elaine and her mother, quote, "They just didn't, I feel, like, care enough, which is sad. Her mom would kick her out a lot. Elaine didn't have keys sometimes because her mom would lock her out, literally change the locks." Elaine's mother, Susan, had blamed her daughter for the strain in their relationship, particularly regarding the separation from her father. Sadie, a close friend of Elaine, revealed that Elaine's mother was reportedly very controlling, especially when it came to money. This extended to both the earnings Elaine made as an extra in film and television and a contentious insurance payout, a significant point of tension in their relationship, as shown in their recovered text messages. Although Elaine's phone should have contained crucial messages between her and her mother leading up to her disappearance, Susan claimed she accidentally activated the auto-delete function on the phone when it was returned to her by the police. Despite being advised by private investigator Jaden Brandt to stop repeatedly entering the wrong password, which could lead to the deletion of all data, Susan ignored the warning. While much information was lost, Jaden Brandt, who took on Elaine's case pro bono, was able to recover the most recent iCloud sync, and the text messages and emails he uncovered painted a troubling picture of Elaine's relationship with her mother. Whereas initially the private investigator was only able to recover a limited amount of data from Elaine's phone and computer when a larger capacity MacBook with a larger drive was provided by Neil Strauss, all of a sudden more text messages began to populate, and a very grim and morbid picture began to take formation. In the messages between her and her mother, Elaine's responses were always conciliatory. She was definitely the more passive of the two. Elaine's friend, Sadie, recalls that prior to her disappearance, Elaine's mother and her argued about a contentiously soon-to-be-acquired insurance payout and how it would be divided. This insurance payment would become the center of controversy when it was discovered that Elaine's mother received the payment on her daughter's behalf 53 days after Elaine went missing, with Elaine's signature being forged on the payout document. In 2016, Elaine and her friend Sadie, who was the driver, had gotten into a car accident. Elaine heroically pulled at the car window's broken glass with her bare hands in order to get the trapped occupants of the other party's car. While her hands were bloodied and cut from this act of good Samaritanship, her body nor her back was actually injured, which is in direct opposition to what she told the insurance company in the ensuing days. Sadie theorizes that it was Elaine's mother who encouraged her to file this claim. prior to the accident, Elaine loved attending hip-hop concerts, and her injuries did not prevent her from attending the myriad of shows in the ensuing months after the accident. In regards to the impending insurance payout, Elaine emailed her mother in June 2016, "I already know you want the checks for my routing info for the insurance check. Once it arrives, it better be either linked directly to my checking account, or if it's a physical check, directly in my hands, the full amount. I'm going to call the office and make sure you're not pulling any snake shit either." In July 2016, 1 month after this initial email, after an argument between her and her daughter in regards to Elaine going out to eat before seeing the chiropractor who would help bolster the insurance claim's validity, Elaine's mom texted her daughter the word "die" 8 times. On Thursday, January 26, 2017, roughly 2 days prior to her going missing at around 3:30 a.m., Elaine texted her mom a pin of her car's location. She was stranded on a bridge, her car having run out of gas, and while she was waiting for help, her car battery had died as well. Her mother, along with her boyfriend, Jeff, drove out to assist Elaine in jumping her car and getting her gas. Jeff and Susan, Elaine's mother, claimed that after they successfully got Elaine back home, she passed out on the couch. Her mom claims that Elaine was very skimpily dressed in a lingerie type of get-up. Elaine's mother claims that when she and Jeff walked into the living room, Elaine shrieked in surprise and ran to her bedroom. Elaine's mom says that this was the last time she ever physically saw Elaine. Susan then says that she and her boyfriend, Jeff, left the house, and when they returned, they recalled that Elaine was still in her room, though they do not recall seeing or speaking with her. This is the last time her mom and Jeff say they ever physically knew Elaine to be in the home. This was 1 day prior to Elaine's last text communication with Susan, as backed up by Verizon's phone records. On Friday, January 27, 2017, the last day of communication between Elaine and Susan entailed Susan texting Elaine $20 using the quick pay feature of Apple, and Elaine texting back that she'll return her mother the money by 6 p.m. that night. When she still hadn't received the $20 by 7 o'clock that evening, her mom texted Elaine to ask why she hadn't paid her back the money. Elaine, in what would be her last text communication between her and her mother digitally that investigators know of, replies to her mother's text from 2 hours prior stating, "Give me until later tonight." On January 27th, Elaine went to the movies with her on-again off-again boyfriend, Divine Compare, known by his friends as DIV. The film was called The Return of Xander Cage and was playing at the AMC Promenade at 10:45 p.m. The pair Ubered there and back, returning to DIV's affluent family's property at around 1 a.m. in the early morning of January 28th. This is confirmed via surveillance footage from the outside of their home. Less than 5 hours after arriving home from the movies, her boyfriend recalls that for unknown reasons, Elaine woke up in a panic, visibly shaking. She then hastily left. Elaine exits her boyfriend's guest house at around 6 o'clock and 1 second a.m., but the video is cut off at 6 o'clock and 5 seconds a.m. just prior to Elaine actually getting into her car. However, a license plate reader on the Compare property verifies that Elaine's Honda Civic did in fact exit the gated community a few minutes later. Some critics point out that it was never clear who was actually driving the car when it exited the Compare property, as the only artifact for that is the license plate reader recording and not the actual CCTV footage due to an unfortunate twist of digital fate. The reason investigators do not have the critical footage of Elaine leaving is because before the CCTV could tell police what happened next, the footage cut out. There was a significant mishap involving the police when they attempted to transfer footage from a camera unit to one of their storage devices. This act, which is routine for law enforcement, led to the permanent loss of the footage. Some have criticized the police department for the untrained handling of such a simple procedure, particularly given their ample funding. On January 29th, 1 day after Elaine left his home in a hurry, Elaine's boyfriend, DIV, made a controversial Twitter post. He retweeted a post that read, "If a girl leaves some shit at my crib, it's getting thrown out immediately." Initially, suspicion fell on DIV due to the tumultuous nature of his relationship with Elaine. However, there was no evidence, either digital or otherwise, to suggest that he had any further contact with her after her abrupt departure on the morning of January 28. The Compare family, who were involved in the case, have been cooperative and forthcoming with investigators since Elaine's disappearance. At 10:41 a.m. on that day, Saturday 27th, Susan texts Elaine what she says was a reminder. All records have been deleted, so there is no proof as to what exactly was in the text messages. Susan said that because she didn't receive a response, she called Elaine's phone and says that the phone went to voicemail after 2 rings. Susan then texts Elaine again, although records are lost as to what the text messages specifically contained. However, Susan says she was texting again about the $20. With no response, Susan said she checked Elaine's room and that she noticed Elaine's normal overnight back was gone and that her makeup was also gone. Susan then said that she emailed and tried to contact her via Facebook to no avail. In another interview, Susan mentions that Elaine would often leave for nights on end without contact, so Susan claims that why she was immediately concerned is focused more around Elaine's lack of paying the money back than on Elaine's physical disappearance from the home. Susan Park in an interview says she didn't come home that night. I remember. I stayed home that night. She didn't come home the next morning. Oh wait, was I home? I don't remember. The next day, Sunday, January 29th, Susan decides she wants to file a missing persons report because she says Elaine would have paid her back the $20 and the fact that she hasn't has worried her. On February 1st, after filing a missing persons report, Susan supposedly wrote the following message on the whiteboard on Elaine's room door. Elaine, as soon as you decide to come home and you are home, please let me know at your earliest. I am so worried. I do love you, Mom. This was dated February 1st, 2017. In regards to Susan's whereabouts on Friday night and into Saturday morning, Susan's timeline and alibi are varied. She first claimed she wasn't home but later said the following in regards to the aftermath of Elaine's car running out of gas and her and Jeff having to rescue her prior to her going missing. So because that incident Friday night, Saturday night, middle of the night, I came home. I even told Jeff, I said, I'm worried because she's having car problems. I need to go home. I think I did that consecutively, maybe like 2:30 or 2 o'clock or something or 3 o'clock sometime. As I remember, there was no trace of Elaine. There was no trace. When Anne-Marie, wife to Mike, who's the guitarist for the band in Capus and a major researcher and amateur investigator in the case, alongside Ingrid, Neil Strauss's then wife, questioned Susan on why she would want to be at home when she would have needed Jeff's help with any potential car troubles that may arise, and Susan had no answer. Anne-Marie asked Susan if she was indeed worried about potential car troubles with Elaine, why she would have insisted on coming home in the middle of the night. To that, Susan replied, quote, "Yeah, I just wanted to be home with I don't know, like if you put it that way, I don't have an answer." On February 2nd, 5 days after Elaine was last seen on her boyfriend's home security footage, her car was found, seemingly parked and abandoned, although whether by choice or by force, it is unknown. Elaine's 2015 charcoal gray Honda Civic was found at Coral Beach in Malibu, parked on the shoulder of the 26,000 block of the Pacific Coast Highway. The car's doors were unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition turned into the on position. The car's battery was dead. Elaine's phone was in the center console, her backpack on the seat, her laptop tucked safely inside along with $30, but while all of the material items that a young person would treasure were found in the car, there was still no sign of Elaine. With no note, no indication of a struggle and no indication of a robbery, law enforcement bizarrely suggested that this could have been a case of suicide where Elaine simply parked her car and then wandered into the ocean to end her life. No evidence via social media posts, text messages recovered or eyewitness statements suggest that Elaine was suicidal, and while she, like most 20-year-olds, had her fair share of personal, familial and relationship issues, by all indications, Elaine's focus was on self-care and positivity. In a seemingly continuous pattern of mistakes and procedural graphs of disastrous proportions by various Southern California law enforcement agencies, including the Glendale Police Department, as well as the Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff's Station and Malibu Search and Rescue, there was absolutely no collection or testing of any of Elaine's mysteriously and abruptly abandoned personal items. With nothing being taken into custody for evidence processing, all of Elaine's belongings were given back to her family. Elaine's mom tells investigative journalist Neil Strauss that instead of preserving the artifacts for future testing or investigation, she washed and put away all of the belongings she received. Such a decision by police to not collect artifacts in the case brought back memories for locals of previous instances of mishap, and many expressed frustration towards the law enforcement agencies tasked with protecting the area. Critics of the investigation questioned why police were not doing more about the fact that young people were going missing from this area in far greater proportion in recent years. A sentiment presumably echoed by the parents of Matthew Weaver and Mitris Richardson as well, who fought tirelessly to get investigators to take the cases of their children's fate more seriously. When asked about Elaine's borrowing of money to feed and transport herself, Susan admits that she did require Elaine to pay her back on a strict and unforgiving schedule through a cash app on their phones. At her mother's meticulous attempt at collecting on the debts, Elaine's friend, Sadie, recalls that Elaine often had to ask her mother for money, and her mother reportedly hounded her to repay on time, even the smallest amount. Elaine told Sadie that her mother had taken roughly $8,000 which she had earned of her own accord from working as an extra on film sets, and Elaine was worried that her mom might take the future insurance settlement as well. Everything was about money, Sadie recalls, and Elaine was never made to feel like a daughter but more like a burden. Other red flags appear besides the lack of clarity surrounding the timeline and alibi of Susan, including the fact that she cleaned Elaine's room in the days after her disappearance and washed all potential evidence received back from police. Susan also disabled and deleted Elaine's iPhone by trying the password fuck as the last attempt, and she did not tell the neighbors that Elaine was missing, nor did she put up any flyers in their neighborhood. Susan admits she never passed out flyers in her neighborhood because she claimed she wanted the focus to be on the Calabasas area, but she also admits that the situation was embarrassing because the neighbors had been privy to her and Elaine's loud arguments, being that their volume was so great it could be heard from neighboring yards. Elaine's mother, Susan, gave a notably erratic and inconsistent explanation for the deletion of her text messages with her daughter. She initially tried to justify her actions by claiming it was a habitual practice to clear her plate of worries, but investigators found this reasoning questionable. If Elaine had supposedly stopped responding to her, they wondered why Susan would delete a thread about a current worry, one that was still unresolved. Without any prompting, Susan then claimed the deletion was an accident, insisting that she had tried to lock the message but accidentally deleted it instead. She went on to explain that she was a new iPhone user, having switched from a Samsung only 2 months prior. However, the problem with this explanation, as pointed out by Strauss in his report, was that Elaine's computer had records of prior text exchanges between Susan and Elaine discussing the issue of locking messages. This contradiction raised further suspicions about Susan's credibility and the authenticity of her claims. And in this archived data, it was clear that Susan was told by her daughter that this function was not something one could do on an iPhone. This was 2 months prior to the supposed attempted locking of the text thread and then the accidental deletion, so why Susan would attempt to do this non-existent action again is confusing to some and evidence of a cover-up to others. While Susan claims her usage of her new iPhone was limited, she actually got her iPhone 2 months prior to her daughter's disappearance, and had already been somewhat trained on the differences in platforms. She specifically was told that she could not lock text messages as one could do in a Samsung phone, yet then goes on to deviate from her original story not 10 minutes after. In her own words, Elaine's mother, Susan, claims that after she receives text messages, she deletes them so as to unclutter her text feed and by extension her mind. In order to prove such habitual actions such as clearing old texts, she shows the investigative journalist her phone, but ultimately this proves quite the contrary, as a cornucopia of old text messages both followed up upon and unfollowed up upon were visible, even though Susan had previously just said she deleted text messages which required no follow-up in order to clear her phone. According to this logic, Susan would have only cleared the text messages which no longer needed to be replied to, but she claimed Elaine's was not one of those and that she was so worried at Elaine's lack of response. Following Susan's own logic, if one is to believe that she is a serial text deleter, but only of texts which have been taken care of and already followed up upon. Why did she delete Elaine's? If Susan's anxieties were in regards to the fact that she claimed she was concerned her daughter never texted her back, why delete the unanswered text from the person she was most concerned about? The only records that exist of such text message interactions are through Verizon Wireless, which merely show the numbers that communicated and the times at which they happened, but not the actual content of the messages, which are lost forever. The investigative journalist, Neil Strauss, even candidly comments in his report that he himself is uncomfortable with the obvious contradictions and apparent discrepancies. While the strange deletion of key text messages between Elaine and Susan and the forced auto-deletion of Elaine's phone could be mere coincidence, investigative journalist Neil Strauss later uncovered more disturbing information regarding Susan's new boyfriend, Jeff, via Susan's close friend and confidant. Jeff's wife had passed away 5 or 6 years prior via suicide, and in an interview with a close friend of Susan, she says that she believes that she was told by Susan herself that the wife's suicide was due to an overdose of pills. This fact alone may not seem suspicious, but it is a detail which becomes more eerie and ominous when Strauss recalls that Susan had multiple times herself introduced the prospect that her daughter may have committed suicide. Jeff also mentions suicide as a possibility when there were no outward signs by any human or digital account that Elaine was contemplating hurting herself, or even that she was depressed. 3 weeks after her only daughter went missing, Susan insisted in an interview with ABC News that she just wanted to find Elaine's body. Not Elaine, her body. Many believe that this use of the word body was a strange linguistic distinction to make, especially when no outward signs of a fatality were known to police, as 3 weeks in, Elaine was still being treated as a missing persons case and not a homicide. Susan later said in an interview on CNN's Headline News Network, "I don't know what happened. I just need to find her body. I don't know what happened. I don't know." In a later interview, Susan said, "I thought it might be suicide, but they can't find the body. I still kind of feel in a way that she committed suicide and they just can't find the body in that spot." While Elaine's mother was the person who initially contacted the journalist, it came out that her motivation was more for money, as she believed that interacting with Neil Strauss would result in some sort of payday for her personally in the form of a GoFundMe donation in her name. This was made known to Strauss when it was revealed that Susan had called a man named Brandon, the account executive for the charitable foundation that Mike Enzinger, the guitarist for Incubus, runs. It was found that Susan had called him and told him that the GoFundMe account needed a cash infusion as it had been depleted paying the private investigator, Jaden Brandt. But Jaden Brandt later showed Strauss the original contract signed by both he and Elaine's mother. And it shows that this was a fee-free case, pro bono, and with the exception of the cost of a few reimbursements, he had no record of any spending expenditures which would have been involved with finding Elaine. Many involved wondered what had happened to the rest of the $15,000 in that GoFundMe account, and why would it need more? The friend closest to Susan, outside of her boyfriend, says that Susan seemed to fixate on the belief that Elaine's on-again off-again boyfriend, DIV, was responsible for her not coming home, but despite her outward complaints about DIV, Elaine's mother refused to use the GoFundMe money raised by those concerned in order to pay a paltry fee of less than $30 for an official record of DIV's phone. Well, Jaden and that close friend of Susan's would recall how she would wax on regarding her belief that DIV was involved. The fact that she hoarded the GoFundMe money claiming that she might need it for funeral expenses when it could have gone towards real answers was highly suspicious to Jaden, the private investigator, and one of the first red flags for him. While Susan told her friend that she believed Elaine's boyfriend to be involved, this was a deviation from the narrative that Susan perpetuated regarding Elaine's possible suicidality or prostitution connections, as Susan later changed her story in subsequent interviews, and she would later go on to imply that sex work could be a possible reason for Elaine's disappearance. Susan postulates that Elaine may have willingly gone into prostitution, or possibly that she was trafficked, a claim with no substantiation. Susan allowed the investigative journalist and his team to look at the items that had been in Elaine's car, which had been returned untested by police. Upon the initial inspection of those items, the lead singer of Incubus, Mike, also working on this case, recalls that the entire situation seemed almost staged as a business card. Elaine had been given advertising, exotic modeling, or perhaps dancing was prominently displayed in her bag as if put there on purpose. Later, Susan showed an uncomfortable and actively protesting Neil Strauss some lingerie from Elaine's bedroom drawer. She said, quote, "It's like a leather kinky stuff. You know, I would never even touch it. The reason why I mentioned it is that because at one point, they mentioned about if she's doing prostitution." Susan also gave Elaine's 2 cats, Coco and Bandit, up for adoption mere months after her disappearance. With all the red flags, it was arranged by Jaden Brandt under the guise of more collection of possible data to have sent dogs come to inspect the park home. Cadaver dogs usually require training for about 18 to 24 months and are highly effective. They have an accuracy of about 95% when it comes to detecting the chemicals which mark human remains. They are so specialized that they can sometimes smell a body that's been buried up to 15 feet below ground. Their sense of smell is so good that they can detect 1 drop of blood in 13 million gallons of water, allowing them to detect remains which have been submerged underwater for up to 30 meters. They are highly trained in distinguishing between human remains and animal remains and will not mistake one for the other. On May 6, 2017, 2 cadaver dogs searched the home of Elaine in Susan Park, and while this was 6 months after Elaine's disappearance, the specialized nature of such animals makes this time passage less important. In fact, the Journal of Archaeological Method and Theory found that dogs could detect the telltale chemicals of death even 100 years later. The first cadaver dog showed what is called focused interest in Elaine's bedroom. From the report itself written by the handler of the 2 cadaver dogs, he says, quote, "Upon smelling the outside of the bedroom door, the first dog smelled, sat and looked at me, indicating an alert of an odor in which he has previously been trained. He also alerted on the floor molding in the hallway near this door, in a small closet with cleaning supplies in the hallway and in the clothes closet. Opening the closet door, he continued to show this focused interest in the contents, especially the suitcase and other items just inside the closet door. The only area of additional interest was a covered storage shed. The first dog showed interest in the shed area but did not single out one specific spot. Curiously, on March 31, 2017, 2 months after Elaine's disappearance, Susan made a calendar entry in her iPhone for 9 a.m., with the reminder to hide it. This timing coincided with the day that investigators were scheduled to visit Elaine's room at 10:30 a.m., just an hour and a half after the calendar alert. Later that same day, after all investigators had left, Susan made another calendar entry at 1:30 p.m., reminding her to put back hide items shed. These entries raised questions about Susan's actions and intentions surrounding the investigation. All gathered evidence, including emails, text messages, insurance documents, and the cadaver dog report, has been submitted to the authorities, and the case remains open and active. The Glendale Police Department welcomes any assistance from the public, no matter how small it may seem. Tips or information can be shared directly with local investigators. To provide any helpful details, you can contact Sergeant Ernesto Gaxiola or Sergeant James Ross at 818-548-4067. Moving on to the next case. Gary Ridgway. Gary Ridgway, also known as the Green River Killer, was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He earned this nickname after the first 5 victims were found in the Green River in Washington state. Ridgway worked as a painter for a truck company for many years. His parents were Mary Rita and Thomas Newton Ridgway, and he had 2 brothers, Gregory and Thomas Edward. Throughout his life, he had 3 marriages, first to Claudia Craig Barrows from 1970 to 1972, then to Marcia Lorraine Brown from 1973 to 1981, and finally to Judith Lorraine Lynch from 1988 to 2002. Gary Ridgway had 1 son, Matthew. He was convicted of 49 murders that occurred between 1982 and 1998, with some cases possibly stretching as late as 2001. This made him the second most prolific serial killer in U.S. history, based on confirmed cases. Ridgway had been a suspect in these murders since 1982, when he was arrested for solicitation related to prostitution. However, investigators were unable to make a direct link between him and the crimes at that time. Detectives were unable to confirm Gary Ridgway's involvement in the murders until 2001, when advances in DNA technology allowed them to match a saliva sample from him, collected in 1987, to DNA found on several victims. He was arrested on November 30, 2001, as he was leaving the Kenworth Truck Factory in Renton, Washington. Over 10,000 pieces of evidence had been collected, logged, and stored in preparation for trial when Ridgway was apprehended, according to Dave Reichert of the King County Sheriff's Office. At the time of his arrest, investigators discovered that Ridgway was not very accurate in associating specific dump sites with his victims. Since his arrest, he has led investigators to the remains of 3 additional victims, but he was incorrect about the identity of 2 of them. In 2003, he pleaded guilty to 48 cases, and in 2011 to his 49th case. On December 18, 2003, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. As part of a plea bargain wherein he agreed to disclose the locations of still missing women, he was spared being executed. He is imprisoned at the Washington State Penitentiary Walla Walla. Most of Ridgway's victims were alleged to be prostitutes and other women in vulnerable circumstances, including underage runaways. His victims ranged in age from 14 to 38. In one of his confessions, Ridgway explained that he targeted prostitutes because he believed they were less likely to be missed. Patty Eakes, one of the prosecuting attorneys, found Ridgway's lack of emotion during his eventual admission to the crimes deeply troubling. She described him as appearing like an average, somewhat goofy middle-aged man, which may have led some victims to feel comfortable getting into his truck, believing he posed no real threat. I think he looked for vulnerable women. He had this strange underlying need to feel like he had a beautiful woman by his side. Often, the women that he picked up were attractive. He wanted to be one of those guys who was like, I have a beautiful woman with me. He did not necessarily feel like he had that in his personal life. Physical attractiveness was certainly a factor in his choice of victims, according to Ridgway. He eventually led investigators to a site by the Green River, where on August 21, 2003, they uncovered 23 human bones and teeth, catalogued only as Bones 20. After 2 decades, in 2023, Othram was able to identify the victim as Tammy Lyles, using DNA extracted from the severely degraded skeletal remains. David Middleman, CEO of Othram and a molecular biophysicist, explained that the DNA was in very poor condition due to degradation. The company worked to build a new DNA profile based on the sample. Authorities contacted her mother, and using her reference sample, scientists were able to identify Tammy. Tammy's skull and other remains were found on April 23, 1985 at the Tualatin Golf Course near Tigard, Oregon. It was identified in March 1988 using Tammy's dental records. In 2003, her brother, Jason Miles, said that when her family buried her in the 1980s, they had to use a baby casket because we could not find all the parts of her body. You live with this for 20 years wondering what happened. I cannot see myself ever finding closure, but I think it would settle a lot better if the guy would say, yeah, I did it. Tammy was a 16-year-old girl whose life was brought to an end in 1983. She stayed in Everett, Washington. She disappeared from downtown Seattle, Washington on June 9, 1983. In 2023, King County Sheriff Patricia Cole Tyndall said that Tammy's family does not want to speak to the media. We appreciate your support in granting the family the privacy they seek during this time, Cole Tyndall said. This breakthrough in the case comes after 15-year-old Lori Henry Spotnick was identified as another victim of Ridgway's. Lori was born on November 13, 1967 and stayed in Juneau, Alaska. She disappeared in 1982 after a fight with her mother. She wanted a horse. A friend had one. All Lori had to do, she told her mom, was pay for feed and pay rent for the stall. Donna Hurley, her mother, said no. She did not have the money. She did not have the time. Her husband had passed away a decade prior. She was a single mother raising 2 teenagers. It was not practical. Lori's disappearance would remain a mystery, an open wound, an aching phantom limb for more than 4 decades until her remains were identified as one of at least 49 victims. For 76-year-old Donna, Lori's disappearance, her absence, her demise have been an ever-present void for more than 40 years. I guess everybody calls it closure, but to me, it was just a relief, Donna said of Lori's identification. All of the what-ifs, how come, where has she been, all the questions that go through your mind, you quit trying to fool yourself that she is alive and well, raising a family, and everything is good. It is just a relief that all of that is off your shoulders and off your mind. As a mother, part of me was still in denial. You build a wall around these things, she said. The tough thing is those walls start to crumble. Lori, she said, was a firecracker, interested in everything: sports, the outdoors, horses, dogs, and cooking. She played baseball and ran track. She liked to snowmobile. At 7, she trained the family Labrador Retriever, Ebony's Flippy Miss, but known as Flip, and showed her in a dog show. She could get us without opening her books, Donna said. She did speak with her daughter one time after she ran away. It was Thanksgiving, either 1982 or 83. Lori called her grandparents home where the family was gathered. She told them she would be sending Christmas presents. She said she was living in Seattle, and she was happy. Lori's remains were discovered on December 30th, 1985, about 3 years after she ran away from home, and was marked as Bones 17. Parabon Nanolabs chief genetic genealogist, Cece Moore, did the genetic genealogy work. She works like a detective, using partial matches across many generations and multiple family trees to try to create a family tree, a lineage for the unknown person. She knew she was looking for a teenage girl, but Lori had left little trace. She was so young when she disappeared. She disappeared before social media, before online people searches, before the internet. She never voted, never bought property, never paid taxes. Moore scoured census records, birth announcements, yearbook photos. She came up empty. Then she stumbled upon an obituary. One paragraph on page 62 of the January 19, 1972 Seattle Times. Raspatnik, William S. of Juneau, Alaska, formerly of Seattle. Husband of Donna, father of William George and Lori Ann. Donna, she knew about. William George, Lori's brother, she knew about. She wrote a report and sent it to King County. And then, more than a year after Moore started searching, more than 40 years after Lori disappeared, 2 detectives showed up on Donna Hurley's doorstep. DNA was matched to a saliva sample from Donna to identify her. Donna had left Centralia, Pennsylvania, and moved to Juneau, Alaska in the 1980s. Her parents lived there, and the job prospects were better. She worked in the hotel business for a decade, at a veterinarian's office for 13 years, then for the Alaska Department of Education. Now retired, she has 2 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. They are Lori's great and great-great-nieces and nephews, although they have never met her. Lori's brother passed away in 2010 of cancer, just like her father. Over the years, Donna saw news coverage of the Green River perpetrator. She thought about it from time to time. We were in Alaska. We were so far removed, she said. I was still raising my son. I was trying to push all of it out of my mind. Law enforcement would post pictures and police sketches of victims. I never saw anyone that I felt looked like Lori, she said. Police posted a composite image of Bones 17, what they imagined she might look like based on DNA. Blondish hair, blue-green eyes, fair complexion. It took me a long time to admit it looked like her, Donna said. The composite image had straight hair, she thought to herself, but Lori had curly hair. A lot of it was denial. You become numb at a certain point. It is just, she paused, searching for words. It makes me sad that her life ended that way, makes me angry at the person who did it, makes me angry at myself that I could not stop it. And at a certain point, you just have to realize that you have another part of your family that you have to keep going forward for. Lori's idol, Donna said, was her dad. She does not think Lori ever got over his passing when she was only 5. She was Daddy's little girl. She had the curly ponytails and the big blue eyes. She plans to bury Lori at Evergreen Washelli Cemetery in Seattle next to her dad. Dave Reichert with the King County Sheriff's Office said that although the last remains in the medical examiner's office have been identified, there are still more unsolved cases. Ridgway confessed to taking the lives of 65 to 70 young women and little girls, although he has pleaded guilty to 49, and 51 cases have been officially closed. While there are still unsolved cases that may or may not be linked to him, there are parents still searching for answers regarding their missing daughters. On April 21, 2023, Washington State Governor Jay Inslee signed legislation removing the death penalty from the state's law. However, according to the King County Prosecutor's Office, if Ridgway is convicted of additional killings outside Washington, he could still face the death penalty. Moving on to the next case. Jack the Stripper. The Jack the Stripper case is a chilling part of London's dark history, echoing the terror caused by Jack the Ripper nearly a century earlier. Between 1964 and 1965, the killer targeted women, primarily prostitutes, in West London. The victims were found stripped of their clothing, leading to the nude murders moniker, and many had been asphyxiated, though there were signs of violence suggesting a complex and brutal method of control. The killer's choice to use asphyxiation rather than knives or guns made this case particularly unsettling, and the lack of physical evidence made it difficult for the police to track him down. Despite numerous leads, suspects, and theories, the killer was never caught, and the crimes remain unsolved to this day. Some speculated that the killer was a man of normal appearance who blended in with the community, which made him hard to identify. The connection to the Ripper case, with the target group of prostitutes and the absence of solid clues, suggests a disturbing pattern in the history of London's criminal underworld. Even though the case is over 50 years old, it continues to fascinate both true crime enthusiasts and those researching the psychology of serial killers. The discovery of this young woman's body on June 17, 1959, marked the beginning of what would become the Jack the Stripper case. The circumstances surrounding her death were eerily similar to the later murders attributed to the serial killer, though at this point, police had no reason to believe that a series of killings was underway. The woman's body was found stripped of clothes, which indicated that the killer had a particular modus operandi, similar to the pattern seen in the later victims. The fact that she had been strangled also pointed to the killer's preference for asphyxiation rather than other methods of murder. The location, Duke Meadows, was a known area where sex workers met clients, which led investigators to believe that the victim may have been a prostitute. However, her identity remained unknown, and like the later victims, there were no personal belongings or identifying information found on the body. The lack of clues and the absence of a clear suspect left police with little to go on, but it was a case that would come to be linked with a series of other unsolved murders in the coming years, all of which pointed to the same killer, eventually dubbed Jack the Stripper. The Chiswick murder was likely the killer's first, setting the stage for a brutal killing spree that would terrorize London for the next several years. The case is a haunting reminder of how a series of seemingly isolated incidents can eventually point to a dangerous serial killer, whose identity remains elusive to this day. Her underwear and shoes were missing, as were her purse and any other identification. Her dress was torn at the waist and open to reveal her breast. The pathologist concluded that a death had occurred between midnight and 2 a.m. on June 17th. A post-mortem photo of her face was circulated in the newspapers. And Elizabeth Figg was identified first by her flatmate and fellow sex worker, Pauline Mills, and later by Figg's mother. Elizabeth was a prostitute who worked on the street nearby, and police theorized that she had been murdered by a man who had picked her up for sex the night before. A witness said that on the night of the murder, he and his wife had observed the car's headlights as it parked in that area at 12:05 a.m. Shortly after the lights were switched off, they heard a woman scream but thought nothing of it at the time. Police questioned many people and searched the area but came empty-handed. With little evidence and no leads, the case into her murder soon went cold. 4 years later, Welsh-born Gwyneth Rees was found dead in a rubbish tip on November 8, 1963. Investigators later felt Reese may have been a stripper victim due to her being found near the River Thames and because she had been strangled with ligature. Several of her teeth were also missing. She had been missing for 9 days, with the last known sighting of her being getting into a van on September 29, 1963. Although there were similarities between Elizabeth Figg's murder and Gwyneth Reese's murder, no links were made at that stage. And the case of Gwyneth Reese joined many other London unsolved mysteries lying cold in the police case file. On February 2, 1964, the first confirmed victim of Jack the Stripper, Hannah Tilford, was found floating in the Thames River by a passing boat. She had been in the water for 2 to 7 days and was found naked apart from her stockings, which had been rolled down to her ankles. Her underwear had been forced down her throat, and at least one of her front teeth were missing. Despite being obviously strangled, her cause of death was drowning. She was reported missing 10 days prior to her discovery. Across the next 12 months, a further 5 bodies would be found. All young women, all prostitutes, and all found stripped and either drowned or strangled. 2 months later, after Hannah's body was discovered, on April 8, 1964, Irene Lockwood was found drowned on the foreshore of the Thames at Corning Reach, Chiswick, just a mile away from where Hannah's body was found. Her cause of death was also ruled as drowning, and she was 4 months pregnant when she was murdered. Police quickly linked her murder not only to Hannah Tilford's but one of the early possible victims, Elizabeth Figg. Weeks after the discovery of her body, a local caretaker, 57-year-old Kenneth Archibald, confessed to killing Irene Lockwood at a Notting Hill police station and was subsequently charged with her murder. But it was later deemed a false confession due to inconsistencies in his version of events. He later recanted his statement, citing depression, and was cleared at trial. Just days after discovery of Irene Lockwood, another body was found, giving police their third suspicious death of a young prostitute in less than 3 months. On April 24, 1964, Helen Barthelm's naked, tattooed body was found, not on the riverbank but in an alley 4.5 miles northwest of the location of Irene Lockwood's body near the Boston Manor playing fields. The area was fairly secluded, allowing the killer privacy to dispose of the body. It was this crime scene that gave detectives their first real clue. Helen had been strangled most likely up to 24 hours earlier. But most importantly, flakes of automotive paint were found on her body. This discovery led police, who by now had started to suspect that they were dealing with a serial killer, to believe she had been stored in a workshop or warehouse of some sort. Detectives believed their suspect was a paint sprayer. Like Hannah Tilford, Bartholomew was also missing several front teeth, 3 to be exact. Then, on July 14, 1964, 30-year-old Marie Fleming was found nude and seated in an upright position at the entrance to a garage in Chiswick, which was 1.8 miles from where Hannah Tilford's body was found. Her dentures were missing as well, and it was thought that she had been smothered to death. Paint specks were also found on her body, just as with Helen Bartholomew. Many locals reported hearing a vehicle, probably a van, reversing down the street shortly before her body was discovered, though none could identify the car or the driver. For the next 3 months, all went quiet until November 25, when 21-year-old Margaret McGowan, also known as Frances Brown, was found in a car park on Houghton Street, Kensington. Brown was last seen alive on October 23, 1964 by a colleague and fellow sex worker, Kim Taylor, who saw her getting into a client's car. Taylor was able to provide a composite of the man that picked her up as well as a description of the car he was driving. Kim thought it was either a Ford Zephyr or a Zodiac. Her cause of death was asphyxiation by strangulation. One of her front teeth had been forced from its socket, and police noted traces of now familiar paint flecks on her body as well. Jack's last known victim was Bridget O'Hara. She was last seen in early January 1965. Her body was found 1 month later on February 16, hidden amongst bushes on the Huron Trading Estate in Acton. Traces of paint flecks were discovered on her body as well, but turned out to be industrial paint, not automotive. The paint flecks was sourced to a nearby transformer. Bridget's front teeth were also missing, and investigators determined she died on her knees. Her corpse was partially mummified either from prolonged storage in a cool, dry place or possibly from the heat of the transformer. A massive hunt for Jack the Stripper was led by Chief Superintendent John Rose of Scotland Yard. He had policewomen dressed up as prostitutes to walk the streets of Notting Hill in the hope of catching the killer. He also sent officers across West London to look for paint-spraying sites. They didn't have to look far. The paint pattern was found opposite a paint spray shop on the Huron estate not far from where Bridget O'Hara's body was found, which forensics were able to match exactly to those found on the bodies. John Rose concluded that this was where the bodies were stored before being dumped. Detectives believed the killer must have had some association with the estate and questioned 7,000 people from the area. However, no information could be found on the identity of the killer. In an attempt to force the killer into exposing himself, John Rose held a news conference falsely announcing that the police had narrowed the suspect pool down to 20 men. After a short time, he announced that the suspect pool contained only 10 members and then 3. However, after months of searches and interviews, the case reached a dead end. And with no new murders after February 1965, no further evidence was gained. For John Rose, the most likely suspect was a Scottish security guard called Mungo Ireland. Mungo Ireland had a pretty bleak childhood in Scotland, punctuated by frequent beatings. He served in World War II, where he developed a taste for hiring sex workers. He worked as a police officer briefly but quit after being passed over for detective. Ireland drove a van like the one seen in Chiswick where Mary Fleming was found. He worked the overnight shift 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. just like police suspected the killer would, and he also worked on the estate as a security guard where Bridget O'Hara's body was found. In March 1965, a month after the final murder attributed to Jack the Stripper, Mungo Ireland committed suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning inside his garage. He left a suicide note for his wife which said, "I cannot stand the strain anymore and finished to save you and the police looking for me. I'll be in the garage." His decision to take his own life and the timing arose further suspicion that Mungo Ireland was indeed Jack the Stripper. However, some serious doubts were raised on Ireland being a credible suspect when it was discovered he didn't begin work on the estate until after the bodies of Helen Bartholomew and Mary Fleming were found. He was also in Scotland when Bridget O'Hara was murdered. Various other suspects had been put forward, including light heavyweight champion boxer Freddie Mills. In July 1965, not even 5 months after O'Hara's body was found, Mills was found dead in his car in an alley in Soho. He had a gunshot wound to the head and a rifle between his knees. His family and friends believed he had been murdered, but the police ruled his death a suicide. Some believed Mills was the killer and had taken his own life as he thought the police were getting close to arresting him. However, no evidence has ever been found to link Freddie Mills to the killings. David Seabrook in his book Jack of Jumps wrote that a former Metropolitan Police detective was also a suspect in the opinion of several senior detectives investigating the case. This particular police officer was convicted of various petty crimes while he was serving as a police officer and was sentenced to prison time. It is theorized that because he committed robberies to make his fellow officers look stupid, that upon his release from prison, he graduated to murder for the same reason. Detective Superintendent William Baldock investigated the former Metropolitan Police detective as a suspect in the murders, but failed to build a case. Tommy Butler, who was a Scotland Yard superintendent at the time of the murders, is another name which appeared as a possible suspect, although he was appointed by former criminal Jimmy Evans in a book he wrote about his life. His allegations were quickly dismissed as being offered by a man with a grudge against a police officer with no evidence to back up his claims. Probably the most credible suspect was Harold Jones. Jones killed 2 girls in 1921 in the town of Hospitality. His first victim, 8-year-old Frida Burnell, was found sexually assaulted and murdered, but he was acquitted. That acquittal was celebrated by his neighbors who didn't believe he could possibly be guilty. 15 days later, his neighbor's 11-year-old daughter, Florence Little, was found dead in Jones' attic, drained entirely of blood. Because he was 15 at the time, he was not liable for death penalty, instead receiving a life sentence. He was let out 20 years later for exemplary behavior. In 1941, At the age of 35, after being released from prison, he is believed to have returned to his hometown of Adelori and visited the graves of his early victims. In 1947, he surfaced in London, married and had a daughter, and lived 2 streets away from Mungo, Ireland. Due to poor record-keeping, he was never looked at by the police. In 2011, Neil Milkins published Who Was Jack the Stripper?, in which he alleges that the culprit was Harold Jones, but all the evidence is based on coincidence. He reported in his book while researching Jones' movements that Jones had been working as a sheet metal worker living just streets away from Heron Trading Estate at the time of Jack the Stripper's murders and would have used industrial paint spray. There were other similarities as well. The victims of the stripper had been stored prior to disposal. Jones was also thought to have stored his victims as well. Jones kept his victims' handkerchiefs. The stripper was thought to keep his victims' teeth. 5 years before Hannah was murdered, Jones lived just 2 streets away from her. He later moved to Hammersmith under another assumed name, and lived 2 streets away from both Margaret McGavin and Bridget O'Hara. Despite the early similarities between the murder in Chiswick and the later killings attributed to Jack the Stripper, Harold Jones was never considered a suspect in the case. His death in 1971 marked the end of any potential investigation into him. In fact, without any concrete leads or further evidence linking him to the crimes, the case remained open but dormant for many years. The lack of a clear suspect, coupled with the scarcity of clues left at the crime scenes, meant that the identity of Jack the Stripper would continue to elude the police. The case became another one of London's many unsolved mysteries, with the fear of a lurking killer hanging over the city. The gruesome and bizarre nature of the killings, as well as the lack of identifying evidence, would ensure that the story of Jack the Stripper remained unresolved. While several theories have circulated over the years, none have been definitively proven, and the true identity of the killer remains a mystery. As time passes and the case becomes more distant, it seems likely that the murders of Jack the Stripper will remain unsolved, leaving a chilling legacy of a killer who was never caught. Moving on to the next case. Jodine Serin. Jodine Serin lived in San Diego, California in 2007. She was mentally disabled but was highly functional and had a strong desire to help others. Jodine volunteered at her church and the San Diego Humane Society and was actively involved with the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill. She had a deep love for animals and enjoyed activities such as biking, kayaking, and walking on the beach. She lived alone in a ground-level condo in Carlsbad, California that her parents bought for her. On Valentine's Day 2007, Jodine's parents went to check up on her to make sure everything is okay. Everything was not okay. Inside of the condo, her parents found a man that they did not know. They told him to leave. When they entered Jodine's room, they found that she had been assaulted and strangled. Despite seeing the attacker's face, the case would take over a decade to be solved. In 2018, investigators decided to contact a company that you might have heard of, Parabon Nanolabs. The company specializes in something called DNA phenotyping. This is a process of using unidentified DNA evidence left behind at a crime scene to predict someone's physical appearance and ancestry. It is used by law enforcement to generate leads in criminal investigations, narrow suspect lists, and identify unknown remains. Parabon Nanolabs created this image to show what the attacker may have looked like back in 2007. They also made use of genetic genealogy. This is a process where they use DNA evidence found in the crime scene to create the family tree of the suspect. It finally led investigators to David Mabrito. He was a transient and took his own life in 2011. It was David's relatives who entered their DNA to a public DNA database and led investigators to him. The Oceanside Police Department in California was also able to help. They had a sample of David's DNA they collected at a traffic stop. This DNA also matched the DNA found at a crime scene and confirmed that David took the life of Jodine Serin. Her family expressed in a statement, "There was joy in her laughter, love in her heart, and faith in her soul." They also conveyed their gratitude to the Carlsbad Police Department for their dedicated efforts in achieving justice. Moving on to the next case. Claire Miller. Claire Elena Miller, born in 2007 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, was raised in a loving home with her parents, Mark and Marie Miller. While Claire was a healthy child, her older sister, Helen, faced significant challenges due to cerebral palsy. Helen's condition required constant care and made her heavily reliant on assistance, with much of her life spent in a wheelchair. Reports indicated that Claire Miller was always willing to help her sister, Helen, which made the events that unfolded all the more shocking to her family and community. Miller attended the private Lancaster Country Day School alongside her sister and typically spent her after-school hours in her room, posting videos on her TikTok account. Over time, she built a following of around 22,000 people. Most of her videos featured her dancing in her apartment or lip-syncing to melancholic pop music. Other videos showcased her father, often capturing moments of him making silly faces, playing the guitar, or humorously engaging with the camera. She also frequently recreated well-known anime memes on her TikTok account. Regardless of all these, Miller wanted more. She probably wanted all the attention she could get either from social media or from her parents. Miller wanted to be famously known for something. Sadly, she got the attention, but to the detriment of her older sister's life because, on the February 22, 2021, Miller snapped. February 21, 2021 appeared to have been a typical Sunday evening when the Millers family said their goodnights and went to their separate bedrooms. It's unknown how long Claire Miller had intended to kill her sister, but some sources said she had had conversations about either killing herself or killing someone else, which she eventually did on Monday, February 22 at around 1 a.m. Miller sneaked into Helen's room with a knife from the family's kitchen and repeatedly stabbed Helen in the neck before covering her face with a pillow. She informed the Manheim Township emergency dispatcher that she had killed her sister when she dialed 911 at exactly 1:08 a.m. Within 5 minutes, the police were at the 1500 block of Clayton Road, where they saw Miller waiting outside. According to report, she immediately told the police and quote, "I stabbed my sister." Authorities couldn't help but notice Miller's appearance even though they initially thought she was traumatized as a result of an unidentified family disaster. Blood covered Miller's blue t-shirt, and her checkered pajamas bottoms were also drenched in blood. The nearby red snow also suggested that she had made an effort to wash off her bloody hands. Police quickly entered the house after Miller told them that her dead sister was lying in bed. Sadly, Mark and Marie Miller were unaware of what had happened until armed police arrived at the bloody murder scene. It was then that they learned that their disabled daughter had been fatally stabbed. According to a police statement, one of the officers removed the pillow and discovered a knife sticking out of Helen's neck just above her chest. Officers observed that Helen's chest and the bed were covered with a significant amount of blood while her hands were up near her head. While they waited for the emergency services to arrive, police tried to revive Helen Miller, but it was too late. She was officially declared dead at exactly 4:13 a.m. Claire Miller was taken into custody and charged with criminal homicide. She will be tried as an adult as the state of Pennsylvania does not consider murder a delinquent crime. On the April 16, 2021, Claire Miller appeared in Lancaster County Court via video stream from a state prison in Muncie. In order to allow the case to move on without the need for prosecutors to establish that they had sufficient evidence to prosecute her, Miller's lawyer informed the judge that she had no interest in a preliminary hearing. Miller was supposed to be arraigned on May 14, but she renounced that privilege as well and entered a not guilty plea. Later, her attorney filed a notice for a prospective insanity defense and asked for a hearing to transfer Miller's homicide trial to juvenile court. The prosecution argued that Miller was obsessed with homicide, citing thousands of text messages she sent to a friend expressing a desire to harm someone, while the defense argued that she suffered a psychotic first break. Miller's parents have testified that they have already lost one daughter and don't want to lose their other daughter to prison. Unsettlingly, Miller's TikTok audience increased by almost 11,000 after the murder became public knowledge, and her final post received millions of views before TikTok completely deleted her account. Before Claire Miller's TikTok account was deleted, several users had already recorded and shared her videos across their own pages. One of the videos reportedly showed a bloody plush giraffe and a blood-stained latex glove, though it remains unclear whether Miller herself filmed these particular clips. Claire Miller faces a potential life sentence or capital punishment if convicted in March 2023. The Miller family is enduring unimaginable pain, and it is essential to keep them in our thoughts and prayers during this devastating time. There is no way to imagine what losing both of their children in one night must be like for the parents. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Janelle Melton. 33-year-old Janelle Melton resided in Neptune City, New Jersey, in 2009, living in the Brighton Arms apartment complex. She worked as a social studies teacher at Red Bank Middle School, where her enthusiasm for history helped captivate her students. On September 14, 2009, Janelle had not arrived at school by 8 a.m. It was a significant day, as Janelle had arranged for a guest speaker to visit her students. The school's secretary contacted Janelle's estranged husband, Michael Melton, asking him to check on her at her apartment. Janelle met Michael after college, where he admitted to flirting with her initially. They began dating and eventually got married in Jamaica in August of 2003. Both Michael and Janelle became teachers at Red Bank Middle School. Their marriage was strong for about 3 years. Michael explained that he wasn't accustomed to so much affection or having someone love him so deeply. He had started a basketball company and was often away. Eventually, Michael filed for divorce. Janelle had grown comfortable with her own space after the divorce. Despite this, they remained cordial and spoke on the phone daily. When Michael received the call from the school's secretary about Janelle missing work, he quickly drove to her apartment. Upon arriving, he noticed her car in the driveway. He entered the apartment and called out her name. He walked into her bedroom and saw her on the floor. Janelle had her nightgown on, and Michael saw what looked like blood on it. It appeared to him that she had fallen while she was putting her makeup on. He called 911. Michael said he remembered asking Janelle what she had done. Michael feared that Janelle might have been struggling with the separation and could have harmed herself. When paramedics arrived at her apartment around 9:20 a.m., they quickly determined that she was no longer alive. Investigators discovered that Janelle had been brutally beaten and tortured over a period of time, likely in an attempt to extract information from her. She had been shot in the head twice and stabbed 5 times. Janelle had been beaten so badly that her jaw was broken in 2 places. Investigators believed at least 2 people were responsible due to the brutality of the slaying. The kitchen window was the point of entry. There was a footprint impression on the chair below the window inside of the apartment. The kitchen was in disarray, with cabinets opened and signs that someone had been searching through cereal boxes. It is believed that Janelle's life was taken during the night of September 13th in her bedroom. Investigators found a frayed piece of duct tape, likely used for binding, which had blood on it. Additionally, latex gloves were discovered near Janelle's body. The evidence was carefully collected and stored for future use. Michael was interviewed by the police, as he was the one that first found her body. Police first tried to collect any information about his relationship with Janelle. Michael admitted that they were still sometimes having relations. He said he felt like the questions were very evasive, but the police needed as much information as they could. Michael said he was visiting a friend on the night that Janelle's life was ended. His alibi was looked into. The police spoke to Michael's friend. His phone records didn't put him anywhere near Janelle's apartment on the night of the crime. Michael also consented to a DNA swab. 2 days after Janelle's slaying, a newspaper article came out. In the article, it said Michael was her estranged husband, and Janelle was found slain in her home. The article also mentioned that the divorce was to be finalized on October 6th. Michael realized that people thought he was responsible for taking her life. Michael said everyone turned on him. Janelle's family and their colleagues all believed he was responsible. Michael's friend was an attorney. He agreed to defend him pro bono. He was told not to speak to anyone. When Michael returned back to work, he had a memo on his desk saying he could not teach anymore or have any contact with students. Michael met the school officials with his attorney. It was recommended to him that he take a desk job while the investigation was ongoing. On November 10, 2009, 2 months after Jonel's body was found, the DNA came back from on the duct tape. The duct tape had Michael's DNA on it. Jonel's DNA was also found on it from the blood that was left behind. The police believed that Janelle had been duct taped to a chair before the attack. Michael claimed that the tape had been stuck to his shoe when he found Janelle, so he used his hands to pull it off, and that was why his DNA was on it. Realizing no one believed that he was innocent, Michael turned to alcohol and even contemplated taking his own life. There was also DNA found on the pink lighter, but it unfortunately came back as inconclusive. All of the investigators were still receiving tips. One neighbor believed he had heard a loud noise. One woman said her dogs were awoken by the noise. A tall black male that did not live in the complex was spotted near the apartment, acting suspiciously. Many people close to Janelle were angry that these neighbors had been sitting on this information for months. On December 3, 2012, 3 years after the crime, the police learned that they had a DNA match from the lighter. It came back as belonging to Gregory Jean-Baptiste, a Bloods gang member. He was then questioned by the police. Baptiste said that he had never seen Janelle before and had never been at her apartment. The police went in circles with Baptiste as he would not confess to anything. After 27 minutes, he refused to talk anymore. Michael reached out to a friend to help clear his name. The friend went out to talk to people in the area. The friend actually got crucial information, and Michael told police about what he had heard. Apparently, gang members were looking for a drug dealer named David James, aka Munch. David lived directly next to Janelle. It was rumored that David had $15,000 in a freezer. His girlfriend was overheard by these people talking about drugs at a party. They ended up at the wrong apartment and assumed Janelle was the girlfriend of David. Investigators then went out searching for anyone who would talk. Finally, an informant gave them 3 names. A 4th person, a woman, was their getaway driver. The men were identified as Ebenezer Bird, Gregory Jean-Baptiste, and Jerry Spalding. All 3 were part of the Bloods gang. The woman was later identified as Elizabeth Pinto, a former girlfriend of Ebenezer Bird. It was on December 1, 2015 that a woman named Norika Scott identified Elizabeth Pinto as the getaway driver. Norika had been Ebenezer Bird's current girlfriend. She went to the police after hearing his confession during one of their prison visits. It was clear to the police that she had been very afraid to come forward. Elizabeth Pinto was interviewed. She was also afraid to talk. She finally said Jonelle deserved justice and admitted that she was the getaway driver. She said that all 3 men dressed in black and told her where to drive. Pinto was shown photos of all 3 men, and she was able to identify the Pinto was also able to tell the police that all 3 men had put on latex gloves. Pinto dropped them off nearby and watched them walk across the street towards the apartment. On March 23, 2016, all 3 men were charged with taking Jonelle's life, second-degree robbery, conspiracy, and unlawful weapons charges. They all maintained their innocence. The trial began on January 17, 2019. Elizabeth Pinto was the star witness for the prosecution. The defense argued that Michael was the real culprit. The defense claimed that there was still a lot of evidence that had not been tested. The prosecutors believed that Janelle was home alone on September 13, 2009. Elizabeth Pinto went to the home of Bird's mom and found all 3 men there. They had her drive them over to the Brighton Arms apartments. Baptiste went in through the window and dropped his lighter. He then opened the sliding door to let the others in. Janelle was in her bedroom. Before the attack, they taped her to a chair. They were searching for the money and drugs, but realized that they were in the wrong apartment. They shot Janelle, probably so she would not identify them. The phone records of all 3 men placed them at Janelle's apartment. They were all found guilty of taking Janelle's life, robbery, conspiracy, and weapons charges. A 4th man, James Fair, was also found guilty of conspiracy to commit burglary. He had been the one to spread the word that David kept his money in the freezer. They were all sentenced to life in prison. Elizabeth Pinto pleaded guilty to conspiracy and was sentenced to probation. Their crime spree, which spans over 28 years, is over, said Superior Court Judge Joseph W. Oxley. James Fair is serving an 82-year sentence from unrelated charges. One of Melton's sisters, Connie Sadler, told the judge about the victim's dedication to her profession and her students. Janelle was not just a teacher by profession, Connie said. It was her mission. I believe Janelle knew that teaching was her calling from God. Janelle wanted to do more than inspire students academically. She wanted to make a real and lasting impact in their hearts and their lives. What the three men did to her sister was a heinous and demonic act, Connie said. But, she added, I know Janelle is a Christian, and she would want me to forgive them. I pray for them, and I pray that God will have mercy on them. Every action comes with consequences. Michael Melton went to rehab and is now concentrating on his basketball spotlight company. He mentioned that after learning the truth about what happened to Janelle, part of him felt relieved because it confirmed he wasn't responsible. However, the other part of him was deeply saddened, knowing that her life was taken over money. He added, Now my life isn't about me anymore. It's about serving the community and striving to save lives. That's what brings me peace and drives me every day. I was given a second chance, so I feel compelled to make the most of this gift I've received. Moving on to the next case. Mark Hacking. In a low-level position at a children's psychiatric unit in Salt Lake City, Mark Hacking secretly admired the doctors he worked with. He aspired to be like them, and through a series of lies, he convinced everyone around him, including his wife Lori, that he was on the path to medical school. His family believed he had graduated with a bachelor's degree from the University of Utah, but the truth was he had dropped out. Although there were subtle signs of his dishonesty over the years, the Hackings never connected the dots. 3 years before Lori's tragic death, she received a voicemail from Mark's mother, expressing confusion. She had tried to pay Mark's undergraduate tuition, only to learn from the college that he wasn't even registered as a student. Mark brushed it off, saying he had just forgotten to cross a few T's and dot a few I's in the registration process, and that it was all fixed now. His family believed he had worked it all out, and was a full-time student who eventually graduated with honors. His mother even helped him with term papers and allowed him to keep his old textbooks at her house. 1 year later, he began an elaborate process to make it look like he was applying to medical school after he seemingly received his undergraduate degree. He would speak of the application process and interviews extensively, even going so far as having his family members drive him to prestigious Ivy League schools for so-called interviews. He flew to Manhattan, where he stayed with his cousin under the pretense of having an interview at the University of Columbia Medical School. Afterwards, talking at length about how he felt the interview went. Eventually, Mark told everyone he had been accepted to the University of North Carolina Medical School, and he and his wife, Lori, procured housing in North Carolina and prepared to embark on the cross-country move. Lori had quit her job at Wells Fargo and had packed all their possessions in preparation for the upcoming relocation. During this time, Lori also found out she was pregnant. On July 15, 2004, Lori emailed her and Mark's family their new address in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Whether the house was actually there or was another part of Mark's lie is unknown, as they would never move in. On July 16th, Lori received a phone call from the University of North Carolina which caused her to leave work early, crying and obviously distraught. The details of the phone call are unknown. But in the early hours of July 19th, Mark called the police to report his wife as missing. He said she had left for an early morning jog and never returned. The case garnered almost instant media attention, and Mark could be seen on live television making a plea for any information on his wife's whereabouts and thanking the search and rescue workers for doing their jobs. But in the days succeeding, police quickly became suspicious when his financial history revealed he had bought a new bedroom mattress in the minutes prior to making the 911 call. On July 20th, Mark was reported by a nearby hotel for walking in public naked with only his shoes on. He was checked into a psychiatric hospital by his family, although many people thought him to be faking, as experts pointed out that had he truly gone crazy he would not have kept his shoes on. As the investigation continued to turn up startling facts, his family was notified that his life had been a lie. This led Mark's father to confronting him, and Mark admitted to brutally killing Lori while she slept and putting her body in a dumpster. Police would find her badly decomposed body buried under almost 2,000 pounds of garbage on the October 1st in a landfill. Lori's parents have memories of their daughter all over the house. They have done their best to preserve all the years of Lori's life up until her death. In the days following the news that Mark had killed her, a digital photography company, offered to digitally erase Mark from all of the family photos for free, and Lori's headstone has no mention of the hacking name. Mark received 6 years to life, a sentence that sounds shocking and inspired a new law called Lori's Law to make the mandatory minimum for murder 15 years. Mark will be eligible for parole in 2035, a sentence many believed is far too weak. The worst part of it all, says Lori's brother, is that none of this was necessary. He believes that Lori would have loved Mark no matter what as long as he was trying his best, and that this elaborate lie Mark led was for him and not for her. The University of Utah offers the Lori Hacking Scholarship, awarded annually to a woman who has demonstrated resilience and strength by overcoming significant adversity and challenging circumstances to achieve her current success. This scholarship honors Lori's memory and serves as a lasting tribute to her perseverance and determination. Moving on to the next case. Mark McDermott and Joanna Dunn. On May 25, 2013, Mark McDermott and his wife, Joanna Dunn, were in their West Virginia home preparing for a college graduation party for Joanna's son, Donald. Mark, an accomplished Australian businessman, had met Joanna, fallen in love with her, and treated her son as his own. Over time, Mark and Donald grew very close, with Mark taking him on trips abroad and showering him with gifts like a luxury car and high-end clothes. A close friend of Donald revealed that during a brief separation between Mark and Joanna, Donald had insisted on living with his stepfather instead of his mother. Mark had been paying for Donald's college tuition at Marshall University. On the day of what was supposed to be Donald's graduation, police received an unusual call. From inside her home, Joanna calmly confessed to shooting her husband, Mark, in the head. Raleigh County Sheriff Sergeant Greg Cade was among the first officers to arrive on the scene. He found Joanna in a state of shock and Mark slumped over on the couch with 2 gunshot wounds to the head. The murder weapon was found on the dining room table. The police also discovered a typed-up suicide note apparently written by Joanna to her son, Donald. Officers took Joanna into custody and Donald was brought to make a statement. Donald repeated his initial story. He had been in the shower when his mother had shot his father. Joanna's interrogation, however, took a turn when she revealed that Donald had been the one to shoot Mark. The police captain noted that Donald's behavior was unusual, stating, "He was just as plain as could be. He never was emotional, he was never upset, he was just pretty much flat the entire time," said Captain Bear. It didn't take much questioning for Donald to eventually admit to his crime, revealing that he had killed to cover up a secret. According to Donald, he had flunked out of Marshall University years before the graduation party was set to take place that fateful day. He had been kicked out due to poor grades despite academic warnings. Donald had fabricated report cards to convince everyone, including his own fiancée, that he was still in school. He created very realistic schedules of leaving for class and locking himself in his room to study. He fooled all of his friends and family. Donald knew that he would be exposed on the day of his graduation and began planning the murders around spring break. He started going to the gun range and was target practicing almost every week. He had intended to make the crime look like a murder-suicide, but when Joanna had come home that day, Donald had already murdered Mark. He sat Joanna down on the bench and asked her to close her eyes for a surprise. Expecting it to be a gift related to his graduation, Joanna closed her eyes and Donald put a gun to her temple and pulled the trigger, except the gun failed to fire because of a simple malfunction which saved Joanna's life. Realizing that the surprise was a gun, she opened her eyes and managed to knock the gun away. Joanna then convinced Donald to let her call the police if she took the rap for the murder. Donald agreed, which led to her strange 911 call and forced confession. After only 5 hours of questioning, Donald confessed as to why he planned the murder. He said, "It wasn't really the thought of upsetting them. I guess it was the thought of losing a vehicle, losing a place to live, losing fancy custom shoes and junk like that." During his confession, he told police he thought he would get sick or upset after murdering his stepfather, but that he never felt those symptoms of regret. Mark's family in Australia was devastated at the loss of the big-hearted, jovial family man. Still to this day, I'll never make sense of it because it's just a heartless monster that was born and took my brother who lost his life for showing too much love, said Mark's sister, Tracy McDermott. Donald never expressed remorse for his actions to detectives. He even said that he would do it all again. Donald was sentenced to life in prison and his most recent appeal has been denied. Surprisingly, Joanna continues to maintain a relationship with her son, visiting him in prison, despite him taking the love of her life and nearly ending her own life as well. This has baffled many people close to her. Moving on to the next case. Patrick McDermott. Patrick Kim McDermott was born in Seoul, South Korea, in September 1956. Shortly after his birth, he was put up for adoption and was taken in by an American family at the age of 2. As an adult, Patrick worked as a cameraman. In 1992, he married Yvette Nippur, an actress known for her roles in 1980s and 1990s TV shows like RoboCop and 21 Jump Street. However, the marriage was short-lived. In 1994, Patrick and Yvette began divorce proceedings. After his disappearance, several issues surrounding their divorce, Patrick's financial situation, and his struggles as a father came to light. At the time of their divorce, Patrick, who had one child, owed $800 a month in child support. In April 2005, he was ordered to make all outstanding payments. Furthermore, in 2000, he filed for bankruptcy while owing around $31,000 to creditors. It was also noted that in 2002, Yvette and Patrick had fought over visitation rights, with Yvette stating in a petition that her ex-husband had a lack of parenting skills, often encouraging their son to play hockey, adding that he also had issues controlling his temper. Shortly after his divorce, Patrick began dating 70s pop star and Grease actress, Olivia Newton-John. Their relationship is largely described as being on and off, and continued for around 9 years until Patrick disappeared in the summer of 2005. On June 30th, Patrick vanished from a fishing charter boat near San Pedro, Los Angeles. The boat, named Freedom, left the marina for a 22-hour overnight fishing trip. Patrick, who frequently participated in such trips, was one of 23 passengers and crew members aboard and had decided to go alone. Reportedly, no head count was conducted when passengers disembarked at the end of the trip, but staff found Patrick's belongings, including his car keys, passport, and wallet, left behind. Investigators later discovered his car still parked near the marina, where it had been the previous day. Though Patrick's belongings had been found on board, the staff did not consider the possibility that something had happened to the 48-year-old, instead believing the items had simply been forgotten about and left behind. They were subsequently placed with lost property. It wasn't until July 6, 2005, 1 week after the trip, that his family noticed his absence when he didn't turn up to a prearranged event, and even then, a further 5 days passed before he was reported missing. The disappearance of Patrick, best known until this point for his relationship with Olivia Newton-John, wasn't reported on by the media until around a month later. Though Patrick's disappearance was investigated, an inquiry by the Coast Guard Investigative Service was closed on September 15, 2006, just over 1 year after he vanished. The inquiry, quote, did not find any evidence of criminal action, suicide, accident, or hoax in the disappearance of McDermott. While a separate investigation was carried out by the U.S. Coast Guard, it appeared to find nothing of note at the time of the case's closure in 2008. Both investigations simply concluded that Patrick had been lost at sea. In the years since Patrick went missing, there have been numerous rumors and theories as to what became of him. The case was featured on prominent true crime shows and news networks including America's Most Wanted and Dateline NBC. Investigators from the latter, headed by private investigator Philip Klein, went to Mexico in search of Patrick under the belief that he was hiding out there, having faked his death to get out of financial difficulties. They claimed that he owed around $8,000 to his ex-wife for child support, and even created a fake website which logged and mapped visitors' data. They hoped this website could be used to lure in and trap Patrick. They noted that there had been over 20 sightings of Patrick in Mexico and Central America at the time of their inquiry. Then in April 2009, Klein and his team claimed that they had successfully located Patrick and that he was living in Mexico under the name Pat Kim in Puerto Vallarta. They added that they had been contacted by a representative of his and that they had deemed the representative to be credible. Notably, you may recognize the name Philip Klein from one of our other videos, 3 Eerie Missing 411 Cases That Will Leave You Scratching for Answers, in which we featured the case of Dior Coons Jr., a toddler who vanished from Idaho in 2015. Philip Klein was hired to work on Dior's case, but later left the investigation before being rehired. He has a poor reputation with several accusations of harassment against him, and he has had several defamation lawsuits brought against him too. Patrick's ex-wife Yvette took issue with Klein's involvement in the case. In March 2012, she wrote to Jeff Bezos, who was still Amazon's CEO at the time, and asked him to stop promoting Klein's book, claiming that Klein was a, quote, well-known serial liar who was simply looking to be famous at the expense of an unfortunate tragedy in our lives. She added that while Klein repeatedly promised he could prove her ex-husband was alive, neither Yvette nor Patrick's family ever received such evidence. In 2016, Klein's claims were pushed again when he spoke exclusively with Woman's Day magazine, claiming that Patrick, who would have been 59 at the time, was living in Sayulita, an isolated Mexican village, and that he was probably now working in the yachting industry for a high-profile family down there. A year later, it was reported that Patrick was alive when a photo was submitted to an Australian magazine named New Idea. The photo showed a woman and a man, the latter of whom resembled Patrick McDermott. 3 months later, the photo was debunked by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which revealed that the couple in the photograph had come forward and identified themselves. None of the reports from Philip Klein claiming that Patrick is still alive have been substantiated by law enforcement. He is still considered a missing person. Moving on to the next case. Sarm Heslop. 41-year-old Sarm Heslop was last seen at a restaurant on the island of St. John in the U.S. Virgin Islands with her boyfriend, 44-year-old Ryan Bain, on March 7, 2021. The couple had met the previous year through Tinder and were working together on Bain's 47-foot-long catamaran, Siren Song. The boat was moored in a bay off the western coast of St. John and was available for private charters. Sarm worked on the catamaran as a cook. Before this, Sarm had worked as a flight attendant with the airline Flybe. On the evening of March 7th, she and Bain had dinner together. Due to COVID-19 restrictions at the time, they were required to leave the restaurant by 10 p.m. and return to the Siren Song, which was moored 200 feet from the shore in Cruz Bay. This meant they should have taken a dinghy from the shore to the boat. According to Bain, Sarm was asleep by 10 p.m., and by 2:30 a.m., just 4.5 hours later, she had vanished. Upon discovering that she wasn't on board, Ryan took the dinghy out to the island to report her disappearance to the police, who in turn told him to call the Coast Guard. Although he eventually did, Bain waited until 11:45 a.m. to do so, a whole 9 hours later. He has never answered as to why he waited so long between finding out she was missing and contacting the Coast Guard. Sarm's family find Bain's behavior to be rather suspicious, with her father noting, "It just drives me nuts. What happened between 2 and 11:45 in the morning? He didn't shout or holler. He didn't ask for anyone. He simply made a phone call to the police. There were no answers." Adding to the suspicion around Ryan Bain's character is the fact that he refused to allow investigators to search the siren song. To this day, it has never been searched. He claimed that he didn't allow authorities to search the watercraft on the advice of his lawyer. More bizarrely still, Bain has repeatedly declined to be interviewed, something which has never been pushed back on even though he is the last person to have seen Sarm alive. Sarm's phone, purse, and passport were all found on the catamaran and were handed over to authorities. Law enforcement in St. John's searched the coastline divers and sent dogs, but were unable to locate Sarm or her remains. Furthermore, they found little evidence to what might have taken place on the night of her disappearance. The most information they gathered was from a witness who came forward around 9 days after she went missing, claiming that they heard a scream out at sea, roughly in the direction of the siren song in the small hours of March 8th, around the time Saab is believed to have gone missing. 2 weeks after she vanished, the FBI was reportedly brought in to assist with the case. Although Saab's family noted that while the FBI offered to assist, their offer was turned down. Loved ones described the 41-year-old as level-headed and a strong swimmer, claiming that it would have been hugely out of character for her to have gotten up in the middle of the night to go swimming. Another friend added, "This is Sarmione who sailed across the Atlantic without incident only to disappear 100 feet from the shore." The pieces in the puzzle don't add up. In a BBC News report dated November 2022, it emerged that in October, Sarm's family had written to the Virgin Islands Police Department requesting the release of CCTV that was shown to them 8 months earlier. The footage showed what appeared to be Sarm and Bain heading to a dinghy, but the police stopped the footage before seeing Sarm and Bain board his dinghy. In the letter, Brenda Street, Sarm's mother, wrote, "I would like all of it, not a shortened version shown on the day I was there on the island." This crucial bit of footage displays surroundings, people, actions, and behaviors, and information that may have been missed. It was later reported that the VAPD refused to show the parents the remainder of the tape, or release it as it would, quote, jeopardize the ongoing investigation. Sarm's family also noted that in the CCTV, she was wearing a different outfit to what had been described by Bain. In the footage, she is wearing a skirt or shorts, not the black floral dress Bain had described. Furthermore, Sarm's parents never received the black dress when her belongings were returned to them. Other criticisms leveled at the VAPD include their failure to communicate with Sarm's family. Her mother, Brenda, told the BBC, "They just seemed to try and push it under the carpet. I had an email from the VAPD a couple of weeks ago. That's the first time in 18 months. It said, 'Hope you're doing well. Have you any further information?' My relationship with the authorities is non-existent. They just ignore us. We sent a long list of questions, lawful and legal ones, but they just didn't reply." Furthermore, in 2023, it came to light that the 911 call to the Coast Guard made by Ryan Bain was not recorded. The Coast Guard claimed this had occurred due to a fault in the system. In November 2021, the siren song was put up for sale with its name removed. Locals in Grenada, where it was moored, alerted Sarm's family to this. They called for a full forensic search of the boat before it went to new owners. This has not been carried out at the time of recording, and whether the watercraft has changed hands is unclear. Sarm Joan Lillian Heslop is still missing, and her loved ones are desperate for closure. Originally from Southampton, England, she was 41 when she disappeared in the early hours of March 8, 2021, from St. John in the Virgin Islands. Sarm is described as a white female, standing at 5'8" with long dark brown hair. She has an athletic build and a large, colorful tattoo on her shoulder featuring a seahorse, butterfly, and flower. Anyone with information about Sarm's whereabouts can contact the Virgin Islands Police Criminal Investigation Bureau at 340-774-2211 or 340-778-2211. You can also reach out to the U.S. Virgin Islands Crime Stoppers at 800-222-TIPS. Moving on to the next case. The Miyazawa family. Today's case takes us to Setagaya, Tokyo, a peaceful suburban-style residential area just a short distance from central Tokyo. Known for its art museums, libraries, and numerous parks, Setagaya also boasts many upscale residential neighborhoods, making it a sought-after community. Setagaya is a vibrant area popular among young people, known for its trendy coffee shops, charming bookstores, and lively student pubs. Among its residents was the Miyazawa family, a cheerful family of 4 who led a quiet, suburban life. In December 2000, they had planned to celebrate New Year's Eve at home, cooking a special meal and looking forward to the year ahead. Mikio Miyazawa, the 44-year-old father and head of the family, worked as a corporate identity developer for Interbrand, an international media and marketing firm based in London with offices in 19 cities worldwide. Mikio worked remotely from home, utilizing a private study on the ground floor as his office. His wife, Yasuko, was a 41-year-old beloved teacher who was well respected by her students, their parents, and colleagues. Together, Mikio and Yasuko had 2 children, an 8-year-old daughter, Nina, and a 6-year-old son, Rei. Rei had a speech impediment and required special attention. Tragically, the entire family became victims of a horrifying crime that shook their quiet community. The Miyazawa family occupied a duplex, a sizable house that had been divided in 2. The other half of the house at the time was being resided by Yasuko's mother, Asho Jino. The duplex was close to Sashigaya Park, which has walking paths, sports fields, a children's playground. After settling into their house in 1990, the Miyazawa family fell in love with the lifestyle it provided. However, a few years later, the government decided to turn the area into a park for recreation and purchased all the nearby homes to make room for the project. The government had purchased approximately 200 homes in the area, but by December 2000, the Miyazawa family was one of only 3 households remaining. The neighborhood appeared desolate, and reports suggested the Miyazawas were planning to relocate the following year, in 2001. Despite the dwindling number of residents, the skate park at Sashigaya Park, located next to their home, became increasingly active and noisy. Even outside their home, Mikio had to reprimand some rowdy teenagers for disturbing them. Additionally, he confronted Bazooka biker gang members for being too loud. He was obviously very stressed due to the inrush of people. At the time of the murder, the older sister of Yasuko was in Japan with her husband, eager to spend the new year with her family, even though she worked and resided in the UK. They stayed with their mother next door to Yasuko and her family throughout the visit. Around 10 a.m. on December 31, 2000, Yasuko's mother, Asahi, tried calling the Miyazawa residence but couldn't get through. Although they shared an adjoining door, the 2 households respected each other's privacy and avoided unannounced visits. Growing concerned, Asahi made several more attempts to reach her daughter and the family by phone, but no one answered. According to her, they very rarely ignored calls. She then made the decision to go around and check on them. She noticed their car in the driveway, but when she knocked, no one answered the door. She then attempted to enter the house, but the door was locked. She returned to her residence to get her own key, before returning to let herself in. What she uncovered was a horrifying scene. Asahi first found her son-in-law, Mikio, lying lifeless on the floor. His body appeared to have tumbled down the stairs, with multiple stab wounds visible on his neck. Overwhelmed with fear and dread, she rushed upstairs, desperate to check on her daughter and grandchildren, only to be met with more tragedy. At the top of the stairs, she discovered Yasuko and Nina dead, lying in their own pool of blood. Both had been repeatedly and savagely stabbed. Yasuko's mother ran to her grandson's room in the hopes of finding him alive. But he was also dead, strangled in his bed. It was truly a traumatizing scene to witness. Terrified and bewildered, Asahi frantically called the police, begging them to arrive immediately. When authorities reached the scene, they were met with chaos. The house was in disarray, with documents scattered everywhere. Signs of an intruder were evident, including a couch in the living room that appeared to have been slept on. Behind Mikio's lifeless body lay a chest of drawers, each drawer pulled open, with papers protruding haphazardly. Investigators discovered a missing drawer in the bathroom with all of its contents in the bathtub. They also found garbage and bloodied bandages in the bathtub, which was an odd collection of items to throw in a tub. Police discovered 150,000 yen in cash as well as foreign currency, worth 5,000 yen in Michio's study. The only thing missing was Michio's old jacket. It's possible that the murderer fled the scene wearing Michio's jacket because he left behind his bloody clothes. Since nothing else was missing, robbery was ruled out as the motive for the killings. During their search, police discovered that a screen had been cut and removed from a window in the second-floor bathroom. This bathroom was located at the back of the house, accessible from the fence between the property and the nearby park. Given that all other doors and windows were securely locked, this bathroom window seemed to be the most likely point of entry for the killer. Footprints on the wall below the window were visible from the outside as well. As you walk from the bathroom, the kid's bedroom was the first room on the right. According to the police, Ray was sleeping in the room on the bunk bed he shared with his sister when the killer entered and strangled the child to death. Most likely noticing movement upstairs, Michio went to see if his son was alright. He was pushed down the stairs after being stabbed with a sashimi knife at the top of the stairs. The next victim was young Nina. The murderer discovered her in bed with her mother on the third floor, which could only be accessed by a drop ladder. He attacked her, but stopped midway through the attack when he realized that the sashimi knife's tip had come off while he was attacking Mikio. Yasuko and Nina likely believed the attacker had left at this point, so they descended the ladder to the spot where Mikio was attacked. Yasuko did her best to save her daughter by going to get the first aid kit. However, the murderer was not finished. He returned with one of their kitchen knives and discovered them at the top of the stairs, where he killed both mother and daughter. Yasuko and Nina sustained the most brutal assaults out of the 4 murders. According to forensics, after they both were already dead, their attacker kept stabbing them repeatedly. Yasuko was said to have made a valiant effort to fight off the attacker, desperately trying to protect her daughter from him, as evident by the wounds on her body. However, the killer was unfazed and saw that the job was completed. The perpetrator cut his hand during the attack and bandaged it with supplies from the family's first aid kit. In order to stop the bleeding, he had also used sanitary pads he discovered in the restroom. After he was done with his heinous crime, the killer comfortably remained in the house, which had been a happy family home just hours earlier. He drank some barley tea and ate some melon and ice cream from their refrigerator. He slept on their couch, used their toilet without flushing, and unplugged their phone. He also attempted to use Michio's credit card to purchase theater tickets at 1:18 a.m. after logging on to the family computer. However, he did not finish the transaction because he lacked all the necessary security details. He went on to set up browser bookmarks for the websites of the business Mikio worked for and the institution Yasuko worked for as well. The police discovered activity on the computer at 10 a.m. on the morning of December 31st. Though it wasn't clear if the killer stayed online all night or if he logged in again the following morning. Police believe they could not rule out the possibility that Ashi accidentally touched the computer when she entered the house at 10:55 a.m. Chances are, if it wasn't her, then the murderer had already left before she arrived. The murder weapon, the sashimi knife and the kitchen knife, were both left on the kitchen table before the killer left. At the crime scene, there was a ton of forensic evidence. Nina's blood and the murderer's blood were found on the first aid kit. Additionally, the killer had failed to flush the toilet and left feces floating in it. He left his hit bag behind. It contained sand that could be traced to the United States. The detectives were able to follow the sand traces all the way to a particular spot. It landed them at the vicinity of Nevada's Edwards Air Force Base. Also, a roll of tape, which skateboarders frequently use to fix their boards, was found in the hip bag. Lastly, the hip bag contained a folded iron handkerchief with traces of French cologne that was popular among skaters then. There were numerous footprints all over the house, which offered intriguing hints. The perpetrator was wearing Slazenger shoes, but they were never sold in Japan, in the exact size he was wearing. That size was in fact only available in South Korea. He had gloves, but he didn't use them because his prints were all over the place. Actually, forensic experts were able to extract a full set of fingerprints from material evidence discovered around the house. He also abandoned his blood-stained clothing. His clothes, however, were left at the scene neatly folded, in contrast to the way he left the drawers, documents, and ice cream cups. Unlike the soft water in Japan, the clothes had been washed in hard water with a higher mineral content. The water used was typical in Korea though. The purchase of the sweater the killer wore and the knife he used was tracked by the police to the Kanagawa prefecture. Only 1/30 of the identical sweaters were ever sold, but only 12 of the owners could be located by police. So if the sweater was bought in Japan, but washed in Korea, could it be that the murderer resided in Japan, but visited Korea before the killings? Maybe the sweater hadn't been washed in Japan since he bought it, because it was made in Korea. The blood found at the scene of the crime was used to create a genetic profile, which revealed that the unidentified suspect was mixed race. The killer's father was East Asian, while his mother was of Southern European ancestry. DNA revealed a unique gene sequence that can only be found in people of Chinese, Korean, or Japanese ancestry. 1 in 5 men of Korean descent, 1 in 10 Chinese men, and 1 in 13 Japanese men fit this type of profile. Detectives believed the theory that the murderer was a foreigner. Accepting that such a monster was not from your country was simpler. Despite sending investigators to Korea to work with local law enforcement on the case, the Korean government was unable to assist in identifying the murderer. In recent years, the idea that the murderer was Korean has gained popularity. The likelihood that the murderer was Japanese was only 1 in 13. He might also have been a Korean Japanese of the first or second generation. The Korean expat community and the diplomatic community were among the areas of Japan where investigators searched for a person of mixed race. Perhaps the maternal European connection could have offered some information. However, neither the killer's DNA nor fingerprints could be found on anyone. Police questioned whether the murderer might have been a member of the military due to the source of the sand in the hip bag. Could he have been a second-generation Korean, Japanese, or Chinese American citizen, given that U.S. forces have been stationed in Japan since the end of World War II? Despite the abundance of evidence, police were unable to identify the murderer. In an effort to identify anyone who might have had a reason to kill the Miyazawa family, they went back to the investigative board and looked at their connections and relatives. However, the victims' loved ones and friends had no idea who would want to murder them. They were well liked by the locals and had no known enemies. At the nearby skate park, Mikio warned skaters for being too loud. And that was it. It undoubtedly wasn't a good enough excuse to brutally murder a man and his family. According to forensic evidence found in the killer's faces that were left in the toilet, he had consumed sesame seeds and string beans, a dish that is very popular in Japan and is typically made at home. This must have been consumed by the murderer prior to the killings because it was not consumed at the Miyazawa residence. Police took into account the possibility that the killer still resided with his mother. A timeline of the incidents leading up to the terrible night was created by the investigators. There were numerous reports of animals being killed and dismembered in the park next to the family's residence, just 6 months prior to the murders. In August 2000, locals discovered that a cat had been skinned. Police were able to identify the perpetrator of the animal abuse later on in the investigation. He worked as a bank clerk, and his actions had nothing to do with the murders of the Miyazawa family. Few days before the murders, Yasuko had informed her father-in-law on December 25 that a strange car occasionally parked in front of their home. A car had no business being there because the park's entrance was on the other side of the fence. They also discovered a strange man wandering around the house 2 days later. Local residents claimed to have seen a strange man on December 29, wandering through the neighborhood shops. He was dressed in skater gear and was in his late 30s or early 40s. They noticed that he was wearing the same clothes that were discovered at the crime scene. This seemed strange, especially given the season. He did not appear to be dressed warmly enough. According to one of the shop owners, the man purchased a sashimi knife, which was the only knife sold that day. Strangely, the forensics identified the knife as the same knife the killer had used. A neighbor of the Miyazawa family saw the same man walking around their house again the following day. Everyone had left the house to go shopping, so nobody was home. The witness described the unknown person in detail, telling police that he was wearing a gray wool hat with a black stripe. He was wearing gloves, a long-sleeved t-shirt, a hip bag, a colorful scarf, a black Uniqlo jacket, and white Slazenger shoes. After the killings, the majority of these items were discovered in the Miyazawa residence. On the evening of December 30th, Yasuko called her mother at 7 o'clock to let her know that they had just returned home. Her mother then asked if the children were interested in coming over to watch television. Nina, the older child, loved the idea, while Rie preferred to stay at home. Nina spent a few hours with her grandmother next door before leaving between 9 and 9:30 p.m. to go to bed. The family computer was used for the last known activity in the Miyazawa residence at 10:38 p.m. Mikio opened a work email that was password protected. He is the only person who is likely to have known the password to open the email. A neighbor overheard a fight inside the Miyazawa's house at 11 o'clock while he was taking a stroll in the park. It sounded more like a husband and wife arguing than like a physical altercation. A loud thud was heard in the other half of the building next door. Around 11:30 p.m. by Asahi and Yasuko's sister, they were both watching television while still awake. Another witness observed a man leaving the house quickly around the same time. When Asahi arrived after 10 a.m. the following morning, she reported to the police that the light on the ground floor and in the entrance hallway was on. However, the light, according to a paper boy who delivered papers at the Miyazawa's doorstep on the morning of 31st, was not on. A taxi driver came forward after the murder and admitted to the police that he had picked up 3 middle-aged men close to the Miyazawa family home. According to him, the silence in the car was unsettling, almost too quiet. The driver said there was blood on the back seat when they exited, and one of the men was hurt. Another tip came in again soon after. A young man visited a clinic on December 31st, about 70 miles north of the Miyazawa family home. His hand had been cut so deeply that his bone was exposed. Medical personnel were treating the wound. The man was described by staff as being very composed and not showing much concern for his injury. Given how serious the wound was, they thought his behavior was odd. The man was described as being in his 30s, wearing a black down jacket and jeans. He left the center without giving any information, not even a name or an address. Only later, in the investigation, was this tip determined to be significant. Police initially believed that the murderer had left the scene in the middle of the night, but after processing the crime scene and receiving the results of the blood tests, they came to the conclusion that he had actually left in the morning, just before Asahi arrived. Numerous months had passed by the time the data from the medical center was analyzed, and police were still without any leads on the man. In 2018, Tokyo police made information about their suspect public in the hopes that someone would be able to assist in prosecuting him. The information determined that the perpetrator was a young man between the ages of 15-20 based on all the evidence discovered at the crime scene. He stands at 170 centimeters tall, and they were able to determine that he is right-handed by looking at the victim's knife wounds. He might have been a drifter or an undocumented immigrant, which would account for why he was impossible to find. Police speculated that the murderer might have been the son of a diplomat, a soldier, or the son of a wealthy local family who may have been one of the skaters who fought with Mikio in the months before the killings because it was determined that he was younger than 30 to 40 years old. 250,000 police officers worked on the case in the months following the murders. In Japan, violent home invasions are extremely uncommon. So authorities were determined to apprehend the murderer. Police were never able to identify the murderer, despite all the available evidence. 40 officers are still working the case today, reviewing case files and repeating witness interviews. They frequently distribute flyers with details about the killer's attire and appearance at train stations close to the Miyazawa's residence in the hopes that someone will come forward with fresh information. This case is incredibly tragic, not just because of the brutal nature of the crime, but also because the family's loss has remained unsolved for over 2 decades. The fact that the police continue to honor the Miyazawa family each year, while offering a reward, shows their commitment to bringing closure to this case. The family's decision to preserve the house as a mausoleum speaks volumes about their grief and the deep connection they have to the home. It's heartbreaking to think of the family's suffering and the pain of not having any answers. Hopefully, with continued effort and support, the truth will come to light one day. It is indeed disturbing that despite the evidence, the perpetrator has not been found. The circumstances surrounding this case are troubling, especially with the apparent lack of a clear motive. The fact that nothing was stolen, combined with the brutal nature of the crime, makes it even more chilling. The point of entry through the bathroom window suggests the possibility of a planned and targeted attack, yet no other clues have emerged to reveal the identity of the killer. Friends, what do you think about this case? Please share your ideas and theories in the comments. Your thoughts could help shed light on this mystery. Moving on to the next case. Wazir Pasha. Wazir Pasha, a 35-year-old man living with his wife in Gajanananagar, Bengaluru, India, went missing in early May 2015. His wife reported his disappearance after he failed to return home from work. On May 16, 2015, a body was discovered in Simandapalli, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh. However, there was no identification on the body, making it difficult for the police to determine if it was Pasha. With very few leads, both Pasha's disappearance and the unidentified body case remained unsolved for the next few years. Then, in 2022, Deputy Commissioner of Police came across the missing person case of Wazir Pasha and ordered a fresh probe into the case. The police questioned friends and relatives. They also decided to go through Pasha's phone records and found that the last call Pasha had received was from one of his distant relatives, Hina Kasar. Police decided to question her. However, they soon learned that Hina and her husband, Mohammed Ghosh, had also not been seen since 2015. The police tried to locate them, but there was no trace of them. Finding it suspicious, the police decided to put the couple's family under surveillance. On February 11, 2022, Hina's grandfather died. Police went to their house in civilian clothes hoping the couple would show up for the funeral. Fortunately, Hina and Ghosh showed up and were immediately detained for questioning. During the interview, the couple admitted to murdering Pasha. They told police that the couple had gotten married in 2012 and moved to Bengaluru. They had been working as a tailor at their house. They stitched clothes and supplied clothes to the garment factories, but the business did not do well and they had incurred heavy losses. The couple took a loan from a Mali but were unable to pay it back. So, they decided to move to Hyderabad. However, the Malawi found out about their location and demanded they pay him back the money. The couple then returned back to Bengaluru. Wazir Pasha reportedly decided to help the couple, but in exchange, he wanted to sleep with Hina. Hina initially refused, but with the mounting debt on their heads, she eventually agreed. She later told her husband, who got extremely angry and decided to kill Pasha. The couple devised a plan to murder him. On May 13, 2015, Hina called Pasha over. When Pasha entered Hina's house, Ghosh came out of hiding and the couple strangled Pasha with Hina's sari. They then dismembered his body and put it in 2 sacks filled with clothes. After Wazir Pasha went missing, it was later revealed that his body had been dumped in a drainage near Simandapalli, Anantapur. His wife and her accomplice had moved to Anantapur the same day. The police eventually linked the unidentified body found in Simandapalli to Pasha's disappearance. They sent DNA samples from the body and Pasha's relatives for testing, which confirmed that the body was indeed his. The case was finally solved after 7 years. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Michelle. On December 21, 1987, the body of a woman was found along the side of a road near Lincolnville in Marion County, Kansas. The autopsy estimated that she had passed away between June and August of that year. She was described as Caucasian, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, and weighing around 120 pounds. She had light brown hair and a distinctive tattoo of a cross on her left forearm. A composite sketch was created in an attempt to help identify her, depicting what she might have looked like when alive. Despite these efforts, the case went cold. She was named the Marion County Jane Doe. In April 2019, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation worked alongside a DNA Doe project to help solve the case. They used DNA belonging to the victim to try and find her relatives using public DNA databases. In October of the same year, investigators found 2 people who they believed was the parents of the victim. Then in December 2019, after some more DNA testing, it was announced by the Kansas Bureau of Investigation that the identity of Marion County Jane Doe is Michelle Yvonne Colonel Burton. 22-year-old Michelle lived in Wichita, Kansas. She left her family's home in Cherryville in 1986, and her family lost touch of her. Her whereabouts after she left home is still not known yet. Investigators are now focusing on who took Michelle's life. They are looking for information from the public. Moving on to the next case. Trayvon Levi Woods. On August 13, 2014, a 13-year-old girl in Charlotte, North Carolina, reported to the police that she had been assaulted by an unknown man along Shamrock Drive near Eastway Drive. She was taken to a nearby hospital where evidence of the assault was collected. Over the years, investigators repeatedly attempted to match the DNA from the perpetrator to profiles in their databases. Recently, investigators with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department were able to identify 33-year-old Trayvon Levi Woods as the man responsible for the assault. The identification was made by matching DNA in the Combined DNA Index system. Woods was arrested for this crime on October 27, 2023. On the exact date of his arrest, Woods was leaving the Alexander Correctional Institute in Taylorsville after completing his sentence for unrelated charges. Police said they took Woods to the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and served him with his new warrants. A trial date has not been determined yet. Moving on to the next case. Ricky Ray Barnett. Ricky Ray Barnett was born on November 26, 1979, in Idaho. In August 1982, at the age of 2, Ricky was visiting his grandparents' farm, Hillcrest Farm, an egg and dairy operation in Grangeville, Idaho. He had been staying there with his father while his mother was in southern Idaho. Ricky was last seen sitting on a hay wagon in front of one of the chicken barns while dozens of workers were unloading chickens. His family noticed he was missing 15 minutes later, and they started searching for him. The police was called just after 10 a.m. The police tracked his scent to a fence line on the northwest part of the farm, then they lost his trail. The farm was searched for the next 4 days. This involved 250 volunteers, but no son of little Ricky was found. His grandparents were actually suspects in his disappearance. His grandmother acted odd, and when she took a polygraph test, the results of the test were inconclusive. Both his grandparents disliked Ricky's mom, and it was believed that his grandparents put Ricky in an underground adoption ring since they wanted someone else to raise him. His grandmother took another polygraph test in 2001, which she passed and was cleared of any involvement in her grandson's disappearance. His grandfather also agreed to take the polygraph test, but he passed away before he could do so. There were suspicions that one of the workers on the farm might have been involved in Ricky's disappearance, but the police found no evidence to support these claims. Ricky's parents now live in Oregon, and his mother has remained active in the search for her son. His case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Maurer. Pamela Maurer, a 16-year-old girl from Woodridge in DuPage County, attended Downers Grove South High School. She was last seen alive just after 9 p.m. on January 13, 1976, when she left a friend's house to buy a soft drink at McDonald's. The next morning, her body was discovered by road workers. She was found near College Road and Maple Avenue in an area called Lyle. It was clear that Pamela had been assaulted and strangled. Investigators were able to collect DNA. That was all they were able to do, and the case went cold. Then in 2001, a DNA profile could be created. When it was entered into the CODIS database, there were no match. Then in 2019, with the help of Parabonina Labs, a more sophisticated DNA profile could be done. A detailed description of the suspect could be created. The investigators then created a genealogical family tree based on the results. Finally, it was determined that her DNA matched Bruce Lindahl. The odds of the DNA matching someone else was 1 in 1.8 quadrillion. Investigators traveled to Texas to inform Pamela's brother and father that the case is now solved. Bruce Lindahl passed away at the age of 28 in 1981 after he stabbed the victim because he accidentally stabbed himself. Talk about karma. The police are now looking into other possible victims that lost their lives at the hands of Bruce Lindahl. Moving on to the next case. Lorraine Snell. On September 25, 1980, 19-year-old Lorraine Snell, a legal secretary from Brooklyn, New York, was found strangled in the back of a station wagon behind a supermarket on Newkirk Avenue. Investigators were able to collect DNA under Lorraine's nails, but at the time, DNA technology was not advanced enough to immediately identify a suspect. The DNA was preserved for future analysis, and the case went cold for many years. Lorraine's murder remained unsolved, with the collected evidence waiting for advancements in forensic technology to bring justice. They also conducted a lot of interviews with family and friends of Lorraine. Lorraine's cousin had a husband by the name of James Boris. James became a prime suspect after the interviews. James told investigators that he saw Lorraine the night before her body was found. He also told them that he walked her home for a bit because it was raining. The station wagon was behind a supermarket where James worked at the time. The car belonged to James's boss at a supermarket. He later admitted to robbing a cab the same night Lorraine lost her life. James ended up going to prison for robbing the cab. When he was released from jail, he became a preacher. Despite investigators being confident that James was responsible, they never could prove it. By then, early in 2020, James' DNA was positively associated with foreign DNA found under Lorraine's fingernails. James was arrested in March of 2020. Lorraine's mom was 42 years old when her daughter passed away. She turned 82 years old in September. She is relieved to know that a case is now finally solved. Moving on to the next case. Karen Lee Spencer. Karen Lee Spencer, a 12-year-old girl from Virginia, was last seen on November 29, 1972. She had told her family that she was going to a friend's house to borrow a book. When she failed to return home, she was reported missing. A few days later, her body was discovered in the woods in an area known as Fivers Field. Her site is now the Huntington Metro Station. Back in 1972, lots of neighborhood kids would gather there. Karen passed away due to massive blows to her upper body. The Fairfax Police Department looked into 16-year-old James Jimmy Edwards. Some of Karen's friends told police that they believed James was her boyfriend, and if someone knew anything, it would be him. The police questioned him, but he denied having any involvement. No links connecting him to the crime could be established, and he was let go. He passed away on August 23, 1997. There was not much else to go on and the case went cold. It would remain that way until 2018. Two acquaintances of James Jimmy Edwards told investigators that in the 1990s, James told them that he took the life of a girl when he was a teenager, and he buried her in a field. Over the following 18 months, investigators received more information that incriminated Edwards. In 2020, they were finally able to conclude that James Jimmy Edwards indeed took the life of Karen Lee Spencer. In a police statement it was said, "For nearly 5 decades major crimes detectives remained steadfast in the pursuit of justice for 12-year-old Karen Lee Spencer and her family. The fact that we never gave up combined for our community's willingness to come forward with information were critical in solving this case." Moving on to the next case. Jean A. Johnson. 70-year-old Jean A. Johnson was last seen on May 27, 2019, at 5:30 p.m. in Capitan, New Mexico. That afternoon, she was at her residence on Toy Road, taking care of a friend's dog while the friend was away. At some point during the day, Jean sent her daughter, Heidi, a message along with a photo of herself and the dog. This was the last known contact anyone had with her. The next day, Jean didn't contact Heidi, which was unusual since the two often spoke multiple times a day. She also failed to return the dog to her friend's house as planned. Concerned, Heidi decided to check on her mother after another day passed without any word. When she arrived at Jean's home, she found the driveway gate locked, with Jean's car parked inside, also locked. Heidi noticed her mother's handbag and phone inside the car. As she approached the house, she saw that the front door was slightly ajar. Upon entering, everything appeared undisturbed, and there was no sign of Jean. However, her friend's dog was still inside, having had several accidents from not being let outside. Heidi recalls, everything looks normal except the dog she was watching had some accidents. She would never have just left him there long enough for that to happen. My mother was very clean and kept things clean. And also, she just loved that dog. Strangely, Jean's handgun, a .357 pistol, was the only thing missing from the house. Jean, who lived in a remote area where mountain lions were known to roam, kept a gun for protection against intruders and wildlife. Initially, the missing gun led authorities to consider the possibility of suicide. However, 2 months after her disappearance, an unidentified individual turned the gun into the police, which led investigators to rule out that theory. A thorough search of Jean's 10-acre property was conducted, using a helicopter, drones, and search dogs, but no evidence was found. According to Heidi, while Jean was sometimes forgetful, she had no history of wandering off. She was also not known to have any enemies. She lived a simple and quiet life where she enjoyed working in her garden and spending time with her family and friends. She lived alone and had not entered a relationship since her husband's death in 2012. Heidi recalled she met someone, but then would say, "He's not your father," adding, "They were so in love." Jean always wore a pendant around her neck which contained her late husband's ashes. Lincoln County Sheriff Robert Shepard told NBC that Jean's disappearance is a pretty difficult case. He later noted, "This isn't a typical investigation for us. When it's a missing person, by this time, they're either found somewhere at a family member's house or maybe in a hospital somewhere." Heidi grew so concerned by the lack of answers in her mother's case that she contacted psychics who told her, "She's buried not too far off the road, but we have no idea where." Heidi makes regular searches for her mother using horses and ATVs to help cover more ground, but still there has been no trace of the 70-year-old. 5 months after her disappearance, investigators stated that they were still pursuing evidence, and that while they have no physical evidence which indicated that Jean was harmed or taken, they suspect that something criminal occurred. At one point, they also noted that they were organizing search warrants, but it's unclear what or who they were investigating and what the outcome of their inquiry was. There has been virtually no movement in the case since 2019. 70-year-old Jean A. Jean Johnson was last seen in Capitan on May 27, 2019. She is described as a white woman with graying brown hair and green eyes. Standing 5 feet 6 inches tall, she weighed around 130 pounds at the time of her disappearance. Jean had undergone a mastectomy on her left breast, previously fractured one of her big toes, and had pierced ears. While it is unclear what she was wearing when she went missing, she was known to always wear her silver wedding band with 3 diamonds and a clear glass pendant containing her late husband's ashes. If you have any information about Jean's disappearance, please contact the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office at 575-648-2341. Moving on to the next case. James Richard Harris. James Richard Harris, 54, lived in Walker County, Georgia. On December 22, 1994, he left his home to head to his job at Miller Industries. However, James never made it to work. Shortly after leaving his house, he was robbed and murdered. The police were called to his home after a witness spotted James lying next to his pickup truck at the end of his driveway. James had a routine and was known to carry a large amount of cash on him. The police saw that all of the cash was stolen. It appeared as if the motive was burglary. It was also clear that James put up a fight against this attacker. In 1994, A composite sketch of a possible suspect, as seen by the witness, was released. A man in his 20s with a bruise on his forehead. Evidence was collected from the crime scene, but the police had no leads and no suspects. That was until 2009. They received a tip from Crime Stoppers. It is not known what exactly the tip was, but it led police to Robert A. Morey. He also fitted a description of the suspect. After thousands of tips coming in and lots of interviews, the police still had no concrete evidence proving that Robert is responsible for taking the life of James. Then in 2020, a sample of Robert's DNA was taken, and it matched the DNA found at a crime scene back in 1994. In September 2020, 50-year-old Robert Morey was arrested. The police have stated that the motive behind the crime remains unknown. They continue to urge anyone with information to come forward and provide more details about the incident. Moving on to the next case. Evelyn Day. Evelyn Day's disappearance and tragic death shocked her community. On the night of November 26, 1979, after locking up her office at Ames Community College, Evelyn vanished without a trace. Her husband, Stanley, grew concerned when she didn't return home the following morning and filed a missing persons report. That same day, two of Evelyn's coworkers discovered her lifeless body in a vehicle parked near her office. The circumstances surrounding her death remain unclear, and the case continues to raise questions about what led to the untimely end of the young woman's life. She had been assaulted and strangled using a belt from the coat that she had been wearing. Investigators collected DNA from her body and questioned men they believed could have been involved, but the case went cold. In May of 2020, Evelyn's case was reopened by Weld County Sheriff's Office Detective Byron Castellan. He asked, had a DNA evidence found at a crime scene be submitted in the National Combined DNA Index system, so that it could be compared to millions of profiles. On August 26, 2020, Byron received a call notifying him that the DNA found at the crime scene matched the DNA of James Herman Dye. James was a convicted felon with a long criminal history in Kansas and Colorado. In October 2020, Byron submitted an order to Ames Community College to produce records of student and employee rosters. He found that James was enrolled in classes in the summer and fall of 1979, the winter of 1980, and the summer of 1982. While reviewing case files, Byron also found that there was a Crime Stoppers tip in September 1988. According to the tip, James arrived home with blood all over his clothes on the night of the crime. He also knew a woman's life was taken before it made the news. No follow-up was ever made on the tip. After asking for more records, Byron found that James was enrolled in a steering and suspension system class very close to Evelyn's office. James's behavior and attendance changed in the weeks after the crime took place. Byron Castellan also interviewed family members of James. They all believed he was capable of committing the crime. In March of 2021, James was arrested. He denied knowing Evelyn, making physical contact with her or taking her life. He also said that he did not remember specifically what he was doing on November 26-27, 1979, as it was so long ago. He is currently incarcerated at a Sedgwick County jail in Kansas and will be taken to Colorado soon to stand trial. Moving on to the next case. Diane Dawn. 29-year-old Diane Dawn lived in Santee, California, in 1988 and had a 2-year-old son named Mark. She worked at the San Diego Transit Corporation. On May 2, 1988, when Diane failed to show up for work, a colleague went to her home to check on her. Upon arriving, the colleague found Diane's body in her bedroom. The circumstances surrounding her death were initially unclear, and the case would go on to remain unsolved for some time. The investigation into her tragic death would eventually uncover more clues, but the mystery of what happened to Diane Dawn persisted. She had been fatally stabbed. Diane's son was wandering around the apartment complex. Investigators found DNA of a man under Diane's fingernails, and there was also a hair on her hands that belonged to an unknown man. The evidence was collected and stored, so it could be used later when DNA technology was more advanced. Recently, With the help of genetic genealogy, the technology was advanced enough. Investigators were able to use the hair to create a DNA profile of the suspect. The DNA profile was submitted into the public DNA databases. A cold case team then formed a family tree of the suspect. This process was quite exhaustive, as 9 family trees were constructed with nearly 1,300 people connected to the suspect, either through blood or marriage. Finally, it led investigators to Warren Robertson. He was a tow truck driver who lived in the same complex as Diane. It is not known if the two of them knew each other, but both were known to be racing enthusiasts and attended stock car races at the El Cajon Speedway. Robertson passed away in a house fire in Indiana in 1990. He was 39 years old. Diane's now grown son, Mark Bayer, said that he was blown away by how the case was solved. Looking back, some of the struggles you go through is you feel alone because of what you went through. You lost your mother, he said. The answers that my family received is closure, and closure is everything, even after so much time has passed. Diane's younger sister, Victoria Dawn Minter, said she was grateful that the investigators had solved the case. I didn't think anything was ever going to come of this, she said at the news conference. I thought I myself was going to go to my grave not knowing, as well as my mother and father. Moving on to the next case. Deborah Jackson. On October 31, 1979, the body of a young woman was discovered near Interstate 35 in Georgetown, Williamson County, Texas. The grim scene suggested she had been dragged through the grass before being thrown over a guardrail. The woman was found wearing only a pair of orange socks, an unusual detail that would later inspire her nickname in this unsolved case, Orange Socks. The autopsy revealed she had been strangled and sexually assaulted, with evidence suggesting she died just a few hours before her body was found. Despite these findings, her identity remained a mystery for decades, and investigators were left with few leads to follow. Her case would become one of Texas' most haunting cold cases, a tragic story of a life taken far too soon, with questions that remain unanswered to this day. The victim was estimated to be in her 20s. She was about 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighed between 140 and 160 pounds. 2 of her teeth were missing. The remainder were well maintained, but showed little sign of dental treatment. There was also a silver ring on her finger that contained a mother-of-pearl stone. Her ears were also pierced. One of the 2 matchbooks found at a scene belonged to a hotel from Henrietta, Oklahoma, which made police believe that she was a hitchhiker. The police tried their best to identify the woman, but they could not. She was buried in Oddfellows Cemetery in Georgetown, Texas, and was given the nickname Orange Socks. In 1982, a man by the name of Henry Lee Lucas confessed to taking the woman's life. Lucas told police that the victim stated her name was Joni or Judy. He also showed police how he supposedly dragged her body over the guardrail. During his confession, Lucas contradicted himself many times, however. It is also believed that he was in Florida at the time of the crime and not in Texas. Henry Lee Lucas is notorious for confessing to crimes he did not commit. In 2001, a missing woman's photograph surfaced that resembled the victim. The DNA was, however, not a match. Former missing person, Martha Morrison, was speculated by some to be the unidentified person, but she too was ruled out. On the 37th anniversary of her discovery, new reconstructions of the women were released by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The organization also entered her into their database. In May 2018, law enforcement stated that they planned on examining the victim's ring as well as run tests to identify the location the victim's socks were made. Then in January 2019, it was announced that DNA from the women's socks contained the profiles of 2 or more males. Finally, in August 2019, with the help of the DNA Doe Project and the forensic artist Natalie Murray, the unknown woman was identified. The DNA Doe Project identified a potential cousin of the victim after a lot of research. Members of her family recognized the victim after looking at photographs overtaken of the body. In 2019, investigators believed they had finally identified the woman known as Orange Socks. DNA analysis confirmed she was 23-year-old Deborah Jackson, who had last been seen in 1977. Deborah was born on September 23, 1956, and had worked at a Ramada Inn in Vermont as well as an assisted living facility in Texas. This revelation brought a partial resolution to the mystery surrounding her identity, but left many questions about her tragic end. Serial killer Henry Lee Lucas had confessed to the crime, leading to his conviction. However, doubts persist about the validity of his confession, as he was known for admitting to numerous murders he did not commit. Despite the mounting evidence suggesting Lucas was not responsible for Deborah's death, his conviction in the case has not been overturned, leaving a shadow of uncertainty over the pursuit of true justice for Deborah Jackson. Moving on to the next case. Lisa Fracassi. Lisa Fracassi, a 37-year-old woman living at Waikiki apartment on 415 Noah Street in Honolulu, Hawaii, worked as an exotic dancer at Exotic Paradise in 1994 to save money for nursing school. On October 30, 1994, she went to work and returned home around 2 a.m. on October 31st. This would be the last time she was seen alive. Lisa was scheduled to work on November 2nd, but she never showed up. Her boss called her apartment, but nobody answered. Then, on November 3, 1994, a maid who worked at the service department went inside her room to deliver fresh towels. She knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so she decided to enter the room. There had been a Do Not Disturb sign on the front door, but it had been there since October 31st. Upon entering the room, the maid discovered the body of Lisa. She had been strangled to death with a phone cord. Her mouth had been stuffed with a bedsheet. Police discovered a cigarette butt and a condom in her room. The coroner determined that she had been dead for at least 3 days. It is believed that Lisa was killed on October 31st, Halloween. There was no sign of forced entry into her apartment. Police interviewed neighbors and friends, but no one reported anything suspicious. Her ex-boyfriend, whom Lisa had broken up with a few weeks prior, was considered a suspect, but he was quickly cleared. The police had no suspects or clues, and the case would eventually go cold. The police did find DNA evidence at the crime scene, which was preserved in hopes that advancements in DNA technology could help them find the killer. In 2020, the Honolulu Police Department reopened the case and sent the DNA sample from the condom and the fingerprint from the cigarette butt to Parabon Nano Labs. Using genetic genealogy, genealogist Cece Moore was able to find a potential relative of the suspect, and in 2022, she identified Cecil Trent as a potential suspect. Trent, however, had died in 2013 from congestive heart failure at the age of 48. Police then matched the fingerprints found at the crime scene to the fingerprint record taken from Cecil Trent after his death, and it was a perfect match. Trent was 29 years old at the time of the murder, and was never considered a suspect in the case. Even though Trent was not able to be charged, the case was considered solved after 28 years. Moving on to the next case. Gregory Patrick Carpenter. In January 1993, skeletal remains of an unidentified individual were found in a wooded area between Highway 50 and Highway 408 in Orlando, Florida. A passerby discovered the remains and promptly contacted the sheriff's office from a nearby store. The Orange County Sheriff's Office responded and transported the remains for examination. It was determined that the remains belonged to a white male, approximately 5 feet 9 inches tall. Despite these initial findings, the individual's identity remained a mystery. He was between the ages of 45-55 years old. He was wearing a pair of blue jeans, socks, and a blue tank top at the time of his discovery. Details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System. Investigators were unable to identify the man, despite their extensive efforts. No matches were found, and the case went cold due to a lack of viable leads. In 2022, the Orange County Sheriff's Office submitted forensic evidence to Othram. Othram scientists successfully developed a DNA extract from the forensic evidence. They used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown man. Once the profile was successfully built, Outham's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team produced new investigative leads that were provided to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. A follow-up investigation was conducted using the new leads. This led investigators to potential relatives of the man. In June 2024, this investigation then led to the positive identification of the man who is now known to be Gregory Patrick Carpenter, born in 1947. Greg was last seen alive on December 26, 1992, and was reported missing to the Orlando Police Department that same day. It was determined that his manner of demise was ruled a slaying due to a gunshot wound to the head. The Orange County Sheriff's Office is asking for the public's assistance in solving this case. If you knew Greg Carpenter or have any information about his life or the circumstances surrounding his death, please contact the Orange County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit at 407-836-4357 or Crime Line at 1-800-423-TIPS 8477. Your information could be vital in bringing justice to Greg and providing closure to his family. Moving on to the next case. Denise Bolzer. Denise Bolzer, a 24-year-old bookkeeper from Manchester, New Hampshire, vanished on January 17, 1985. The only clue left behind was a note. A few days after her disappearance, authorities discovered her pickup truck at Logan Airport in Boston. Inside, they found her social security card, birth certificate, and credit cards, all neatly organized in the car stall. A year after she disappeared, she was indicted in absentia for embezzling $12,000 from the company she worked for. That was all the police had to go on, and the case went cold. That was until 17 years later in 2002. It was then that the FBI believed they found her. She was now going by the name of Denise Jones. She was still a bookkeeper and had started a new family. The now 42-year-old Denise was elated to see her family when they knocked on her door. She explained, her boss wanted to end her life because of the embezzlement. The county prosecutors dropped the charges against her because her former boss was long deceased. Denise lived in South Carolina, the Bahamas, California, and Hawaii, while she was missing and lived in Florida since 1996. Her current husband was stunned but said a lot of things that didn't make sense before did now. His wife would always be depressed on Mother's Day and out of sorts on holidays. She never talked about family. Moving on to the next case. Cheryl Hammack. In 1981, the body of a young woman was discovered in a field in Dixie, Georgia. She had been strangled, and despite efforts by the police to identify her, they were unable to do so. She came to be known as the Brooks County Jane Doe. Her remains were displayed in a local funeral home in hopes that someone would recognize her, but unfortunately, no one came forward. Not long after, a man by the name of George Newsom came to the Brooks County Police Department's attention. He worked at a traveling fair. Inside the motorhome he owned, the police found the rope had been used to strangle the woman. George Newsom escaped custody from the Brooks County Jail and went on a run until January 1983 when he was arrested in Alabama. After he was arrested again, he confessed to the crime and he pleaded guilty at the trial. He was sentenced to life in prison. In 1988, he passed away without ever revealing the identity of the victim. Then exactly 37 years after the woman's body was found, a post about her was put on Facebook. A woman by the name of Kayla Bishop saw the post and told investigators her childhood friend known to her as Cheryl Hammack had gone missing in 1981 after traveling with a fair. She saw the sketch of the Brooks County Jane Doe and felt it looked similar to her friend Cheryl Hammack. Investigators then contacted Hammack's surviving family members. DNA was taken from her biological mom. It was then confirmed in 2020 that a Brooks County Jane Doe is indeed Cheryl Hammack. Her identification has brought a degree of closure to Hammack's family. They also knew why George Newsom did what he did. When he confessed to the police, he told them that he employed Cheryl at a traveling fair. They had an argument, and he decided to take her life. Moving on to the next case. Autumn Lane McClure. Autumn Lane McClure, a 16-year-old girl living with her grandmother in Ormond Beach, Florida, went missing on May 10, 2004. She was a student at Mainland High School. Her grandmother reported her missing when Autumn failed to return home that day. The last known sighting of Autumn was with her boyfriend, who later told police that he had dropped her off at the Volusia Mall and had not seen her since. Despite extensive investigation, Autumn's disappearance remains unsolved, and her whereabouts are still unknown. A search was launched for the missing teenager, but nothing turned up. Sometime afterward, Autumn's grandmother told detectives that Autumn had called her from a different area code and she had received some letters from Autumn postmarked from Melbourne, Florida, claiming that she was okay and would return home after she turned 18. The case went quiet, but a while later, detectives received information that Autumn was staying at a house with two people, Brian Donnelly and Jessica Freeman. When detectives went to the couple's home, they said that Autumn had stayed with them for a few days and then left. They said that they were co-workers of Autumn's at the Winn-Dixie supermarket. They told detectives that Autumn did not get along with her grandmother, and that they had allowed her to stay in their trailer for a couple of days but did not know anything else. The case then went cold. However, detectives continued working, obtaining DNA from family members and entering it into a national database for missing children. The case remained cold until 12 years later when detectives again contacted the boyfriend. This time, Autumn's boyfriend claimed that he had lied to them about dropping her off at the Volusia Mall. He said that he had actually dropped her off at the Seabreeze Bridge, where she had then gotten into a car with Jessica Freeman. Detectives tracked down Jessica, who was now living in Nevada. She claimed she did not know anything about Autumn's disappearance. Detectives caught a break when a tipster told police that both Freeman and Donnelly were involved in Autumn's disappearance. The police questioned Freeman again, who this time asked for immunity in exchange for her answering questions. Freeman told detectives that she had worked with Autumn and that she and Donnelly allowed her to stay with them at her trailer. Freeman said that she had been in a sexual relationship with the couple. Freeman told investigators that one day she returned home to see Donnelly allegedly choking Autumn in the bathroom. She recalls that she was unable to save Autumn and that she left the trailer where the three had lived. When she returned 2 weeks later and inquired about what had happened to Autumn, Donnelly allegedly told her, "Shut up, or the same thing will happen to you." Over the years, Donnelly allegedly told Freeman several times about how he had cut Autumn up and buried her. She said that she did not know where Donnelly had buried her body. But in late 2023, Freeman told authorities that she believes Autumn's body was buried beneath the trailer, as Donnelly had expressed satisfaction at the fact that new concrete had been poured on the site. Using ground-penetrating radar, authorities searched the surface. They found spots of different density than the surrounding soil. Subsequently, authorities worked with the new owner of the trailer on the property to excavate the remains. In February of 2024, authorities recovered what they say is 99.9% of Autumn's remains. These were taken to the medical examiner to confirm her identification. Despite Autumn's remains finally being found, Donnelly could not be charged as he had died in 2022. Moving on to the next case. Pepita Redhair. Pepita Redhair, a proud member of the Navajo Nation with a love for art and skateboarding, disappeared without a trace in 2020. A University of New Mexico student, she worked at a Hot Topic store in Albuquerque and aspired to become a teacher or an engineer. Her sudden and uncharacteristic vanishing has left her family searching for answers. On March 24, 2020, the 27-year-old left her mother's home in Crown Point to visit her partner, Nicholas K., in Albuquerque. Later that afternoon, Pepita reunited with her mother, Anita, for lunch at McDonald's. Afterward, Anita dropped her daughter back at Nicholas's residence before heading home herself. She didn't think much of it as she waved goodbye, unaware it would be the last time she'd see her daughter. According to Nicholas, he and Pepita went out for drinks on the evening of March 26, 2 days after her mother last saw her. While they were out, they met up with another man whose identity has not been made public. Nicholas told investigators that he and Pepita got into an argument that night at a party they were attending and that the last time he saw her was when she walked out of the house where the party was being held. The residence is located in northeast Albuquerque. While this was the last time Nicholas saw his girlfriend, it was not the last time he heard from her. He reportedly received a text from Pepita the following day which explains she was with another man. Nicholas believes the man they encountered at the party was the last person to see Pepita before her disappearance. However, the text message allegedly sent to him has not been publicly confirmed by police. Pepita's mother, Anita, filed a missing persons report on March 28, 4 days after last seeing her daughter. In the days leading up to this, Anita had repeatedly called and texted Pepita, but the lack of response turned her concern into alarm. 2 days after filing the report, Anita received a text message from her daughter's phone. The text explained that they had purchased a mobile phone from someone, indicating the device had been stolen. Anita recalled, "Friday 27th, I tried calling her. I tried texting her. My intuition right away told me something was wrong. I tried on Monday 30th again. I tried texting her, but that's when her phone was stolen." Frustratingly, the police were initially incredibly unhelpful as Anita filed the reports. The Albuquerque Police Department explained that as Pepita was an adult, she was able to go wherever she wanted and didn't have to report to her mother if she didn't want to. They also added that Anita would need to work with the Crown Point's Navajo Police Department instead of the Albuquerque PD because Pepita was from their jurisdiction. Despite the fact that the 27-year-old had been living with Nicholas in Albuquerque when she vanished, Anita also claimed that the department considered her daughter a drunk and believed she was homeless, and therefore didn't take the case seriously. While Pepita frequently traveled between her family's home in Crown Point and her partner's in Albuquerque, she officially lived with Nicholas, had all of her belongings there, and had been residing with him for 3 years. Nicholas, for his part, didn't report Pepita missing until April 19th, almost an entire month after her disappearance. It is unclear why he didn't contact the authorities sooner, but a possible motive came to light when Albuquerque PD stated that there was a domestic history with the boyfriend. They added that they were checking into it. More disturbingly still, Pepita's sister, Shelda, alleged that her sister, quote, is a domestic violence victim and was beaten just days before she vanished. While she did not explicitly state who beat her, the implication is very clear. Their mother, Anita, also believes Nicholas was abusive towards the 27-year-old. Nicholas has reportedly stopped cooperating with investigators. Albuquerque PD noted that the case had gone cold shortly after Pepita was reported missing, but the department was working on following up with new leads. In October of 2021, Anita alongside friends and family members held a rally in Albuquerque to raise awareness for her daughter's disappearance. Another was held in June of 2022. Sadly, Pepita's father passed away in 2021 without knowing what happened to his daughter. Pepita's case is still unsolved and has been labeled as cold by authorities. She was last seen by her family on March 24, 2020, as she was dropped off at her boyfriend's home in Albuquerque. Notably, her official date of disappearance is listed as March 27, 2020. Pepita is described as a Native American woman with brown hair and eyes. She is 5 feet 1 inch tall, weighed approximately 141 pounds when last seen, and has 2 beauty marks on her chin. Pepita also has several distinctive tattoos, including a dinosaur on her right forearm, a koi fish on her left forearm, a moon with lightning on her left leg, a butterfly on one shoulder, and her surname, red hair, on her body. If you have any information about her disappearance, please contact the Albuquerque Police Department at 505-768-2020 or the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Missing Person Hotline at 800-457-3463. Moving on to the next case. Keith Olson. On April 8, 1985, the remains of an unidentified individual were found in Fairhaven, Massachusetts, along Route 195. A driver who stopped in the breakdown lane discovered the remains in the nearby brush. The Fairhaven police responded and determined that the remains belonged to an adult male, approximately 5 feet 9 inches tall, likely in his 30s or 40s at the time of his death. Investigators believe he had been deceased for 1 to 3 years before his remains were discovered. Along with the body, spent projectiles and remnants of clothing were recovered. The evidence at the scene supported the theory that someone had ended the unknown man's life. Over the years, investigators pursued various leads and avenues to determine the man's identity. Details of the case were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs. A forensic cast was created to depict how the man may have looked during his life in hopes that it would help to generate leads about the John Doe's identity. With no other clues or identifying documents available and few leads to pursue, the man's identity could not be determined, and the case eventually went cold. In 2022, the Massachusetts State Police, working with the Bristol County District Attorney, submitted skeletal remains to Othram in the Woodlands, Texas. Othram's scientists successfully developed a suitable DNA extract from the skeletal remains and then used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unidentified victim. After successfully completing the process, the DNA profile was delivered to investigators who worked with the FBI's Forensic Genetic Genealogy team to generate new leads in the case. With these new investigative leads in hand, the law enforcement team made contact with a potential family member of the man. Confirmation DNA testing between the potential relative and the DNA profile developed for the man established the identity as Keith Olson of Rhode Island. Keith, born May 13, 1953, was reported missing to the Cranston Police Department by his family in April 1981. He was 27 years old when he disappeared. With Keith now identified, investigators have also identified a likely suspect in the case. They said Keith had been dating a woman and that there had been friction between one of her old boyfriends and Keith. That man was later identified as John Broccoli of North Providence. A witness to Keith's disappearance described the two men escorted him from his Cranston apartment, the DA's office said in a statement. On the same day that Keith was last seen, Broccoli made cryptic statements to the woman who had been dating Keith. These statements suggested Broccoli's possible involvement in this matter. Broccoli was also known as Michael Corleone, the same name as the fictional character from The Godfather, according to authorities. Broccoli passed away in 2019 at the age of 63. The district attorney emphasized the need for better coordination, not only between counties but also between states. They are urging anyone with a missing relative to contact the police and provide a DNA sample, which can be compared to thousands of unidentified bodies. Anyone with information regarding the Keith Olson case is asked to contact Massachusetts State Police Detective Lieutenant Anne Marie Robertson at 855-627-65583. The investigation is ongoing, and authorities hope to release more updates as they become available. Moving on to the next case. Shonda Renee Stansberry. Shonda Renee Stansberry, 24, disappeared on December 9, 2006, in Weldon, North Carolina. She was last seen around 6 a.m. at her sister's workplace, the Waffle House, where she had visible bruises on her face and legs, as well as a bump on her temple. One of the customers at the Waffle House offered her a ride to the West Side Trailer Court in Roanoke Rapids, where she had been staying with friends. However, on the day she disappeared, her friends asked her to leave. Her whereabouts remain unknown. She has never been heard from again. Police initially believed Stansberry left willingly. At 11:30 a.m. on December 14, however, a woman in Walden County, South Carolina called 911 and said she had seen a woman whom she believed was Stansberry running into the woods behind the Information Grocery Store off Highway 158 in Halifax, North Carolina. The woman hung up without identifying herself, and investigators were unable to trace the call. But a few days later, the police tracked her down and spoke to the witness. She told them, two black males chased the woman who was naked, pleading from her face and screaming for help into the woods. The witness knew Stansberry and recognized her. She said that she didn't try to help because she was afraid for her life. The witness described one of the men chasing Stansberry as between 28-32 years old, 5 feet 8 inches tall with dark complexion, big arms and a stocky build. He was wearing jeans, a white t-shirt and a baseball cap and may have been bald. The other man was 5'6" with a medium bald, light skin and dreadlocked hair. He may have been wearing Timberland boots, jeans with patches on them, an oversized button-down shirt which is possibly brown or light brown. Stansberry's case was reclassified as an endangered missing person as a result of the witness statements. In January of 2008, over a year after her disappearance, several more people came forward and reported that they saw Shonda in Wilson County, approximately 60 miles away from Roanoke Rapids. Detectives were sent to search for Shonda in Wilson County, but again failed to locate any trace of her. Shonda Stansberry, a mother of 3, was last seen in 2006, and her case remains unsolved. Her mother believes that Stansberry may have suffered a head injury that caused amnesia, potentially leaving her unable to recall her identity. Despite ongoing efforts, there has been no resolution, and her whereabouts remain unknown. Moving on to the next case. The Rundle family. On the evening of February 13, 1985, Cassandra Rundle and her children attended a school function. The mother and son returned home together, while the daughter was dropped off by a friend around 8:30 p.m. The following morning, around 10:30 a.m. on Valentine's Day, Cassandra's second ex-husband, Douglas Pletzer, arrived at the home to deliver a record album as a Valentine's Day gift. To his horror, he discovered that the entire family had been brutally murdered. At 10:37 a.m., Pletzer called the police. According to the police, the killer first attacked Cassandra Rundle between 5:08 a.m. that day by beating her with a hockey stick. He tied her up with her own clothes, raped her, and then strangled her to death. Next, the killer went to Melanie's room where evidence showed she tried to fight off the attacker. She was beaten so badly that her skull was fractured, and she too had been raped and strangled. Police believe Dietrich walked in on the killings that day and he too was beaten. Police found him face down on his bedroom floor, a bloodied hockey stick nearby. There were no signs of a forced entry to the house, and the beds in each room had already been made, indicating that the family had gotten up early at their home that Valentine's morning. Rundle had married twice, first with her childhood sweetheart, Steve Strum, the father of her 2 children. However, later they divorced. She then married and divorced Douglas Pletzer, who found her that morning. Pletzer would tell the police that although he and his wife had divorced, he continued to see both her and the children frequently. Pletzer, as well as Rundle's first husband, were ruled out as suspects. In the months before her death, Cassandra Rundle had placed a newspaper advertisement in a local publication seeking male companionship. She received more than 80 responses and made contact with several men, but no evidence could be found to link any of them to the murders. Police have interviewed more than 400 persons of interest and possible witnesses in the case. However, no arrests have been made. It's worth noting that Pletzer attempted to collect on a double identity insurance policy taken out by his former wife, but withdrew the claim after the Rundles went to court and demanded Pletzer not receive the $28,000 life insurance payment. She had named him as the beneficiary when they were married but neglected to take him off the policy after their 1983 divorce. Suspicion has also been directed at a former soldier named Philip E. Wilkinson, who is currently sitting on death row in North Carolina for the 1992 triple slaying of another mother and her 2 children. That crime bore some similarities to the Rundle murders, but Wilkinson has never been connected to the case. Cassandra Rundle's father, Richard Rundle, a former prosecutor from West Virginia, offered a $10,000 reward for information that would lead to the arrest of the killer. Moving on to the next case. Richard Finney. On the morning of November 13, 1986, 75-year-old Richard Finney was found dead in a chair in his East Mission Avenue apartment in Ontario, California. He lived alone, and his residence had been ransacked, with money, jewelry, and other belongings stolen. Investigators recovered knives, fingerprints, and blood believed to belong to the suspect. Despite these clues, the case went cold for decades. However, with advancements in technology, the case was reopened in 2016, giving investigators new opportunities to analyze the evidence. Investigators resubmitted the bloody handprint and a fingerprint found on the knob of a sink inside Richard's home. This time, they found a match. The fingerprint matched that of Nathan Eugene Mathis. Mathis submitted his fingerprints for a job application as a security guard, and that was why investigators had his fingerprints on their database. Mathis was arrested in April 2018 at his home in Ontario in connection with the case. He was 31 years old when the crime took place. In May of 2022, Mathis pleaded guilty. Then, 2 months later, in July, he was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Before imposing the stipulated 15 years to life term, San Diego Superior Court Judge Carlos Amores said, "The question as to who did this heinous crime has been answered. The question as to why it was done, and how could somebody do this to someone who was obviously unable to defend himself, may never be answered." Moving on to the next case. Ruby Griffiths. Ruby Griffiths, born in Utah in 1982, was one of 4 sisters. She met Kevin Frank, an engineering professor at Brigham Young University, shortly after becoming an adult. The couple married quickly and had their first child, Sherry, in 2003, followed by 5 more children, with the youngest born in 2013. The family was devoted to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and Ruby later explained that her social media presence allowed her to share her beliefs in a way they normally wouldn't. In 2015, Ruby started documenting the lives of her family on their YouTube channel, 8 Passengers. Over time, the Frank family's vlogs gained more than 2 million subscribers and around 1 billion views. On the surface, they appeared to be just another typical American family, but the early criticisms mainly centered on the children's lack of privacy. The family filmed intimate moments, like their children's first shaves and a shopping trip where one of their daughters was buying a bra. Critics argued that this content was exploitative and unnecessary, particularly when paired with clickbait titles and thumbnails. Many raised concerns that such content might attract individuals with more sinister intentions. In the weeks that followed, fresh vlogs revealed troubling details about the Frank children, including the fact that several of them had no friends, and 2 of the older children had not had access to their mobile phones for over a year. Viewers grew increasingly concerned about Ruby's harsh disciplinary methods, which included withholding food and proper bedding as punishment for minor offenses. This raised alarm, leading to widespread exposure of the 8 Passengers channel across various internet communities. Commentary channels like J. Aubrey Swoop and H3H3 picked up on the viral clips, discussing Ruby's controversial approach to parenting. Ruby responded by sending multiple cease and desist letters to these commentary YouTubers, including Ready2Glare and Sloan. One of the most notable instances of Ruby's so-called punishments was when her 6-year-old daughter turned up to school with no lunch. When she was contacted by the girl's teacher and asked to drop something off, Ruby refused. She claimed that it was the 6-year-old's responsibility to pack her own lunch in the morning and said that going hungry throughout the day would be a punishment which would help her daughter remember that she needed to make lunch for herself. Ruby added that she asked that her daughter not be given anything to eat by the school or her peers. In various other clips, Ruby can be seen telling 2 of her children that if they don't behave, they will not be allowed to eat dinner, threatening to behead one child's plush toy, and even at one point claiming that Santa wouldn't be visiting the 2 children that year because they were not responding to other forms of punishment. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. According to AP News, Ruby and Kevin Frank's disciplinary methods also included extreme measures like keeping their children home from school and making them clean the floorboards. Ruby defended these actions by saying, "It's because they're so numb. And the more numb your child is, the bigger the outcome they need to wake them up." One of the most controversial incidents was when they sent their 14-year-old son to a wilderness camp called the Anasazi Foundation Wilderness Program. The program's website claims it helps improve parent-child relationships by guiding children through wilderness experiences. This decision sparked further concern from the public, as it raised questions about the extent of Ruby and Kevin's methods to correct their children. The foundation, a non-profit organization headquartered in Arizona, was founded in 1988 and reportedly aims to give troubled teens a chance to heal at the hands of nature. It offers not only the wilderness camp, but also several other resources for parents, including parents' seminars. The wilderness program saw the Franks' eldest son be sent away from home for 10 weeks while living in the Arizona desert. According to Kevin, the idea with wilderness therapy is if you can survive with these peers in the wilderness with nothing more than the clothes on your back and a couple of field supplies, then there's nothing in this world you can't tackle. Ruby added that out in the desert, there were real threats including snakes, bears and cougars, stating, "I think close encounters would be good for him." The Franks never disclosed the specific actions that led them to send their 14-year-old son to the Anasazi Wilderness Program, a camp designed for troubled youths, where he was separated from everyone and everything he knew for over 2 months. However, even after his return, the punishment continued. In a later video, it was revealed that when the son was 15, he had lost access to his bedroom and had to sleep on a beanbag in the living room for 7 months. This punishment followed a series of pranks he had played on his younger brother, including one where he falsely told him they were going to Disneyland in the early hours, causing the younger sibling to pack a suitcase and head to the car, only to be devastated when the trip didn't happen. On another occasion, the son pointed a BB gun at his younger brother's face. These excessive and disproportionate punishments, including practices like ritualized starvation, sparked outrage and led to several exposes by the commentary community, further damaging the Franks' public image. But these critical videos are not without justification. Experts have noted that such severe discipline often does far more harm than good. Psychologist Marion Barker spoke with Business Insider about the issues surrounding the harsh punishment of children, stating, "It is simply concerned with getting the child to conform to a set of predetermined, often poorly communicated and ever-changing set of goalposts. So the child is almost doomed to fail. Children make choices with their behavior based on their emotions. And if you don't seek to understand and discuss these emotions, the child ends up storing up a host of resentment and anger at the very least. Worse," she added, "children can develop issues with self-worth and abandonment. Taking a child's bed is considered one of the worst forms of punishment a parent can dole out, as everyone seeks safety in their environment, and taking away the bed, quote, strips this out entirely and actually leaves the child in trauma." Likely due to the scandal in 2021, the 8 Passengers channel began to decline in popularity, and uploads became less frequent. Kevin told the media that the backlash the family had received over their punishments tactics had also led them to losing brand deals and sponsorships. Eventually, the channel was deleted altogether. And in its place in June 2022, Connections was established. This new channel was designed to give and share family and parenting advice. Several years earlier in 2019, Ruby had met Jodi Hildebrandt after she counseled one of the Frank children. Following this, Ruby hired Hildebrandt as her personal mentor. Ruby later claimed that Jodi Hildebrandt's teachings had profoundly warped her perspective, stating, "I was led to believe this world was an evil place filled with cops who control, hospitals that injure, government agencies that brainwash, church leaders who lie and lust, husbands who refuse to protect, and children who need abuse." Jodi Hildebrandt was born in June 1969 and pursued a degree in English literature at Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah, before earning a master's degree in educational psychology from the University of Utah. Following her studies, Hildebrandt worked as the program director at a drug rehabilitation facility in Utah and became a licensed counselor in 2005. In 2007, she founded Connections, initially described as a counseling company focusing on relationships and businesses. However, Hildebrandt's career has been marked by controversy and a troubled track record. In 2012, she was put on probation for 18 months after disclosing sensitive confidential information about a former client to the LDS Church and Brigham Young University several years earlier. She claimed that the patient had serious issues but never formally diagnosed him, and reportedly didn't even spend enough time with the patient to figure out what was going on. Furthermore, in 2010, a teen living with Hildebrandt described as her niece reported her to the police after being forced to sleep outside in a sleeping bag and having duct tape placed over her mouth. The teen also described being made to wear the same clothes for weeks on end, and investigators discovered that the girl was not enrolled in school. The teenager told officers, Jody is some kind of therapist and thinks she has all the answers. But Jody insults me all the time in front of others and acts like I am evil by not letting me talk to kids or others. Neighbors recalls that in 2020, the Frankie family first moved to Springville. Initially, they interacted with their local church and the children befriended others their own age. But as the years passed, the children were eventually removed from school. Around the same time as connections came into play, Ruby and Kevin separated, with Kevin moving out of the family home in August 2022. The children were frequently left home alone from this point on. And eventually, the blinds were left permanently closed and paper was placed over the windows. Both neighbors and the oldest Frankie daughter, who was now at university, repeatedly tried to involve the police, but their requests that the children be checked on often led nowhere, as the children never answered the door. The audience Hildebrandt and Ruby had on Connections was not nearly as large and loyal as it had been on the 8 Passengers channel. Ruby also created a new Instagram account as part of her work with Connections called Moms of Truth, which similarly to Connections offered parenting advice. On the Instagram account, Ruby stated that followers should avoid what she referred to as coping strategies. These coping strategies included social media, exercise, and socializing. Unsurprisingly, many people, including other parents, found the strategies that Connections taught to be extreme and harsh, with some critics likening the program to a cult. NBC News reported that several former clients said Hildebrandt's techniques were based in the LDS faith and that she used an extreme approach that included shaming her clients. Connections branded itself as a support group designed for mothers, intended to help treat those lost in the darkness of a distortion. Together, Ruby and Hildebrandt created video content that taught things including parents shouldn't love their children unconditionally or that children don't deserve privacy. The pair were also accused of being homophobic, transphobic, ableist and racist in this content. Everything in Ruby's life turned upside down when she and Hildebrandt were arrested in Athens, Utah on August 30, 2023 on suspicion of child abuse. Shortly before their arrest, Ruby's youngest son, now 12, climbed out of a window in the home he and his siblings shared with Hildebrandt and ran to a neighbor's house. He asked for food and water, and the neighbor was alarmed to discover duct tape on the boy's ankles and wrists. They promptly alerted the police. Arrest records later stated that he was taken to the hospital and treated for deep lacerations from being tied up with rope as well as malnourishment. His 9-year-old sister, Ruby's youngest daughter, was also rescued from the scene and found to be malnourished. The 2 remaining children in the house were taken into custody of Child Protection Services. Ruby's youngest son told police that Hildebrandt would put cayenne pepper and honey on their wounds, which were caused by being tied with a rope. Inside the home, investigators discovered sellotape, saran wrap, lots of paperwork, 2 super absorbent dressings, 2 Coban bandages, 3 sets of brown and white rope, 2 pairs of handcuffs, and 3 carabiners. Further information documented in the arrest record showed that Ruby had filmed the video in Hildebrandt's house just days earlier, meaning she was very aware of the abuse her children were suffering. She was denied bail following her arrest, given the state of her children and the fact that investigators still needed to speak with them. Both Ruby and Hildebrandt were subsequently charged with 6 felony counts of aggravated child abuse during a shelter hearing about Ruby's 4 youngest children. Her 2 oldest children had not been living at home at the time of the abuse. She made the bizarre allegation that one of the children had been sexually abusing a younger sibling and had allegedly confessed to sexually abusing others. In mid-December, Ruby's lawyers claimed she was a devoted mother as they looked to secure a plea deal. They claimed that Hildebrandt had taken advantage of the mother of 6, noting, quote, "Over an extended period, Hildebrandt systematically isolated Ruby Frank from her extended family, all the children, and her husband, Kevin Frank. This prolonged isolation resulted in Miss Frank being subjected to a distorted sense of morality shaped by Hildebrandt's influence." A statement filed with the court to support her guilty pleas revealed that Ruby had abused her children from May 22, 2023 up until her arrest. She claimed that the punishments were a form of repentance and described her actions as acts of love. She also admitted that her actions involved physical torture. She sent her 12-year-old son to carry out demanding manual labor without shoes or water, leaving him with damaging sunburn. Furthermore, The boy was given little food and was often given plain meals while everyone else got different, more flavorful dishes compared to him. Ruby also admitted to kicking the young boy while wearing boots, holding his head underwater and hog-tying him. He was kept isolated with no entertainment. Ruby's youngest daughter didn't fare better. She was also forced to work outside, run on dirt roads without shoes for lengthy periods of time, and was starved and not given water. Both children were declined beds and had their heads shaved as punishment. In her diaries, Ruby referred to the children as spawns of Satan and of her son stated, quote, "I will not feed a demon." She also called him a compulsive liar with a cold, dead heart. As for her youngest daughter, she wrote that she was manipulative and recounted the time she had had her stand in the rain for hours, cut off her hair, and once doused her in dog-wash water after she complained about being hungry. Prosecutors later noted in a statement, the women appeared to fully believe that the abuse they inflicted was necessary to teach the children how to properly repent for imagined sins and to cast the evil spirits out of their bodies. Both Ruby and Hildebrandt were deemed to be motivated by religious extremism. Ruby's husband, Kevin, reported that he had not seen his children for around 13 months since he and his wife had separated, and that he had no idea about the abuse that was happening. He added that Hildebrandt played a role in the couple's marriage disintegrating, claiming that she manipulated him and destroyed his family, as the relationship between Kevin and Ruby grew strained after she began working on Connections. Ruby reportedly told her husband before he left that though their marriage needed work, it would be better if he moved out and ceased contact with his 4 youngest children. Notably, following her mother's arrest, the oldest Frankie child, Sherry, who was 20 at the time and studying at university, posted a picture on her Instagram stories of police officers at Hildebrandt's house simply captioned, "Finally." Sherry had said in an April 2023 podcast that she had cut ties with her family a year earlier after she discovered that her mother was working on Connections with Hildebrandt. In another Instagram post, she wrote, "Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up. Kids are safe, but there's a long road ahead." Ruby's 3 sisters, who all have YouTube channels themselves, released a statement which claimed that they had been keeping quiet about Ruby for several years for the sake of her children, noting, quote, "Behind the public scene, we have done everything we could to try and make sure the kids were safe. Ruby was arrested, which needed to happen. Jody was arrested, which needed to happen. The kids are now safe, which is the #1 priority." Following Ruby's arrest, Kevin began seeking custody of his children and filed for divorce. He also attempted to get his eldest daughter, Sherry, arrested for stealing electronics and passports 2 days after the arrest, stating that she was not lawfully allowed in their home. Sherry claimed she was not aware that she was not allowed into her parents' home, and Kevin allegedly threatened to sue the police department because they declined to press charges against her. Ruby ultimately pleaded guilty to 4 counts of child abuse in December 2023 and was given 4 1 to 15-year sentences in prison. Hildebrandt received the same sentence, and they will both serve them consecutively. Due to a Utah law that caps the sentence duration for consecutive penalties, they will only serve 30 years max in prison, despite their sentences totaling a maximum of 60 years. At the sentencing, Jody Hildebrandt claimed, "I sincerely loved those children. One of the reasons I didn't go to trial is because I didn't want them to relive this. I desire for them to heal physically and emotionally." However, the prosecution dismissed her statements, portraying her as a continuing risk to the community. They emphasized her apparent lack of remorse for her actions, underscoring the severity of the harm inflicted. Ruby, in her plea of guilty, stated with deep remorse, "With my deepest regret and sorrow for my family and my children, guilty." At her sentencing hearing, she further expressed her anguish, saying, "I'll never stop crying for hurting your tender souls. My willingness to sacrifice all for you was masterfully manipulated into something very ugly. I took from you all that was soft and safe and good." Addressing the influence of Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby admitted, "I was led to believe the world was an evil place. For the past 4 years, I have chosen to follow counsel and guidance that have led me to a dark delusion." Moving on to the next case. Scott Johnson. Scott Johnson and Michael Noon formed a deep connection after meeting at the University of Cambridge, where Scott had moved to pursue his studies in mathematics. Their relationship blossomed, with Scott, originally from the United States, and Michael, an Australian musicologist, finding a strong bond despite the different paths their lives had taken. The couple's love for each other grew as they navigated life in England together, creating a life of shared experiences and passions. Then, in 1986, Scott moved to Canberra, Australia on a student visa to complete his PhD at the Australian National University. That way he could be with Michael. On December 10, 1988, a man's body was found on rocks at the foot of cliffs at Bluefish Point in North Head, near Manly, Sydney. The man was quickly identified as 27-year-old Scott Johnson. The police initially believed that he took his own life and jumped down the cliff. His family disputed this. They brought up the fact that his clothes were neatly folded on top of the cliff and that his wallet was stolen. One of Scott's professors also said that he had just put the final touches on his PhD. He was hopeful for the future and could have a job at any of the great universities around the world. Something else that pointed to the possibility that Scott was pushed and did not jump was that there were gangs of men who roamed various Sydney locations in search of gay men to hurt. It was only in 2017 that investigators believed that Scott did not take his own life. A renewed police investigation was then launched. In 2018, a $1 million reward for information which could help solve the crime was announced. Scott's brother, Steve Johnson, who is a tech entrepreneur, then gave a $1 million of his own money to make the reward $2 million. The reward proved to be key to finally solving this cold case. In May of 2020, investigators arrested Scott White in connection to the case. It was announced that someone came forward and told investigators that White was the one that pushed Scott off the cliff. Then, on January 10, 2022, White confessed in court. He took responsibility for taking Scott's life. White is now convicted of the crime and will soon be sentenced. Steve expressed a mix of relief and sorrow after the arrest, saying, "Suddenly it was over. This man finally found the soul to confess and put an end to this. My family is all in tears." The emotional weight of the confession was evident, as the long-awaited closure brought both grief and a sense of justice. Investigators, now with new leads, have started looking into similar crimes from the 1970s and 1980s, hoping to uncover any further connections and bring additional resolution to unresolved cases. Moving on to the next case. Sonia Carmen Hiroke Stone. Sonia Carmen Hiroke Stone, born on May 27, 1951, in Quebec, Canada, relocated to the United States in the 1970s. She married Michael Stone in 1976, and they had a daughter together, but their marriage ended in divorce. By 1980, Sonia was a single mother, raising her 4-year-old daughter on her own while working for the Levi-Strauss Company. On October 15, 1981, after taking her daughter to school and running errands, Sonia Carmen Hiroke Stone returned home. Around 12 p.m., her friend, Caroline McBride, visited her after multiple attempts to reach her by phone went unanswered. Upon arriving at Sonia's home in Carmel Point, Monterey County, California, Caroline discovered Sonia's lifeless body just inside the front door. The 30-year-old Sonia appeared to have been sexually assaulted, lying on the floor with her purse nearby, its contents spilled around her. Sonia was half-dressed and had been strangled with a pair of her own pantyhose, which was found tightly wrapped around her neck. Her shirt and jacket were torn and pulled back. A terrified Caroline placed a call through to the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, who immediately dispatched officers to the crime scene. The investigators were of the opinion that the position where Sonia was found in her home suggested that she was attacked as soon as she opened her front door to go in. They also examined Sonia Carmen's body and discovered that she had a broken left ring fingernail with blood beneath it, which indicated that she had struggled with her killer, ultimately scratching him before her death. The brutal crime that took the life of Sonia Carmen Hiroke Stone left both the police and her family searching for answers. The following day, investigators canvassed the neighborhood, knocking on doors and conducting interviews. when one detective interviewed Michael Scott Glazebrook, a 25-year-old neighbor who lived directly across the street from Sonia, he noticed a 3 to 4 inch vertical scratch on his right cheek. The detective immediately inquired about how and when he had sustained the injury. Glazebrook, however, made inconsistent statements. He told the detective he got it from cutting plexiglass in his garage, while he told his parents that he got it in a fight at Monterey Peninsula College, where he schooled. Due to his inconsistency, Michael Scott Glazebrook was charged with Sonia Carmen's death in 1982. But when the case went to trial in 1983, the jury came back with a 9-3 not guilty verdict, which made the district attorney's office decide not to retry the case, even though a retrial was possible, regardless of the jury's decision. Michael Scott was, however, discharged and acquitted. With no significant DNA technology in the 1970s, the case could not be pursued, and it went cold for 39 years. In the year 2020, detectives at the Monterey County Sheriff's Office and Deputy District Attorney, Matt L. Hierro, re-examined the Sonia Carmen Stones case. They found out that there were several pieces of evidence in Sonia's case file that could be now tested utilizing modern DNA technology. These pieces of evidence, including the DNA found under Sonia's broken fingernail and right breast, were sent to the Department of Justice DNA laboratory for testing. Since Michael Scott Glazebrook was the #1 suspect on the list of the investigators in 1981, detectives got a search warrant for a new sample of his DNA. They were able to obtain a new DNA profile easily because Michael Scott Glazebrook was still alive and works in Monterey County. After the DNA sample from Sonia Carmen Stone's crime scene was tested and compared with the DNA sample gotten from Michael Scott Glazebrook, it immediately came out as a match. Detectives then conducted surveillance at Michael Scott Glazebrook's residence in the city of Seaside. Around 8 p.m. on August 14, 2021, Glazebrook drove away from his home. Michael Scott Glazebrook was eventually arrested in connection with the murder of Sonia Carmen Hiroke Stone. In a symbolic gesture to honor Sonia, all detectives involved in his capture wore Levi's jeans, a nod to her time working at Levi Strauss. After an 8-day jury trial in 2023, Glazebrook, now 67 years old, was convicted of Sonia's murder. He is set to be sentenced in April, with the possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison without parole. Following the conviction, Sonia's daughter, now 44, expressed her relief, saying, "It's been a day that we have been waiting for a really long time. Sonia was a wonderful woman, and we're so happy to see justice for her." Moving on to the next case. Thomas Bartlett. Thomas Bartlett, living in Sugar Land, Texas, was a privileged and arrogant teenager, surrounded by luxury and affection from his wealthy parents. He attended Clements High School but was expelled after committing a series of burglaries. As part of the expulsion process, he was evaluated by a mental health professional, who diagnosed him with clinical symptoms of delusional paranoid disorder. Despite this, Thomas's parents, unwavering in their support, ignored the diagnosis and continued to provide him with an extravagant lifestyle. They even went as far as buying him a lakeside home in Texas, rent-free, so he could attend a nearby college. The Whitakers, captivated by Thomas's charm and his fabricated stories of success, continued to indulge him with luxury vehicles and paid for his steep university tuition. He convinced them that he was excelling in college and would graduate on time. On the day of what was supposed to be his graduation, they gifted him a brand new $4,000 Rolex watch as a celebration. However, the catch was that Thomas had never actually graduated, nor was he even enrolled at the college. Just hours after receiving the extravagant gift, Thomas would go on to kill the very people who had given him everything. On December 10, 2003, Thomas falsely boasted to his parents that he had just finished his final exams and was looking forward to graduating. To celebrate, they drove to the Papadu restaurant with Thomas and enjoyed what unbeknownst to them would be their last meal. What the Whitakers didn't know was that their son had been living a lie. He was not about to graduate college, he wasn't even enrolled in college, and his lies were so deeply embedded into his world that he couldn't bear the idea of his parents finding out the truth. So he sought the help of Christopher Brashear and Stephen Champagne to make sure that the truth would never come out. While the Whitakers were enjoying a family meal, accomplice Christopher Brashear let himself into the Whitaker family home and, following Thomas's instructions, helped himself to the husband's gun and bullets from a safety box in his bedroom. Brashear ransacked the home to make it appear as if a burglary had taken place, and then lay in wait for the fated family to return to their house. Meanwhile, Stephen Champagne tailed the family home where he waited as a getaway car. When the family arrived, Thomas said that he had to grab his cell phone from his parked car and separated momentarily from the rest of the family. The family entered the house with the younger brother, Kevin, 19, leading the way. When Kevin initially saw the masked intruder, he laughed, thinking it was a prank being pulled off by one of Thomas's friends in honor of his graduation. But when he was shot once in the chest and collapsed to the floor, his mother, Patricia, screamed out, "Oh God, no," and all pretenses of a light-hearted prank flew out the window. Kent, Patricia's husband of 26 years, ran inside and was subsequently shot in the shoulder. Thomas, returning from his car, then ran into the house and pretended to struggle with the gunman, getting shot himself in his left arm as a way to stage his innocence. The gunman then ran out of the back door and hopped over the fence and jumped into the getaway car. Kevin, the little brother, died almost instantly, and his mother Patricia died while being airlifted to the nearby hospital. The father, Kent, was also airlifted to the hospital and survived the murder attempt. Thomas, in an attempt to divert suspicion, initially told officers that their attacker was African American. Kent, Thomas's father, initially vowed to forgive whomever murdered his family, but his faith was shaken when it was revealed that his precious son, who had been living and recovering with Kent before fleeing to Mexico upon hearing that he was going to soon be arrested, was actually the murderer. Thomas hid in Mexico under the assumed name of Rudy Rios for almost a year, until in September of 2005, Mexican authorities delivered him back to the U.S. to face trial. During the trial, Christopher Brashear claimed Thomas promised a cut of the $1 million insurance policy taken out on his parents, but it was revealed no such policy existed. In all actuality, Thomas committed murders out of shame and cowardice, not for money. He was terrified of the truth coming out. Nevertheless, Kent Whitaker stuck by his son's side and believed him when he blamed his mental illness for the evil deeds. Thomas, ever the master manipulator, even went so far as to claim that his death penalty conviction would further victimize his father, as he would lose his only remaining son. In a shocking turn of events, Thomas's father, Kent, stood by him throughout the legal proceedings, repeatedly stating that he had forgiven his son. Initially, Thomas's execution was scheduled for early 2018, but due to Kent's relentless efforts, his sentence was commuted from death to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Despite the heinous crime, Kent's unwavering support for his son remained steadfast. Moving on to the next case. Timothy Thomas. Timothy Thomas, 33, has been indicted on charges of murder and burglary in connection with the cold case killing of 16-year-old Sebastian Oxenius, a Buchholz High School student, that occurred 13 years ago. The indictment was announced during a news conference on Monday, February 5th, by Aliquot County Sheriff Emery Gainey and 8th Circuit State Attorney Brian Kramer. On June 25, 2010, Sebastian was at home in the Benwood subdivision of Gainesville, playing video games with a neighbor. While in the kitchen, he encountered a burglar, who shot him multiple times. Despite his family's immediate 911 call, paramedics declared Sebastian dead at the scene. During the press conference, Sebastian's brother, Boris Oaxenius, expressed the family's hope for justice, stating, "We hope as a family that you can help us get to the final chapter of this, which is bringing my brother justice." He was only 16 years of age. His life was stolen. Investigators discovered that Timothy Thomas had used a car borrowed from a female friend during the time of the murder. Although they do not believe she had prior knowledge of Thomas's plans, Sheriff Gainey urged anyone with information to come forward. The woman is described as a 20-year-old Hispanic with a short, heavy build. The vehicle used by Thomas was identified as a white or cream Kia Sportage, or a similar model. Sheriff Gainey acknowledged the long and challenging road ahead, assuring the community, I know this has been a long and difficult road. We're making some progress, but we also understand it's not over yet. Rest assured, we'll be with you every step of the way. In 2021, new evidence emerged that led to the identification of Timothy Thomas as a suspect in Sebastian Oxenius's murder, currently serving a life sentence for the attempted murder of a Monroe County Sheriff's deputy in Stock Island, Florida in 2015. Thomas has an extensive criminal record with 23 felony charges and 8 misdemeanors. He has faced multiple arrests by various law enforcement agencies for battery, burglary, and attempted murder throughout the state. These arrests range from the Key West Police Department to different Central Florida agencies. In 2015, Thomas was stopped by authorities in Monroe County for driving with a stolen license plate. A video presented during the press conference on Monday depicted a shootout between Thomas and the deputy, who was shot in the chest, but fortunately saved by his bulletproof vest. On December 23, Thomas was formally charged by a grand jury in Aliqua County with 1 count of murder during trafficking and 1 count of armed burglary. The specifics of the indictment have not been disclosed according to court records. His arraignment occurred on Monday morning at the Alachua County Courthouse, and he is currently held at the Aliqua County Jail with a bail set at $1 million. Thomas's court-appointed public defender has requested to withdraw from the case, citing an undisclosed and irreconcilable conflict of interest. Moving on to the next case. William Newton. In 1990, the dismembered body parts of 25-year-old William Newton were found in a West Hollywood dumpster, sending shockwaves through the small LGBT community, already reeling from the HIV and AIDS crisis. His murder, which remained unsolved for over 32 years, became known as the gay community's version of the Black Dahlia case. Despite years of dedicated investigative efforts, the case remained cold, leaving many to wonder who was responsible for such a brutal act. After 3 decades, a group of amateur sleuths finally solved the mystery of William Newton's murder. The case brings us to Los Angeles, a city known for its vibrant nightlife, world-class attractions, and bustling entertainment industry. With its movie studios, Sunset Strip, Venice Beach, and numerous other cultural and recreational offerings, Los Angeles has always attracted people from all walks of life. William Arnold Newton, born on July 26, 1965, in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, was one of those who eventually found his way to the City of Angels. William Newton's parents were never married and lived separately. Growing up, William developed a deep passion for the arts. His friends often saw him immersed in creative writing and poetry, with themes reflecting his connection to nature and his inner world. William considered himself both a poet and an illustrative artist, showcasing a wide range of talents that left a lasting impression on those around him. William Newton's father, Richard Harriman, once described him as a very intelligent young man. William spent most of his childhood in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, where he attended elementary and junior high school. In 1979, after finishing junior high, he and his mother, whose name has not been revealed in reports, relocated to Ladysmith, Wisconsin. However, their stay there was brief, as they moved once more to Oklahoma City shortly after William's freshman year of high school in 1980. The constant change in environments seemed to affect William deeply, as he craved stability. He decided to pack his bags and move in with his father, Richard Harriman, believing his father would be glad to have him. However, when William arrived in Eau Claire, where his father lived, he was met with a shocking reception, far from the warm welcome he had expected. At 16 years old, William was devastated by his father's rejection, but he refused to return to his mother's home. Instead, he embraced his independence and made the brave decision to start a new life on his own. Over the next 3 years, William traveled across the United States, spending time in various cities, including Oklahoma, before eventually settling in Los Angeles in 1985. During his stay there, he met a man named Terry Elliott with whom he began a romantic relationship. William also discovered his love for beauty and makeup, and this led him to make a decision to pursue a career as a professional beautician. He studied all there was to know about skincare, makeup, and fashion. Upon the completion of his makeup training, he earned his beautician license. In 1984, William Newton moved to Los Angeles and started a new life. Despite the challenges of starting fresh in a new city, William didn't have to wait long for opportunities. His impressive resume, showcasing his skills as a beautician, helped him land a job in the entertainment industry, working as a makeup artist and choreographer for music videos. Since the job was not full-time, he took on a second position at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. It was during one of his shifts there that he met David Ray, who was immediately drawn to William's personality. David was said to have been around the vicinity to serve as a judge to a beauty contest for a local gay magazine. William's encounter with David was another stepping stone to the peak of his career. David Ray was an adult film producer whose area of expertise was the gay adult videos. David saw William as a prospect and decided to embrace him, introducing him to the gay movie industry and helping him land roles in several gay erotic movies. Over time, William and David's relationship went beyond just a business relationship. The two became romantically involved, and in 1987, they formed a partnership, establishing their own adult film company, London Ray Productions. William took on multiple roles at the company, working as a movie producer, makeup artist, and set designer under the name Bill A. London. He also acted in films produced by the company, using the names Billy London and Billy Porter. Since London Ray Productions was a new establishment, and there wasn't much money to change movie settings, David and William would film their movies in their apartment. Oftentimes, William would redecorate the apartment to make it unique for every movie scene. As their movie production started doing so well and money started rolling in, William and David started to live their best lives. If they were not making movies, they would frequent the bars and clubs partying and having fun. In 1990, William and David parted ways and began living separately. Around October of that year, William, feeling worn out by life in Los Angeles, decided to take a temporary break and move to Las Vegas, where his stepsister Michelle lived. Michelle mentioned that William needed a mental health break at the time. Besides the fresh opportunities Las Vegas promised, he was also looking forward to reuniting with his mother, who had plans to move to the area. However, despite making preparations for the move, William never boarded the flight to Las Vegas, and fate took a different turn. One fateful night, on the October 28, 1990, William Newton went to a well-known nightclub in Los Angeles, which was known as Rage Nightclub. He sat for a while at his favorite spot in the club, sipping his drink and observing those dancing and having fun around him. After a few shots, he felt free and decided to join the group of clubbers dancing and having fun. Time flew by as he partied into the night, letting loose and having fun. After a few more shots, he realized it was getting late and decided to go home. William got up and staggered toward the exit of the nightclub, clearly intoxicated, as those around him noticed. While he managed to exit the club, he was never seen alive again. The next morning, on October 29, 1990, as Los Angeles residents went about their routine activities, unaware of the tragedy, a homeless individual was searching through dumpsters behind Santa Monica Boulevard. While looking for food or discarded items, he stumbled upon something horrifying. He approached the dumpsters one after the other. Upon lifting the lid of a particular dumpster, he discovered a plastic bag, which seemed quite resilient. He tore the bag open and what he saw shook him to the core. Staring back at him was a human head and feet. In all his years of searching dumpsters, he had never encountered such traumatizing and horrific sight. The homeless individual quickly shut the dumpster and alerted passers-by to the gruesome find. Authorities arrived shortly after, confirming that the severed head found in the dumpster belonged to William Newton. A search was conducted in nearby dumpsters within a 2-mile radius to locate other body parts, but it yielded no further results. An autopsy later revealed that William had been under the influence of methamphetamine at the time of his death. Also, the forensics revealed evidence of strangulation and blunt force trauma on the head before he was murdered. Detective Wendy Burnt, who is now retired, was one of those detectives who arrived at the scene and was petrified at how gruesomely William Newton's body was mutilated. She said that she was shocked that something like that could happen, even though William was gay and worked in the gay adult film industry. Wendy Burns said it did not matter to her. He did not deserve to die in such a horrible manner. The Los Angeles Police Department launched an investigation into William Newton's case, seeking clues to uncover the truth behind his murder and why his body parts were discarded in a dumpster. Wendy Burns led the investigative team, ensuring they gave their utmost effort in solving the case. Over the following weeks and months, the team received hundreds of tips and leads, but all proved fruitless. Investigators canvassed the neighborhood where William's remains were found, but no one had any information about his killer or the whereabouts of his other body parts. Having exhausted all tips and leads, the investigators had nothing tangible to work with, and the William Newton's case eventually went cold for a long time. 15 years after the murder, in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department issued a public statement indicating that they were reopening and reinvestigating the William Newton's cold case. They requested tips and leads from the public. But in the long run, nothing of use came out of the investigation and the case went cold again. However, by the end of 2006, William Newton's case gained the media attention once again when Mickey Ski, a Los Angeles reporter, claimed that Richard Harriman had reached out to him, saying the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected solving the murder case of his son. When the Los Angeles Police Department caught wind of the growing public interest in William Newton's case, they issued a statement assuring that they hadn't forgotten about the murder and were continuing their efforts to solve it. Richard Harriman, William's father, had provided an email address for any updates regarding the case. Unfortunately, he did not live to see justice for his son, passing away at the age of 65 on May 30, 2011. In 2020, two podcasters, Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, both gay authors and best friends, became intrigued by the cold case. Christopher first learned about it from an adult entertainment magazine, and the two decided to investigate further. Ever since then, the case had remained fixed in their minds. In 2012, they both began their podcast show, which was named The Dinner Party Show. In one of the show's episodes in 2020, Christopher Rice decided to mention the William Newton's case, and how there hasn't been an arrest since 1990. At the end of the show, Christopher then appealed to the listeners to come forward with tips and leads that could bring justice to the William Newton's case. A couple of months later, Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn did another episode on the William Newton's case, where they talked about all the facts they have been able to gather about the case since the last time they spoke about it in their previous episode. In one of the podcast episodes, Christopher Rice shared that a man named Ron Wheeler had contacted him, claiming to have crucial information about the William Newton case. Ron revealed that on the night of October 28, 1990, he had been at the same Rage nightclub as William. According to Ron, he saw William leaving the club with another man who resembled Jeffrey Dahmer, the infamous American gay serial killer. Dahmer, known for his gruesome murders of 17 boys and men in the Milwaukee area between the 1970s and 1990s, was arrested in 1991. Nearly a year after William's death. Dahmer was later sentenced to 16 life sentences for his crimes. Even though Jeffrey Dahmer's profile fitted that of someone who could have killed William Newton, there was no way to confirm that since he already died in prison in November of 1994 when a fellow inmate attacked and beat him to death. After Christopher Rice had revealed all he and Eric Shaw Quinn had dug up about the William Newton's case and the possible connection to Jeffrey Dahmer, he was hopeful that someone, somewhere, who knew something about the case would reach out to them soon, with evidence and proofs that could eventually arrest William Newton's murderer. Around the same time, Detective John Lamberti started to have an interest in the William Newton's case. He went through all the evidence, materials, and files his predecessors had used in the case, and was surprised at the amount of efforts they had shown to the case. Using his predecessors' work on the case as a guide, Detective John Lamberti began to delve deeper into the William Newton case, examining it from every possible angle. During his investigation, he searched for William Newton's name online and stumbled upon the latest podcast episode by Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, where they speculated that Jeffrey Dahmer might have been involved in William's murder. Intrigued by the theory, Detective Lamberti listened to the episode, which sparked even greater interest in the case. He then reached out to Christopher and Eric, arranging a meeting where the three of them discussed the case in detail, sharing all the information they had gathered and speculating on possible leads. At the end of the meeting, their mutual goal was to solve the mystery behind the William Newton's murder case. Apparently, the three men were not the only ones fascinated about the William Newton's case. About the same time, a documentary filmmaker known as Rachel Mason had also developed an interest in the case and was busy performing an underground investigation. In 2017, Rachel learned about William Newton's murder by coincidence when she was working on a popular Netflix documentary about a gay adult bookstore known as the Circus of Books. She visited a local writer and an activist named Mike Szymanski. As Rachel was searching for tangible and compelling material for her documentary, Mike, who had a collection of old West Hollywood photos, offered to let her go through them. While they were flipping through the album, a 1990 article about William Newton's murder case accidentally slipped out, catching Rachel's attention. She picked it up and saw that it discussed William's murder and the lack of an arrest in the case. Intrigued, she asked Mike for more details. Mike, eager to share, began to explain what he knew about the case, providing her with additional context that could prove valuable for her documentary. Rachel Mason instantly developed an interest in the case, but she needed to work on the Circus of Books documentary. When she was done with the documentary, she began looking for other projects to work on. She then remembered the William Newton's case, which she had read from an article at Mike's place. She slowly began to look closely at the case, and over time, she became obsessed with it. The case wouldn't leave her mind, so she decided to start her own underground investigation. Determined to uncover every detail that could lead to solving William Newton's case, Rachel reached out to the public through a Facebook group dedicated to the gay community, appealing for any helpful information or tips. She specifically inquired about the whereabouts of Jeffrey Dahmer during the time of William's murder in 1990. After some time, Rachel received a message from Clark Williams, a stay-at-home dad from Sherman Oaks. Clark, who had recently become more active on Facebook after his daughter left for college, had connected with people from his youth in a gay history group centered around Wisconsin, his home state. Clark Williams, who grew up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, just like William Newton, became interested in helping to solve the case and believed he could assist Rachel Mason to fill in the blanks of William Newton's lifestyle before his death, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like growing up as gay in Wisconsin at the time. He then reached out to Rachel and told her that Jeffrey Dahmer never committed any murders beyond Milwaukee and Ohio. Rachel Mason appreciated the tip and was excited for the new development in the case. Since she was going to write a documentary on the William Newton's case, she needed someone who knew much or little about his life story. She quickly arranged a meeting with Clark Williams to hear what he has to say. During the meeting, Clark Williams shared that when he came across William Newton's case on the Facebook group, he felt a deep personal connection to it. Not only were they both gay, but they were also born in the same year, just a week apart. Clark felt compelled to get involved and help in any way he could, driven by the eerie similarities between his own life and William's. Billy Newton was an actual person, a person from my community, and I wanted to do justice for Billy so he would not just be remembered for how he died, but for how he lived, Clark told the media. The year 1990 was a time when thousands of American gay men died during the AIDS epidemic, and the murder of William Newton reflected the lives of so many gay men and teenagers at the time. After sharing with Rachel all that he knew about the gay community during the time of William Newton's murder, he promised to spend more time on the case personally. He went to Fresno, where Jeffrey Dahmer's mother lived in 1990, asked friends in Milwaukee some questions that could lead to solving William Newton's case, but got nothing. Clark Williams then got in touch with Detective John Lamberti whenever he finds a lead to the case. John Lamberti, appreciative of their dedication, welcomed Clark and Rachel into the investigation, recognizing that the Los Angeles Police Department lacked the necessary resources to crack the case. Clark, in his free time, dedicated himself to researching William Newton's case. Given Williams' involvement in gay adult films, Clark shifted his focus to the gay pornography industry to uncover any potential clues. His efforts led him to a man named Rick Pasquale, who around the time of Williams' murder, had claimed to be a private investigator working on the case. But he was actually in the gay porn industry for 20 years, which he never disclosed. Clark began to make his research on the life of Rick Pasquale. He discovered that his real name was Richard Lawrence, and that he had directed a pornographic film titled The Devil and Danny Webster. This was the head start Clark needs in the case. Since Rick Pasquale and William Newton had worked in the same industry in 1990, he decided to reach out to Pasquale in order to find tips on what could have possibly happened to William Newton. Clark, unable to speak with Rick Pasquale due to his death, turned his attention to researching the cast of the film Pasquale had directed, hoping to find individuals who might still be alive and willing to share insights into William Newton's life. During his research, Clark came across a man named Billy Houston, who was still alive and had appeared in the movie. Further investigation revealed that Billy Houston was actually Daryl Lynn Madden, a rising star in the gay adult film industry. Further research revealed that Daryl Lynn Madden was alive and serving life sentences in jail after killing 2 gay men, including his friend, Bradley Qualls. According to Daryl, he and Bradley Qualls had committed the first murder when they went out one fateful night with a menacing plan to initiate Bradley Qualls into their skinhead cult group, known as the Chaos Squad Skinheads. And to do this, they needed to kidnap and kill a gay man for the initiation. Daryl and Bradley then calmly lurked in the streets of Oklahoma, waiting for the unfortunate gay man to pass by. A man named Stephen Domar eventually got into their death trap. Daryl and Bradley then led Stephen into a secluded area, where they restrained him in his own car before taking him to a more isolated spot, ensuring he wouldn't be able to escape. Despite Stephen's desperate cries and pleas for his life, he was unable to overpower the 2 men. They ultimately strangled him to death using his own coat hanger. Afterward, Daryl and Bradley disposed of his body in a nearby creek. In a shocking turn of event, Daryl then pointed a gun at his accomplice and friend, Bradley, shooting and killing him on the spot for no known reason. Daryl then fled the scene, leaving Bradley's corpse behind. However, he could not hide his crimes for long, because he was arrested shortly and made to face the consequences of his crimes. Clark Williams was shocked at the kind of person Daryl Lynn Madden was and decided to do further investigation and research into his life in Oklahoma. He then found out that Daryl had once done an interview for a book titled American Honor Killings. Clark, determined to uncover more about William Newton's case, decided to order the book, despite its limited availability. After waiting for some time, he finally received it. Eagerly, he flipped through the pages, but when he reached a particular section, he was stunned by what he read. In the interview, Daryl Lynn Madden not only confessed to the murders of Stephen Domar and Bradley Qualls, but also revealed the killing of another gay man in Los Angeles. Though, he failed to provide details of the crime in the book. But Clark was thrilled at the possibility that Daryl could be referring to William Newton since he was gay and had been killed in Los Angeles. Clark strongly had this belief that the killer of William Newton was about to be discovered finally. In order to ascertain this fact, Clark made a call to Detective John Lombardi and met up with him to discuss everything he had found out. John Lombardi, whose cold case department had put back the William Newton's case on the shelf 2 weeks before Clark's tip, did not waste time to inform his team about the new development in the case. They got to work, diving into research on Daryl Lynn Madden's lifestyle in 1990. During their investigation, they discovered that the gay movie industry Daryl had been involved in at the time was located on Santa Monica Boulevard, the same area where William Newton's dismembered body parts had been found. All the leads seemed to be converging. To seek answers, on January 4, 2023, Detective John Lombardi, accompanied by Detective Tamara Momias, traveled to Oklahoma to visit Daryl, who was serving a life sentence for her previous crimes. Upon arriving at the prison, they were shocked to learn that Daryl Lynn Madden had transitioned into an Orthodox Jew and a transgender woman, now going by the name Darylyn. She comfortably sat across the 2 detectives, willing to answer any questions they would throw at her. During the interview, Lombardi and Momias asked Darylyn about William Newton's murder, and they were surprised at how quickly she recollected who William Newton was. Darylyn told the detectives that on the night of William Newton's murder in October 1990, she and her skinheads friends had spotted William walking down the street. She explained that William had appeared drunk, and they saw him as an easy target for robbery. Darylyn confessed to approaching William, draping her hands around his shoulders and whispering to him that they were going to rob him, kidnap him, and probably beat the crap out of him. But Darylyn's statement proved to be false, as she ended up strangling the man to death, a fact later confirmed by the coroner before dismembering his body. Detectives Lamberti and Momias were stunned by Darylyn's chilling revelation. They pressed her further, asking why William Newton's body had been dismembered and discarded in a dumpster. However, Darylyn denied any involvement, claiming that she had nothing to do with the gruesome act. Darylyn claimed that she left William's body with her friends after they had killed him. When the detectives asked for the names and identities of these friends, Darylyn refused to provide any information, saying, "I might be a murderer, but I am not a snitch." In the days following her confession, Detective John Lamberti, who now had the critical information needed to solve William Newton's case, presented a solid case against Darylyn to the Los Angeles County District Attorney, George Gaskin's office. However, to their frustration, Gaskin declined to file charges, stating that there was not enough evidence to prosecute her. Despite the disappointing outcome, Detective John Lamberti and the amateur sleuths who had tirelessly worked on the case felt a sense of relief that William Newton's murder had been solved, with his killer behind bars for life. The case was officially closed, and William's stepsister, Michelle Oliver, expressed her gratitude for the efforts of those who had investigated her brother's death. "Having some kind of closure helps," Michelle said. However, she still sought answers about why Darylyn and her friends had targeted her brother, and most importantly, the whereabouts of the rest of his body parts. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.